Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we dive in, hey race a quick recap of part 1. Luo Tian, young heir of the Luo family in northern border city, was once dismissed as worthless. Everything changed when he obtained the 9 volumes of the heavenly tome, turning him into someone who would defy fate itself. Starting from the body refinement realm, he shattered every limit, displaying staggering strength and fearsome martial skills. He soon mastered the 9 dragon forms. Every punch howled through the air, making the room vibrate. This is my chance to rewrite destiny, he thought. Even at the very first realm, I'll show them how wrong they were about me. While Luo Tian was training, clan patriarch Luo Feng summoned him. Lan Xiaoer of Sword Mystic sect had arrived to break off their engagement. Having advanced to the Qi-gathering realm and awakened a spirit body phenomenon, Lan Xiaoer now looked down on the good-for-nothing who hadn't even reached the first stage. She insisted on ending the betrothal. Luo Tian simply smiled and agreed, then said coldly, "You want me to kneel? Childish." Lan Xiaoer's master, Ming Sinan, airborne expert of Sword Mystic sect, suspected Luo Tian was hiding his true strength and decided to cripple him first. Luo Tian remained unafraid. Activating heavenly breathing and a golden body shield, he blocked Ming Zin's strike with ease, sent him flying with one punch, and fatally wounded him with the next. The hall fell silent. Luo Tian glanced around, thinking, in this world, the weak are meat for the strong. The clan was stunned. Luo Feng, elated, asked what Luo Tian needed to reach the Qi-gathering realm. Luo Tian handed over a list: blood of a divine beast, an innate spirit crystal, 1,000-year stalactite, and other rare items. Except for the spirit crystal, the patriarch and elders promised to secure everything. Luo Tian chose to hunt for the divine beast's blood himself. In the Tianding Mountains, he casually dispatched a spirit form wolf demon, then located the 5-color ox. By sheer force he obtained its blood and even rescued its mother, Niu Chui, earning her gratitude and support. Returning with the blood, Luo Tian went to Daiming sect in search of 1,000-year stalactite. The sect had sealed its gates after an invasion of evil spirits, and Luo Tian volunteered to help. Using powerful soul arts and the soul-locking nails, he cleansed the sect and won their lasting gratitude. Sect Master Wei Su presented him with the stalactite and 50 million low-grade spirit stones, inviting him to join the Soul Masters Guild. Thanks to his formidable soul power, Luo Tian was admitted on the spot and gained even more resources. His exploits shocked Daiming sect. He had solved their crisis with ease. "This is my power," he mused. "Anyone who blocks my path will be destroyed." He continued to train the younger Luo disciples, preparing for the Purple Star's secret realm. Inside that realm, Luo Tian overcame hidden treasures and lethal traps with ease. Facing tens of thousands of beasts alone, he slaughtered them all, his aura unrivaled. "This is my stage," he thought. "Anyone who blocks me dies." Deeper inside, he located the legacy of the Purple Star Taoist, but accidentally barged into the beast's nest. Unfazed by the horde, he swung his staff once and hundreds of monsters were smashed to pulp. Panicked, they scattered, yet Luo Tian pursued them relentlessly. "This is my strength," he kept telling himself. "Anyone who blocks me dies." Finally, he reached the lair of the Beast King, who boasted that its immortal body would make short work of him. Luo Tian answered with heavenly fist and heavenly palm, shattering the king again and again. Though it could regenerate, each recovery drained its spiritual power until it was helpless before him. Luo Tian claimed the Purple Star Taoist's inheritance, his strength soaring. He led the Luo disciples home, ready for even greater challenges. "This is my stage," he repeated. "Anyone who blocks me dies." His resolve inspired everyone. The younger clan members threw themselves into cultivation, eager to become as powerful as their young master. Word of Luo Tian's feats spread across Nightwind Kingdom and shook the entire cultivation world. That concludes our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time with the story, feel free to start with part 1 in the playlist or comment section below. Now let's dive into part 2. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they took in Imo Sha's trophies. The metallic tang of blood still lingered in the square, and even the elders, usually statues of composure, couldn't hide the flicker in their eyes. Scattered at Imo Sha's feet lay more than 20 monster cores, blood dripping down their ridges and blooming into dark patterns on the stone slabs. Not a single spirit herb or chunk of spirit ore was in sight. Heh, only weaklings go herb picking, real men hunt beasts. Imo Sha wiped the blood from his mouth and flashed a wolfish grin. The onlookers collectively shuddered. This guy was a walking calamity. An elder counted the hall, his steady voice betraying a hint of shock. 13 Tier 3 monster cores, 11 Tier 2 monster cores. Total points, 1,410. What? 13 Tier 3 cores? The candidates erupted. That means he killed 13 manifesting spirit beasts. With less than 2 hours left, too. The little devil really lives up to his name. Exclamations of awe echoed all around. Confronted with such a blood-soaked contender, Even Lu Wentao's entourage fell silent, their usual jeers stuck in their throats. Once Imo Sha left, the scores that followed dropped back to normal. Many were downright pitiful. This round was merciless. Soon it was Luo Tian's group's turn. Hey, young Master Bai, finally up? Don't be shy, show us what you've got. One of Lu Wentao's lackeys hollered with a grin. Bai Tianyu ignored him, walked straight to the elders, and presented a jade box. These are my gains. 3 Tier 3 spirit herbs, 7 Tier 2 spirit herbs, 1 batch of Tier 2 spirit ore. Total points, 380, the elder announced. It was a respectable score, though still miles behind Lu Wentao's. That's it, Bai Tianyu? Lu Wentao clapped and laughed. I actually thought you were a rival. Turns out you're a lightweight. What a disappointment. He shook his head as if booing a dull performance. Anger flashed in Bai Tianyu's eyes, but he merely clenched his jaw. Han Wenzhou stepped up next, his box earning a similar 370 points. Lu Wentao snorted. Figures your buddies, just as mediocre. Jeers broke out behind him. Yeah, compared to Brother Lu, you're worlds apart. The taunting stopped when a lazy voice drifted over. Please, your Brother Lu is trash. Do you guys have holes in your heads? Lin Xiaoran stood there, arms folded, faint smile playing on his lips. Huh, what did you say? Say it again. Lu Wentao's lackeys bristled. Lin Xiaoran drawled. What's wrong, bad ears or bad brains? They'll say it once more. Your boss Lu Wentao is trash. Swords hissed from their scabbards as Lu Wentao's men surrounded him. You're dead, kid. Draw your weapon duel. Lu Wentao raised a hand to stop them and stepped up to Lin Xiaoran, eyes cold as ice. Lin Xiaoran, right? Bai Tianyu's friend, the self-styled know-it-all. Care to explain what you just said? His voice was low, each word a shard of frost. Lin Xiaoran met his gaze unflinchingly. That was the third time. Your score makes you trash in my book. I honestly don't see why you think you can posture in front of me. Lu Wentao's eyes narrowed, killing intent leaking out. So you're calling me trash? You're saying your score is better than mine? Lin Xiaoran curled his lip. Stronger than you? Please, I'll wipe the floor with you. Lu Wentao's eyes widened, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fist. He forced down his anger and nodded coldly. Fine, tough guy. I can't wait to see you try. Sparks flew between them until the gray-robed elder in charge of registration finally lost patience. He rapped the desk hard, the wood rattling. Enough. Both of you. Either register now or your results are void. Lin Xiaoran shrank his neck, chuckled, and hurried over. Coming. On the other side, one of Lu Wentao's lackeys whispered. Brother Lu, what's that punk up to? Lu Wentao sneered. Up to? Just putting on a show. Wait, and see what could he possibly pull out? Everyone formed a half circle, eyes fixed on Lin Xiaoran. He raised a dark silver spatial ring, tapped its surface, and willed it open. Clatter. Hundreds of spirit herbs poured out in a glittering cascade, piling into a small hill. The rich fragrance swept across the square. The previously bored elder's eyelid twitched. He stared, stunned. So many? He bent to inspect the herbs, frowning deeper with each plant he picked up. How could a kid with such mediocre cultivation bring out this much? Hold it. The elder growled and began checking each herb one by one. Whispers erupted around the field. Who is that guy? I think he's Lin Xiaoran. Pretty ordinary cultivation, right? Good grief. Where did he get all those herbs? The crowd buzzed. Lu Wentao's proud face stiffened, his expression shifting through a whole palette of colors. Moments ago, his followers had hailed him as a prodigy, and now this mountain of herbs slapped them silent. Unless every single plant was first grade, Lu Wentao was in trouble. After a while, the elder cried out, I can't keep up, someone help. Several more elders rushed over, their withered hands sifting through the pile, probing each herb with spiritual energy. A full quarter hour later, they straightened as one, sweat beading on their foreheads. A white-browed elder panted, Elder Son, announce it. Elder Son shook out his sleeves and cleared his throat. Lin Xiaoran, 98 third-grade herbs, 431 second-grade herbs, 764 first-grade herbs. Total points 14,874. For a heartbeat, the arena was dead silent. Then it exploded. Over 10,000 points? You're kidding. Is he even human? He must cheat to check him. Yeah, search him. He probably brought those in beforehand. As the uproar swelled, Elder Son raised a hand. Quiet. Every herb has been examined. All of them come from Blackwind Mountain and were freshly harvested. There is no irregularity. What? The objections died mid-breath. The crowd grew even more restless. Hands on his hips, Lin Xiaoran swept the audience with a bright grin. Well, still doubting the Frosthaven trials? No one can cheat here. He turned to the ashen-faced Lu Wentao. I said I'd wipe you out. Any objections? Crushed by the facts, Lu Wentao's complexion shifted from red to white. He clenched his teeth and stayed silent. Seeing the tension ease, Elder Son sighed. Next, step forward. Luo Tian came up as the elder rubbed his aching shoulders and muttered, haven't counted this many herbs in years. My back's killing me. At least that's over. There can't possibly be another hall like that. Elder Son was rubbing his aching arm, about to speak, when boom, a dull explosion rattled everyone's eardrums and his vision went black for a split second. What just happened? He jerked his head up to find a brand new mountain towering in front of him. If Lin Zaren's earlier offering of spirit herbs had looked like a modest hill, the pile now rising before them was a sky-piercing peak. Elder Sun froze, his mind completely blank. Hold on, there's more coming, make some space. Luo Tian waved a broad hand, urging the crowd to step back. Like puppets with their strings cut, they stumbled away, eyes locked on Luo Tian. He reached into his spatial ring again, and with a flash of light, spirit or cascaded out like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of ore several times higher than the herb pile rose from the ground, blotting out the sun and seeming to press the entire sparring field downward. What the elder son was stunned. He wondered if exhaustion had driven him to hallucinate. The young cultivators at the edge of the arena were just as dumbfounded. Lin Zaren's haul had already been shocking, yet Luo Tian had pushed the scale of astonishment 100-fold. Lu Wentao rubbed his eyes for ages before managing a croak. I don't get it. Shui Linglong stared blankly. She knew that even if she fought to the death, she could never gather so many herbs within the test time limit. Feng Feiyong and Mo Sha frowned, their heads full of questions. Elders, hurry up and score me. Luo Tian called beside the makeshift mountains. Huh. Elder Sun snapped back to reality, gaping at Luo Tian. Score this? How? Forget identifying every herb and ore. By the time he finished tallying, head collapsed from sheer fatigue. All of you, get over here and help. He shouted. The elders who had just gone to rest were dragged back, but the instant they stepped into the arena they, too, turned to stone. What is going on? An old man stammered. He produced it, Elder Sun said, pointing at Luo Tian. The man stared, then bent over the herb mound for a closer look. These really are freshly picked from the Blackwind range. Another elder exclaimed. But this quantity of herbs, and or mobilizing 10,000 people, would still take at least half a month to harvest it all, a bearded elder muttered in disbelief. Elder Sun narrowed his eyes, his voice growing cold. Could the boy truly be cheating? Tampering with the Tianshuang trials is no trifling matter. Just as tension thickened enough to touch. Enough speculation. Allow me to explain. A raspy voice echoed from midair as a gaunt old man descended slowly. The crowd gasped in unison. Greetings, Elder Zhou. The newcomer was Elder Zhou, a tribulation-crossing powerhouse of the Tianshuang kingdom. Nodding to the assembly, he fixed his gaze on Luo Tian and said in a low tone, these spirit materials are indeed his doing, and there is no cheating involved. Boom. His words detonated like thunder in everyone's heart. No cheating? Impossible. Elder Sun's face went rigid with disbelief. Elder Zhou sighed. Alone, he could never manage it. But what if an entire mountain of demon beasts lent him a hand? A mountain of demon beasts helping? The crowd looked at one another, a single question flashing through every mind. What on earth does that mean? Spirit beasts and humans have always been mortal enemies. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, the crowd packed the main gate so tightly that not even a breeze could slip through, and every eye was fixed on Elder Zhou. A whole mountain full of beasts had gathered herbs in mind, or for one teenage boy why. Everyone wanted an explanation. Elder Zhou exhaled slowly and raised his hand for silence. If my guess is correct, that youth is a prodigy beast tamer. By sheer strength, he forced 3 sky-soaring beast kings to submit. Once the kings obey him, the rest naturally follow. The noisy square went dead quiet for a heartbeat, then erupted again. A beast tamer? And he can control sky-soaring beasts? Who on earth is that kid? I remember him. He's the one from Nightwind Kingdom. Right, the first to enter the mountain. I thought he was just a 9th layer gathering chi weakling who dared to sign up for the Tianshuang trial. But he's a beast-taming genius. 9th layer, and already able to command a sky-soaring beast king even briefly. That's terrifying. The chatter swelled. In the crowd, Mo Sha narrowed his eyes at Luo Tian and chuckled. Looks like I misjudged him in our league after all. Feng Feiyong remained silent, his expression unreadable. Shui Linglong suddenly understood the master the White Serpent had mentioned was this very youth. She studied Luo Tian and finally relaxed. His calm bearing suggested he was no villain after all. Only now did Elder Sun and the other judges recover, though shock still colored their faces. Everyone knew a beast tamer struggled to control a beast even one realm higher, let alone 3 sky-soaring beast kings at once. Such monstrous talent was almost unbelievable. Luo Tian cleared his throat, stepped forward, and cupped his fists toward the judges. May I have my score now? Elder Sun scratched his head and looked helplessly at Elder Zhou. Counting so many herbs and ores would take all night. After a brief pause, Elder Zhou decided. Forget the tally. First place this round goes to Luo Tian. Several elders let out long breaths of relief. Luo Tian accepted the result with a satisfied nod and moved aside. Han Wenzhou and the others exchanged glances and spoke in unison, genuine admiration in their voices. That's our Luo Tian. Only Lu Wentao clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. He had thought Luo Tian a nobody. Never did he expect a top-tier beast tamer. Had he known, had never have made an enemy of him, yet now it was too late. What do we do, Brother Lu? A follower whispered. Lu Wentao drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. No problem. My father told me the rules for the final round. Beast tamers can bring only one battle pet. When the time comes, we'll finish him off. Finish him off? The companion gasped. Lu Wintow nodded, his tone icy. Since we're already enemies, we can't leave him alive, or he'll become a disaster later. In the final round, he's our top priority. Understood. The group answered in unison. After Luo Tian's turn, the rest of the scores barely budged. Numbers flickered across the light screen, and in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 308 names were set in stone. Exactly 308 candidates had passed the trial. The elders on the dais formed hand seals in unison, and a massive teleportation array burst to life, blue and white runes swirling as it engulfed the crowd along with the stone platform beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, everyone was back on the spacious martial arena in the capital of the kingdom of Tianshuang. A biting wind cut across the plaza, but it couldn't smother their excitement or nerves. Compose yourselves. The final round will begin shortly, and it will decide who earns the right to enter Mount Shumi. Elder Sun's steady voice echoed across the square. With that, he turned and left, soon disappearing into the stream of hurried disciples. My heavens, I actually made it to the last round? Lin Xiaoran stood in the center of the plaza, eyes wide with disbelief. He had joined the Tianshuang martial trials only because his father dragged him here, planning to show his face and leave early. Who could have guessed he would stumble his way to the end? Bai Tianyu clapped him on the shoulder with a laugh. You didn't just scrape through, you're in second place. Second place. If my father hears about this, he'll throw a parade. Lin Xiaoran grinned from ear to ear. Bai Tianyu nodded, then lowered his voice. Don't forget the rules for the last round. Being second puts a target on your back. Lin Xiaoran's smile froze, the color draining from his face. Oh, I almost forgot. Nearby, Luo Tian frowned. What's wrong? What are the rules? Why is second place such a problem? Lin Xiaoran blurted. Brother, did you really not read any of the rules? Han Wenzhou spread his hands with a wry smile. With his strength, does he need to? Lin Xiaoran blinked, then muttered, true at his level, rules are just decorations. Even so, he patiently explained, this year the final round is the Tianshuang battleground. It's a sprawling arena with every kind of terrain, mountains, glaciers, ruins, swamps, you name it. Everyone goes in at once, and it turns into a massive free-for-all. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. All of us fighting at the same time. Bai Tianyu nodded. Exactly. It's meant to mimic what you'll face inside Mount Shumi. The organizers believe that in life and death combat, cultivation alone isn't enough. You need allies, strategy, and on-the-spot decisions. Whoever emerges from that chaos is the true powerhouse. Luo Tian gave a slight nod. In the real world, clean, unknown duels were rare. Lin Xiaoran went on. Before the melee starts, everyone gets base points according to their current ranking. There are 308 of us, so Big Brother Luo, you're first, and start with 308 points. The person in last place gets only one. If you defeat someone, you take every point they have. He waved his hands for emphasis. So the higher your rank, the fatter the prize on your head. Beating a top contender nets more points than thrashing a dozen people at the bottom. Bai Tianyu chuckled. In theory, the top ranks are the strongest, so plenty of folks will want to gang up on them, but not everyone will dare to try. At that, Lin Xiaoran could only shake his head and sigh. Luo Tian looked at him and suddenly understood. So right now, everyone sees you as the biggest sitting duck? Lin Xiaoran nodded with a bitter face. I was too busy grabbing spirit herbs to think ahead. If a fight starts, out of these 300 people, everyone except you three will want to beat me up. Seeing him on the verge of tears, Han Wenzhou patted his shoulder. Relax, Brother Lin. Things might not be as bad as you think. Really? Hope flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes as he looked up. Bai Tianyu kept a straight face and nodded. Really? Because no matter what those two think, I also want to punch you. Lin Xiaoran was speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching. Boom. A deep, ancient bell rang, and the arena fell silent. Disciples looked up to see several elders in long robes stride onto the platform, smiles on their faces. Young heroes from every nation. The lead elder announced, his voice rolling across the square. First, congratulations on making it this far. What comes next is the final round of the Tianshuang martial tournament, and it will be the most spectacular. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd. You already know the rules, so I won't repeat them. Instead, he'll address what you care about most, the prizes. Every back straightened, eyes ablaze with anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, each finalist will receive 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Though sizable, the figure barely drew attention. Everyone was waiting for the real bombshell. Those who rank in the top 100 will also earn the right to cultivate on Mount Shumi. The square erupted at the name. Compared to spirit stones, access to Mount Shumi was infinitely more tempting. The elder raised a hand for silence. Now the highlight. He drew out an ancient manual, its golden-edged pages shimmering. What's that? Someone whispered. This, the elder said with a smile, is the dominating heaven body refining art, a secret technique granted by the Tianshuang imperial family for this very tournament. The crowd exploded like thunder. No way. That's the top body refining art of the kingdom. It ranks among the top 3 on the entire Fonglin continent. It was an imperial secret, everyone tried to steal it and failed. And now it's a prize? The imperial family is really laying it on thick. Shock rippled through the arena. Only Luo Tian frowned. This is the first place prize. Useless. My clan's body refining art is hardly inferior. Unfazed, the elder continued. Second place will receive the 5th tier artifact Firecloud Bell. Third place, the 5th tier pill explosive chi pill. The list went on as Luo Tian's frown deepened until the elder announced 7th place. 7th place will be awarded the Scarlet Blood Spirit Pearl. The announcement of the reward caused barely a ripple. Compared with the earlier treasures, the Red Blood Spirit Pearl simply wasn't rare enough. The audience offered a polite round of applause, then turned its attention back to the arena. Only Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a blazing light. So, it really is here. Excellent. The pearl, along with a ticket to Mount Shumi, was the very reason he had come. Brother Luo Tian, that's fantastic. Bai Tianyu kept his voice down, but could not hide his excitement. With your strength, you're sure to win the dominating body forging art. That will push your cultivation to the next level. Right. Who'd have thought the Tianshuang martial trial would be this generous? Even throwing that out, Lin Zhaoran and the others whispered in admiration. Luo Tian merely nodded, saying nothing. On the high platform, the elder in charge raised a hand, and the crowd fell silent. A final reminder: killing is permitted in the Tianshuang martial trial. If you doubt your ability, crush your token and withdraw at once. The assessment lasts 2 hours. Rankings are by total points, while those eliminated are placed in the order they fall. The teleportation array will now be activated, scattering you across the battlefield at random. Teleportation began. Columns of light burst from the array and swallowed every contestant. Wrapped in the beam, Lin Zhaoran instinctively shielded his head, could feel countless eyes sizing him up as prey, and could already picture the oncoming siege. With a resonant hum, the light detonated and everyone vanished. Meanwhile, the massive viewing stands were packed to capacity. The Tianshuang Kingdom's annual spectacle drew every faction without fail. So, gentlemen, who takes the crown this year? A middle-aged man asked, brimming with interest. Isn't it obvious? One of the usual 3, his companion replied, legs crossed. Embedding on Mo Shaborn in 5 Demon Ridge, vicious through and through. Backing Feng Feiyang. When a sword cultivator erupts, logic goes out the window. We'll see. The first man suddenly remembered something and turned. Old Lin. Your Lin Zaren's competing too, right? Old Lin laughed it off. Yeah, I pushed him into it. You know his level, hell be gone by round 2. The others nodded knowingly. High above the battlefield, a huge light screen flared to life. The scoreboard already? Someone muttered, rubbing his hands. Mo Shah, don't fail me, I've got a million riding on you. The screen refreshed in real time, names and points scrolling by. Who held first place after 2 rounds? Mo Shah, Feng Feiyang, or Xueling Long? The stands went still. The air seemed to solidify. Then 2 characters settled firmly on the top line. Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Who's that? Never heard of him. Whispered confusion rippled through the crowd. A second later, the next line appeared: Lin Zhaoran. Another nobody? The buzz grew louder, shock exploding across the seats. The final round was looming, yet 2 complete strangers sat at the top of the board. In a corner, old Lin's jaw dropped, and he froze in his seat. Well, what's going on? Lin Zhaoran. That's my son. He was utterly stunned. Lao Lin had always had a realistic view of his son's abilities. He figured the boy would enter the Tianshuang martial trials just to pad the family record. Nothing more until the results suddenly showed him in 2nd place. I thought you just wanted your kid to get his name out there, and he goes and grabs 2nd? The middle-aged man beside Lao Lin nearly lost his eyes in shock. Lao Lin, you've been keeping secrets. Exactly. Another man slapped his thigh, half scolding. If your son's this strong, why didn't you tip us off? Lao Lin looked practically in tears, waving his hands. No. I honestly have no idea how this happened. Maybe the boy just got lucky? Yeah, right. The first man snorted. Since when does luck land you in the top 2? Not cool, Lao Lin. Their ribbing drew in a chorus of bystanders, a whirlwind of voices that left Lao Lin unable to squeeze in a word. Just then, the 3rd name appeared on the light screen: Lu Wentao. Lu Wentao? The kid from the Tianshuang Lu clan? 3rd in the first 2 rounds? What did those 3 go through? The favorites didn't even make the top 3. The stands erupted anew. Somewhere in the crowd, the Lu clan patriarch stroked his chin, smiling. The rest of the rankings flashed all at once, but the uproar refused to die down. Bettors had cashed in on Mo Shah's trio were beside themselves. Cheers, boos, and curses ricocheted everywhere. A few fired-up gamblers even threw punches at the spot where Luo Tian's name glowed. Luo Tian himself, though, had already been teleported into the arena, far removed from the commotion. Hands clasped behind his back, he stared at the floating screen, brows knit tight. To trade for a Scarlet Blood Spirit Pearl, I have to finish 7th. First place would be easy, but how do I hit 7th on the nose? For him, mowing down every high-score opponent would lock in 1st without effort. Reining himself into land exactly 7th was an entirely different challenge. While he pondered, a teenager crept up behind him. Luo Tian, the beast-taming prodigy who topped the first 2 rounds. Holding his breath, the youth clenched a massive spiked club, eyes glittering with glee. Heaven's really smiling on Mu Hat luck. He glanced at Luo Tian, still lost in thought, and cursed inwardly. He's daydreaming in the arena. And as a beast tamer, he hasn't even called out a pet. He's begging to die. Sorry, Luo Tian, but your 308 points are mine. With that, he roared and swung the club in a wide arc toward Luo Tian's shoulder. Thud! The blow landed with a dull boom. A jolt like lightning shot up the youth's arms. Pain and numbness exploded in his palms, blood oozing between his fingers. What the? The pain wasn't the worst of it. What froze his heart was the sight before him. The club had smashed into Luo Tian's shoulder without leaving the slightest mark, while its own head caved inward. What is this guy made of? His mind went blank, and he stood frozen. Just then Luo Tian found his solution. His eyes lit up, and he clapped once. Perfect, that'll do. Turning around, he finally noticed the dented club resting on his shoulder. Puzzled, he asked, And what's this supposed to be? Tracing the arc of the spiked club, Luo Tian finally noticed the teenager. The boy froze as if struck by lightning. His full-force blow hadn't even ruffled Luo Tian's sleeve. Was that man even human? When he had crept in and attacked a moment ago, Luo Tian hadn't been careless at all. He simply hadn't considered the strike worth noticing. To Luo Tian, it was no more than a leaf landing on his shoulder, hardly something to guard against. You try to hit me? Luo Tian asked calmly. I didn't. That wasn't, the boy stammered, voice quivering. Luo Tian glanced at him again and said coolly, You aimed for my shoulder, not my life. I won't kill you. But your Tianchuang technique ends here. The moment the words fell, Luo Tian vanished and reappeared behind the boy. The youth's eyes widened. Everything went black, and he collapsed. High in the night sky, Luo Tian's score jumped by 18 points. Good. The real hunt starts now. Luo Tian exhaled lightly, then shot into the chaos like an arrow loosed from the bow. Elsewhere on the field. Wu Feng, you've got a dozen men surrounding the three of us. Feel proud of that? The burly Zhao Chun, blood-spattered and panting, wiped the corner of his mouth and glared at the swordsman opposite him. Wu Feng twirled his sword and grinned viciously. Zhao Chun, I gave you a chance. Work with me and we'd earn points together. Last offer, admit defeat. In your dreams. Zhao Chun roared. Wu Feng's smile faded. Fine, then all of us. No one behind him answered. He turned to find his comrades scattered on the ground, eyes rolled back, utterly powerless. What happened? Wu Feng's mind went blank. A blurred figure flickered in behind him. You're out, a cold voice murmured at his ear. Wu Feng managed to register those indifferent eyes before darkness claimed him, and he hit the ground. Across from him, Zhao Qin stared, heart pounding. Why, you're Luo Tian. He had already grasped Wu Feng's terrifying strength during their brief clash. Yet in front of Luo Tian the man had crumpled like a straw doll. Luo Tian nodded, his tone as casual as small talk. Yes, and goodbye? With one palm strike each, Zhao Chun and his two companions sank into unconsciousness, the skyborn screen ruling them eliminated. At that same moment, inside the exam overseer's hall, steam curled above a cup of tea as Elder Su took a leisurely sip. Elder Su, you're the chief examiner this round. Aren't you going to watch the fighting? The old man beside him asked with a smile. Elder Su set down the cup, gaze placid. It's barely started. Years of experience tell me the last quarter hour is when things get interesting. Watching now is a waste. The old man chuckled and nodded. I've long argued we should extend the test to 4 hours. 2 just isn't enough to show real potential. Elder Su sighed and shook his head. A single Tianchuang technique draws every faction to cram their youngsters in and chase a good ranking. If they want a medal, the early rounds have to carry more weight. Make the final round longer, and their tricks won't work. The elder nodded in agreement. Well, since we have nothing else to do, why don't we see how many contestants have already been eliminated? Elder Su said offhandedly, and the two walked side by side toward the light screen in the center of the hall. The screen hung in midair like a vast water mirror, pale blue light rippling across its surface. But when they drew close, both men froze. Am I seeing things? What on earth is this? Elder Su rubbed his eyes. Dots of light covered the entire screen, each one representing a competitor in the Tianchuang martial trials. Whenever a dot went dark, that fighter was out. Yet one dot was now streaking back and forth like a crazed dragon, and wherever it passed, clusters of lights winked out at once, like candles snuffed in a gust. Come on, we need to check this out. Elder Su paled and flashed out of the room. Jagged rocks and tangled weeds filled the center of the battlefield. Run. Get away from that killer. Damn it, how is he? A dozen young warriors sprinted for their lives, snapping branches and kicking up dirt. They had barely covered a few steps before they collapsed one after another like toppled dominoes. When the last one fell, the air trembled and a lone figure stepped out of the void. Lowering his fist, Luo Tian glanced up. Still 100 plus to go. I'd better speed things up. With that, he vanished as if whisked away by the wind. High above, Elder Su and the other elder hovered. Dust billowed below, yet only one figure kept scything down light dots. Elder Zust's voice shook. What kind of movement art is that? Could you do it? No, the elder muttered, face ashen. Who is this kid? The match hasn't even lasted a cup of tea, and he's already knocked out over 160 people. At this rate, hell, clear the field. Should we get Elder Zhou? We have no choice. Let's go. The two exchanged a glance and shot away. Luo Tian was still streaking across the battleground. Each time his toe touched the ground, fine cracks spread like spiderwebs. His eyes narrowed. There, ahead. In the next heartbeat, he flickered several times and slipped into a jagged stone forest. Shadow and light crisscrossed the stone pillars. Lu Wentao stood with his hands behind his back, eyes icy as he glared at Lin Zhaoran. Lin's face was swollen and bruised, his nose crooked, blood dripping from his chin as he knelt among the rocks. Lin Zhaoran, what makes you think you can measure up to me? Lu Wentao pressed a boot on Lin's head, voice cold. Didn't you insist on hanging around by Tianyu? Can he save you now? He shook the jade-like token in his hand. With this in my grasp, you think you can forfeit and leave? Dream on. Lu Wentao, let me go, or you won't live to regret it. Lin Zhaoran rasped, still glaring up. Bang! Lu Wentao sent him flying with a kick. Lin rolled across the ground, spitting blood. Still threatening me? Who do you think will save you by Tianyu? Lu Wentao sneered. He's trash before me. And even the Bai family bows to the Lu family. Or do you mean that clown Luo Tian? Don't make me laugh. He strode closer, voice dripping with arrogance. Setting aside whether a mere beast master could match me, even if he's strong, so what? Once this trial ends, one word from the Lu family and countless experts will swarm to kill that bumpkin from Nightwind Kingdom. Hearing this, Lin Zhaoran lifted his blood-streaked eyelids and, against all odds, showed a trace of pity. Lu Wentao, you really have no idea who brother Luo Tian is. The look on Lin's face ignited Lu Wentao's fury. Fine, you asked for it. Die, he roared, chopping down with his palm. Zhaoran, high in the stands, old Lin shot to his feet. The shimmering light screen showed every inch of the battlefield, and Lu Wentao was raising his palm to finish off Lin Zhaoran. Seeing his son on the brink of death, old Lin could no longer hold back. He charged at the protective array around the arena. Buzz. The air rippled, the formation hurled him backward, and his spine slammed into the railing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Old Lin, are you all right? A companion asked, catching him. He barely heard. His eyes stayed locked on the light screen, veins bulging on his clenched fists, yet he was powerless to interfere. On the battlefield, Lu Wentao's palm strike had reached its peak, its roar seeming to tear the air apart. At that moment, a voice colder than ice drifted out of the void. Lu, put that hand down, and he'll carve you into pieces. Lu Wentao stopped dead and turned. Luo Tian stood a few yards away, silent as a ghost. Luo Tian. A chill raced through him. After confirming no spirit beasts were hiding nearby, he forced a calm sneer. So you've finally shown yourself? Perfect. Once I crush you, no one will doubt in the rightful champion of the Tian Shuang martial trials. All of you seize him. Luo Tian arched a brow. A moment ago the man had bragged he'd do it himself, yet now he was hiding behind others. Die? How dare you cross, brother Lu? A dozen lackeys lunged at Luo Tian, eager to impress. Hands clasped behind his back, Luo Tian merely stirred the energy within him. Boom, boom, boom. Dull blasts echoed out. Dust spiraled for dozens of yards, and the lackeys were flung away like rag dolls. Weapons and bodies tumbled through the air, lifeless before they hit the ground. What? Lu Wentao stared in terror. In a blink, he was the last one standing. Luo Tian closed in, his tone flat. Lu Wentao, I thought you were only foul-mouthed. Turns out your character's fouler still. Since you want to die so badly, ill oblige. Each step tightened the noose around Lu Wentao's nerves. Bang. He yanked Lin Zhaoran in front of himself, voice shaking. Stay back. One more step, and he'll kill him. The world twisted. His vision blurred, and feeling vanished from his right arm. When it cleared, Luo Tian stood 10 yards away, Lin Zhaoran beside him. Draped over Zaren's neck was a blood-soaked arm Lu Wentao's own. Ah! Agony crashed over him, driving him to his knees in a cold sweat. In a single heartbeat, Luo Tian had rescued the hostage and severed an arm, and Lu Wentao hadn't even seen him move. Only now did he grasp the chasm between them. Luo Tian, don't kill me. Spare me, and the Lu clan will reward you handsomely. He begged through clenched teeth. Expressionless, Luo Tian replied. Do I look like a fool to you? Lu Wentao froze for a second, then his face twisted into a snarl. Luo Tian, I'm warning you, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll never escape the consequences. The Lu clan is one of the top families in the kingdom of Tianshuang, and my aunt married into the Tianyang Empire. He screamed. If you dare lay a hand on me, she'll never let you go. Luo Tian's expression stayed icy. Do you think I care? Lu Wentao was stunned. Nothing he said could get through to Luo Tian. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian stepped forward, clamped his hand around Lu Wentao's throat with a sharp crack, then looked skyward and spoke in a chilling voice. People of the Lu clan, this whelp of yours has disgraced you. am doing you a favor by taking out the trash. If you want revenge, come for me anytime. He'll be waiting. As the last word left his mouth, his fingers tightened. Crack. Lu Wintao's skull burst apart in a cloud of blood. The hovering screen above the arena captured every detail and projected it for all the spectators to see. An uproar erupted. He's crazy. That was the Lu heir. Killing him in public and taunting the clans, basically declaring war. The Lu clan protects its own. Luo Tian actually dared to do it. On the far side of the stands, the Lu patriarch's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Tao. A wave of murderous aura swept out, flinging several nearby onlookers into the air. Patriarch Lu, please calm down. The Tianshuang martial tournament is still in progress. An elder urged. Out of my way. The patriarch roared. My son is dead. Luo Tian must pay with his life. Drop the barrier, I'm going in to tear him apart. The elder blanched. The formation was laid personally by Elder Zhou. Are you sure you want to force your way through? At the mention of Elder Zhou, the patriarch fought to rein in his fury. Neither Zhou's status nor his power could be ignored, even by the Lu clan. After a brief pause, he growled, fine. He'll wait until the tournament ends. But when it does, even if Elder Zhou himself intervenes, the Lu clan will not back down. The elder exhaled in relief. Of course, after the matches, it's between you and Luo Tian. Murderous intent still raging. The patriarch hissed, Luo Tian, enjoy the little time you have left. Inside the battlefield, Luo Tian tossed the token that had been taken earlier back to Lin Zhaoran. How bad are you hurt? No big deal, I can still hold on. Lin Zhaoran panted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sizing up his shaky stance, Luo Tian said coolly, you've got a tough spine. Find somewhere to hide. We'll clean up the rest. Stay alive till the end, and he'll make sure you crack the top 6. Top 6? Really? Lin Zhaoran stared at him, dumbfounded. A notorious underachiever suddenly had a shot at the top 6. As long as you don't get yourself killed, Luo Tian replied, then vanished into the forest. Lin Zhaoran stood there as the words top 6 echoed in his ears. A moment later, he jolted, grabbed his sword, dug a deep pit, and buried himself with only his nostrils above the ground. No one should spot me like this. I'm going to bury my way into the top 6. The spectators gasped when, on the light screen, they saw Lin Zhaoran actually bury himself, and a wave of boos swept across the stands. Old Lin clenched the armrests of his seat. Relief washed over him when his son survived, yet the thought of offending the Lu family immediately cast a shadow over his heart. While he fretted, an excited uproar rippled around the arena. Look over there, Wu Zhou from Sword Rainbow Mountain is facing Yu Wenshua of the Black Feather Kingdom. In the center of the battlefield, Yu Wenshua stood in black robes, spear in hand, its dark tip like a tear in the night sky. Opposite him, Wu Zhou drew his long sword, a single point of cold light glinting from the blade. They faced each other across open air, murderous intent hanging heavy between them. After a heartbeat of silence, spear and sword erupted at once, cold gleams crossing in midair and booming like muffled thunder. In the blink of an eye, they had traded dozens of blows, whirlwinds of force lifting sand as the ground cracked beneath their feet. High in the stands, an elder tugged at his gray beard, eyes tracking 2 blurred shadows. Those 2 have been favorites to win in past years. Too bad, someone beside him replied with a sigh. With those 3 monsters competing in Luo Tian, that dark horse they're only second tier now. Inside the ring, steel clanged without pause. After roughly 100 exchanges, Wu Zhou vaulted back several yards. His toes skimmed the ground, yet his blade never left its target. Yu Wenshua tilted his spear tip with a cold voice. What's wrong? Ready to concede? We're evenly matched, Wu Zhou said between breaths, eyes still icy. To settle this would take at least 3,000 moves. Yu Wenshua snorted, saying nothing. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Zhou's tone deepened. If we met elsewhere, I'd fight to the end. But this is the Tianshuang trials, and I must claim first place. He flicked his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen youths leapt in from the arena's 4 corners, landing in tight formation. Senior brother. They saluted Wu Zhou with clasped fists. Yu Wenshuo's gaze darkened. His knuckles whitened on the spear. Wu Zhou, what are you playing at? Holding his sword in one hand, Wu Zhou shouted, form the array. Clang. Over a dozen blades rang out at once, weaving an ice-blue net of light. Wu Zhou stood at the center, true energy surging. I know this isn't honorable, but I have to win Ba Tian body refining art. His voice rolled like thunder across the field. My apologies. The youths linked their chi, and a colossal sword shadow took shape overhead, seeming almost solid as it hung in the sky. Sword intent boiled. Yu Wenshuo's pupils shrank, knew he couldn't block it. End it. Wu Zhou roared, and the sword shadow crashed downward. Crushing pressure sealed the surrounding space. Yu Wenshua tried to dodge, but found himself rooted in place. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the escape token in his hand. Buzz. A flash of white light carried him out of the arena in an instant. Outside, a steward proclaimed, Yu Wenshua, 88th place. Congratulations, Mount Shumi, qualification secured. Yu Wenshuo's spear hand trembled, yet no trace of joy showed on his face. So much for the fair Tianchuang trials, he muttered bitterly. If ID brought the younger fighters of the Yuan clan, ID never have lost. Anger churned inside him, but it changed nothing. Dejected, he withdrew to the stands. Back in the ring, the sword's shadow dissolved, and Wu Zhou stood at the center of the array, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent, he murmured, sweeping his gaze around. Even if I'm not the strongest on my own, as long as the sword formation is here, I can beat Imo Sha or Feng Feiyang, Wu Zhou declared with unshakable confidence. His words had barely faded when a panicked shout rose behind him. Senior brother Wu Zhou, look over there. He followed the voice and saw a tall figure appear on a nearby hillside, robes snapping in the wind, swirling leaves dancing around him. Luo Tian. Wu Zhou's eyes lit up. He barked an order. Everyone form up. Senior brother, are we really attacking now? A young disciple asked nervously. Of course, Wu Zhou replied, eyes narrowing. He's miles ahead in points. If we defeat him here and hold this spot for 2 hours with the formation, first place is ours. All right, the youth said, biting his lip as he gathered his chi. Luo Tian, even you will fall today? Wu Zhou raised a command flag, and a tremendous sword shadow gathered above the group, sending ripples through the air. Strike! He roared. The sword phantom howled toward Luo Tian like rolling thunder. The grandstand erupted. They're going straight for Luo Tian. Wu Zhou's got guts. Even Yu Wenshua backed off from that strike. Can Luo Tian stop it? Wu Zhou's talent is outstanding, and with the sword formation that blow is nearly at the profound realm. Even a monster like Luo Tian has to forfeit, right? Voices overlapped in excited debate. On the battlefield, Luo Tian had been casually hunting for opponents when the lethal sword intent reached him. He turned and watched the descending blade, massive as a falling mountain. Fall! Wu Zhou's shout boomed across the field. Luo Tian stood still, gaze locking on the sword shadow. Under his stare, the speeding blade seemed to sink into mire, slowing dramatically. What's happening? Wu Zhou stiffened. The phantom sword and even his own chi were shackled by an unseen force, yet Luo Tian had not lifted a finger. Bang! The giant sword burst apart in midair, scattering shards of light. He shattered my sword intent without doing anything? Wu Zhou's face went pale. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Hey, race one back. Luo Tian flicked a finger. A streak of condensed energy shot out like a meteor. With that, he turned and walked away at an unhurried pace. He's running? Senior brother Wu Zhou, do we chase him? The youth asked, puzzled. Wu Zhou froze for a heartbeat. Then a chill spread through his chest. He roared, everyone, full power now. Though confused, the disciples drove the formation again. A new sword phantom rose with a clang. The next instant, boom. Luo Tian's finger strike hit, exploding on the ground. A violent shockwave ripped through the air. The freshly formed sword shadow crumpled like paper. Caught in the blast, Wu Zhou and his men were hurled away with their swords. Blood sprayed as they crashed to the ground. Damn! Wu Zhou forced himself up, crushed his token, and vanished in a flash of white light, expelled from the trial space. One after another, his companions did the same. Wu Zhou, 73rd place. Congratulations on earning a slot for Mount Shumi, the attendant announced with icy formality. Outside the arena, Yu Wenshua stood with folded arms, gloating. Wu Zhou's face was ashen, yet he had no retort. The spectators were stunned into silence. Good grief, who is Luo Tian really? I thought he only bullied easy targets. This is terrifying. Only now did the crowd grasp the depth of Luo Tian's power. Just then, someone in the stands shouted, look over there. The crowd shifted their gaze back to the light screen and erupted in shocked cries. Those two are finally squaring off. Someone shouted. At the heart of the battlefield, Imo Sha and Feng Feiyang faced each other across 100 yards of cracked earth. A hot wind whipped up splinters of rock, and the air between them roared like an invisible wall about to burst. Feng Feiyang, I don't buy it. You can't possibly end me in one strike like that beast claimed. Imo Sha growled inwardly, black-red aura surging around him like a spark ready to explode. Imo Sha, and I don't buy that you're so much stronger than me. Feng Feiyang muttered, teeth clenched. The long sword at his waist buzzed, a green glow spilling from its edge as though trying to rip open the sky. Boom. In the next instant, both figures vanished. No more holding back. All in. They swore at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. They fought from the ground to the sky and back. Fists and sword lights streaked across the heavens, tearing deep fissures in the earth while rocks rained down. Even the older masters watching shook their heads in disbelief. Now that's true genius. Their presence already dwarfs Yu and Shua's disciples, and they're only at the spirit-forming stage. Someday they'll at least reach the tribulation realm. Yet doubt not at both fighters. Imo Sha suddenly leapt back and barked, Feng Feiyang, I know your tricks. Quit holding out. Me? You're the one pulling punches. Feng Feiyang snapped. Is that all the power you've got? Their eyes locked again, and both lunged forward. Sword light and palm force intertwined 300 more moves in a blink, still dead even. The longer the battle dragged on, The angrier they grew, each convinced the other still had something in reserve, a blatant insult. Meanwhile, several li away, Luo Tian paused on a charred log, looking toward the distant blasts of energy. Someone's fighting over there. Let's check it out. With a thought, he vanished, leaving more than 20 young cultivators unconscious on the ground. Whoosh. Moments later, Luo Tian appeared at the battlefield's edge. Mo Sha and Feng Feiyang sensed him instantly, each stepping back and fixing their eyes on the newcomer. Luo Tian. Feng Feiyang's grip tightened on his hilt, expression grim. Haha, who would have guessed? 3 of the 4 prodigies in one place. Looks like the showdown arrived early. Mo Sha's eyes lit up, eager to pounce. 3. Luo Tian blinked, glancing around. No one else was near. You mean me? Mo Sha laughed. No need to get modest. Your cultivation may be lower, but in raw strength you're on our level. On your level? Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, speechless. That's right, believe it. Mo Sha thumped his chest and nodded hard. Clang. Feng Feiyang drew his sword, the tip leveled at Luo Tian. Since you're here, join the fight. Summon your battle companion. I want to see how strong a prodigy beastmaster really is. His fighting spirit blazed as he spoke. The entire scene was projected onto the holographic screen, letting everyone in the stand see everything. My God, the match has been going for barely 15 minutes, and we're already seeing this level of combat? Watching Masha against Feng Feiyang was exciting enough, and now Luo Tian of the same caliber jumps in. How could we miss this? Who's going to win? Hard to say. The 3 of them are about equal. It'll take at least 1,000 exchanges to settle this. Excited voices rose in waves, and the grandstand roared like thunder. At the center of the arena, Luo Tian still hadn't summoned his battle pet. Veins bulged on Feng Feiyang's forehead. First Masha held back, and now even Luo Tian wanted to hide his true strength. Were they looking down on him? Fine. They'll make you go all out. He shouted, drawing his sword. Luo Tian, fight me. Clang, clang, clang. The blade sang. He charged, dozens of sword shadows forming behind him. Man and sword merged into one, his edge tearing through the air. Even Masha didn't dare block it directly. This strike was stronger than anything had shown before. Luo Tian merely frowned, lifted his hand, and swatted casually. Boom. Before Feng Feiyang knew what had happened, a tremendous force sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon, his sword light scattering into fragments. Masha's scalp tingled. Feng Feiyang, whose strength matched his own, had been one shot with a single slap. He suddenly recalled the airborne beast warning someone far stronger than you, referred not to Feng Feiyang, but to Luo Tian. Cold sweat soaked his clothes. Luo Tian turned to him. A moment ago you said we were on the same level? Masha swallowed. Aye aye. Before he could finish, Luo Tian raised his hand again. Boom. Masha was slammed into the ground, dirt spraying skyward. 30 competitors left? Luo Tian glanced at the names on the floating screen and nodded. Let's finish this quickly. Soul power rippled outward, mapping every opponent's position in his mind. We'll start over there. The words had barely left his lips when his figure blurred and disappeared. Elsewhere on the battlefield, snowflakes drifted. Standing atop an icy lotus, Xue Linglong faced several opponents. Concede now. If this drags on, you'll only end up hurt. Dozens of ice pillars crisscrossed around her, a few containing frozen figures. A young woman opposite her bit her lip. We ambushed her and still lost this battle, so this is what a prodigy looks like. Xue Linglong's eyes glinted coldly. You have 3 breaths. After that, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1, 2. She was about to strike. Boom. A dark silhouette slammed into the ground before her at terrifying speed. A sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. Xue Linglong lowered her gaze toward the sound and spotted a ragged silhouette sprawled on the ground. When she saw who it was, she sucked in a sharp breath. Feng Feiyang. Blood stained his chest. His breathing was ragged, and he could barely stay upright. Feng Feiyang, why are you here? What happened to you? Did Mo Sha do this? She crouched beside him, hand out to help. By rights they were evenly matched, might even edge her out, yet he now looked as if he had been hurled from the sky. And no, it wasn't Mo Sha. It was Luo Tian. Blood welled at the corner of his mouth, and his voice trembled. Luo Tian, he's that strong? Did he bring a spirit beast? Instinctively, she pictured Luo Tian backed by a flyer at the Skysoar, or even profound level. Feng Feiyang shook his head, each breath laced with pain. No, he used his bare hands. One strike sent me flying. I never even saw him move. I'm guessing Mo Sha ended the same way. Barehanded, one-shotting 2 prodigies? Xue Linglong's mind buzzed. Her estimation of Luo Tian skyrocketed. I can't hold on. I'm withdrawing. Feng Feiyang gave a bitter smile, crushed his token, and vanished in a beam of light. A word of advice: don't take that monster Hedon. As the light faded, he was gone. Xue Linglong watched the spot for a moment, her expression growing grave. Just then a sharp gust split the air. A figure skimmed across the ground toward her, forcing Xue Linglong to draw her sword and pivot. Easy, Fairy Xue. I'm not here to fight. The newcomer called, raising both hands. Her eyes stayed cold. State your business. He caught his breath. You've heard about Luo Tian, right? She nodded. He's terrifying. At this rate, we're doomed. And if Nightwind Kingdom takes the crown, Frostfall's honor is finished. So, her brow furrowed. I've spoken with several Frostfall fighters. Let's join forces and take him down. You are the strongest among us, so well follow your lead. Once Luo Tian falls, the championship is yours. Deal? Her gaze chilled further, the frown deepening. Sorry, not interested. She shook her head. What? Why? He had thought the offer irresistible. The crown is something I'll earn on my own. If I win by trickery, victory itself becomes a demon in my heart. Her tone was calm, but final. But Luo Tian's strength. If he beats me, it simply means I'm not strong enough yet. He'll train harder. She pointed toward the forest. Leave. If you stay, he'll force you out. The young man sighed in frustration and retreated. Xue Linglong spun, her sword flashing as she felled several lurking opponents and harvested a handful of points. She sheathed her blade and stared into the depths of the woods, eyes sharp as frost. Luo Tian, am eager to see just how strong you truly are. Meanwhile, the rebuffed youth raced toward a nearby valley. Torches flickered at the entrance, where more than 20 fighters from Frostfall Kingdom had already gathered. How did it go? Did Xue Linglong agree? Inside the tent, an anxious teenager jerked his head up and asked. No, that woman's got a screw loose. She refused. The leader slammed his fist onto the table, sending splinters flying. What? Then what do we do? I just watched Luo Tian fights absurdly strong. Without Xue Linglong, we don't stand a chance. The words echoed and faded, and the 20-odd elites from Tianshuang Kingdom fell silent, the air turning thick. A sharp-featured youth's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, Bai Tianyu is close to Luo Tian. Let's grab Bai Tianyu and force Luo Tian to back out. Head snapped up as if jolted awake. Good idea used by Tianyu to make Luo Tian yield. Discussion broke out, cruelty flashing in their eyes. A calm voice cut through the chatter. That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Who dares question me? The sharp-featured youth froze. Outside the firelight stood a boy with his hands clasped behind him, quietly watching. Moonlight etched his profile. It was Luo Tian. The camp erupted. Damn it, when did you get here? Relax. There are more than 20 of us. We fear one man. Exactly. He's only human, and we're Tianshuang's finest. As the clamor died, Luo Tian smiled faintly. Since you're not scared stiff, he'll give you a chance. He'll stand right here. If any of you can make me move an inch, he'll admit defeat. He folded his hands behind his back and stood as still as a spear planted in the earth. The naked contempt ignited their rage. Arrogant bastard die. A burly youth charged, fist wrapped in swirling wind, driving it toward Luo Tian's chest. Boom. Dust billowed. A flash of golden light, and the burly youth flew 7 or 8 yards like a snapped kite, crashing down with a twisted arm before blacking out. He blocked it with nothing but a golden aura. Faces went ashen. Breathing grew ragged. Before the shock faded, a snow-white petal drifted through the night. A figure in white landed lightly. It was Xue Linglong. Fairy Xue, you changed your mind? They clutched at her like drowning men to driftwood. She shook her head. Sorry, I want to team up with you. After you're finished, I'll fight him myself. That is a warrior's pride. Her words shattered their final hope. So, are you going to fight or not? If you're done, it's my turn, Luo Tian said, impatience edging his voice. Damn it, fight to the death. The remaining youths roared, charging at him. Luo Tian lifted one hand, swatting left and right. Anyone he touched shot through the air like a falling star, overturning crates and braziers. Firelight and dust mingled, plunging the camp into chaos. It no longer looked like a contest between peers, more like Luo Tian swatting flies. Off to the side, Xue Linglong stood rigid, pupils contracting. She had heard Feng Feiyang describe Luo Tian's terrifying power, but only now did she truly understand. Only now did she realize just how vast the gulf between them really was. This guy, is he even human? Xue Linglong stared at Luo Tian, her slender shoulders trembling. Since the day she began cultivation, her will had been as immovable as ancient ice. Yet now hairline cracks spread across that frozen resolve. The man standing before her was so terrifying she couldn't see the slightest chance of victory. Inside the arena, Luo Tian lifted a hand and slapped his opponent away, sending the man sprawling while murmuring a countdown. 15, 14, 13. What is he counting? The crowd in the stands asked one another in confusion. 10, 9, 8, 7. Before the palm wind had fully dispersed, Luo Tian suddenly stopped and arched a brow. Soul power flooded the field like a tide, and in an instant he sensed how many names still glowed on the Tianshuang ranking board. Counting himself, only 7 remained. If he blasted the boy in front of him off the stage, he would become 6th, and that would complicate things. The boy stared at the hovering palm, his face whiter than paper, heart pounding. Being hit wasn't scary, waiting for it was. Brother Luo Tian, please don't hit me. I surrender, all right? He trembled as he produced his token, ready to crush it. Stop, Luo Tian barked. Try to surrender, and I'll flatten you, understand? Huh. The boy flinched, dropping the token, almost in tears. So he couldn't could have had to take the slap? Luo Tian rubbed his chin for a moment. then broke into a strange grin. If we're putting on a show, we might as well do it right. A straight surrender looks lazy, come on, hit me. What? The boy was bewildered. The last person brave enough to throw a punch had been knocked out cold. Where was he supposed to find the courage? Are you swinging or not? If not, they'll kill you, Luo Tian growled, sounding like a beast ready to maul. The boy raised his arm but froze halfway, unable to bring it down. Growing impatient, Luo Tian swept the arena with his gaze until it settled on Xue Linglong. If you want, then you. Hit me with your strongest move. Xue Linglong was just as stunned. Moments ago this monster had dominated the field, and now he wanted someone to attack him? Was he mocking her? Fine, as you wish. She sprang into the air, hair streaming behind her, eyes flashing cold light. I may not win, but I'll make you bleed. Pressing her palms together, she shouted, Icebound expanse. A frozen domain bloomed above her head, snow and wind tumbling down. Seal. A surge of killing frost rushed toward Luo Tian, the air crackling as it froze. Ice spread across the ground, yet 3 feet from him it shattered against an unseen barrier. That was your strongest technique? Luo Tian asked, looking up at her completely unharmed. Xue Linglong stared, stunned. She had known she was outmatched, but never imagined her trump card would be ignored outright. It was the first time any of her skills had been rendered useless. Humiliation and anger swelled within her, tears shimmering in her eyes. Huh, why are you crying? Luo Tian asked, genuinely puzzled. Just then a weak voice called from nearby, help. Luo Tian turned his head and nearly jumped in fright. The young man stood a short distance away, unable to withstand Xue Linglong's ice-sealing 3,000 miles technique. In a heartbeat, frigid frost crept up his sleeves to his shoulders, and a sheet of ice pinned half of his body to the spot. His face turned purplish, his lips quivered, and his shallow breathing hinted that he could die at any moment. Not good. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. If this fellow froze to death, Luo Tian would drop to 6th place and be stuck with the prize for 6th, absolutely not the trophy he wanted. With that in mind, he yanked out his personal token, crushed it with a snap, and shouted, such terrifying cold I concede. The token burst into powder, a white light fell over him, and in the blink of an eye Luo Tian was transported off the battlefield. The sudden twist left Xue Linglong stunned. A moment ago, I was certain I'd lost, and now he surrenders? She murmured, staring at the fading glow where Luo Tian had stood. Could he have seen me crying and taken pity on me? The thought of how close she'd come to giving up filled her with confusion. How could anyone abandon the Tianshuang Wuju Championship when the top prize this year is the Overlord Body Refining Art, a peerless manual? Even stranger, her cold never touched him, yet he praised its power before admitting defeat, clearly sparing her dignity. She had believed Luo Tian a bloodthirsty brute, only to discover tenderness beneath the surface. Master always said men are selfish, she whispered, cheeks flushing, and I used to believe it too. No, stop. He must be afraid of offending Chishua Palace. Yes, that's it. Though the excuse felt flimsy, she forced herself to accept it must not lose her heart to any man. Meanwhile, the spectators on the terrace were speechless. Luo Tian had the title within reach, yet he quit on his own. What on earth was he thinking? Whatever the reason, he was out, and all eyes returned to the field. An eerie atmosphere settled over the arena. The boy struck by the stray frost was quickly eliminated, leaving 5 contenders whose images now floated in separate light screens. 1. Xue Linglong stood in a mountain valley, clutching her collar, locked in inner turmoil. 2. Lin Zhaoran buried himself in the earth, leaving only 2 nostrils exposed as he played dead. 3. On the easternmost side, Han Wenzhou sprinted about, eager for a duel, yet finding no one. What kind of trial is this? I haven't met a single opponent, he muttered while running. 4. Elsewhere, Bai Tianyu wore the same puzzled look. Weird. Where did everybody go? 5. In the final screen, a boy lay prone in a thicket, palms pressed together in silent prayer. Hang in there, he whispered. If I can just stay hidden for a while, they'll break into the top 100. The crowd in the stands finally lost its patience. Since the Tianshuang martial tournament had begun, they'd been eager for a brutal, no-holds-barred showdown. Yet the arena now lay stagnant. Only 5 contestants remained, each minding their own business, turning a grand spectacle into a farce. Curses filled the bleachers, every shout louder than the one before. An isolation barrier blocked the uproar from reaching the arena, so the fighters heard none of it. You dragged me back here for this? In one corner, Elder Zhou clenched the railing hard enough to whiten his knuckles, his beard quivering with rage. Beside him stood Elder Sun, the steward in charge of this round, looking helpless. Tell me, what just happened? Where's Luo Tian? Elder Sun asked in a low voice. Luo Tian has been eliminated, a steward answered, bracing himself. What? Eliminated? By whom? Elder Sun's eyes widened. By Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong. She's that strong? Elder Sun could hardly believe it. Had witnessed Luo Tian's frightening power firsthand. The steward hurriedly shook his head and explained that Luo Tian had conceded on his own. When he finished, Elder Sun's face twisted as though he were stifling a stomachache. That boy gives up far too easily. Elder Zhou scowled and snorted. He abandoned the dominating body technique for a mere woman? Spineless shall never amount to anything. Elder Sun nodded, then gazed at the projection. Elder Zhou, what do we do now? This year's tournament is humiliating enough. End it right here, Elder Zhou said, his voice low yet seething. If we let it drag on, it'll only get uglier. Look at them, one burying himself alive, one cowering in the grass, a lovesick youth staring into space, and two fools running in circles pathetic. As you wish. Elder Sun cupped his fists and activated the formation flag. The arena flared, and the final 5 contestants were swept out in a beam of light. What's happening? We're out already? Bai Tianyu and Han Wenzhou landed mid-stride, traded a glance, and groaned. No one even hit Muhid. I get teleported? The boy had been hiding in the bushes looked around, bewildered. Ow, my back. Lin Zhaoran, covered in dirt, spat out a mouthful of sand and yelped in pain. Zhaoran, what happened to you? Bai Tianyu and Han Wenzhou rushed over to help him up. Elder Sun cleared his throat, face like iron. Congratulations. You are the top 5 of this year's Tianshuang martial tournament. The words burned in his chest aside from Shui Linglong. The other 4 were an outright circus. Top 5. Just like that? The 5 of them stood frozen, disbelief written all over their faces. The stands erupted in boos. The audience roared in fury. That's right, Elder Sun sighed. First place goes to Shui Linglong. Because Luo Tian had been her last target, all his points transferred to her, securing the top spot. At this announcement, the crowd managed a few grudging claps and cheers. Elder Sun then glanced at the mud-plastered Lin Zhaoran and, with resignation, announced, second place, Lin Zhaoran. The boos grew even louder, and someone shouted at the top of his lungs, what kind of joke is this? Second place? I refuse. An absolute disgrace to Tianshuang. Still, no amount of booing could change the results. Third through 5th place went to Bai Tianyu and Xiaolong. When Elder Sun read their names, helplessness spread across his face, and a chorus of jeers erupted from the stands. Yet none of the 3 finalists flinched, least of all Xiaolong. Wait, I took 5th? All I did was lie in the bushes for a bit, and I still came in 5th? Xiaolong's eyes went round as saucers. Excitement shot through him, and he almost didn't know what to do with his hands. Good fortune had arrived far too suddenly. All right, the rest of the top 10, come up and claim your rewards. Elder Sun waved, sounding spent. Under the steward's guidance, the remaining 5 participants mounted the platform. Luo Tian strode up on his own, while the other 4 were carried. 3 were still unconscious from Luo Tian's palm strike, and the last had nearly died after Shui Linglong encased him in ice. Luo Tian had barely taken his place when whispers rose from a dark corner of the stands. Patriarch, do we strike now and kill Luo Tian? A member of the Lu clan asked in a low voice. The clan leader frowned, glancing toward another corner. Old Zhou is watching. Don't act rashly. Let the boy live a little longer. After the Frost Tournament awards are over, we move. Yes, Patriarch. The clansmen retreated. On the platform, Shui Linglong's heart raced as soon as Luo Tian drew near. She silently scolded herself. Shui Linglong, don't overthink it. He only stepped in because he didn't want to offend Blizzard Palace. Repeating the words finally calmed her. Let's hand out the prizes, Elder Sun urged, wanting to finish as quickly as possible. But just then, hold it. A thunderous voice boomed. 2 figures sprang from opposite corners of the stands and landed at the center of the stage. The Grand Fiend of 5 Demon Ridge, Ding Zhanshan, and Bai Fengping, Sect Master of White Cloud Sword Sect? Elder Sun knitted his brows. Both men were 9th-level Void Return experts with immense influence. If they meant trouble, it could prove disastrous. Bai Fengping clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Sun, I intend no disrespect, but something must be said. Speak, Sect Master Bai, Elder Sun replied gravely. Bai Fengping declared, the Frost Tournament not only showcases the highest level of our young generation, but also reflects the honor of our nation. Therefore, the strongest should occupy the highest ranks. Ding Zhanshan nodded. Exactly. Most of these so-called top 10 are unworthy. If they travel abroad and people mistake them for our finest heroes, where will our pride be? Elder Sun's gaze sharpened. And in your view? Bai Fengping's tone hardened. Everyone knows my disciple Feng Feiyang and Ding Zanshan's Mo Sha are actually the most gifted contenders this year. Because of accidents, they failed to enter the top 10. A real pity. He shot Luo Tian a venomous glare when he said accidents. Ding Zhanshan continued. We discussed it and propose a rule change. Let these 2 true prodigies fight one more match. The winner takes first place, and everyone else shifts down. Take Luo Tian, for instance, he's 7th now. After the adjustment, he'd be 9th. This protects our nation's reputation and keeps things fair. Because Luo Tian had left Feng Feiyang and Mo Sha badly hurt, the 2 were now determined to make him pay. On the raised platform, Shui Linglong jerked her head up, her clear eyes locked onto the pair in the arena. Frustration roared inside her like a caged beast. This chief seat had appeared out of nowhere, and she would have handed it to Luo Tian without protest. But these 2 had stripped her of even the right to try. It was unforgivable. Ding Zhanshan, The demon overlord merely turned his head for a glance. Bang! A chilly, sinister force tore through the air with the metallic tang of blood and slammed toward Xue Linglong. She staggered back 3 steps, her boots screaming across the stone as a mouthful of blood surged to her throat. One look had already wounded her. Little girl from Deceit Snow Palace, Ding Zhanshan rasped, his voice like a file on iron. Is this your place to speak? If your master were still at her peak, you might have a sliver of hope. Too bad everyone knows the state that old witch is in now. You color drained from Xue Linglong's face as she retreated another step. Her master's condition was the palace's deepest secret, yet he had laid it bare. Fear, humiliation, and anger tangled together, her shoulders trembling until she finally coughed up crimson. Ding Zhanshan, what's your problem? Picking on a junior, are you even human? Someone shouted from below. That's our snow goddess. Ding Zhanshan, he'll fight you to the end. Ding Zanshan's gaze swept the crowd, killing intent thin and icy as frost. Anyone with an objection, step forward. The people of 5 Demon Ridge can visit your home and discuss it with your whole family. The threat pierced straight to the bone. Faces turned away, no one daring to meet his eyes. In Tianshuang Kingdom, 5 Demon Ridge wasn't the strongest sect, but it was the most ruthless. They never hesitated to erase witnesses or wipe out entire clans. Who would risk their family over a chief seat? On any other day, neither 5 Demon Ridge nor Baiyun Sword Sect would offend the royal court, but the prize today was the Overlord body tempering art. Securing it could skyrocket their disciples' power and give 2 old monsters stuck for years at the 9th tier of the Gui Su Realm a chance to charge into the tribulation stage. As for the throne, they could compensate later, send disciples to the front, even join the war personally, and the rift would close. First seize the chief's seat, everything else could wait. That flawless plan clicked in their minds like abacus beads. Hey, you two, what did you just say? A taunting voice exploded behind them, cold as a blade at the throat. Huh. Ding Zhanshan and the Baiyun Sword Sect elder wheeled around. Luo Tian was half a step behind them, robes stirring in still air, eyes glinting like knife tips. Staring at Luo Tian, both men felt a fury they could barely contain. It was this brute who left their cherished disciples so badly injured they still couldn't stand. If Luo Tian hadn't stepped in, the 2 sect titans might never have torn off their polite masks, but now their hatred ran so deep that every word seemed to drip with blood. Ding Zhanshan glared down at Luo Tian, his voice like a crack of thunder. Kid, who said you could speak? Open your mouth again, and it'll break your legs. Bai Fengping gave a cold snort. Mind your manners, Junior, and step aside. Both men stood on the platform's edge, inner energy swirling around them, looking down on Luo Tian as if he were dust. Seeing this, Lin Zhaoran, Han Wensheng, and Bai Tianyu slipped to the back of the crowd without a word, afraid they'd be showered in blood the next moment. Up in the stands, Patriarch Lu's brow tightened into a knot. That brat actually dared provoke these 2 devils? If Ding Zhanshan loses his temper and kills him on the spot, how are we supposed to get our revenge? Keeping his voice low, he issued rapid orders. Listen, Yupif, Ding Zhanshan goes for the kill, charge in at once. Capture Luo Tian first, then carve him up. Yes, sir. His men answered in unison, their eyes cold and hard. Under countless watchful eyes. Whoosh. Luo Tian lifted his arm and pushed. A blaze of gold erupted, coalescing into a colossal hand that filled the sky, every fingerprint etched in divine light. So you dare strike first? Good. A cruel smile curled at Ding Zanshan's lips. Head wanted to avenge Imo Sha all along, but had hesitated to make the first move. Now Luo Tian had removed that restraint. He punched, power roaring out like a breached dam. Yet the instant his force touched the golden palm, it vanished as if swallowed by a swamp. The giant hand closed instead, wrapping Ding Zhanshan in its grip. What? Imo Sha's eyelids twitched wildly. A regional tyrant was being crushed alive in someone's hand. Damn it, break. Ding roared, true energy surging, but he couldn't shake so much as a single ridge in that golden hand. For the first time, cold fear seeped into his bones. Luo Tian's fingers tightened. Crack, crack. Bones snapped in rapid succession. F. Ding's scream tore at every scalp in the arena. Brother Ding, he'll help you. Bai Fengping roared, sword flashing free. Clang. A frigid gleam shot skyward, and a 3-zhong sword shadow formed behind him, its shockwave driving the spectators back. Sword intentrial, sword intent. So this is the White Cloud sect master's true strength. The crowd gasped. Luo Tian didn't even bother to turn. He simply pointed with his left hand. Clang, clang, clang. The air around him trembled, and in an instant hundreds of sword shadows 100 zhong long materialized, so dense their edges shredded the air with a shrill scream. What Bei's strike faltered as the sky-filling sword intent shattered his composure. After half a lifetime of training, he could conjure only a 3-zhong shadow, while Luo Tian raised a finger and summoned hundreds, each 100 zhong. His Dao heart almost collapsed on the spot. Swish. A dozen sword rays shot forward. Before Bai Fengping could parry, the gale slammed him backward. With a dull thud, he was nailed to the stone wall, blood streaming down. A grand sect master, felled in a single move. The audience was thunderstruck. Even Patriarch Lu's men froze in place. Luo Tian turned his gaze back to Ding Zhanshan, still caught in his grip, and spoke in a voice calm enough to chill the bone. Tell me what number did you say I was? Facing Luo Tian's questioning, Ding Zhanshan finally gave in. You're first. He swallowed hard, ignoring the agony coursing through him, certain the answer would satisfy his tormentor. Instead, Luo Tian grabbed Ding Zhanshan by the collar and swung him like a rag doll, slamming him into the ground again and again. Stones scattered. With every strike, Luo Tian roared. First? You're first? Your whole family's first. After several blows, blood spurted from Ding Zhanshan, half his face smashed beyond recognition. He nearly lost consciousness. One more chance, what rank am I? Luo Tian yanked him up, his voice cold as steel. Second? Ding Zhanshan stammered. Before he finished the word, Luo Tian's face darkened. Boom, 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 another barrage drove Ding Zhanshan into the earth. Cracks spread like a spiderweb. His bones rattled with each impact. Luo Tian stopped, hauled him upright again, and growled, last chance. What rank am I? Tears and blood streaked Ding Zhanshan's face. Whether he said first or second, he was pounded just the same. If this kept up, he really would die here. Mind racing. He whispered, to get it, I want let him Sha and the others move up. We'll keep the original rankings, all right? Only then did Luo Tian snort and fling him aside. I worked hard to rig my score, and you think you can change it? Courting death? Ding Zhanshan lay amid the rubble, every nerve on fire, cursing his own stupidity for ever provoking this monster. Go on. Hand out the awards, Luo Tian ordered Elder Sunday. Elder Sun's face was ghost white, sweat dripping like rain. Apart from Elder Zhou and a few rumored tribulation-level experts, Ding Zhanshan, and by Fengping ranked among Tianshuang's strongest yet, they had been helpless before Luo Tian. Unbelievable. Very well, next award, Elder Sun announced, voice quivering. First place in the Tianshuang martial trials, Xue Linglong. He felt guilty even saying it. Everyone knew who the real champion was. 100 Xue Linglongs couldn't withstand a single slap from Luo Tian. But after the brutal lesson they'd just witnessed, who dared alter the list? As first prize, here is the dominating body forging manual. Xue Linglong, come accept your reward. He called her name 3 times. In the crowd, Xue Linglong didn't budge. Eyes red, she stared at Luo Tian. He fought Ding Zhanshan and the others for me. Otherwise, why give up first place and settle for 7th? Once on the battlefield, now again here he's always shielding me. He even exposed his true strength to avenge my injuries, and I actually doubted him. Tears streamed down her cheeks. In her heart, the tale had already blossomed into a saccharine romance, while Luo Tian had merely been manipulating his score, blissfully oblivious. Her daze forced Elder Sun to raise his voice. Xue Linglong, are you all right? Elder Sun called out. I'm here. Xue Linglong snapped back to attention, smoothed her dress, and hurried to the front. Elder Sun raised a hand and offered a scroll laced with golden threads. This is your reward, the Dominating Body Refinement Manual. You've no doubt heard of its power, so I won't elaborate. Also, Sumera Mountain in the Tianyang Empire will open in 3 months. Your Palace of Frost may send 3 disciples inside. Thank you. Elder Sunday Xue Linglong accepted the manual with both hands and stepped aside. She didn't open it immediately. Instead, she gazed at Luo Tian, tears glistening in her eyes. Second place, Lin Zhaoran, Elder Sun went on. Bruised and battered, Lin Zhaoran limped onto the stage. When he took his prize, a chorus of boos rose from the stands. The next few disciples collected their rewards amid similar noise. At last it was Luo Tian's turn. 7th place, Luo Tian. Elder Sun paused slightly. Luo Tian mounted the dais. Elder Sun held up a crimson blood spirit pearl, its scarlet glow pulsing in his palms. This is your reward. Luo Tian accepted the pearl, his features relaxing. A faint smile tugged at his lips. One more item, and I can push for the next realm. Elder Sun studied the pearl, a frown creasing his brow. Rare though it was, it hardly qualified as a peerless treasure. Hoping to curry favor, he ventured, perhaps this pearl isn't enough. Would you prefer? Before he finished, Luo Tian's eyes turned frigid, killing intent crashing down like an icy waterfall. What did you say? The pressure nearly buckled Elder Sun's knees. He waved both hands frantically. No, nothing. Please keep it. Also, in 3 months you may bring 3 companions to Sumera Mountain. Luo Tian withdrew his aura, nodded, and stepped aside. The remaining awards were distributed quickly. Elder Sun offered a few polite remarks on behalf of the royal family, then dismissed the assembly. Elsewhere in the stands, members of the Lu clan watched Luo Tian leave. A clansman whispered, Patriarch, the ceremony's over. Do we make a move? Bang. The Patriarch slapped him on the forehead, almost knocking him over. Fool, can't you sense his strength? You still want to attack him? Are you tired of living? Patriarch, so we give up? Someone asked, stunned. The Patriarch's face darkened. He's at least in the tribulation stage. The Lu clan can't touch him. We'll have to ask my sister. She's in the Tianyang Empire, perhaps she can help. He drew a transmission talisman from his robe, infused it with spiritual power, and sent it streaking into the sky. Outside the arena, Luo Tian rejoined by Tianyu, Lu Rufin, and Gu Qingyan. Brother Luo, what's next? Bai Tianyu asked. I've been away a long time. I'm going home first, Luo Tian replied simply. Though a little disappointed, Bai Tianyu laughed. All right, we'll meet again at Sumera Mountain in 3 months. The three bade him farewell and headed for Treasure Pavilion. They placed hefty bets there before the exam and were eager to collect. Watching his friends depart, Luo Tian suddenly raised an eyebrow. His gaze swept toward a secluded stone corridor, and his voice rang out, low but clear. Stop hiding, come out. The moment the words left his mouth, Xue Linglong timidly stepped out from the corner of the street. With her head lowered, she hugged a thick volume to her chest, hesitated for a heartbeat, then hurried up to Luo Tian and whispered, Luo Tian. This is for you. A cold gleam leaked through her fingers. Luo Tian glanced down. The cover read, Batian Body Forging Art, the very prize awarded for taking first place in the Tianshuang martial trials. What's your angle? Trying to swap it for the Crimson Blood Spirit Pearl? Not happening. Luo Tian frowned. His reply as clean and final as a knife stroke. Huh. No, you've got it wrong. Xue Linglong shook her head, lashes trembling. I've already memorized every line of this manual, and it could help your cultivation, so I want you to have the original. By the time she finished, her blush had crept from her ears to her neck. Luo Tian let out a quiet breath, but his stance didn't budge. Forget it. I don't need it. Keep it. The refusal stunned Xue Linglong, and her heart began to pound as worried I might have memorized it incorrectly. He actually thought of that. The warmth of the thought left her flustered. Clutching the manual, she asked softly, Luo Tian, will we see each other again? In 3 months we're all heading to Mount Shumi, aren't we? Luo Tian looked up, his tone even. A jolt ran through her. Was that an invitation? Face aflame, she nodded. All right. See you there. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned and scampered around the corner. What's with that girl? Luo Tian rubbed the bridge of his nose, puzzled. His gaze shifted to the other wall, and he raised his voice. Come on out. I was talking about you. Why keep hiding? From behind the blue brick corner, a gray-robed figure emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, Elder Zhou smiled kindly. Heh, I knew I couldn't fool you. I was only trying not to interrupt the youngsters. You've been following me. What do you want? Luo Tian asked bluntly. Stroking his beard, Elder Zhou's eyes roamed over Luo Tian. I'm curious, young man. Who exactly are you? Luo Tian from Beibei City. Didn't you read my registration file? Luo Tian replied flatly. The file listed him as a teenage cultivator at the 9th level of Qi gathering, yet the power head displayed still had Elder Zhou's heart racing. The elder frowned. Could the boy be concealing his true cultivation? The thought was barely formed before he sent a silent thread of soul power toward Luo, when someone ignorant of such arts would never notice. An instant later, an overwhelming force crashed down, locking his soul power in place. If Elder Zhou's soul force was a leopard, the power before him was an entire mountain range. One thought could crush the leopard to dust. The pressure vanished as quickly as it came. Elder Zhou's face went ashen. He staggered back several steps, gasping. Luo Tian's eyes were icy. If you have something to ask, ask. Don't sneak around probing me with soul power. This is your first warning. If there's a next time, you die. Luo Tian looked at Zhou Lao, his voice flat and glacial. Gulp. Zhou Lao swallowed hard. Earlier he would have laughed at Luo Tian's threat, but now he could feel a soul force as vast as an abyss, stronger than any he had encountered in his life. Across the entire Tianyang Empire, no one could match it. Forgive me. I was presumptuous. Zhou Lao drew a deep breath and bowed formally. Do you want something? Luo Tian arched an eyebrow, sounding impatient. I was merely curious about your identity, Zhou Lao explained quickly. I feared you were some grand master posing as a youth to enter the Tianshuang martial trials, but now I believe that isn't so. Oh, why are you so sure? Luo Tian asked, mildly intrigued. A man with soul power like yours would never stoop to such petty tricks, Zhou Lao said with a wry smile. Besides, if you wanted anything, you'd simply take it. Luo Tian nodded. If that's settled, I'll be on my way. Wait, Zhou Lao said, raising a hand. I have one more request. Speak. Young Master Luo, you must have heard of the Destiny Pagoda on Shumi Mountain. I haven't, Luo Tian replied. Zhou Lao paused, then smiled and explained. Shumi Mountain holds 3 sacred sites, and the Destiny Pagoda is one of them. Legend claims a priceless treasure rests inside, yet no one has ever seen it. I want to join forces with you to open the pagoda and claim that treasure. Why ask me? Luo Tian's brow furrowed. To unlock the pagoda requires overwhelming soul power, and yours is the strongest I know, Zhou Lao answered with conviction. Why should I cooperate? Luo Tian pressed. Zhou Lao's smile turned confident. Because the pagoda also requires a special key, and it happens to be in my possession. If you agree, we'll open it together and split whatever lies inside. Luo Tian considered for a moment, then gave a faint nod. Fine. It's a trivial effort. I'll agree for the moment. Overjoyed, Zhou Lao bowed again. 3 months from now, Shumi Mountain. See you then, Luo Tian said curtly. Zhou Lao bowed once more and hurried off. When the man had vanished from sight, Luo Tian took 2 steps forward and stopped abruptly. He spun, formed a sword with his fingers, and pointed through the air. Shhk, a blade of sword chi ripped through the sky, spanning several li in an instant and striking a dilapidated watchtower. On the tower, a black-robed spy was watching from afar. A jet-black raven perched on his shoulder. The sword chi pierced him before he could react. PFF. Black blood sprayed into the air. With a heavy thud, the man in the black robe fell, sending the crow on his shoulder flapping to one side. Far in the distance, Luo Tian slowly closed his right hand, the air around his sleeve still rippling with residual force. You've been skulking after me from the start, he said coldly, casting a brief glance at the fallen figure. I've warned you more than once, yet you never learn. Turning away, he walked off without another word. On the rooftop of the gate tower, the headless corpse lay face up, blood seeping into the cracks between the stone tiles. The crow circled back, alighted beside the body, and paced left and right before suddenly driving its beak toward the open neck. The instant it touched the wound, the corpse's hand shot up bang. Steel-like fingers clamped around the bird's throat. In the space of a single breath, a torrent of black mist poured from the crow's body, forcibly drawn out by that hand. The black vapor rose, spiraled above the corpse, and with a series of cracking sounds formed bone and flesh. A hatted head coalesced in the swirling mist and settled firmly onto the neck. Only then did the black-robed man release his grip, letting the nearly lifeless crow flop onto the tiles. What a terrifying fellow if I were still alive. He would have wiped me out long ago, he rasped to himself. Watching Luo Tian's departing figure, he muttered, I doubt Wei can handle that kid. We ought to warn him. He took a step, then halted. Oh, how foolish of me. If Wei gets eliminated, I can simply claim his territory. Why bother warning him? He chuckled. I've been out long enough. Time to head home. Summoning the crow, he dissolved into a rolling cloud of black mist that vanished on the spot. At the same moment, outside the imperial capital, the golden-winged king still waited at the forest's edge. When Luo Tian appeared, he bowed low. Master, you're back. Everything went smoothly. Let's return to the city, Luo Tian replied, then asked, have you sensed anything over the past few days? That presence I despise has remained all along. You can't get near it, the golden-winged king reported. But just now it disappeared. Just disappeared? Luo Tian frowned. Could that creature have come for the Heavenly Frost tournament? Yet there's no name on the roster that stands out. After a moment's thought, he waved the idea away. Forget it, perhaps it's only a clash of bloodlines. Let's go. Yes, sir. Several days later they reached Bianbei City. In that short time the city's spiritual energy had risen noticeably, and the streets were livelier than ever. Well before they crossed the gate, Luo Tian sensed several unfamiliar Tangshuan realm auras. They meant no harm, merely cultivating in the surplus energy, so he ignored them. Back at the Luo residence the hall buzzed with warm greetings. Luo Tian asked about the newcomers, and Luo Feng explained, they arrived a few days ago. At first they were arrogant, even demanding half our city. Before Luo Feng could finish, Niu Wufang, gripping his spiked club, added with a grin, so I stepped out for a little friendly discussion, and they calmed down fast. Luo Tian arched a brow at him. Why didn't you beat them to death? A pack of trash shows up at our door, and you let them walk away. Niu Wufang rubbed his head in silence. Luo Feng hurried to intercede. I stopped him. Bianbei City is on the rise. Better we show some magnanimity first. Luo Tian waved the objection aside. Sending them on their way is the kindest thing we can do, isn't it? Beside him, Niu Taiatui slapped his massive iron palm and gave a thumbs up. Exactly. My first idea was to smash them flat, but father and Yi Tongling objected. That's the only reason we settled for a beating. Luo Feng gave a helpless smile and sighed. I keep worrying we'll make too many enemies for you. Enemies? Luo Tian lifted his eyes, his tone calm, yet razor sharp. That trash isn't worthy of being called my enemy. Besides, with the spiritual energy in Bianbei City boiling over, someone will covet the place sooner or later. Whether we look for trouble or not makes no difference. The others exchanged looks and nodded. Misty spiritual fog rolled through every street, and even the stray cats and dogs at the crossroads could tear a tiger apart with one swipe. Holding this blessed land in peace was clearly impossible. Meeting force with force is the only way forward. By the way, how are the younger clansmen progressing? Luo Tian suddenly asked. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, eyes bright. The clan's overall progress is tremendous. We now have more than 40 cultivators at the flight realm. Over 120 of the younger generation have broken into the Qi gathering realm, 7 of whom are at the peak of the 9th layer and may form spirits at any moment. What's even rarer is that their combat strength is far above average for their level. Given a little more time, each of them could become famous. Luo Feng picked up the thread, though worry furrowed his brow. There's one problem. What problem? Luo Tian looked at him. We don't have enough cultivation methods or martial techniques, and the ones we do have are too basic. Luo Feng shook his head. The few moves you pass down are astonishing, but far too difficult. Most of the clan can't comprehend them. Everything we had before is bottom tier and already useless. We have almost nothing in the middle range that suits them. Luo Tian rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment, then his lips curled. That's easy. Niu Wufang, bring back those people you beat up a few days ago. Yes, sir. Niu Wufang hefted a spiked mace taller than a man and strode out. Luo Feng looked puzzled. Tian, what are you planning? You'll see in a moment, Luo Tian said mysteriously. Before long, Niu Wufang returned, dragging the mace behind him. Several Transcendence Realm cultivators stumbled in, faces swollen and cloaks still dusty. What are you doing? We already explained everything. One of them stammered, clutching his swollen cheek. Luo Tian's gaze was as cold as a drawn blade. While I was away, you tried to force us to surrender Bianbei City. You've got some nerve. You're Luo Tian? The men looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. They had heard the stories that filled the city and now, seeing the legend in the flesh, terror flooded their hearts. He'll ask once, do you want to live, or do you want to die? Of course we want to live, the bruised man said. Luo Tian's eyes stayed cool as he nodded. Good. Since you want to live, each of you will write out from memory 100 cultivation techniques and martial skills. Everyone kneeling in the mud turned pale. 100? That's too many. Are you kidding? Luo Tian didn't even lift his eyelids. Can't do it. He raised a hand. Niu Wufang. Here. The burly Niu Wufang hefted his spiked club, joints cracking. One swing apiece, smash them flat. Sound good? Do it, Luo Tian replied. The club started to fall. Wait. Ill right. Someone finally broke and shouted. Only then did Luo Tian look away, voice still calm. Good. Remember this, none of the techniques may overlap. They'll have people check for duplicates. If there's too much repetition, whoever turned theirs in later loses. And I want quality. Pad the list with trash and Niu Wufang will send you on your way with a single blow. What? Their faces turned bloodless. No repeats. Top tier, 100 techniques. It was practically a death sentence. Luo Tian's face chilled. Any objections? No. They stammered, heads down. When you're done, you're free, Luo Tian said, sweeping his gaze over them. If you want to stay in Beibei City, there'll be a place for you. If you'd rather leave, I won't stop you. Yes, they muttered, then were led off to right. With that settled, Luo Tian turned to Luo Feng. Father, the spiritual energy here is soaring. More experts will come. Anyone who wants and must submit powerful techniques. The elders will judge the amount. One supreme technique is enough. Lesser ones require 10, and anything weaker is worthless. Understood, the elders answered in unison. The troublemakers exchanged looks. One muttered, young Master Luo Tian. Why do they hand over 1 or 10 while we cough up 100? Luo Tian's glance was icy. Because yours are to buy your lives. If I'd been here during your riot, not even the heavens could have saved you. His killing intent silenced them. They slunk away and began writing furiously. After arranging city affairs, Luo Tian dismissed the crowd and returned home to rest. 3 days later, 100 li east of Beibei City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swordlights split the sky. 3 white-robed figures rode their blades, leaving faint trails of aura behind them. The spiritual energy's incredible, a young man in white said, smiling, toward Beibei City. This must be the spot Elder mentioned. Even at this distance the aura was thick. A middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes. For it to be this rich 100 li away, unbelievable. Their leader, a sword-backed man, snorted. A tiny kingdom hogging a treasure like this, it's obscene. Should we wait for the elders? The young man asked cautiously. No need. The leader shook his head. We go in, kill whoever's in the way, and take the city. I'm not letting anyone else claim this merit. The youth hesitated. But if the enemy's strong? The leader cut him off with disdain. Junior brother, are you slow? This is Nightwind Kingdom. There aren't any real experts here. You, me, all 3 of us are in the Guishu realm. In Yefeng Kingdom, that practically makes us ancestor swats there to fear? Under the night sky, the swordsman slapped the shoulder of the man in white, laughing with arrogant ease. The middle-aged woman joined in, voice ringing out. Great idea, senior brother. Before her laughter faded, 3 streaks of light cut through the darkness, racing toward Beibei City. Whoosh. Wind screamed past their ears, and in a blink they hovered high above the outer wall. The woman glanced at the swordsman for instructions. He offered none, simply drew a long breath and dumped every ounce of spiritual power into the air. Boom. A mountain-like pressure rolled across the city. Roof tiles rattled, dust swirled. His voice followed, thundering like cannon fire. Whoever's in charge down there, reef, you can still breathe. Get out here. Half the city bolted awake. The swordsman fell silent, face unmoved. The woman hid a smirk behind her hand. That shout must have scared them witless. Humph. In this sorry little country, a Tongxian cultivator counts as divine. After my roar, he's probably wetting himself. The swordsman sneered. Give it a minuteth, you'll be kneeling. Right on cue. Water erupted beside the moat, and a figure shot skyward. Nyo Tietchue, fishing rod in hand, fury blazing in her eyes. The swordsman's lips curled. See, here they come. He opened his mouth to speak, but Neo Tietue beat him to it. Who the hell are you yelling at? I was about to land a fish, and your damn howl scared everything away. You out of your mind? Her voice hit harder than his roar, a gale that nearly forced the trio to shut their eyes. The man in white blanched and hissed, Senior brother, something's off. That woman's Guishu realm too. Ninth stage, on the brink of tribulation. Since when did Yeffing Kingdom grow monsters like this? Panic flickered in their eyes. The swordsman steadied his breath. Easy. She's strong but alone. 3 Guishu still beat 1. He wasn't finished when another shout came from the city. Mother, what's going on? A second Neo Tietue vaulted onto the wall, wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, also Guishu. First stage. Tears pooled in the man in white. Senior brother, there's more than one. The swordsman's face twitched, but he forced bravado. Relax. The newcomer's only first stage. We still hold the upper hand. He got no further. 3 shadows burst from the streets, a deeper pressure, snapping the sky shut. The 3 demons surfaced, surrounding the intruders. The man in white swallowed hard. Senior brother, 3 more. I can't read their realm. If a Guishu couldn't gauge them, they were leagues above. And so they were peak tribulation, still undemonized. Color drained from the swordsman's cheeks, yet he clung to pride. Don't panic. Loose cultivators, that's all. Name our sect, and they'll back off. We still have leverage. He straightened, projecting his voice. We are disciples of Kanglin's sect of the Tianyang Empire. Why have you surrounded us? The words barely left his lips before the Neo mother and son traded a look with the 3 demons, then roared in unison. Get them. A few moments later, outside Bianbei City, 3 humanoid figures lay sprawled in separate craters, barely hanging on to life. Stop hitting them. The young master wants them alive. Bring them back in one piece. What if you kill them? Yi Tongling shouted, throwing himself in front of the crowd. Only then did the beating cease. Damn it. You ruined my fishing trip, Neo Tietue muttered, rolling his shoulders and stomping off. The remaining 3 fiends each hoisted a captive like a dead dog and threw the trio at Luo Tian's feet. Young master, we brought them back, Yi Tongling reported with a bow. Luo Tian glanced sideways and almost recoiled at their condition. You're sure these 3 are human and not spirit beasts? Yi Tongling laughed awkwardly. They just wouldn't shut up, and everyone got a little carried away. Whatever, Luo Tian said with a wave, then grabbed the man carrying the snapped sword. Hey, who are you? What were you yelling about just now? The swordsman forced open one swollen eye. His voice wheezed like air escaping a punctured bellows. You people, how dare you lay hands on disciples of the Kanglin sect? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Take him outside and bury him. Yes, sir. Several followers dragged the man away. Luo Tian next hauled up the man in white. Your turn. Explain yourselves. The man's lips quivered, producing only muffled groans. After a while, Luo Tian pieced together a coherent story. The 3 captives were disciples of the Kanglin sect from the Tianyang Empire. Tianyang is one of the 3 great empires on the Fenglin continent and the suzerain of the Nightwind Kingdom. Though ranked among Tianyang's first-tier powers, Kanglin is one of the weakest. In recent years, its talent pool has dried up, its spiritual veins have withered, and the sect has been scouring the land for a breakthrough. Not long ago, a sect elder performed a divination and sensed a surge of spiritual energy and Nightwind signs of a newly born paradise. Large teams of disciples were dispatched to investigate. The man in white and his companions were part of one such team. Fate led them to the outskirts of Bianbei City, where their luck ran out. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. What realm is the leader of your group? Tribulation crossing, the man in white whispered. Send him a message. Tell him to come here, Luo Tian ordered. Huh. The man froze, thinking he'd misheard. Luo Tian's face darkened. Refuse, and you'll be buried next to your friend. They'll send it right now. The man yielded at once, pulled out a jade transmitter, and relayed Luo Tian's exact words. Thousands of miles away, a white-haired elder hovered high in the sky, brow furrowed. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles, yet still hadn't pinpointed the anomaly. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist flared to life. Bianbei City? He scanned the message, eyes flashing with sharp light. Gather every disciple currently in Nightwind. Head for Bianbei City at once. Shortly afterward, outside Bianbei City, a gale whipped up dust and debris. At its center stood the elder. Greetings, elder. Several advanced disciples called, bowing deeply. He waved them aside and fixed his gaze on the sky above the city. What a wondrous paradise, and it's wasted on a bunch of Nightwind trash. But heaven has finally shown us mercy, and from this moment on, this place belongs to Kanglin's sect. The elder spoke with a satisfied smile. Before his voice faded, a disciple clasped his fists and asked, Elder, what should we do with the people in the city? Drive them out, the elder replied, hands folded behind his back, eyes narrowing in amusement. I'm in a generous mood today and prefer not to kill. Yes, sir. The disciples obeyed, surging toward Bianbei City with their chi rumbling. Halfway there, an invisible force blasted them backward as if struck by a giant hammer, flinging them to their starting point and scattering blood across the sky. The elder's expression hardened. Even the weakest among those disciples was at the profound connection realm. yet they had been repelled in an instant. He grew vigilant at once. At that moment the air before him shimmered, and a golden rock soared out with wings that blotted out the sun. On its back stood a black-clad youth Luo Tian. Beside him, Niu Tiechue and his mother stood one to each side, their presence imposing. The elder had worried an even more powerful force might have settled in the city, but after sizing them up he relaxed. The strongest, Niu Tiechue, had not yet reached the tribulation stage and posed no real threat. Stroking his beard, he said leisurely, "Young man, whose disciple are you? And why have you trespassed on Kanglan sect's forbidden ground?" Huh. Luo Tian blinked, surprised that the elder called Bianbei City Kanglan sect's forbidden ground. "You're saying this is your sect's restricted area?" "Exactly." The elder nodded, pride in his tone. "Our sect resides in the Tianyang Empire. Long ago, our ancestor placed a seal here and buried a terrestrial spirit vein, waiting for it to awaken. Centuries passed, and because the sect grew neglectful, this forbidden ground became a settlement for the people of the Yefeng kingdom." Pacing with his hands still behind his back, he went on, "By rights we should have reclaimed our ancestral property and expelled the populace long ago, yet Kanglan sect has always been benevolent. Now that the spirit vein is reviving, the land returns to us, and reclaiming it is only natural. I give you 3 days to relocate everyone in the city. After that, anyone who remains can blame only my own harsh methods." Listening to this torrent of righteous claims, Luo Tian stared in disbelief. Could someone truly lie so brazenly? If he hadn't drawn the spirit vein here himself, even he might have been taken in. "Old Bidao, do you even know what shame is?" Luo Tian said coldly. "What did you say?" The elder's beard and hair bristled. "The spirit vein beneath Bianbei City was summoned by me alone. It has nothing to do with your ancestor," Luo Tian said with contempt. "Unless you're suggesting I'm your forefather." "Nonsense." The elder snorted, well versed in spirit veins. "A terrestrial spirit vein is far too proud to heed any human. Boy, if you can summon it right now, they'll turn around and leave immediately." "You said it yourself," Luo Tian replied with a nod. He raised one hand, forming a seal as spiritual power gathered. His gaze turned cold, and he enunciated each word. "Spirit vein, come out and greet our guest." With that, he completed another hand seal and shouted, "Spirit vein, come forth and greet our guest." Boom. In the next instant, the earth heaved and spiritual energy roiled. A dragon shadow dozens of zhang long burst from the ground, its scales glinting with a cold golden luster in the sunlight. It circled the sky a few times, whipping up fierce winds, then landed beside Luo Tian, lowering its massive horns to nuzzle his arm in a show of submission. "Enough, stand down." Luo Tian's tone was calm. The great dragon rumbled, coiled, and slid back underground like a serpent diving into the sea. As it vanished into the soil, the surrounding aura surged again, rolling into visible waves of mist. Across from him, a gray-robed elder of the Kanglan sect stared, stunned into silence. A dragon-shaped spirit vein? Such a thing actually exists? And it obeys him. Spirit veins that docile are unheard of. This boy's luck is unbelievable. Awe quickly gave way to greed in the elder's eyes. Unfortunately for him, that luck ends today. This spirit vein will belong to my Kanglan sect. He smoothed his sleeves and donned a righteous air. "Junior, you have trespassed upon our sect's forbidden ground and still dare to deny it. Someone like you is a menace to the world. I shall uphold justice and end your life." Luo Tian's lip twitched as he sneered inwardly. The shamelessness of this old fool was beyond belief, trying to steal the spirit vein, twisting right and wrong, then silencing witnesses. A man like that deserved to die. Boom. Chi erupted from Luo Tian's body, and a violent pressure swept across the land. Behind him, an immense, indistinct divine phantom formed, as if a god descending to hold up the heavens. Even the earth trembled. The elder froze, every hair on end. How can this be? This aura is beyond anything I've ever known. Only now did he realize he had kicked an iron wall. He gave a nervous laugh, turned, and tried to flee. "I suddenly recall that our forbidden ground isn't here. My mistake. Farewell." Whoosh. A flash of gold split the sky as a colossal golden hand slammed down. The elder spun, gathering peak tribulation realm power into his palm. Break. TSS. His strike hit the golden hand without raising even a ripple. The next moment, the hand clenched around him, lifting him into the air. Luo Tian's fingers tightened, crack after crack rang out as the elder's bones shattered, and he screamed in agony. "Elder!" Disciples of the Kanglan sect cried, rushing to help. Luo Tian lifted his eyes. The glance itself became a frigid gale. The disciples' souls chilled, their spiritual power went wild, and they plummeted from the sky. The elder trembled in terror. Don't kill me." "Kill you? Too easy." Luo Tian's gaze was ice. "Relax. I won't let you die quickly." Deeper dread rose in the elder's heart. Luo Tian pressed his fingertips to the elder's crown. "Soul search." He unleashed the soul-searching technique recorded in the Heaven Dao visualization art. In the next instant, Every scrap of information in the old man's mind was drawn out by Luo Tian and compressed into a crystal bead no larger than a fingernail. The old man's shrewd eyes went dull, his stare hollow, his body stiff. Alive, yet little more than a walking corpse. Luo Tian lowered his gaze to study the soul bead. It flashed with a cold, ghostly light under the slight pressure of his fingers. Then he looked up, his eyes settling on Niu Tietue. Tietue, swallow it. He flicked the bead toward her. What? Niu Tietue instinctively took half a step back. She had just seen that bead ripped from the old man's skull, and now she was supposed to put it in her mouth. The thought made her skin crawl. Luo Tian's expression, however, left no room for negotiation. After a moment's hesitation, she caught the bead, tipped back her head, and forced it down. Boom. The instant the bead entered her stomach, it felt as if a thunder hammer split her mind. A roaring flood of memories surged in from the old man's childhood scraps to every breakthrough of his cultivation journey, capped by his insights into techniques, martial skills, and heavenly tribulation. Keep what matters, dump the rest. Luo Tian's voice rang in her ears. Gritting her teeth against the agony, Niu Tietue obeyed. Anything related to cultivation methods, combat skills, or personal comprehension she preserved. Everything else she discarded. A quarter hour passed before the final strand of information was refined. She let out a long, ragged breath. Mother, how do you feel? Niu Wufang hurried over, worried. I feel, she broke off, face shifting. The spiritual power that had lain dormant inside her exploded like a tide. Her meridians quivered, her aura climbed sharply. Rumble. Dark clouds churned overhead, thick silver serpents writhing within. Heavenly pressure blanketed the air. A tribulation is crossing a tribulation. Someone cried. She had been stuck at the 9th level of the Void Return stage. Now, bolstered by the soul bead's insights, she shattered the barrier in one leap. Clear the space, let her face it. The 3 demons stay with me to guard Bianbei City. Don't let the lightning touch the walls. Luo Tian barked. At once the crowd scattered. Luo Tian and the 3 demons took their stand at the city gate, true essence surging, ready to catch any stray bolts. The thundercloud barely formed before the first strike crashed down. Violet lightning tore the sky and lunged at Niu Tietue. She pushed off the ground, shot upward, and met it with a punch. Her fist, wrapped in rolling spiritual power, shattered the bolt to shards. A second strike, a third, she faced each one calmly, movements clean and decisive. Light flared across her skin, and every wound closed in an instant. Soon the last wisp of cloud dispersed, and the sky cleared. Niu Tietue stepped from the fading arcs of electricity, her aura deep and unfathomable, her features unchanged yet sharper. Many thanks, brother. She knelt on one knee, bowing to Luo Tian. How did you break through so suddenly? He asked. My realm was at the brink. I just lacked the final spark. She wiped a scorch mark from her forehead, speaking quickly. That spark could have taken centuries. But once I swallowed the soul bead, I gained old Biss' entire memory. His understanding of heavenly tribulation included in the barrier simply collapsed. Envy flashed across every face. A bead carrying a tribulation stage cultivator's complete memories was a fortune beyond price. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. I used to think the 9th scroll of the visualization scripture was useless, but I was dead wrong. This thing is incredible. If that's the case, I can mass-produce tribulation stage experts. The thought of mass-producing tribulation realm cultivators made Luo Tian downright giddy. Spiritual energy surged inside him, and his fists tightened on their own. If he could really extract every shred of insight from one tribulation expert and copy it wholesale, turning out thousands of top-tier powerhouses would be a breeze. Bianbei City would swarm with tribulation cultivators. Goeishu masters would be as common as stray dogs. And at a single word from Luo Tian, countless big shots would scour the land for rare treasures, sparing him any need to go adventuring himself. Reality, however, was far less accommodating. To make this work, I have to catch a tribulation cultivator first, then either persuade him to cooperate or force him to comply, Luo Tian muttered, furrowing his brow. But where am I supposed to find that many tribulation experts? And if the target hasn't offended me, I'll hesitate to act. While he was still stewing, Niu Tietue's eyes suddenly lit up. He lowered his voice. Bro, listen. A ton of techniques and martial arts just surfaced in my head. Best of all, I got intel on the Kanglan sect. Oh, Luo Tian looked up. Niu Tietue rifled through the memories and spoke at lightning speed. The Kanglan sect used to be a premier sect of the Tianyang Empire. It may have declined, but its foundation remains. They once held 3 cultivation manuals and 6 combat arts, all first-rate. Sadly, I only inherited 1 manual, and 1 art. The old man never qualified to learn the rest. Luo Tian nodded and tucked the information away. Niu Tietue continued. Hey, race the kicker. Counting that old man, the Kanglan sect has 7 tribulation cultivators. Before he could finish, Luo Tian sprang up. What did you say? Startled, Niu Tietue hurried to explain. Easy, bro. They might be numerous, but in tribulation realm now too. If it comes to a fight, we might not lose. Luo Tian waved him off. No, I'm asking there are 6 others besides him, right? Right. Niu Tietue confirmed. Excellent. Luo Tian laughed and strode away. Let's go to the Kanglan sect. Huh. Everyone was stunned. King Jinping bowed. Master, why are we going to the Kanglan sect? To loot Kof, to exact revenge, Luo Tian announced, raising his arm. They took our city, we'll take their sect. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Luo Tian turned again. King Jinping, how long would it take you to fly us there? The Rock King calculated carefully. It's a long trip, several months, I'm afraid. That far? Luo Tian frowned. Just then, Yi Tongling cleared his throat. Young master, the teleportation array I set up a few days ago has limited range, but it can reach the Kanglan sect. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Perfect. You'll get top credit for this. He swung back to King Jinping. Head into the city and round up some people for me. Combat personnel? Movers, Luo Tian replied crisply. Understood. Though baffled, King Jinping obeyed and departed. Meanwhile, lamps blazed in the grand hall atop the Kanglan sect's main peak in the Tianyang Empire. The sect master sat at the head, elders lined up on either side, the air fragrant with tea yet weighted with tension. A short, stout elder frowned. Everyone, do you think Elder Fan's trip to the Nightwind Kingdom will succeed? He had barely finished when the gray-robed elder beside him shot him a sideways glance, voice edged with sarcasm. What's wrong, Brother Wang? Do you doubt my divination skills, or do you doubt Brother Fan's strength? The short, stout elder Wang waved a hand dismissively. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I'm only worried that if a top-grade paradise really has appeared in Yefeng Kingdom, someone may have claimed it already. On the other side of the hall, the pockmarked elder snorted. And if they have? It's only Yefeng Kingdom. How strong could anyone there be? If they don't know their place, we'll wipe them out. Elder Huang is right. Several elders echoed. While they were speaking, a thunderous shout rolled in from beyond the mountain gate. Kanglan sect trash, get out here. The voice rumbled straight through the temple doors. What's going on? The sect master frowned, his gaze turning cold. Elder Huang's eyes flashed. Did you hear that? Someone dares provoke us at our own gate. If this continues, we'll lose all standing in the Tianyang Empire. The gray-robed elder seized the moment. Sect master, a challenge is the perfect chance. Kill them and make an example of them. Show everyone we're no pushovers. The sect master considered, then nodded. You're right. Come with me, all of you. Whoever they are, kill them all. Let this mark Kanglan sects rise once more. Agreed. The elders rose together and strode out of the hall. Outside the gate, Yi Tongling leaned toward Luo Tian and whispered, Young master, the few of us were enough. Why bring so many people? And why make them carry all this stuff? Behind Luo Tian, the 3 fiends, Neo Hammer and her son, and King Jinping stood in a line. Every Luo clansman carried a bulging sack stuffed with spatial rings. Luo Tian smiled. I told you we're here to, well, settle accounts. You don't come empty-handed. Don't. A bell boomed inside the gate, its echo rolling across the peaks. Kanglan disciples poured out and formed ranks on the stairs. Behind the human wall, 6 figures rose into the air, lining up in a single row, their aura oppressive. The sect master stood at the center. Who goes there? His voice shook the sky. Luo Tian of Bianbei City. Luo Tian called back. Bianbei City? Never heard of that dump. The gray-robed elder sneered. Boy, you dare make trouble at Kanglan sect, ready to die? Shut up. Neo Hammer roared, leaping skyward. Her giant hammer tore through the air, smashing at the gray-robed elder. Courting death. His face darkened as he thrust out a palm. Boom, boom, boom. They clashed in midair, but after several blows Neo Hammer fell behind. She had just survived her tribulation and wasn't yet used to her new realm. The gray-robed elder flicked his sleeve and drifted back, laughing coldly. That's your best? And you dare challenge us? Calling you trash is generous. Neo Hammer gritted her teeth and moved to charge again, but Luo Tian raised a hand to stop her. He swept his gaze over the 6 elders in the sky. Don't say I never gave you a chance. How about the 6 of you come at me together? For a heartbeat, everyone froze, then laughter erupted. Whose brat is this? Watch your tongue before the wind snaps it off. Fight the 6 of us. The gray-robed elder sneered and pointed. One poke from me, and you're dust. Before his words faded, he jabbed at Luo Tian. A surge of hidden force shot from the gray-robed elder's fingertip, lancing toward Luo Tian. In the elder's eyes, that strike was enough to pierce the chest of any tribulation-crossing cultivator. Luo Tian should have been doomed. Yet an instant later, Luo Tian still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if the very air had never stirred. Junior brother? The Kanglan sect master frowned and turned, thinking the elder had pulled his punch. A chill ran through the elder as well. Eyes wide, he muttered, Sect master, senior brother. This fellow. He snapped his head around mid-sentence, only to find Luo Tian had vanished. The disciples of Kanglan sect froze. A cool voice sounded behind the elder. What are you looking for? His heart seized. He whirled around. Luo Tian was already an arm's length away and flicked a finger. Boom. It felt as though a giant hammer had struck him. The elder was hurled 10 zhang through the air, smashed into bluestone, and left a pit nearly as deep. Ha down in the crater, his neck bent at an unnatural angle, limbs twitching, life force draining fast. Damn, I hit him too hard. Luo Tian's relaxed expression vanished. He blink-stepped to the edge of the pit and grabbed the elder's collar. Hey, what's with you? It was just a casual slap. How did you end up like this? Is a tribulation cultivator really this fragile? He chided while silver light flowed from his fingertips into the elder's forehead, performing a soul search. Yi Tongling and the others watched from afar, exchanged looks, and finally shook their heads. Their young lord's power was monstrous, but his methods defied description. Meanwhile, the Kanglan sect master and the remaining elders felt ice form in their hearts. Luo Tian's figure had flickered once, and they hadn't even caught an afterimage. Worse, the gray-robed elder famed across Tianyang Kingdom for his iron wall defense had just had his neck snapped by a single finger. Luo Tian's strength lay far beyond anything they could imagine. The sect master decided in an instant. Retreat. Activate the grand array. He barked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flashed backward, crossing the mountain gate. A translucent barrier rose, enveloping the entire Kanglan sect. While they hunkered down inside, hundreds of outer and inner disciples were left outside the shield. Sectmaster, let us in. What are you doing, Sectmaster? They pounded on the barrier in panic, forced to watch themselves become sacrificial pawns. Luo Tian finished rifling through the elder's memories, pocketed the soul pearl, and turned. Seeing the Kanglan leadership hiding behind the array, he frowned. What's the meaning of this? The sect master drew a deep breath, suppressed his dread, and cupped his fists. Esteemed sir, we were blind to your greatness. My junior brother died by your hand. It was his own fault. I honestly don't understand how has Kanglan sect offended you, sir? Inside the grand array, the sect master strove for calm, yet the veins at his temples bulged. All he wanted was to see Luo Tian this walking plague gone. Instead, Luo Tian let out a cold laugh, eyes sharp as blades. Offended me? You sent your men to seize my family's holdings and drive an entire city's people from their homes. Now you pretend you've done nothing? The elders in the formation froze, then caught on. A gray-robed guest blurted, You're from Yefeng Kingdom? Luo Tian nodded slightly. I am. The sect master's face went ghost white. Had he thought it through, he'd have known that any first-rate blessed land would already belong to a powerhouse. Years of withering spirit veins had driven him to desperation. In his frenzy to seize a way out, had invited a god of slaughter to his doorstep. Young sir, our sect was hasty, the sect master said hoarsely. You've killed our men. Let's consider the debt settled. Agreed? Luo Tian snorted. Settled? If I couldn't defend myself, you'd have butchered me and everyone in Bianbei City. Now a single let's call it even wipes the slate clean? Shameless. The sect master's expression darkened. What do you want then? You wanted to wipe out Bianbei City. It'll wipe out Kanglan sect. That's fair. Luo Tian's voice was cold iron. The sect master clenched his teeth, then forced composure. Boy, you are strong, but don't belittle a heritage of millennia. This sect-protecting array was laid by our founder. Even a ninth-stage tribulation expert cannot break it. We can't kill you, but you can't touch us either. Why waste strength? They'll step back again 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and the matter ends. Deal? Behind Luo Tian, Yi Tongling stepped forward, studying the light screen while rubbing his chin. Nice array. Not unbreakable, though. Give me 3 days. I can dismantle it. Yi Tongling prided himself on formations. Breaking one was routine. The sect master grew even paler. Besides Luo Tian, a formation master? What sort of people had he provoked? But Luo Tian shook his head. No. Kanglan's disciples exhaled in relief, thinking they'd been spared, when Luo Tian added, 3 days is too long. I'm smashing this array right now. They thought they'd misheard. Smash the grand array? Impossible. Our sect has endured countless wars never breached. Elder Huang sneered. Boy, you overrate yourself. Perfect. I've wondered how strong my punch really is, Luo Tian said, tightening his fist. Whoosh's fist clenched, and the phantom behind him surfaced once more. Save your strength. You could spend another century pounding away and still never break our sect's grand array. The Kanglan sect master's expression was grim, his voice icy. Luo Tian couldn't be bothered to answer. He inhaled slowly, chest expanding, then swung his fist. It landed against the glowing barrier with a muffled, drum-like thud. Idiot. The sect master and several elders traded mocking smiles, certain the array was impenetrable. Their laughter died before it truly began. A hazy phantom behind Luo Tian mirrored his motion, raising its fist in unison. The grand array reacted. Runes of blue-white light crackled across the sky. In the next heartbeat, every rune tore apart, as if the heavens had ripped a sheet of paper in two. Bang! The supposedly unbreakable barrier burst into countless sparks that drifted away, offering no real resistance. Luo Tian's punch roared onward, the shockwave streaking past the sect members, over a hill, and across the path of a passing pheasant. The poor bird was shredded to dust before it could squawk. Boom! A distant peak took the blow. The mountaintop flattened as though struck by a titanic hammer, a plume of dust spearing into the clouds. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sect master and the tribulation crossing elders never felt the fist itself. The aftershock alone flung them dozens of yards. Blood spurted from their mouths, and their auras withered at once. Luo Tian paused, frowned, and cursed. Damn it, don't die yet. In a flash, he appeared before them, pressed both palms to their foreheads, and forcibly drew out their memories, still muttering. You old blowhards bragged like you were invincible. If I'd known your array was this flimsy, I wouldn't have hit so hard. Behind him, Jian Yi and Yi Tongling exchanged uneasy looks. Big brother, was Kanglin's grand array really so weak? Jian Yi whispered. Not at all, Yi Tongling replied, shaking his head. Across the entire Fenglin continent, it's a top-tier defensive formation. Even a peak 9th-layer tribulation expert couldn't brute force their way through it. Jian Yi's breath caught. Then just how strong is young Master Luo Tian? I wish I knew, Yi Tongling said with a rueful smile. Jian Yi could only stare, stunned, at Luo Tian. Moments later, Luo Tian finished. 2 elders had died from their injuries, soul sea shattered. Clicking his tongue, he muttered, losing 2 sets of memories means losing 2 tribulation-level souls. Despite his annoyance, he tucked the remaining soul pearls safely away. He lifted his gaze. The younger disciples, spared only because they hadn't reached the array in time, now stood frozen with terror. The image of one punch obliterating the barrier and their leaders replayed in their minds, ice running down their spines. Luo Tian's eyes swept over them, and half the disciples collapsed, knees buckling as dread soaked through them. Who would dare provoke such a monster? Wind from the fading shockwave still howled. One disciple mustered the courage to kneel, voice quavering. Sir, please spare us. Luo Tian gave the man a glance, then looked over his shoulder at the crowd behind him. Forget it. You're just lackeys, and killing you would be dull. But the Kanglin sect dies today. If you want revenge later, come find me. Luo Tian from Bianbei City. The spared disciples all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Revenge against a monster like him? Were they crazy? Luo Tian waved them away, and they spun around and sprinted off, terrified he might change his mind and wipe them out. Once the outsiders were gone, Luo Tian turned and shouted, All right, everyone, get to work. Head up the mountain and take everything that's not nailed down. Sir. The Luo clan responded, surging into the Kanglin sect like a tidal wave. Only then did Yi Tongling and the others realize why Luo Tian had brought this crew. They were as efficient as a swarm of locusts. Inside the scripture pavilion, a Luo clansman bellowed, Everything on this shelf is mine. Hands off. Are you blind? Those are all low-grade manuals. What's worth fighting over? Check the upper floor. That's where the rare stuff is. Really? Huh. You won't see this in all of Bianbei City. Move. I saw this book first. Says who? I grabbed it first. Fine, half each. Deal. Raipa top-tier martial manual was torn clean in 2. Suddenly a disciple raised a sealed tome and shouted, Hold on. This one's hidden behind a seal. Is it an erotic album? Smack. Someone slapped the back of his head. Get your mind out of the gutter. The cover says Kanglin Sect's Supreme Treasure 5 Mystic Technique. The sect's treasure? Mine. A fresh scramble broke out. The treasure tower was oddly orderly. Tier 2 artifacts, 3,725 pieces boxed. Tier 3, 1,520 unboxed. Tier 4, 572. Tier 5, 106. Why are there only 45 Tier 6? Quit whining to Ursavins, only 3. They grumbled while bundling the artifacts like firewood. In Yifeng Kingdom, even a first-rate faction might not own a single Tier 5 artifact. The pill house and the armory were emptied just as fast. A young Luo clansman suddenly crouched down, stroking his chin. Take a look at this floor. Something's up. A middle-aged man stared for a moment and inhaled sharply. Good grief, it's paved with Tier 3 spirit ore. It's not just the floor. The bricks, the beams, the main gate, none of it's ordinary. Then what are we waiting for? Tear it down. Hammers rang out, and in no time the buildings on the mountaintop were reduced to bare ground. As they reached the rear mountain, someone shouted, Hey, there's a pigsty here, premium spirit pigs. Why are you standing around? Haul them away. Half a day later they finally descended the mountain. Each person carried a bulging sack of spatial rings over one shoulder, while leading a dozen pigs and a couple of dogs. The last few had even strung up newborn mice. Yi Tongling stared at the heavily laden crew, slack-jawed, then gave them a thumbs up. Professional. Not long ago, Kanglin Sect was still a mist-shrouded haven of immortals. Now, from the foot of the mountain, only bare yellow earth and shattered stone remain. Not even half a ruined wall can be found. The shock of seeing everything stripped away is almost as great as the enormous crater Luo Tian punched out moments earlier. Young master, we took everything that wasn't nailed down. We even turned over the latrines. Anything of value is in these bags. Luo Rong hugged a bulging storage pouch, reporting with glee. Looting, he decided, was even more satisfying than fighting. Luo Tian merely nodded. Good. Let's go. Yi Tongling activated the sect's last intact structure, the teleportation array, at the summit. Spiritual stones flared, light engulfed them, and with a low hum the group vanished in a burst of white. The moment they disappeared, two streaks of sword light skimmed across the sky above the mountain. Two middle-aged Taoists sewn in gray, one in black were riding their swords. The gray-robed Taoist grumbled, "Life's rough when you're weak. Our cultivation's too low, so we're stuck running errands. They wouldn't even open a teleport array for us, we have to fly all the way." The black-robed Taoist sighed. "Enough. We're here now. Let's deliver the message and head back." Still, the gray-robed Taoist muttered, "Why would a behemoth like Luoyue's sect send people to the Tianyang kingdom?" The black-robed Taoist glanced around before lowering his voice. "Word is Luoyue's sect lost something extremely important. They've got people searching everywhere." The gray-robed Taoist drew a sharp breath. "Who's bold enough to steal from Luoyue's sect? They're one of the top powers in Fenglin-zhou, famous across the northern region." The black-robed Taoist shrugged. "Just gossip I overheard. Folks at our level shouldn't pry into matters of life and death." As they spoke, the two flew over the spot where Kanglin's sect should have stood. The gray-robed Taoist suddenly frowned. "Wait, wasn't Kanglin's sect around here? Where'd it go?" The black-robed Taoist halted, scanning for the once spiritual mountain gate, but saw nothing. "I'm certain it was right here. What happened? Look down there," the gray-robed Taoist exclaimed. The black-robed Taoist followed his gaze. The mountain top was a wasteland, jagged stones mixed with dirt, every building gone, even the ancient trees ripped out by the roots. They landed, boots crunching on shattered roof tiles, confirming this was indeed Kanglin's sect's former site. What happened? Did they move? Who relocates so thoroughly they take the very soil? Cold sweat dotted the gray-robed Taoist's brow. The black-robed Taoist's voice went stiff. This wasn't a move. They were attacked. Attacked? Kanglin's sect might be lower tier, but who could erase them without a sound? Look, the place is stripped clean, as if the whole sect was uprooted. The gray-robed Taoist's voice trembled. The black-robed Taoist shuddered. "Enough. This is creeping me out." "Same here," the gray-robed Taoist agreed. "Shall we leave?" "Let's." As they spoke, the two of them shot into the sky at breakneck speed, fleeing the Kanglin sect's territory as if their lives depended on it. That very day, the Tianyang Empire's intelligence bureau exploded with news. The Kanglin sect had been wiped out by extra-dimensional fiends, its grounds uprooted so thoroughly that even the latrines behind the mountain had been turned over. Ancestral land of the Luo clan. Inside the council hall, the Grand Elder held up a scroll so long it could serve as a tablecloth, laugh lines crinkling across his face. "Our expedition was a complete triumph. We've packed 10 warehouses with manuals, combat arts, pills, and artifacts. Average access to techniques is up 408-fold. Per capita pill supply has risen 3,000%, far surpassing every first-rate power in the Yefeng Kingdom." Seated at the head of the hall, Luo Tian's mouth twitched. He raised a hand. "Enough. Give a normal report, please." The Grand Elder cleared his throat and stroked his beard. "Ahem, apologies, young master. I'm simply overjoyed. How shall we distribute these spoils?" "Open every manual and technique to the clan," Luo Tian said crisply. "Anyone may study whatever they like, no restrictions." The Grand Elder's eyes went wide. "All of them? Won't that?" "It won't." Luo Tian waved him off. "Our foundations are thin. If we keep hoarding, we'll only slow our progress. I know the value of universal education." "Yes, sir." The Grand Elder nodded, and a roar of cheers rolled through the clansmen. Luo Tian continued, "To become a first-rate force, the clan alone isn't enough. Bianbei City now holds a spiritual vein, and others will covet it. We must bring outside powers into our fold. Starting today, the Luo clan scripture pavilion is open to outsiders. Wanderers, other families, anyone with enough contribution points may enter." The elders exchanged looks and nodded. The second elder agreed, "Exactly. We control Bianbei City, but manpower is tight. We need allies." "Settled, then. As for pills and artifacts, keep half for our own cultivation and trade the rest for contribution points." "Artifacts too?" the Grand Elder blurted. "Of course." Luo Tian tapped the table. "A weapon gathering dust is no better than a brick. We're not about to copy the Kanglin sect and let treasures rot in storage." After a moment's silence, the elders nodded. The Grand Elder concluded, "Very well, everything will be done as you wish. One more thing. We dismantled piles of top-grade building materials. I'd like to expand Bianbei City. Permission? That's a minor matter." "Handle it," Luo Tian said with a wave. "Understood." The Grand Elder bowed and left, and the other elders hurried off to their tasks. The council hall soon fell quiet. Luo Tian returned to his residence. Yet the moment he stepped inside, an inexplicable chill pricked at his heart. Inside Luo Tian's courtyard, nothing had changed. The night was deep. Moonlight spilled from the eaves and between the bricks in a cold silvery sheen, while a patch of shadow in the corner seemed to melt into the darkness. Hidden there, a man stood with his arms crossed, lips curling. "Heh, the kid's back. So he's the one who killed the master's disciple, little Suzy?" He narrowed his eyes, sizing Luo Tian up. "Judging by his aura, he's at most at the 9th stage of chi condensation. I could finish him in a single strike. Still, murder calls for caution. I won't move unless I'm certain." He'll wait till he's asleep, then take his head. With his mind made up, he stood as still as the dead. Who are you? Luo Tian suddenly asked. The lurker froze. Is he talking to me? Impossible. My concealment art is unmatched. Even the master can't sense me. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and repeated, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? In the shadows, the man scoffed silently. The kid's got some tricks, acting tough the moment he walks in. Looks like we're both cut from the same cloth. Footsteps approached. Luo Tian strode straight to the dark corner and looked up. Who are you? Why are you squatting in my yard? Realizing at last that had been discovered, the lurker's pupils shrank. How is this possible? How did you notice me? Why shouldn't I see you when you're crouching in my courtyard? Luo Tian replied blandly. But I masked my presence with soul power unless your soul power exceeds mine. As he spoke, he unleashed his force, and behind him a phantom 3 zhang tall took shape, its pressure rolling like surf. Luo Tian's expression turned odd. Soul power, you say? In the next instant, his own soul force erupted. An enormous figure rose from the ground, almost tearing through the night sky. Beside it, the lurker's 3 zhang phantom was no more than a speck on the giant's toenail, if that. The lurker was petrified on the spot and coughed awkwardly. He'll be leaving now. He spun to flee. His foot had barely moved when a golden hand dropped from the sky. The fingers closed, bones crackling inside. Ah, spare me. Don't kill me. Let go. I'm going to burst. Who are you? Luo Tian asked coldly. I am Lord Lei's servant. And who is Lord Lei? Lord Lei is my master. Luo Tian was silent for a moment. Then his grip tightened. Are you messing with me? Oh no. He'll talk. Lord Lei is the Thunder King. Luo Tian blinked. The Thunder King? Does that mean his surname is Yang? The lurker shook his head desperately. Of course not. Lord Lei's surname is Lei. Why are you here? I came to kill you on the master's orders. Kill me? Why? Luo Tian frowned deeply. Luo Tian had antagonized so many enemies that he had no idea which one had sent this visitor. He stood in the dim valley, squinting at the faint patch of darkness ahead. Because you killed Lord Lei's disciple, Mr. Chu, the shadow rumbled. Mr. Chu? Who's that? Doesn't ring a bell. Luo Tian shrugged. The shadow elaborated. Mr. Chu served Ghost Fiend Hall. Lord Ladian is one of its 10 hall masters. Ghost Fiend Hall, of course. Luo Tian remembered the waves of assassins they had dispatched. Some died at Niu Wufang's hands, the rest by his own. It seemed the real storm was finally coming. He sized up the figure. One of the 10 hall masters? Impressive. So why didn't Lord Ladian show up himself? The shadow lowered its head, as if the ground might swallow it. His lordship is in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough. He cannot appear, so he sent me. Oh, where is he cultivating? Luo Tian pressed. I can't tell you. The site is top secret, the shadow answered, firm as iron. Luo Tian's brow tightened. The next instant, his soul force surged like a tidal wave. If you won't say it, I'll find out myself. His power touched the shadow's soul, only to be blocked by a formidable seal buried deep within. Luo Tian rarely felt surprise, yet this was the toughest soul lock he had ever met. Let's see how long it holds. His force hammered the barrier again and again. It shuddered violently, then shattered with a sharp crack. The moment it broke, a towering soul form appeared before him, wreathed in lightning and brimming with menace. Lord Ladian? Luo Tian stared at the apparition. The soul's icy gaze fixed on him. Who are you to break my seal? Lord, help me. The shadow staggered toward the soul, pleading. Lydian's eyes went cold. Captured so easily. Useless trash. Die. He flicked a finger, sending a chilling blast of soul power at the shadow. Ah, the shadow screamed. Luo Tian raised a hand and smashed the blast apart. Ladian, whether he lives or dies is not up to you. Lydian's voice turned frigid. Arrogant whelp, do you know who you're talking to? With one thought I can wipe out not only you but your entire family. That threat struck Luo Tian's deepest nerve. His soul force erupted. The valley wind howled, sweeping the lightning aside and pinning the soul in place. Smack. Luo Tian slapped the apparition across the face. What? You struck me? Ladian was stunned. Hadn't been slapped in millennia, certainly not by some youngster. Slap you? They'll slap you to death. Fury surged through Luo Tian. He rained hundreds of blows, the cracks echoing through the silent valley. The soul had no flesh, so the damage was slight, yet the humiliation was unbearable. You will die? Ladian roared, driven past the brink by the onslaught. Ladian Fuang roared, but Luo Tian answered with another resounding slap. Crack. A crisp report echoed as arcs of lightning burst across the spectral form, almost tearing Ladian Fuang's soul projection apart. Luo Tian sneered. What are you barking at? His arms blurred, palms flying left and right, dozens of slaps landing in rapid succession while the air howled. Ladian Fuang broke down completely. The projection quaked, but the dreadful soul force Luo Tian released pressed on him like a mountain, leaving him helpless. Damn it! Ladian Fuang bellowed and, in desperation, tried to detonate his own projection. Dying together was better than suffering this disgrace. Even if the blast crippled his body, he no longer cared. Just as the soul was about to shatter, Luo Tian shot out a hand. The very air clenched like a giant fist, forcing the scattered fragments back together. Did I say you could leave? He asked calmly, punctuating the words with another flurry of slaps. Lei Dian Fuang's fury was ground into dust by the humiliation, leaving only collapse and bewilderment. Never had he imagined being treated like a prisoner. Hidden in the shadows, a covert watcher felt his scalp tingle. The man he had considered almost invincible, Lei Dian Fuang, now looked like a fish strung up and beaten, utterly incapable of resistance. After the barrage, Lei Dian Fuang forced himself to stay calm. He let the blows fall but fixed Luo Tian with an icy stare. Luo Tian frowned. What are you staring at? Kid, you have no idea how foolish you're being today, Lei Dian Fuang rasped, hatred dripping from every word. Luo Tian tipped his chin and spat a thick glob straight into the phantom's face. He'll kill you. Lei Dian Fuang erupted again, but it changed nothing. Lei Dian Fuang, is it? Luo Tian. If you want me dead, come do it yourself. Stop sending lackeys to throw their lives away. With that he snapped his fingers, and the binding soul force dissolved. Freed from restraint, the projection began to disintegrate. Luo Tian, I'll remember you. The moment I leave seclusion, I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Lei Dian Fuang snarled, each word steeped in blood. So noisy. Luo Tian flicked a finger. A streak of force split the air, and with a bang the soul projection vanished. At that same moment, deep in the far northern ice field, thunder boomed through an icy cavern, blasting huge sheets of frost to powder. In the raging wind and snow, the few strands of hair on Lei Dian Fuang's balding head whipped wildly. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes seethed with boundless hatred. Damn you, Luo Tian. You dared wound my Dao heart. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Moments earlier had been on the verge of a breakthrough, but Luo Tian's humiliation had ruined everything and almost driven him mad. Now he had no idea when he could attempt it again. Fine, I'll endure for now. Give me 1 year, no, half a year. Within half a year I'll break through. Then I'll leave this ice field, he muttered. At his current realm, advancing another step was harder than scaling the heavens. Missed this window, and he might never progress again. Rage surged inside him, yet reason forced it down. He sat cross-legged once more, forcing himself into another round of seclusion. Elsewhere, inside Luo Tian's courtyard. After dispelling the Thunder Lord's soul shadow, Luo Tian turned toward the man hiding in the darkness. The fellow's face had gone deathly pale, pupils contracting as if he might break down on the spot. The strongest cultivator he had ever known, the Thunder Lord, had been erased by this boy with a single move. Everything he believed about the world shattered like a tower struck by lightning. Ask me anything, I'll tell you everything. He stammered, Adam's apple bobbing. Luo Tian remained unmoved. I gave you your chance earlier. Now it's too late. Soul power surged from his palm like a tide, flooding the man's sea of consciousness. Within a few heartbeats his memories were ripped away, the shadowed dweller toppled and hit the ground without a sound. A thumb-sized soul pearl, pulsing with dim light, coalesced at Luo Tian's fingertips. Tribulation stage, at least, he muttered, slipping it into his sleeve. Thunderlord Luo Tian recalled the soul shadow, eyes narrowing before he vanished on the spot. The next instant he appeared inside the three fiends' dwelling. Young master, Yi Tongling, and the other two rose and bowed. No need for formalities. Luo Tian raised a hand. Elder Yi, I have a question. Please ask, young master. I will tell you everything I know, Yi Tongling replied respectfully. Have you ever heard of the Thunderlord? The Thunderlord? The three stiffened at once. So you do know him, Luo Tian said, lifting an eyebrow. Of course, Yi Tongling nodded. Thousands of years ago he was already a titan of the northern region. He can only be stronger now. Oh, how strong. And what kind of man is he? Yi Tongling drew a long breath. The Thunder Lord is sly and vindictive, cruel to the extreme, and never forgets a grudge. His power is terrifying back, then almost no one in the northern region dared provoke him. That formidable? Luo Tian asked in surprise. Strength is only part of it, Yi Tongling replied. What makes him truly dreadful is his utter lack of limits and his unbelievable patience. How patient? How limitless? Luo Tian pressed. It's said that in his youth, desperate to advance, he actually offered his own wife and daughter for the pleasure of a prodigious genius. He did that. Luo Tian blurted. Indeed, Yi Tongling said with a bitter smile. He even served on the side, eventually moving the genius to recommend him to a sect that gave him the finest cultivation resources. After 500 years in seclusion, he completed his cultivation, turned around, and slaughtered that genius along with all 9 branches of his family. Luo Tian drew a sharp breath. 500 years, that's patience. Later he kept stumbling into great opportunities, his strength soaring while his heart grew even darker, so no one dared provoke him. Yi Tongling sighed. Luo Tian nodded. You seem to know quite a lot about him. Of course. Yi Tongling let out a self-deprecating laugh. Back then the three of us begged him to kill us. Even he couldn't kill you? Luo Tian blinked. Yi Tongling shook his head. No could have, but back then, When the Lord of Thunder and Lightning sensed the aura of fallen immortals on us, he refused to act, afraid of getting caught in the karmic backlash, Yi Tongling explained. The mighty fear the cause, the weak fear the consequence. That fallen immortal aura is bizarrely sinister. Once a cultivator reaches a certain realm, no one wants such a headache for three strangers. You were too weak to help the three fiends, and the real powerhouses didn't dare step in. That's why we're so grateful that Luo Tian was willing to intervene. I understand. Luo Tian gave a slight nod. Yi Tongling hesitated, then cautioned him. Young master, why ask about him now? You may not be weaker than the Lord of Thunder and Lightning, but as they say, better to offend a gentleman than a villain. That man is a villain through and through, best not to provoke him. Luo Tian answered offhandedly. All right, I know. Yi Tongling's heart sank. Young master, you haven't already offended him, have you? Luo Tian thought for a moment. I suppose I have. More or less. Those three words made Yi Tongling breathe a little easier, thinking there was still room to maneuver until Luo Tian added casually. I just dragged out his soul shadow, slapped it a few hundred times, and spat in his face. That's all. The three fiends were stunned. A few hundred slaps? Spat in his face? And that's all. The Lord of Thunder and Lightning is notoriously vindictive. People die for merely whispering his name. And Luo Tian had humiliated him like this? Seeing their frozen expressions, Luo Tian waved his hand. Relax. He's only the Lord of Thunder and Lightning. If he shows up, we'll kill him. I have other matters. Get back to what you were doing. With that, he vanished. Once he was gone, the three fiends exchanged glances. Fu Qinglian asked softly, Brother Yi, what now? Yi Tongling sighed. What else? The young master spared no effort for us. If the Lord of Thunder and Lightning comes, we fight to the death. Jian Yi laughed freely. We've sought death for years. Dying for the young master would be worth it. Fu Qinglian gave a helpless smile. So be it. They shared a bitter smile and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Luo Tian returned to the Luo ancestral estate. Holding 5 soul pearls, he pondered briefly before teleporting to his father Luo Feng's residence. Tianer, what is it? Luo Feng greeted him warmly. Father, swallow this, Luo Tian said, handing him the Kanglan sect master's soul pearl. Luo Feng looked puzzled but complied. Boom. Soul power surged, and his body trembled violently. Keep the important memories, discard the rest, Luo Tian guided. Soon, Luo Feng had fully absorbed the pearl. Regaining his senses, he stared at Luo Tian in shock. Tianer, these memories. Luo Tian nodded with a smile. They belonged to the master of the Kanglan sect. That old fellow was a Tribulation Realm powerhouse, a dominant force in the Tianyang Empire. You now carry his memories, father. They'll do wonders for your cultivation. Luo Tian spoke in a rush, pressed the soul pearl into Luo Feng's palm, and added solemnly, You're still the patriarch. If the Luo clan hopes to thrive on Fenglin continent, and one day look down upon the world, you'll need real strength. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, then gave a decisive nod. The lifelong insights of the Kanglan sect master churned through his mind, and the more he recalled, the clearer the flaws in his own path became. Urgency welled up in his chest. How could my cultivation be riddled with so many holes? Enough, I can't take this. I'm going into seclusion. With a sweep of his sleeve, he shot toward the patriarch's seclusion hall and vanished in a blink. Watching his father's retreating figure, Luo Tian allowed himself a brief smile before turning toward the Great Elder's quarters. The Great Elder, second only to the patriarch, had cared for Luo Tian since childhood. The pearl Luo Tian now offered held the memories of an assassin serving the Thunder Lord, a master of stealth and soul arts, exactly what the elder had struggled to grasp for years. When the pearl touched his skin, the elder's fingers trembled and his gray brows quivered with excitement. Haha, so that's it. So that's it. He practically danced in place. I finally see where I went wrong, off to seclusion. With that, he darted into a dark chamber and slammed the door. Luo Tian next handed 2 pearls to Niu Wufang and King Golden Rock. These two ranked just beneath Niu Taishui as North City's top fighters. Their strength had to rise, especially King Golden Rock. Until Luo Tian could fly on his own, the rock's speed was his only airborne transport. The stronger it grew, the faster it could carry him. Grateful, man and beast bowed to the young master and immediately shut themselves away to train. Only 1 pearl remained. Luo Tian paced the courtyard, then headed straight for Luo Rong. Luo Rong, first among the younger generation excluding Luo Tian by default, had followed him since childhood, gained the deepest insight into the 9-fold heavenly tome, and risked his life when the clan faced ruin. His loyalty was beyond doubt. Young master, what brings you here? Luo Rong greeted at the door. Luo Tian placed the pearl in his hand. For you. Luo Rong's grip tightened, but conflict clouded his face. Young master, if I absorb this, will I still be me? Luo Tian raised a brow. Of course you will. I took only memories, not consciousness. It's like reading a book, since when can a book possess its reader? Relieved, Luo Rong grinned, swallowed the pearl in one gulp, and shot into his meditation room. Thank you, young master. The door closed behind him. That night, Bursts of spiritual light flared across the Luo estate like a sky full of shooting sparks, each one heralding a breakthrough. In a flash, more than 2 months slipped by. The crucial day was finally upon them. After spending more than 2 months holed up in his room, Luo Tian stepped into northern frontier city and found it far livelier than before. The crumbling walls of old had been torn down, replaced by ramparts that now stretched several times farther, and the broad streets were packed with pedestrians. Beyond the city, in a verdant valley, hundreds of craftsmen were setting posts, laying bricks, and fitting tiles as new buildings rose in quick succession. Luo Tian's squintethos beams and stones looked familiar. They were the very materials stripped from Kanglin's sect. He marveled silently, impressed that they were rebuilding the sect here from scratch. Voices of cultivators filled the street. The chi in northern frontier city is incredible, one exclaimed. 3 days of training here equals 3 months anywhere else. But I'm not a local, so I have to leave after 3 days. In a corner, a scholarly young man shook his head and sighed. A companion clapped him on the shoulder. Brother Wong, weren't we planning to join the Five Rivers sect? What are you doing here? The sect is just a fallback. I want to see if I can qualify for the city garrison. True enough. The garrison's benefits are better than what inner disciples get at the top sects of Nightwind Kingdom. If you make it in, that's a fast track to the top. Their eyes shone with longing as they spoke. Not far away, in front of the yamen, a white-haired elder was fuming. I am a Tier 3 alchemist. Is this how Northern Frontier City treats me? Hands clasped, the guard remained calm. Master alchemist, elsewhere you would be an honored guest, but this is Northern Frontier City. Our garrison already counts more than 100 Tier 3 alchemists, over a dozen Tier 4 alchemists, and even Master Gu Hai, the kingdom's sole Tier 5 alchemist, is stationed here. You really don't need any special ceremony. The old man was left speechless. Luo Tian continued down the street, marveling at the transformation, when an enthusiastic matron cut him off. Young man, here to take the garrison exam too? It's tough, I'm telling you. If you want better odds, sign up for Master Wong's crash course 7 days. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, 90% pass rate. Luo Tian gave a wry smile and couldn't be bothered to reply. His figure blurred and vanished. The next instant he reappeared at the Luo family's ancestral estate. Inside the gate, several elders rose in unison. Young master, you've returned. Elders, what happened to the city? Luo Tian asked bluntly. The second elder spoke first, his pride barely concealed. You've seen it yourself, young master. All of this was Lady Fu Qinglian's idea. To become a top-tier power we needed our own army, so we founded the city garrison. He gestured expansively. The garrison is divided into senior, middle, and youth divisions. The first two emphasize combat readiness. The youth core focuses on talent. With the Earth-grade spirit vein under the city and the techniques we seized from Kanglin's sect, rogue cultivators and scions alike are desperate to send their heirs here. Right now the senior and middle divisions boast more than 400 sky-soaring experts and over 30 profound realm masters. The youth core is brimming with prodigies, and several names are already famous throughout Nightwind Kingdom. The third elder took over, even more animated. And that's not all. Lady Fu Qinglian says the city's ambient qi is a premium resource in itself. The training chambers here are even better than those outside the city. That's why Bianbei City now keeps its gates open to its own citizens, letting them come and go as they please. Outsiders, however, must pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per day to enter. If they can't afford it, the teleportation array simply blasts them back outside. With this steady income, the city guard easily covers all expenses and can even hire a large staff of alchemists to refine pills for the city around the clock. The fourth elder added, Young master, I'm in charge of the northern farmlands. You won't believe any random plot we clear has turned into top-tier herb fields. In just 2 months, medicinal plants grow as potent as those that take 3 years in the outside world. Even better, the small earth veins love gathering there. They bring rare herb seedlings on their own and plant them without us lifting a finger. While everyone spoke, Luo Tian listened quietly, nodding from time to time. He hadn't expected Fu Qinglian alone to run Bianbei City so smoothly. Even ignoring his own strength and that of the top experts under him, the city had already become the foremost power in the Yifeng Kingdom. He could truly relax and delegate. Excellent. Keep up the good work. With that, Luo Tian flickered away, teleporting to the cave where the Golden Rock King was in seclusion. Master. The Golden Rock King sensed his presence at once and stepped out, wings half unfurled. Luo Tian swept his gaze over him and raised an eyebrow. 8 cycles into the return to Void Realm in just over 2 months? Most people would need centuries to reach that stage. The Golden Rock King laughed loudly. I owe it all to the memory inheritance you granted me, Master. It saved me countless detours. Give me a few more days, and I'm confident I can break into the 9th cycle or even attempt the tribulation outright. Good. I won't take you to Mount Sumeru this time. Stay in closed-door cultivation and aim to cross your tribulation soon. Luo Tian nodded. The Golden Rock King bowed solemnly and returned to his chamber. Next, Luo Tian visited Niu Tiechue and his son. In just 2 months, Niu Tietue had risen from the early tribulation realm to the peak of the second cycle and could step into the third at any moment. His son, Niu Wufang, was progressing almost as fast as the Golden Rock King and also seemed close to facing a tribulation. After a few words of advice, Luo Tian headed back to the Luo clan's ancestral residence. With a sweep of soul power, he found that Luo Feng and the Grand Elder had likewise reached the 9th level of the Profound Comprehension realm and were striving for the return to Void realm. The memories in the Soul Pearls had clearly benefited them, though their speed still couldn't match that of divine beasts. You two? Luo Tian's attention shifted to another secret room. Luo Rong had actually entered the 4th level of the aerial realm. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian appeared inside. Ah, young master. Luo Rong jumped at the sudden figure. 4th level already? I'm jealous you're advancing so quickly, Luo Tian said with a rueful shake of his head. Luo Rong's mouth twitched. With the young master's strength, how could he possibly be jealous? One casual slap could turn him to dust. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Rong, and his eyes lit up. Right, young master. I've got a surprise for you. You have to see this. His tone was full of mystery. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Luo Tian asked, curiosity piqued. Luo Rong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and a towering mountain shimmered into view behind him with a low hum. Is that a Qi manifestation? Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Luo Rong nodded, pride coloring his voice. Exactly immovable as a mountain. Once it's active, my strength and defense jump tenfold, though my speed drops. Luo Tian laughed. Perfect for a bottle refiner like you. Luo Rong grinned. Couldn't agree more. This manifestation is tailor-made for us. Suddenly Luo Tian asked, how many of our younger clan members have a Qi manifestation? Luo Rong thought for a moment. Roughly 1/3. So many? Luo Tian was surprised, then chuckled wryly. Seems everyone has one except me. Luo Rong hurried to reassure him. Young master, with your strength, you don't need one. Luo Tian let that go and pressed on. Whose manifestation is the strongest? A handful of us are decent, myself included, Luo Rong answered, but the strongest belongs to Luo Xiaoxiao. The name conjured the image of a quiet young girl in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Xiaoxiao was his cousin, only 14. What kind of manifestation does she have? Luo Rong scratched his head. I don't recognize it. Even Elder Yi Tongling hadn't seen it before, but he's sure it's the most powerful. Luo Tian's interest grew. Bring her here. I'd like to see it. Luo Rong left and soon returned with Luo Xiaoxiao. Though still a child, she was already at the 6th level of the spirit transformation real man, undeniable prodigy. When she saw Luo Tian, nerves took over and her voice trembled. Greetings, young master. By now Luo Tian was revered like a deity within the clan and all Beibei city, so her unease was natural. Luo Tian offered a warm smile. We're family, no need for formality. Just call me Brother Tian. Why wise, Brother Tian, she whispered. Luo Tian got straight to the point. Luo Rong says your Qi manifestation is impressive. Show me. The moment her own skill was mentioned, Luo Xiaoxiao's tension faded. She formed a seal with one hand. A hum filled the air, and behind her appeared the phantom of a strange beast. Luo Tian froze. The creature had 9 heads, part dragon, part serpent, alien, and awe-inspiring. Brother Tian, this beast is my Qi manifestation. See, it has 9 heads, and each one commands a different elemental power. When I release my phenomenon, I can bring every one of the 9 elemental arts to their full power, Luo Xiaoxiao said. Oh, that's strong? Luo Tian's eyes lit up. One phenomenon equal to Ninino Wonder. Luo Rong called hers the most powerful of them all. Xiaoxiao, have you ever fought anyone for real? How does it perform in combat? Luo Tian pressed. Luo Xiaoxiao lowered her head without a word. Luo Rong answered for her. A Brother Tian, she's never fought anyone. What? Why? Luo Tian frowned. She's shy? Luo Rong replied with a bitter smile. She's flawless in solo practice, but the moment she faces an opponent, she freezes. All theory, no practice? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. That won't do. Luo Rong nodded. The elders say the same. She's still young, though. Give her a few years on the road, and she'll be fine. We're not waiting a few years. Luo Tian shook his head, his tone firm. Both of you pack your things. You're coming with me. Going? Where? Luo Xiaoxiao looked up in surprise. Mount Shumi, Luo Tian said. What? Mount Shumi? The two nearly jumped. It was a premier secret realm, far beyond ordinary reach. Luo Tian taking them, there was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Pack up. We leave this afternoon. If you don't go, I'll take someone else, Luo Tian added. We're going. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao answered in unison. Then hurry. They jogged off to gather their belongings, and by noon were back before Luo Tian, excitement written all over their faces. He led them to the teleportation array in Bianbei City. Using the coordinates supplied by the kingdom of Tianshuang, he triggered the formation. Spiritual energy surged, space twisted, and in a blink the three stepped into unfamiliar territory. Huh, what's this? They froze at the landing site. Smoke rose in the distance. Shattered walls lay everywhere. Someone had just fought a war here. Wrong coordinates? Impossible. Luo Tian double-checked. No mistake. The battered city wall still bore 3 faint characters: Guiyang City. Guiyang City in the Tianyang Empire was their agreed rendezvous. Why was it in ruins? Luo Tian's brow knitted tight. While he pondered, a sharp whooshing cut the air. Hold it, you three. A voice roared. More than a dozen figures landed and encircled them, faces twisted with fury, ready to tear the newcomers apart. Monstrous fiends. You dare commit such cruelty? They'll kill you. The youngest-looking woman shouted, her eyes blood-red at the devastation around her, and lunged straight at Luo Tian and the others. She was ready to strike. Bang! A glint of steel flashed through the air, only to be forced back into its sheath by an iron palm. The burly, middle-aged man beside her stood like a mountain, fingers locked as the scabbard trembled. The woman's arm went numb under the pressure, and she cried out, "General Chun, why are you stopping me?" General Chun turned slightly, his gaze steady. "Lu Yu, don't let hatred blind you. Take a look at their cultivation first." Lu Yu's heart tightened. Her eyes swept over the 3 newcomers, and her brow furrowed. Sky-floating realm, spirit-shaping realm, and one at the Kigathering realm? General Chun nodded. With strength like that, could they really destroy an entire city? Lu Yu fell silent, and slowly released the hilt. Only then did General Chun clasp his fists and give the trio a slight bow. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. How did you arrive here?" "Teleportation array," Luo Tian replied calmly. "Teleportation array?" Understanding dawned in General Chen's eyes. "That explains a lot. May I ask where you came from and where you're headed? Why did you land in Guiyang City?" Luo Tian offered no further explanation. He simply tossed over an exquisite jade token. General Chen caught it, brushed it with his spiritual sense, and his expression changed at once. "Mount Shumi? You actually hold passes to enter Mount Shumi? Where are your elders?" Luo Tian shrugged with a grin. "They're not here. Just the 3 of us." General Chen flicked the token back, his frown deepening. "A word of advice: never show that thing in public." Luo Tian caught the jade plate, puzzled. "Why not?" "A man with wealth but no strength is a walking target," General Chun said gravely. "Access to Mount Shumi is priceless in the Tianyang Kingdom. Many cultivators will kill for it. Without powerful guardians, the 3 of you are nothing but fat lambs on the road." Luo Tian now grasped how valuable the pass really was and felt a touch of goodwill toward the man before him. "Then why don't you take it, General?" "I have no interest in it," General Chun answered crisply. Luo Tian nodded, rare to meet an honest man. His eyes moved over the scorched earth around them. "What exactly happened here?" General Chun let out a long sigh. "We don't know either." Luo Tian frowned. "What?" General Chun continued. "You're outsiders, so you might not have heard. Strange events have plagued the Tianyang Kingdom for years. Frontier towns have been razed overnight, every inhabitant dead. At first it was remote places, but the destruction keeps creeping inward. The Grand Preceptor claims demons are at work. To uncover the truth and protect the people, the Imperial Army has mobilized almost completely, yet after years we haven't even glimpsed a demon's shadow." He ended with a bitter, self-mocking smile. "Demons?" Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been silent, turned pale and clutched Luo Tian's sleeve. General Chun waved a hand. "Talking about it won't help. Guiyang City is gone. If you intend to reach Mount Shumi, head to the next rally point." He pulled a folded sheepskin map from his coat and handed it to Luo Tian. 3,000 li south, at Hedong City, you'll find the new assembly area. Someone will take care of you there." Luo Tian accepted the map with a solemn thanks, then led his companions away. After several hundred steps, Luo Xiaoxiao was still trembling. "Brother Tian, what really happened here?" "I don't know," Luo Tian said. "Maybe someone sacrificed the entire city." "Sacrifice? Who could be that ruthless?" Luo Rong exclaimed in shock. Luo Tian sighed and spread his hands. "In a forest this vast, you'll find all kinds of birds. The world is even bigger. Of course evil exists. These creatures." Luo Rong clenched his jaw, then swallowed the rest of his words. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just worried. What if those fiends set their sights on Border North City?" Luo Tian looked up at the sky, his tone flat. "Then they're already dead." Luo Rong froze, then burst out laughing. Beside them, Luo Xiaoxiao asked with concern, "Brother Tian, General Chun seems like a good man. Will he be safe if he stays here?" "No problem," Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. "I scanned the place with my soul sense after we landed. The butchers who raised the city are long gone. It's safe here, though we won't find any clues." Luo Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. "All right, let's head for Hedong City." Luo Tian lifted his hand. Golden Rock. Halfway through the shout, he coughed awkwardly. King Golden Rock was nowhere in sight. Thousands of miles to cover, no mount, and he couldn't fly great. "Brother Tian?" Luo Rong looked over, puzzled. Luo Tian stared at him. "Luo Rong, you've reached the flight stage, right?" "Yeah." Luo Rong nodded instinctively. Luo Tian smiled and patted his shoulder. High in the sky, Luo Rong flew belly down, arms stretched straight ahead, while Luo Tian and Luo Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on his back. "Brother Tian, Is this really necessary? Luo Rong's face darkened. Head thought this trip was for training. Instead, Head become a mount. What else can we do? You're the only one who can fly, Luo Tian said matter-of-factly. But this pose is humiliating. Don't be embarrassed. That's how Superman flies. Huh. Luo Rong was completely baffled. Day turned to night and back again. Up in the air, Luo Tian's face had gone pale. Neither of you brought any food? No, Luo Xiaoxiao whispered, her stomach growling in reply. I didn't either, Luo Rong added guiltily. Luo Tian rubbed his forehead and muttered over the map. Damn, what kind of dump is this Tianyang Empire? Desert for thousands of miles. Not even a beast's den to raid for a meal. Head swept the area several times with his sole sense. There wasn't even a bird. Luo Rong, can't you go any faster? Brother Tian, this is my limit. Luo Rong replied with a wry smile. It was his first long-distance flight since breaking through, and it was draining him dry. Just as the three were fretting, Luo Tian suddenly sensed something and whipped around. What is it? Luo Rong asked, instantly alert. Someone's on our tail, Luo Tian said sharply. No sooner had he spoken than two black dots appeared on the horizon, swelling larger by the second. Why them? Luo Tian frowned. High above, two armored men charged toward Luo Tian and his companions astride dragon horses. The creatures galloped through the clouds, each hoof step slicing swirling vortices in the air, while the setting sun stretched the gleam of their armor into two blinding streaks. Why the rush, friends? The burly leader called out, twirling a long spear, his easy grin laced with casual disdain. Luo Tian looked up, studying their faces, a frown slowly knitting between his brows. Did General Chen send you? The newcomers were two men they had crossed paths with earlier in Gyeong City. General Chen? Sorry, no. The spearman shrugged, smiling. His companion scowled, cutting him off. Enough talk, kill them before something changes. The spearman raised a hand. Relax. Out here in the wilderness, what could possibly go wrong? With a snort, the other man fell silent. Luo Tian's eyes hardened. What do you want? You really have to ask? Hand over your token for Mount Shumi, the spearman replied, his grin greedy. Luo Tian drew a plaque from his robe and flicked it between his fingers. You mean this? The man's pupils contracted. Exactly. Give it here. Luo Tian's voice stayed cool. If you wanted it so badly, why didn't you take it back in Gyeong City? Before he finished, the impatient man exploded. Because of that blockhead Chen Kai. We had a good life in the capital, but he dragged us to this godforsaken place. Years passed, we lost money, and am done. Once we steal your Mount Shumi quota, we'll sell it for a fortune, leave the Tianyang Empire, start our own sect in some backwater state, and live like kings. Luo Tian nodded. I see. The spearman spun his weapon, tip brushing the ground as he smiled. He'll give you physio of got guts. Even now you're calm. Makes me almost sorry to kill you. With a metallic ring he flicked the spear up, its icy point aimed at Luo Tian's brow. But if we let you live, you'd run to Chen Kai and we'd be in trouble. So you all have to die. A roar of spear energy erupted. 10 seconds later the dust settled. Two corpses lay silently on the ground. Luo Tian brushed off his sleeves and sighed. How brave two novices at the Gui Su stage daring to attack a Juqi master like me. Brother Tian, came a timid voice behind him. Luo Tian turned. Luo Xiaoxiao was pointing at the two dragon horses still circling overhead. Their masters lay dead, blood still wet on their scales. The creatures neighed softly, too frightened to flee. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Well, at least your deaths brought us two dragon horses. He waved. Luo Rong, help me slaughter them for meat. Then you'll have strength to carry us through the air. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward. Luo Rong cleared his throat. Brother Tian, couldn't we just ride them? Luo Tian froze, smacked his forehead, and laughed. That makes more sense. He took the reins, wiping away the bloodstains. Luo Rong mounted one beast, while Luo Tian helped Luo Xiaoxiao onto the other. Both dragon horses were at the 9th level of the Tongxian stage and fully sentient. After witnessing Luo Tian's power, any thought of resisting vanished. At his signal, two Longma at the Tongxian stage spread their wings and shot into the sky above the official road, hooves treading on clouds as they streaked toward Hedong City like lightning. Even if Luo Rong pushed his mount to the limit, he still could not match their blistering speed. In less than an hour, the towering silhouette of the outer walls came into view. We're finally here, Luo Rong shouted in relief. Outside Hedong City, an invisible formation formed a canopy that barred cultivators from flying straight in. The trio landed before the gate, dismounted, loosened the reins, and let the two Longma head back on their own. With the entry tokens prepared in advance, they passed through the gate without a hitch. Kinga, where to next? Luo Rong asked, looking around. Luo Tian pressed a hand to his rumbling stomach. Food first. Although a gathering chi cultivator can go without eating for a time, an entire day and night on an empty stomach is still miserable. Only after reaching Tongxian can one truly ignore hunger. Just as they started down the street in search of a restaurant, a voice called from behind them. Excuse me, are you young Master Luo Tian? HM. Who's asking? Luo Tian turned, puzzled. He knew almost no one in the Tianyang Empire. The face before him was a stranger, a young man. And you are? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. You don't remember me, young master? I'm Xiaolong. The youth flashed an enthusiastic smile. Xiaolong. Luo Tian was still doubtful, drawing a blank. Seeing this, Xiaolong looked embarrassed and hurried to explain. It's normal you wouldn't recall. Do you remember the Frost Sky Martial Tournament a few months ago? I placed fifth in that match. Recognition flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. She recalled someone who had clung to the end of the bracket only to be knocked off the platform along with several others by his final strike. All right. When did you get here? Luo Tian asked. I arrived half a month ago. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Your timing is perfect. Perfect? What do you mean? Luo Tian frowned. There's a gathering of prodigies in Hudong later today. Nearly every young elite in the city will be there, even a few top figures of the Tianyang Empire. Xiaolong lowered his voice, speaking quickly. These past days there have been several clashes. A lot of us from the Frost Sky tournament have taken beatings and are lying low. If you show up, you could put them in their place. He looked at Luo Tian with obvious hope. Luo Tian, however, replied without hesitation, not interested, and turned away. The growling in his gut drowned out any excitement for a so-called prodigies gathering. Xiaolong froze, unprepared for such a blunt refusal, but forced himself to plead once more. Young Master Luo, it won't take long. Luo Tian kept walking. Deflated, Xiaolong muttered under his breath, if you want go, I guess we'll have to keep swallowing insults at the Mountain Delicacies Pavilion. The words had barely left his lips when Luo Tian and his two companions stopped dead in their tracks. Luo Tian Mountain Delicacies? Luo Rong Seafood? Luo Xiaoxi Oath Restaurant? With those words, the three of them suddenly appeared at Xiaolong's side, giving him a start. Young Master Luo Tian, you? Xiaolong stared in confusion. Luo Tian blurted out, that Mountain and Sea Delicacies Pavilion, you mention eat an actual place to eat? Xiaolong nodded hard. Absolutely. It's the finest restaurant in Hudong City. A big shot from the Tianyang Empire has booked the entire place to treat the prodigies whole soon as Sin Mount Sumeru. Do they have braised pork knuckle? And is it any good? Luo Tian swallowed, deadly serious. They do. The skin is crispy, the meat tender, and it melts the moment it touches your tongue. Xiaolong thumped his chest in guarantee. Luo Rong cut in. What about lobster? Plenty teleported in from the coast, top-tier quality. Rumors says there's even a trace of dragon blood in them. Luo Xiaoxiao blinked. Any vegetarian dishes? Lingji ginseng soup? Everything you can think of, perfectly prepared. The moment he finished, Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao fixed their eyes on Luo Tian. Luo Tian cleared his throat. In that case, for the sake of the pork knuckle cough, for the honor of the Tianshuang sect, we have to attend this banquet. Xiaolong's face lit up. Really? Fantastic. If young Master Luo Tian shows up, we can salvage our reputation. Everyone will be over the moon. Luo Tian waved him off. Hold the applause. When does it start? In half an hour, on the dot. Perfect, let's go eat. Yeah. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao cheered like kids. Seeing their excitement, Xiaolong felt an uneasy twinge, but with Luo Tian's promise he could only lead the way. They hurried down the bustling street, storefronts on either side, as Xiaolong filled Luo Tian in on Mount Sumeru and the upcoming gathering of elites. 1. The northern region holds 16 great continents and 3,000 minor ones. Winland Continent is one of the 16. 2. The Tianyang Empire ranks among Winland's 3 major empires, ruling thousands of vassal states: Night Wind, Jade Dragon, and many more. 3. Of these vassals, 4 stand at the top: Tianshuang, Tianling, Songyu, and Jueisheng. 4. Each of the 4 leads a loose alliance of nearby small states, the blocks quietly checking one another's power. 5. When Mount Sumeru opens, every nation gets several hundred slots, allocated through trials like the Tianshuang Martial Contest. 6. Once inside, cultivators from the same alliance usually team up first. Young Master Luo Tian and I both belong to the Tianshuang Alliance, Xiaolong went on. The other 3 nations have produced several monstrous talents this year strong, but still not as unbelievable as you, sir. Luo Tian frowned in thought. Sensing he had his attention, Xiaolong pressed on. Tianlang, for example, has its 4 wolf guards, each one terrifyingly strong. The ones pestering our Tianshuang faction the most these past few days are 2 of the so-called 4 wolf guards. Xiaolong lowered his voice. And rumor says that above those 4 there's a real wolf cub, someone even stronger. He's not in Hudong City. Right now, most likely, he plans to storm Mount Shumi through another entrance. He rattled the words off quickly, eyes flicking toward the street corner as if enemies might appear at any moment. Songyu isn't to be underestimated either, he went on. I caught sight of a few of their sword cultivators from afar, each one's at least on par with Feng Feiyang. I can't tell how deep their strength really runs. My own cultivation's too shallow. This year's Zuisheng is the biggest mystery. Hardly any of their top fighters have shown up in town, and people say the younger generation is nothing special, but we still can't take them lightly. In the end, the most frightening is the Tianyang Empire. A mother nation never stops producing monsters. When he finally wrapped up, he noticed Luo Tian frowning, so he asked, Young Master Luo, that's everything I know. Anything else you want to ask? Luo Tian looked serious, but said, the braised pork knuckles unlimited. Or do they run out? Xiaolong nearly choked on his own saliva. All the way here Luo Tian had worn a stern face. Xiaolong thought he was weighing the situation. Turned out he was thinking about food. Their Aliocaniate, he managed. Luo Tian let out a long breath. Great. I was afraid I'd been craving them for nothing. Xiaolong was speechless and simply sped up. Soon the vermilion lacquered doors of delicacies of mountain and sea came into view. The restaurant's golden tiles and sweeping eaves gleamed, and ribbons of spiritual light flowed across its walls, clear proof that the owner was anything but ordinary. Young Master Luo, this is the place. Let's go in, Xiaolong said, gesturing toward the entrance. Luo Tian nodded and stepped forward, but a scornful laugh rang out behind them. Well, if it isn't Xiaolong from the Tianshuang trial. Here to scrounge another meal? You've got some nerve. Xiaolong spun around, face instantly dark. The speaker was Mu He of the Tianling kingdom. Mu He smoothed his sleeves, a mocking smile on his lips. The fifth ranker of the Tianshuang trial got beaten like a stray dog for starting a fight at the banquet. If I were you, I'd have crawled home already. Never thought you'd dare show your face here again. Yu Xiaolong's fists creaked as he clenched them. Mu He dismissed him and looked at Luo Tian. First time we've met. Judging by your accent, you're from the Tianshuang trial too. What rank are you? Seventh. Luo Tian answered at once. Seventh? Mu He snorted. Another piece of trash. Watch your mouth. Luo Rong barked. Mu He glanced sideways at Luo Rong. Did I lie? Xiaolong's trash and he's fifth. This kid's seventh, doesn't that make him worse? Xiaolong couldn't hold back any longer. Mu He, you don't know a damn thing. In the Tianshuang trial, the strongest one is actually ranked seventh. He meant every word, but Mu He blinked, then burst out laughing. Right, right, the seventh is the strongest. Not only are you weak, you're brain damaged too. Seventh Placistringesta. Xiaolong was about to retort when a commotion erupted at the far end of the street. Look over there, he's here. Someone shouted. Mu He's expression darkened. He glanced at Xiaolong and snapped. I don't have time for brain-damaged idiots like you. I'm going to see a real prodigy. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away. Xiaolong stared after him, muttering, a real prodigy? Young Master Luo Tian, should we go see for ourselves? Luo Tian didn't even lift his eyelids. See what? Who's got the time? Let's get inside, grab a good seat, and eat. Luo Xiaoxiao raised her hand in agreement. Exactly. Food first. Food first. This fine. Xiaolong could only nod and lead the group into the hall. The hall was spacious. More than 100 tables lined the walls, leaving a huge open area in the center clearly reserved for sparring between courses. Luo Tian swept his gaze around and finally fixed on a table near the door. That one. The dishes will reach us fastest, right? Xiaolong followed his gaze, hesitating. Yes, but it's too remote. It doesn't match your status. Status my ass. Eating early is what matters. We're sitting there. Luo Tian walked straight to the corner and took a seat. All right, Xiaolong smiled wryly and sat down beside him. Before long Mu, he entered with a few companions, pointing and chatting as they came. Suddenly, he spotted Luo Tian's group in the corner. He halted and sneered. Well, at least you know your place, hiding in the farthest corner. Losers. The words had barely left his mouth when Luo Tian looked up, eyes cold. You've been squawking since we arrived. Say one more word, and I'll break your legs. The killing intent in his voice made Mu He instinctively step back, but humiliation quickly turned to rage. You. Bang. He was sent flying, crashing to the floor with both legs twisted at grotesque angles. A shrill scream tore from his throat. I told you to shut up, Luo Tian said flatly. Xiaolong whipped his head toward Luo Tian, shock written all over his face. He hadn't even seen Luo Tian move. A surge of joy followed, powerful. With Luo Tian around, no one would dare humiliate them again. On the other side, people crowded around Mu He, who writhed in agony. My legs. Move. A chilling voice came from the edge of the crowd. A path opened, and a tall young man stepped through Wolfguard Mu Feng, Mu He's cousin and one of the most formidable fighters at this East River City gathering. Mu Feng crouched for a look at the mangled limbs, his brow knitting tight. Who did this? Gritting his teeth, Mu He said, I didn't see clearly, but it had to be those people from the Tianshuang Martial Hall. Tianshuang Martial Hall? Mu Feng's gaze turned icy as he snapped his head toward Luo Tian's table. Boom. In the next instant his aura exploded. He lunged like a gale, fist crashing toward the corner. Ah Xiaolong cried out. He knew how terrifying Mu Feng was, no weaker than the little demon Mo Sha, and even more ruthless. If that punch landed, they were in serious trouble. Mu Feng's punch shot forward, yet Luo Tian and his companions didn't even glance his way. Before the force of the blow could fade, bang. A bony, vice-like hand seized his wrist. Startled, Mu Feng turned to see a sallow, gaunt elder standing in front of him, his tone firm and unquestionable. Master Mu, the banquet has not begun. Private fighting is forbidden. My young lord set that rule himself. Mu Feng tried twice to fling the elder aside, but the man didn't budge, and Mu Feng's heart sank. Their strengths were on entirely different levels. Humph, it's not that I wish to disrespect your young lord, he growled, voice icy. But this man broke my brother's legs. If that's not a private fight, what is? Someone owes me an explanation. The elder frowned and fixed his eyes on Luo Tian. Sir, why did you injure him? Luo Tian lifted his gaze lazily. Mind your accusations. Did you see me strike? Was it my left hand, right hand, left foot, or right foot? The elder hesitated. He truly hadn't seen Luo Tian act. His eyes swept the nearby guards. Each one silently shook his head. None had witnessed Muhi's injury. Drawing a deep breath, the elder admitted, I did not see anything. Exactly, Luo Tian said with a shrug. So stop framing an innocent man. Instead of arguing, hurry the kitchen and bring out the food. After a moment, the elder turned back to Mu Feng. Young Master Mu, I can say no more for now. Once the banquet begins, there will be a martial contest. You may issue a formal challenge then. The meaning was clear: seek revenge in the arena. Mu Feng said nothing, but his clenched fists creaked while he glared at Luo Tian. With a sigh, the elder added, I can also secure you a chance to challenge Yin Tianrui. Is that true? Mu Feng spun around, eyes blazing. The elder nodded solemnly. Only then did Mu Feng relax his fists. He shot Luo Tian's group a cold look. Enjoy your extra time. When the matches start, they'll deal with you. He turned and strode away. As Mu Feng left, the elder bowed to Luo Tian. Sir, since you've honored my young lord's banquet, please follow the rules and spare this old man any trouble. Luo Tian nodded. All right. For the sake of the pork knuckle, ill behave. The elder finally withdrew. With the tension easing, Xiao Long beside Luo Tian drew a sharp breath, eyes wide. Yin Tianrui. The true prodigy Mu he mentioned is Yin Tianrui. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. He's that famous? Absolutely, Xiao Long said quickly. Yin Tianrui ranks 10th on the Tianyang Hidden Dragon list. That means he's the 10th strongest fighter under 30 in the entire Tianyang Empire. When he left his sect recently, over a dozen top factions tried to recruit him. There was even a transcend tribulation level battle over it. If anyone deserves to be called a true prodigy, it's him. Xiao Long had barely finished when the whole hall suddenly erupted in clamor. Luo Tian and his companions followed the voice toward the entrance of the hall, where two young men were walking in side by side. One of them wore snow-white robes and carried a plain wooden sword on his back. Yin Tianrui, the famed prodigy of the Tianyang Empire. Xiao Long's face flushed with excitement. He tugged at his friends and whispered, Look, the one in white with the sword, that's Yin Tianrui, the prodigy himself. He practically sprang from his chair, then noticed Luo Rong sitting calmly beside him. Hey, why aren't you excited? He asked. Luo Rong glanced up. I was about to ask you the same thing. What's there to get worked up about? That's Yin Tianrui, the pride of the Tianyang Empire. Xiao Long's hands trembled as he spoke. A prodigy, huh? Stronger than our Tian? Luo Rong blinked, unconcerned. Xiao Long paused, thought a moment, then admitted, well, probably not. Then why the fuss? Luo Rong countered. Xiao Long stared blankly, then nodded as if enlightened. Yo, why am I so hyped? He sneaked a look at Luo Tian, then back at Yin Tianrui, muttering, right? No reason to be nervous. With that he sat down, though he still shook his head in disbelief. In the center of the hall, Sun Xiu, a young man in ornate robes, personally escorted Yin Tianrui to an honored seat. Catching the dark circles beneath Yin's eyes, Sun Xiu leaned in. Brother Yin, what happened? You look exhausted. Didn't sleep last night. Yin answered with a heavy sigh. The nightmare again? Sun Xiu asked, startled. Yin Tianrui's body tensed. He nodded. Yes. Lowering his voice, Sun Xiu pressed on. What really happened the day the Kanglan sect was wiped out? What could haunt a genius like you every night? At the mention of that day, a boy's face flashed through Yin Tianrui's mind. His own face went deathly pale as his fingers clenched crack. The wine cup in his hand shattered, liquor spraying everywhere. Brother Yin, Sun Xiu cried. Snapping back to himself, Yin Tianrui apologized at once. Sorry. Nerves. One simple question had rattled him so badly that Sun Xiu felt a chill. He muttered under his breath. Could the rumors be true, an evil being from beyond our realm? Yin Tianrui forced a bitter smile. Sun Xiu, please don't ask. Reluctantly, Sun Xiu returned to his seat, more shaken than ever. Anything that could terrify Yin Tianrui had to be extraordinary. Young master, shall we begin? The elder from earlier asked, bowing beside him. Sun Xiu rose and delivered a polished welcome address that drew thunderous applause. When he finished, he sat down again, and servants filed in with dish after fragrant dish, filling the long tables. Luo Tian, Luo Rong, and Luo Xiaoxiao could hardly tear their eyes away. Finally, food. Luo Rong cheered. Let's eat. Luo Xiaoxiao bounced with glee. They had eaten almost nothing for 2 days and no longer cared about appearances. Luo Tian grabbed an entire braised shank and tore into it. Luo Rong gulped wine straight from the bowl. Luo Xiaoxiao used both hands to shovel food in. Their unrestrained feast stunned the nearby guests, who stared in mixed surprise and disdain. After all, everyone invited here was of some stature. Who ate like that? Amid the curious stares, someone at the far end of the hall raised his voice. Young Master Sun, since the feast has begun, shouldn't we have some entertainment? Our tradition of friendly bouts must not be forgotten. From the head table, Sun Xiu smiled and nodded. Naturally, the speaker continued, I see many unfamiliar faces today. Prodigies from every realm have gathered in Hudong City. I, for one, would love to test their mettle. Leaping into the very center of the hall, he announced, name's Wu Liuqi of the Serious Kingdom. By a lucky break, I earned the right to enter Mount Sumeru. Back home, I'm considered a nobody in the younger generation, hardly worth anyone's attention. Trouble is, I like to spar, and whenever I cross hands with my own people, I'm the one getting pounded. So I've come up with a clever plan. I invite the disciples of Tianchuan Wujue to step up and fight me. I may be useless in the Serious Kingdom, but I'm still stronger than any of you. Well, who's brave enough to accept? The lanterns cast Wu Luqi's tall, wiry form across the floor. He clapped his hands, eyes sweeping the hall with a provocative grin. His mock humility dripped with scorn for Tianchuan Wujue. After a brief hush, the serious crowd burst into thunderous laughter that ricocheted off the dome. Across the room, Tian Shuang's young disciples flushed red, fists tightening as anger flared in their eyes. You've got a big mouth. They'll shut it for you. A voice bellowed. A purple-clad youth vaulted forward, landing squarely before Wu Liuqi, battle lust gleaming like steel in his gaze. And you would be? Wu Liuqi arched a brow, offering a mock-polite bow. Zhang Luoran, 36th in Tian Shuang's rankings. The youth lifted his chin proudly. Excellent. You'll do. Wu Liuqi barely finished the sentence when the floor under him cracked. The two figures blurred together in a flurry of strikes and blades, wind screaming through the hall. A dozen moves flashed by. Bang! A palm slammed into Zhang Luoran's chest, hurling him several yards. He crashed into a stone pillar, then slid to the floor, arm trembling, clearly spent. Wu Liuqi shook off his hand as though dusting away grit and smirked. So the 36th disciple of Tianchuan can't handle a nobody like me. Either I'm not worthless, or you all are. The taunt drew another round of roaring laughter from the serious side. The din shattered when a deep voice cut through it. Who said everyone from Tianchuan is worthless? Before the echo faded, a dark-robed figure streaked down, landing in the arena's heart. Sharp-browed, cold as a drawn blade, he drew a collective gasp from Tian Shuang's disciples. Yuan Shua. Wu Luqi's eyes flicked over him, wariness melting into disdain. Another Tianchuan disciple? Just arrived? What rank? Yuan Shua, 88th. The number doubled Wu Liuqi with laughter. 36 couldn't touch me, and 88 wants to die too? You must be crazy. His sneer dripped contempt. Yuan Shua's lips twitched, but his voice stayed calm. Tian Shuang's rankings don't always match true strength. Those who knew the story nodded head, once been a top contender until an early bout with the monster Luo Tian dropped him to 88. Outsiders, though, heard only an excuse. Fine. If you're begging for a beating, don't blame me. Wu Liuqi lunged like a wolf on prey. Boom. The floor shuddered, stone shards flying. A black blur, a single thunderclap hand. Wu Liuqi soared backward like a cut kite, blasted through a wall to sprawl in the rubble, utterly broken. Silence swallowed the hall, sharp enough to hear a pin drop. All eyes locked on Yuan Shua standing alone ahead, needed only one strike. So you weren't lying, he said, glancing at the fallen Wu Liuqi, a cold smile tugging his lips. The Serious Kingdom really is full of trash. The sentence lit a blaze of pride in the Tianchuan disciples. They erupted in cheers, echoing Yuan Shua's name like rolling thunder. At last, someone had vindicated them. The rest of the hall stood stunned, all nursing the same question. How could Tian Shuang's 88th disciple be so much stronger than its 36th? So bold. You dare insult the Tianlang Kingdom? I challenge you. As the words fell, a sharp wind sliced through the hall, kicking up a fine haze of dust from the bluestone floor. The newcomer was Chu Mingyi, a young prodigy of the Tianlang Kingdom. Chu Mingyi? That guy beat several Tianchuan Wujue fighters in a row a few days ago. He's good, but can he win today? Whispered comments rippled through the crowd. With every eye on him, Chu Mingyi drew his sword. His aura, wolf-like and fierce, locked onto Yuan Shua. The battle ignited. First strike's word light ripped the air apart. Second strike raw force whipped up a howling gale. Third strike boom. A dull blast sent Chu Mingyi flying several yards before he crashed off the platform. Yuan Shua chalked up another victory. Tianlang Kingdom, who's next? Hands clasped behind his back, Yuan Shua's icy gaze swept the hall as his voice echoed off the walls. Instantly, the disciples of Tianchuan Wujue erupted with excitement. See that, you wolves? Who's the trash now? Strut around all you like, come prove yourselves. With Yuan Shua setting the tone, the youths of Tianchuan Wujue straightened their spines. Arrogant brat, they'll fight you. Another Tianlang youngster roared, leaping onto the stage. 5 moves later, bang. He too was flung away, smashing a long table to splinters. 3 matches, 3 decisive wins. The hall was in an uproar. On the main dais, Sun Xiu's eyes gleamed. He leaned toward Yin Tianrui and spoke in a low voice. Brother Yin, what do you think of Yuan Shua? Yin Tianrui kept his gaze on the stage and nodded. Excellent talent and solid cultivation. anywhere in the Tianyang Empire's top sects, had be treated as a core disciple. Sun Xiu's smile widened. Then I have to befriend him. Yin Tianrui frowned. Brother Sun, do you really need to make friends with everyone? Sun Xiu answered easily. Our Sun clan is mediocre at cultivation, but we're decent merchants. Without strong allies, would be fat sheep waiting for slaughter. Generations of wide-ranging friendships are why the Sun clan still stands in the Tianyang Empire. Yin Tianrui nodded, his eyes returning to Yu and Shua. With strength like that, how can he be ranked only 88th? Many in the hall shared the same question. Elsewhere in the crowd, a young man from the Tianyang Empire tapped his companion's shoulder. Brother, you also advanced from Tianchuan Wujue? The companion nodded. Yes. Why? I don't understand. Your sect's 88th place is this strong? The youngster chuckled. It's a long story. Don't be fooled by you and Shua's rank. In actual strength, he's at least 5th or 6th in Tianchuan Wujue. The Tianyang youth gaped. That's strong? Then what about Xiao Long, ranked 5th, who got beaten to a pulp the other day? Where does he place? The youngster scoffed. Xiao Long. Near the bottom. The Tianyang youth froze. Someone near the bottom ranked 5th? Then who's number 1? They must be the strongest, right? He pressed. The youngster smiled even wider. Number 1 is Xue Linglong. She's indeed powerful, but in true strength ID put her 4th. First place yet only 4th in real power? The boy from the kingdom of Tianyang asked again. So what ranks do the top 3 fighters hold? The youth from the kingdom of Tianchuan frowned, trying to recall. The second and third strongest are somewhere in the 20s or 30s, I'm not sure. But the strongest this time is ranked 7th. The Tianyang boy froze. Wait, let me get this straight. The 5th strongest, Yuan Shua, is 88th. The 4th strongest is 1st. The 3rd and 2nd are in the 20s or 30s, and the strongest is 7th? What kind of system is that? Do you people use different math? 7th is 1st, 1st is 4th, 88th is 5th? The Tianchuan youth scratched his head, utterly baffled. Stop overthinking it. Our math is exactly the same as yours. Then how did the list end up like this? The Tianyang boy insisted. The Tianchuan youth instinctively touched his still swollen cheek. The final scene of the Tianchuan martial trials flashed through his mind. Luo Tian's palm crashing down, followed by 7 days of darkness. Because that day a monster showed up, he murmured. In the center of the arena, Yuan Shua flicked his sleeves after a 3rd straight win and sneered. Kingdom of Tianlang, have you run out of fighters? His words drew furious glares from every Tianlang youth. Yet with 3 teammates already beaten, none dared step forward. Every gaze swung to a lone figure in the corner. Mu Feng. Of the 4 wolf guards, only he had come today, making him the de facto leader of the Tianlang contingent. Mu Feng's face was calm as still water. He rose slowly and said coldly, so the Tianchuan martial trials are nothing but trash. Fine. You're at least worth a warm-up. With that, he stamped the floor and dropped into the center of the hall like a falling mountain. The Tianlang youths erupted in thunderous cheers, while those on the Tianchuan side clenched their fists, palms slick with sweat. Mu Feng. He's stepping in again. Someone whispered. I saw him throw a casual strike a few days ago. Terrifying power. Can you and Shua handle it? At the edge of the hall, Xiao Long, looking nervous, turned and asked softly, Young Master Luo, should we? He stopped mid-sentence. Luo Tian held 3 pork knuckles in his left hand, for in his right, and was gnawing on another, completely unconcerned with the looming clash. Xiao Long could only shake his head in silence. In the center, Yuan Shua narrowed his eyes. One of the 4 wolf guards? Perfect. I've been wondering how strong the best of Tianlang's younger generation really is. Before he even finished speaking, he lunged forward, palm wind howling. Mu Feng offered no preamble, answering with a single heavy punch. What? Alarm shot through Yuan Shua. He hastily switched moves, crossing his arms to block. Bang! A brutal force drilled through his guard. Bones vibrated, flesh went numb, and he staggered half a step. Such power, he thought in shock. Before he could steady himself, Mu Feng's second punch tore through the air. Bang! Yuan Shua retreated 2 steps, his heels sparking against the flagstones. The 3rd punch followed. Bang! Driven back 3 more steps, his chest churned. Mu Feng's assault poured down like rain, seamless and relentless, every punch landing solidly. On the 17th punch, Yuan Shua was blasted clear across the arena. Phew! Spinning in midair, Yuan Shua just managed to steady himself. The moment his toes touched the floor, the residual force still drove him back several steps. His face turned ghost white, and blood streaked the corner of his mouth. After taking 17 punches Heaton, his organs felt as if they were being roasted. Taking 17 of my punches isn't half bad. Mu Feng lowered his fists, clasped his hands behind his back, and gave him a casual glance. Yuan Shua started, but the metallic taste surging up his throat choked off every word. He lowered his head and swallowed it back down. On the main platform, Sun Xiu's palms trembled. He leaned toward Yin Tianrui and asked, Brother Yin, can you tell how deep Mu Feng's strength runs? Yin Tianrui's gaze remained steady, very strong. In our Kanglan sect's younger generation, heads sit comfortably in the top 5. Yuan Shuo's loss wasn't unjust. Sun Xiu nodded thoughtfully, then stood and called out, "Brilliant." Both men put on a masterful display. Victory and defeat are a soldier's daily bread, brother. You fought with honor even in defeat. Before his words faded, he produced a lustrous white pill and handed it to Yuan Shuo. A 6th-grade healing pill. Take it quickly. Yuan Shuo's eyes widened. A pill of this caliber was worth a small city. Even the Yuan clan rarely showed one in public. Bowing slightly, he accepted it and swallowed it in one gulp. Warm medicinal energy poured through his meridians, instantly calming his raging internal injuries. On the far side of the hall, chaos had already erupted. Tianlang Kingdom's warriors slapped tables and howled. "Come on, Frost Nation, keep shouting. Bah, your Tianshuang techniques can't hold a candle to ours." Jeers rose in waves while the Tianshuang contingent lowered their heads in humiliation. "Damn it, this is suffocating," someone muttered. If Luo Tian, Shui Linglong, Feng Feiyang, or Mo Sha were here, would they dare act so smug? Another side. Mount Shumi has 9 entrances. Those few are probably waiting in another city. Complaining won't help. Amid the hubbub, Mu Feng, fresh from his victory, let his eyes sweep past Luo Tian in the corner before settling on Yin Tianrui. "Young master son," he declared, voice ringing, "I respectfully request a bout with brother Yin." Boom, the entire hall exploded with chatter. Mu Feng wants to fight Yin Tianrui? A showdown between 2 prodigies? Who's stronger? Please, Mu Feng isn't even #1 in Tianlang. How can he compare with Yin Tianrui? You haven't seen them fight, how would you know? The debate raged like wildfire. Yin Tianrui frowned slightly and shook his head. "You're not my match," he said, clearly disinclined to fight. Yet Mu Feng clasped his fists stubbornly. "If I don't try, he'll never be content. I want to judge with my own eyes what top 10 strength in a suzerain kingdom feels like." Yin Tianrui was about to refuse again when Sun Xiu leaned over and whispered a few words. Yin Tianrui shot him a helpless look, then finally nodded. "Very well. For brother Sun's sake, he'll give you your chance." With a single remark, he had just pocketed 2 favors at once. As expected, Mu Feng promptly cupped his hands to Sun Xiu in gratitude. Before he even finished speaking, Yin Tianrui tapped the floor, his robe fluttered, and he drifted into the air, coming to rest in the center of the hall. Every eye snapped toward him, a wave of startled voices rising and falling. "Airborne flight. Yin Tianrui. Has he already reached the skywalking realm?" In a corner, Xiaolong looked up from his meal, just as stunned as everyone else. Reaching the skywalking realm in one's early 20s was unheard of. He nudged Luo Rong, who was still shoveling rice into his mouth, and whispered, "Isn't that terrifying?" Luo Rong rolled his eyes, grains of rice still on his lips. "Terrifying? I hit skywalking before I turned 20. With that, he went right back to eating." "Seriously?" Xiaolong froze, studying Luo Rong for the first time. Because of Luo Tian, he had never paid the younger brother any attention. Now, focusing carefully, he could sense the surging skywalking aura in Luo Rong's body. "So the genius was right beside me all along," he muttered. Back in the center of the hall, Mu Feng's pupils tightened. Yin Tianrui was even stronger than he had feared. Hands clasped behind his back, Yin Tianrui spoke calmly. "He'll give you one chance. Show me your strongest technique." Mu Feng drew a deep breath and clenched his fist. Spiraling spiritual power gathered around it, and the phantom of a savage, celestial wolf appeared. "That's the celestial wolf fist?" Someone cried out. One of the 3 supreme fist arts of the Sky Wolf kingdoms mastered it. Celestial wolf, fist smash. Mu Feng roared, punching forward. Bang! Yin Tianrui raised one hand, his fingertips brushing the air. Mu Feng felt his force sink into a bottomless abyss and collapse in an instant. His full power strike had been erased as though it never existed. He stared in disbelief, while Yin Tianrui's gaze grew distant, as if caught in a memory. "The same punch, yet the gulf is so vast," he murmured. "What did you say?" Mu Feng blinked. Yin Tianrui returned to himself and smiled apologetically. Sorry, an unpleasant memory came to mind. Mu Feng cupped his fists. "As expected of Tianyang Empire's foremost prodigy. I concede." Yin Tianrui waved the compliment away. "Prodigy? Hardly. In front of true powerhouses, am nothing." With that, he walked back to his seat. His modesty after such a display drew murmurs of admiration throughout the hall. After Yin Tianrui sat down, Mu Feng still did not leave. He swept a frosty gaze toward a corner. "You over there, you injured my worthless brother. For young master son's sake, I let it slide earlier. Now do you dare face me?" Swish. Everyone followed his line of sight. At a table in the corner sat 4 people. Empty plates were stacked more than 2 feet high, hiding 3 of their faces. Only one familiar face was visible. Xiaolong. The guy who got thrashed and ranked 5th in the Tianshuang technique a few days ago? He's crossed the Skywolf Kingdom again. An astonished buzz spread through the crowd. That guy's been beaten up several times already, hasn't he? Now he's messing with people from the Tianlang Kingdom? Is he tired of living? Still, you have to admit's got nerve. Courage means nothing without strength. You know exactly how weak he is. Look at Mu Feng's face, give it a minute, and hell kill Xiaolong on the spot. The crowd buzzed with glee, eager for a spectacle. In the center of the hall, Xiao Long stood frozen, clothes drenched in cold sweat. With his meager cultivation, even Mu Feng's gaze felt like a mountain pressing down on his chest. Lo help his lips trembled. He couldn't even finish the plea. Something wrong? Not far away, behind a low table, Luo Tian licked his fingers and kept gnawing on a glossy pork hock. What's going on behind the platter? Luo Rong set down his lobster pincer and glanced toward the commotion. Looks like that guy from earlier wants to pick a fight with us. Oh, the trash brother? Right, I remember. Luo Tian lifted his head and scanned the room. Which of you wants to teach him a lesson? Huh, I haven't finished my lobster. Xiao, you go. Luo Rong smacked his lips and licked off the spicy sauce. Little Luo Xiao froze, fist clenched. Me? But I've never fought an outsider before. She was still young, cheeks round and innocent, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem, Luo Tian said, waving reassuringly. Whatever he tries, just stay where you are and run through your forms. That's really all. Luo Xiao blinked, needing the confirmation. Trust me, her brother replied with confidence. With that, Luo Xiao nodded hard. Okay, you'll go? She pushed back her chair and skipped toward the center of the hall, her light steps barely making a sound. A little girl? How old is she? Well, 13? What could she have done to offend Mu Feng? Those guys behind the platter must be scared, so they're throwing her to the wolves. Mu Feng can't hit a kid, right? Don't kid yourself. People from the Tianlang kingdom kill children as readily as adults. Wait, didn't she come out of the Frost Heaven trials, too? What was her rank? I've never seen her before. Speculation swirled, but Luo Xiao was already standing before Mu Feng, tilting her head back to look up at the towering youth. So are we fighting? Her voice was soft yet clear. Mu Feng lowered his eyes, cold as a blade. A little girl meant to insult me? Fury flared across his face. When he didn't answer, Luo Xiao added, if you want speak, he'll start. She drew a deep breath and called out each move with perfect diction. Ready, begin. 1 to a 4 for, 2 to a 3 for. Under 100 shocked stares, the girl opened and closed her arms, tapped her feet, and practiced her palm forms with the focus of someone doing morning drills in her own courtyard. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. They saw only a child doing calisthenics, never guessing at the hidden craftsmanship within each move. You brat. Mu Feng's face went from red to white. Never in his life had he been mocked like this. His roar shook the rafters. Get out of my sight. He reached out, meaning to grab her wrist and swing her away like a rag doll. Luo Xiao kept counting beats. Left kick, step forward, big right arm circle. As her right arm swept in that wide arc, Mu Feng's fingers closed around her slender wrist. The very next instant, an unimaginable force exploded from Luo Xiao's wrist. The moment Mu Feng seized her wrist, he felt his body lift off the ground beyond his control. Boom. In the next instant, Luo Xiao executed a graceful full spin, swinging him like a whirling top before slamming him into the floor. A low hum filled the hall as the array around them flared to life, absorbing the impact for the floor, but every bit of the recoil drove into Mu Feng. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of blood across the slabs. Hey, why are you bleeding? I didn't even hit you. Are you faking it? Luo Xiao recoiled, her palms still trembling. Silence swallowed the vast hall. Mu Feng, who had just sent Yuan Shuo flying with 17 punches, was coughing blood after a single swing from a slip of a girl? And it wasn't even a proper exchange, just a spin? Brother Yin, what in the world? Sun Xiao, seated in the place of honor, turned to Yin Tianrui, thoroughly bewildered. Yin Tianrui frowned as well. I didn't catch it either, but that little girl is no ordinary fighter. Oh, and why is that? Look at her cultivation. Sun Xiao narrowed his eyes, examined her, then sprang to his feet. Spirit transformation? Impossible. She's what, 12 or 13? A spirit transformation realm at that age? In the entire history of the Tianyang Empire, there have been only 1 or 2. What he had taken for an ordinary girl had revealed herself to be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Sun Xiao made up his mind on the Spoth had to win her over at any cost. On the other side, Mu Feng staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips, and glared like a viper. Clever little wench, pretending to be weak. Huh, what are you talking about? Luo Xiao blinked in confusion. Drop the act. I was careless before. This time I won't hold back. His roar shook the air as his shirt burst apart, revealing muscles forged like bronze. A spectral wolf leapt from his back, its killing intent sweeping through the hall. Brother Mu, stopped. Sun Xiao paled. He was planning to recruit Luo Xiao, and it would be disastrous if she were killed here. But Mu Feng could no longer hear him and launched a thunderous punch at the girl. Luo Xiao had never faced such ferocity. She cried out and stumbled back. Just as the fist wind reached her, a deep hum sounded as the phantom of a 9-headed beast blossomed behind her, her inner sea reacting on its own. The next moment, 9 gaping maws opened at once, unleashing torrents of breath, each with a different elemental force, yet equally terrifying. What? Mu Feng had no time to react before the first stream slammed into his chest. Boom. The successive blasts hurled him through the air and slammed him into a stone pillar. The hall's protective array buzzed to life once more, struggling to shield the pillar, but under the onslaught of 9 raging breaths, cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Then bang! The pillar shattered outright, and Mu Feng was blasted clear along with the debris. The entire hall fell silent. Only Luo Xiaoxiao's shrill scream still echoed. Everyone froze. The first time Mu Feng had been slammed to the ground and spit blood, people chalked it up to being caught off guard. But the second time he faced her Head was utterly destroyed. By lamplight, a phantom of a 9-headed beast writhed behind Luo Xiaoxiao, its fangs gleaming, ready to pounce. Every eye clung to that apparition. What in the world was it? On the high seat, Sun Xiu's expression darkened. He knew the restaurant's defensive array better than Anyunia was said to withstand a full-force blow from a 9th-stage Guishu master. Yet that single strike had torn it open. There was only one conclusion. Luo Xiaoxiao's power exceeded the 9th stage of Guishu. A girl of 13 or 14 wielded that kind of force. Ah, I'm sorry. I surrender. No more fighting, too scary. Luo Xiaoxiao yelled, holding her head. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. Surrender? After doing that to your opponent? Mu Feng, brother Mu Feng, Lord Mu. Youths from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom rushed over. Mu Feng's chest was crushed, 9 bone-deep gashes carved into his body, blood soaking his robe. He was unconscious from the trauma. The air froze. Shock was etched on every face. The mighty Mu Feng, reduced to this? Luo Xiaoxiao sensed something was wrong, glanced around, and finally saw Mu Feng on the floor. Huh, what happened to him? Who did that? No one answered. Sun Xiu instinctively looked at Yin Tianrui, who was equally shaken. Moments ago had believed himself stronger than Luo Xiaoxiao. Yet if that monstrous strike had been aimed at him, he had no idea how to survive. Who was this girl, and why had no one heard of her? Boom. Before the shock had faded, a violent aura exploded outside. The doors shattered, and a gray-haired man strode in, murder in his eyes. Who's the blind fool that broke Muhi's legs? Get out here. Uncle Jio, look at brother Mu Feng. A heavenly wolf youth shouted. Uncle Jio's gaze dropped to the blood-soaked Mu Feng. His pupils contracted. Boom-killing intent surged like a tidal wave. He roared, who did this? Who? Uncle Jio was clan uncle to Mu Feng and Mu He, charged with their protection. Had been resting at their quarters when clansmen carried in Mu He with both legs shattered. Fury erupted, and Head stormed toward the Mountain Delicacy Pavilion to seek justice only, to find Mu Feng gravely wounded as soon as he arrived. Blow after blow left Uncle Jio reeling, the world spinning around him. Earlier, when Mu He was injured, Mu Jiushu was angry but still composed. Mu He's status in the clan was limited, and at worst Mu Jiushu would face a reprimand. Mu Feng, however, was different, was the foremost talent of the younger generation, the future patriarch of the Mu family. Now that Mu Feng had been seriously wounded, Mu Jiushu, as his personal guard, would face a terrible punishment once he returned. The thought only stoked the fire in his chest. That which is the one who hurt brother Mu Feng. A teenager from the Tianlang kingdom shouted, pointing at Luo Xiaoxiao. Mu Jiushu's gaze turned icy as it locked onto Luo Xiaoxiao. A vicious girl at such a young age, he growled. If you're allowed to live, who knows what calamities you'll cause. Today I'll kill you and rid the world of this scourge. Boom. Spiritual power erupted from his body, and a terrifying aura surged toward Luo Xiaoxiao. On the main platform, Sun Xiu's expression changed. Master Mu, stop. He shouted, leaping from the dais to shield Luo Xiaoxiao. Today's gathering is for young elites. Injuries and friendly matches are inevitable. Sun Xiu had organized this banquet himself. If someone were killed here, the Sun family would lose face. More importantly, after witnessing Luo Xiaoxiao's talent, he had already decided to befriend her, could not let her die before his eyes. Yet, out of my way, Mu Jiushu roared. A violent wave of force blasted out, sending Sun Xiu and several guards flying before they crashed heavily to the ground. Guishu realm, 9th level. Sun Xiu's face went pale. No one in the Sun family could stand against a cultivator of the Dujie realm. There was no one present who could stop Mu Jiushu. Which? Mu Jiushu advanced on Luo Xiaoxiao, killing intent surging like a tide. Clang! A sword sang through the air. Yin Tianrui stepped in front of Luo Xiaoxiao, the point of his blade angled toward the floor. Master Mu, he said coldly, think twice. You dare block me? Mu Jiushu sneered, his aura climbing higher still. I will kill her today. No one in heaven or on earth can save her. The oppressive force crushed down like a mountain, yet Yin Tianrui remained unmoved, a stone against the tide. The spectators' eyes changed completely. So this was the top prodigy of the Tianyang Empire standing unflinching before a Guishu realm powerhouse. Whether he could win was another matter, but such courage alone set him apart. If it were me, I'd be kneeling already, many thought in silence. Humph. Die witch. Mu Jiushu bellowed. Boom. A massive palm of condensed spiritual power smashed down toward Luo Xiaoxiao. To the onlookers, her death seemed certain. At that critical instant, swish, a streak of light tore through the air. Trying to ambush me? Mu Jioshu snorted disdainfully and reached out to seize the glint of cold light. Crack! Blood spattered as bones shattered. The streak of light smashed his entire arm to pieces. Ah! Mu Jioshu screamed, rolling across the floor, barely clinging to life. Who dares attack me with a magic tool? Show yourself. His roar thundered through the hall. Everyone gasped. To shatter the arm of a 9th-level Goeishu cultivator in one Strachino 6th-grade artifact could do that. Could it be 7th grade? Gulp. The artifact that had just pulverized Mu Jioshu's arm rolled back from the corner. When they finally saw what it was, everyone froze in disbelief. A half-eaten pork knuckle lay on the floor. I didn't imagine that, did I? That thing broke the arm of a 9th-level returning void cultivator? A youth rubbed his eyes, voice shaking. See the blood on it. I'm sure of it. Another leaned in, pointing at the crimson beads. Maybe it's a pork knuckle-shaped artifact? Someone guessed. Could be. Another raised his chopsticks and gingerly poked. Pop. The tips slid straight through, juices flowing out. Plain as day, it was an ordinary pork knuckle just bitten, nothing more. The room fell silent. A common piece of meat had shattered a 9th-level expert's arm, yet stayed intact. What kind of power was that? While shock rippled through the crowd, an impatient voice sounded from a corner. All I wanted was a quiet meal. Why does trouble always find me? A tall, lean figure stood up, a few grains of rice still clinging to his robe. It was Luo Tian. Arriving early, Head sat in the corner behind a stack of empty plates, so except for Xiao Long, no one had noticed him. The young disciples of Tianshuang martial sect erupted. Luo Tian. My god, it's Luo Tian. He came to Hedong City, and I never heard? With Luo Tian here, who dares look down on us? Cheers echoed. Members of other factions were baffled. A youth from the Tianyang Empire whispered, Brother, who's Luo Tian? Chin up, his companion answered, ranked 7th on the Tianshuang Roland, easily the strongest on it. Huh. The first youth was still blank. Thud. Beside Sun Xiao, Yin Tianrui's knees buckled. He collapsed, trembling, face pale as paper. Brother Yin, what's wrong? Sun Xiao asked, stunned. Yin Tianrui had been unfazed by Mu Jiash's pressure earlier. Now he was terrified? Brother Sun, remember the nightmare I told you about? Yin Tianrui's voice quivered. I doubt he's that nightmare. Yin Tianrui forced a bitter smile. Sun Xiao jolted. You mean he's before he could finish? Yin Tianrui clamped a hand over his mouth and nodded hard. Sun Xiao froze. Across the hall, Luo Xiaoxiao crept up and whispered, Brother Tian, did I cause trouble? Luo Tian gently patted her head. Then his gaze settled on Mu Jioshu. His tone was calm, but cutting. We agreed this would be a contest among the juniors. Your youngster Losta should go home and train. Yet you, an elder, jump in screaming for blood. Do you really think you're that tough? Mu Jioshu met Luo Tian's eyes and felt a wave of dread. This was the man who had just crippled his arm, and the aura around him was more terrifying than the Mu clan's patriarch. Rage boiled inside him, yet he dared not move. What monsters had Mu He and Mu Feng provoked? Young master, that was a misunderstanding. Mu Jioshu forced a smile. A misunderstanding? If I hadn't been here, or if I'd been weaker, you would have killed my sister on the spot. Would that have been a misunderstanding too? Luo Tian fixed him with a cold stare. The icy gaze cut like two invisible blades, pinning Mu Jioshu in place until his nerves stretched to the breaking point and he could barely breathe. Boom. In the next instant, Mu Jioshu whirled around, trying to unleash his spiritual power, and Bolda had no intention of dying here. But bang. Had taken only 2 steps when a blur flashed before his eyes. Luo Tian was already in front of him, and with a casual backhand, he brought his palm down like a falling mountain. Mu Jiash's chest caved in, ribs snapping as blood sprayed. The crowd held its breath. Unbelievable power. A 9th-level Gui Su cultivator crippled with a single, almost lazy strike? Mu Jioshu turned ghost pale, sweat pouring as he croaked. You can't kill me. If you do, the Mu clan will hunt you down. Luo Tian gave him a flat glance, voice low and calm. Really? I'd like to see them try. The words had barely faded when Luo Tian kicked. Bang. Mu Jiash's head exploded. A cloud of blood mist filled the air. The 9th-level expert died on the spot. Silence blanketed the hall. Luo Tian turned to the unconscious Mu Feng, one of the Sky Wolf Kingdoms, for young wolf guards, and flicked a finger. Bang. The force punched through Mu Feng's brow, ending his life instantly. 2 lives taken in the blink of an eye. A chill swept through everyone present. Hands clasped behind his back, Luo Tian scanned the hall with eyes like steel. All cultivators from the Sky Wolf Kingdom, get out. Mount Shumi is off limits to you this year. With one sentence, he stripped an entire kingdom of its qualification. Uproar followed. A young man stepped forward, disbelief written on his face. Hey, what gives you? Bang. The crowd saw only a blur. Before they could register the move, the youth was smashed into the wall, bones cracking in rapid succession. What gives me the right? Luo Tian's voice was icy. I'm stronger than you, and I'm in a bad mood. If this had been a fair duel, he would have let it go, but the Sky Wolf cultivators had tried to kill after losing that crossed his line. The hall went dead quiet. No one dared meet his gaze. Just then a light chuckle floated in from the doorway. Ha, stronger than you. In a bad mood, such arrogance. Your skills are impressive, friend, but you're overstepping. The quotas for Mount Shumi were settled by the nations long ago. You alone can't rescind them. A gray-robed elder strode in, sleeves fluttering, aura deep as an abyss. Elder Yin, you're here. Excellent. Elder Yin is at the first tribulation stage. This punk won't stay cocky for long. The Sky Wolf crowd cheered. Luo Tian spared Elder Yin a bland look. A cold light danced as he lifted his hand. Elder Yin kept smiling, spiritual light swirling in his palm. You're strong, lad, but not strong enough for me to take seriously. He countered with a palm of his own. Go, Elder Yun. The Sky Wolf cultivators shouted. The very next moment, bang. Luo Tian's palm crashed down. Elder Yun froze in mid-motion, protective aura shattering. His body burst into blood mist, leaving not a trace. Not strong enough. Go judge from the underworld. Luo Tian wiped his hand clean as he spoke. The hall was deathly silent. Only the occasional drip echoed in the stillness, the sound of someone so terrified their bladder had given way. A cultivator at the Tribulation Realm, a force powerful enough to dominate a province in the Heavenly Sun Empire, had just been slapped into a bloody mist by Luo Tian's casual backhand. The sight burned itself into everyone's mind. No one even dared breathe too loudly. When the gust from his palm dispersed, Luo Tian's brows knit, as if annoyed that his meal had been interrupted. He flicked his fingers, and 7 strands of silver energy shot across the restaurant. Wooden doors and lattice windows exploded at once, and 7 elderly men were yanked into the hall, their robes snapping in the wind as they screamed. Patriarchs? Grand elders? Ancestors? The onlookers gasped. Each of the 7 was at the Tribulation Realm, yet in Luo Tian's grip, they resembled helpless chicks. Faces ashen, the 7 stared at what they had thought would be a lively gathering in River East City only to find themselves in a slaughterhouse. The white-beard leader blurted, "Friend, I am not from the Sky Wolf Nation." Luo Tian cast him a glance and tossed him to the floor. The old man sank to his knees as though pardoned from death, too frightened to lift his head. The others hurried to declare their origins. Half were citizens of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Luo Tian waved a sleeve and released them. Only a gray-robed elder remained bound by his energy. Pale as chalk, the man stammered, "Two may be from the Sky Wolf Nation, but I bear a blood feud with the Mu clan. I would never side with them." Luo Tian's gaze was icy. After a moment he said, "I've already stated it. Anyone from the Sky Wolf Nation is forbidden to set foot on Mount Sumeru. Violate that rule, and you die. They'll spare you now, but if we meet there again, don't expect mercy." With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the elder onto the floorboards. Understood. The gray-robed man, ears ringing, dared not protest. He turned into a streak of light and fled. "We'll take our leave as well," the remaining powerhouses said, fists cupped in nervous salute. Staying another heartbeat before this living reaper felt like walking a razor's edge, so they vanished in a blink. No sooner had they gone than the young prodigies scattered, chairs clattering and figures darting away. In moments the vast hall held only members of the Tianshuang martial meet, Sun Xiu, and a handful of others. Lord Luo Tian. No one dared address him as an equal anymore. All bowed respectfully. He responded with the slightest nod, and they retreated at once. Outside the hall, Yuan Shuo let out a bitter laugh. Someone asked, "Brother Yuan, still unwilling to accept it?" He looked up with a long sigh. "Luo Tian defeated me at the Tianshuang martial meet. I planned to seclude myself, train hard, and challenge him again. Now I see how laughable that thought was. His strength is monstrous. Avenging my loss. Pure fantasy." His companion patted his shoulder, at a loss for words. Inside, Luo Tian glanced at his table. The food still steamed. The aroma lingered, yet he had lost any desire to eat. He shook his head and mused. Once you stop in the middle of a meal, picking up the chopsticks again never feels the same. He turned to Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui. "Gentlemen, thank you for protecting my sister." When Mu Jiushu burst in earlier, Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui had instantly stepped in front of Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Tian had noticed everything. "Senior, it was only our duty," Sun Xiu replied, bowing awkwardly as Luo Tian offered a formal salute. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. "How old are you?" 25, Sun Xiu answered without thinking. "Then you're older than I am. Stop calling me senior." The calm remark struck Sun Xiu like lightning. Younger than him? Where did that unfathomable power come from? Speechless, he could only stare. Ignoring his shock, Luo Tian turned to Yin Tianrui. The young man's hands were clenched at his sides, his shoulders trembling. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Luo Tian asked. Yin Tianrui flinched, then shook his head. "No sir, I used to belong to Kanglan sect." Hiding anything from Luo Tian was pointless, so he continued. "They forced me to join when I was a boy. I've never been close to them. Besides, I heard about your dispute with Kanglan. It was our sect master and a few elders who were greedy and brought disaster on themselves. None of it was your fault." Luo Tian nodded and let the matter drop. "Everyone finished eating? Then let's move," he said to Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao. "We need a place to stay while we wait for Mount Sumeru to open." Sun Xiu's eyes lit up. You don't have lodgings yet? My family has a residence in the city center, currently empty. If you don't mind, please stay there. I guarantee there's no better place in Hadong City. Luo Tian hesitated. I've already eaten your food. Taking your house might be too much. Not at all. Hosting you would be an honor for me and the Sun family, Sun Xiu insisted, bowing low. Seeing his sincerity, Luo Tian nodded. Then well impose. Delighted, Sun Xiu led them through the bustling streets to the heart of the city. High walls, crimson gates, carved eaves, and stone lions guarded a courtyard where artificial hills and flowing water added grandeur. Pushing the doors open, he declared, "Please, come in." The estate had cost a fortune to build, with hidden spirit gathering arrays throughout. Sun Xiu was sure his guests would be impressed. But as soon as the doors opened, Luo Xiaoxiao frowned. The spiritual energy here is so thin. Her casual comment froze Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui. Thin. The aura here surpassed most cultivation chambers in the city, yet she found it lacking? Luo Rong cleared his throat. Xiao Xiao, the outside world can't compare to home. The qi may be a bit sparse, but try to endure it. The air was painfully thin with spiritual energy. Sun Xiu felt as if another invisible blade had been thrust into his chest. In the courtyard, the sparse spiritual qi was almost suffocating. Luo Tian glanced around and commented lightly, "At this level, the qi won't help either of you much." Won't help much. Sun Xiu felt several more unseen blades stab into him. Unperturbed, Luo Tian went on, "That's easily solved. We'll just need an earthly spirit vein." An earthly spirit vein? Sun Xiu froze. Was that something one could simply conjure? Luo Tian lifted a hand and formed a seal. A low hum spread from his fingertips, an unseen ripple rolling out in every direction. "What's he doing?" Sun Xiu whispered to Luo Rong. "Just watch," Luo Rong replied, hands clasped behind his back as if this were routine. Moments later, soft light bloomed in a corner of the courtyard. A spirit deer, half as tall as a man and gleaming like white jade, stepped forward. Star-like motes hung from its antlers. Its hooves were soundless as it bounded to Luo Tian's side and gently nudged his leg. Sun Xiu's eyes widened. There certainly hadn't been a deer in his yard before. Luo Tian stopped the hand seal and patted the deer's head. "Stay here for now. Whether you leave later is your choice." The spirit deer nodded, then dissolved into countless points of light that seeped into the ground. A surge of rich qi erupted upward. The courtyard seemed awakened by spring thunder. The concentration of qi multiplied several times over, misty strands coiling through the air. "Is that a spirit vein given form?" Yin Tianrui's voice quavered. "A spirit vein that can take shape?" Sun Xiu was stunned. Had only heard legends, never seen one. He can suppress a tribulation crossing cultivator with a wave and summon an earth vein at will. Sun Xiu's view of Luo Tian changed completely. Luo Tian withdrew his hand and stated calmly, "Young Master Sun, we won't stay here for nothing. The earth vein will dwell here for now. From today, your estate is a blessed ground. Keeping it is up to you." Snapping back to himself, Sun Xiu bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir." He had hoped to earn Luo Tian's favor, yet now owed him an even greater debt. Luo Tian stepped forward. "Young Master Sun, show us around." "All right. Please, this way." Sun Xiu led them from the front hall to the rear garden, past ornate beams and gilded walls. They stopped before a three-story pavilion. "This is the library pavilion," Sun Xiu said earnestly. "It holds a vast collection of cultivation manuals, combat arts, and formation diagrams. Feel free to consult anything." Luo Tian merely nodded. "Thank you." Such tomes held little interest for him. Sun Xiu sighed inwardly, so hard to earn goodwill. Just then, Luo Rong spoke. "Young Master Sun, could you tell us about Mount Shumi?" He knew only the basics and wanted details. Sun Xiu perked up at once. "Brother Luo Rong, you've asked the right person. I know Mount Shumi like the back of my hand." Clearing his throat, he began solemnly. Mount Shumi appeared several thousand years ago, a secret realm within the Tianyang Empire. No one knows how this secret realm came to be. Some speculate that it was cut from a corner of the immortal realm by a mighty being and drifted into our world, but there is no proof. Back then, Mount Shumi suddenly emerged, an ancient peak that seemed to have fallen from the sky and stirred up a tempest across the northern domain. Cultivators from the Tianyang Empire arrived first, followed by the great sects of the north, and even experts from Central State hundreds of miles away. Everyone wanted to uncover the truth behind this secret realm. Many treasures were taken that time, the most dazzling of which was the Shumi sword, now ranked among the 10 famous swords under heaven, an authentic immortal weapon. But after thousands of years of successive plundering, Mount Shumi no longer bears the sight of spiritual springs and blessed lands. Its treasures and resources are almost exhausted. For Central State or the Northern Domain, it has fallen from the pedestal of a top-tier mystic land. Yet for the Tianyang Empire and even the whole Fonglin continent, Mount Shumi is still a rare first-class secret realm. After weighing the information, Luo Rong finally looked up and asked, "So what is the inside of Mount Shumi like?" Sun Xiu took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and answered without hesitation, "Mount Shumi is a self-contained world. Besides the main range, there are two core areas, the Myriad Beast Plain and the Sea of Yellow Springs. The mountain once teemed with blessed grottos, but almost all of them have been emptied. The only place still worth visiting is the Tower of Destiny. The Myriad Beast Plain is inhabited by monsters and is excellent for training. As for the Sea of Yellow Springs, its depths hold many opportunities, but it is also the most dangerous place. Those lacking strength rarely return. He set the cup down and went on. There are 9 entrances to Mount Shumi, and Hudong City is one of them. Luo Tian suddenly realized, Guyong City is an entrance as well, isn't it? Sun Xiu paused, then nodded. Exactly. But I hear something happened to Guyong City. Luo Tian sighed, his voice low. That's right. We originally planned to enter through Guyong, but the city has already been destroyed. Sun Xiu's brows knitted. So the chaos has reached Guyong after all. It seems my father was right. The Tianyang Empire is no place to live anymore. The situation is clearly turbulent, yet the one in the capital cares only about infighting. Catching the implication, Luo Tian pressed on, young master's son. Infighting in the Tianyang court? What do you mean? Sun Xiu glanced around to make sure no outsiders were near, then snorted. Since we're among ourselves, I'll speak plainly. The current emperor of the Tianyang Empire is a complete bastard. The sudden curse left Luo Tian and the others stunned. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it. Lowering his voice but unable to hide his fury, Sun Xiu said. When he first ascended the throne, he seemed a wise ruler, diligent and benevolent. Yet at some point he changed completely, taxing the people to the bone and killing without mercy. My Sun clan is one of the empire's largest merchant houses, and over the years he has openly and secretly seized so much that most of our fortune is gone. And we're not even the worst off. He let out a bitter laugh. The ones who suffered the most are the imperial clan itself. No one knows what madness possessed the emperor, but he has slaughtered his own blood. Over the past decades, the once mighty royal family has been nearly wiped out. Luo Rong stared at Sun Xiu in disbelief. What did you just say? The emperor is killing his own kin? Sun Xiu glanced around, lowered his voice, and repeated, exactly. His Majesty is ruthless, and the victims he favors most are his own relatives. Yin Tianrui chimed in, brother Sun isn't exaggerating. To him, royal blood is nothing but puppets on strings. Displease him and you die. Luo Xiaoxiao frowned. And no one resists? Sun Xiu let out a bitter laugh. Resist? People have tried. But the emperor is the strongest cultivator in Tianyang, and the Tianyang army is a legion of fanatics who never retreat. They could flatten any top sect in the realm. Thundergate, Wuyo Immortal Palace, name any first-rate sect, they're all his hounds. Who could stand against that? He checked the surroundings again, then whispered, even lower. Some say the massacres and citywide sacrifices of recent years were staged by the emperor himself. Each time, he conducts a token investigation and closes the case in a blink. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao exchanged stunned looks. Seeing their faces, Sun Xiu waved his hand and forced a lighter tone. Relax. None of those sacrifice cities had a single tribulation crossing expert guarding them. Hudong City is different. We have several. We'll be fine. He turned to Luo Tian and his companions. By our calculations, Mount Shumi will open in 7 days. Until then, make yourselves comfortable here. If you need anything, just tell the servants. With that, he and Yin Tianrui cupped their fists and left. Once the gate closed, Sun Xiu asked in a hushed voice, Brother Yin, what do you make of young Master Luo Tian? Yin Tianrui sighed, resignation in every word. So strong I can barely comprehend it. One punch shattered my Kanglan sect's grand formation and killed the sect master along with several elders. Today he casually summoned an entire earthly spirit vein. Is that even humanly possible? Sun Xiu eyed him worriedly. You're not still thinking about revenge, are you? Yin Tianrui spat. Do I look tired of living? If I tried, my bones wouldn't even be left behind. Everything I told him earlier was sincere. The Kanglan sect may be gone, but only a handful actually died. That's mercy by his standards, and I'm smart enough to appreciate it. Realizing Yin Tianrui had dropped any thought of vengeance, Sun Xiu finally relaxed. Good. Let's be on our way. The two walked off together, soon vanishing into the night. At the same time, deep within the imperial palace of Tianyang's capital, colored glass lamps flickered as a chill seeped from an ice coffin in the center of the hall, frosting the floor in pale crystals. Lu Qinzhou sat calmly before it, a look of near-fanatic devotion on his face. Inside lay a tall woman, her features obscured by coils of black mist. Only the faint outline of her figure could be seen. Your Majesty. A voice emerged from the shadows, bowing low. Lu Qinzhou's smile faded. Do you have it? Yes. The figure produced a pitch-black orb from his robe and offered it with both hands. Proceed, Lu Qinzhou said. The orb streaked through the air toward the coffin. The instant it touched the ice, a chorus of shrieks and curses erupted. The black mist inside pounced like a starving beast, coiling around the sphere and slowly devouring it. The wailing cut off in an instant. Inside the shadowy stone chamber, black mist poured from the ice coffin, denser than before, sliding along the frost-rimmed walls in a slow, silent roll. Lu Qinzhou stood before the coffin, his expression calm, clearly accustomed to the sight. Sir, he began, his voice rough and tinged with a trace of doubt. Do you really think this will work? The man behind him replied, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have run the calculations countless times. Success is certain. Lu Qinzhou sighed. I only fear that the weight of these killings will make everything meaningless in the end. Please have faith, Your Majesty. The voice remained steady. According to the plan, once we carry out the final sacrifice on Zumishan, it will all be finished. At the mention of Zumishan, Lu Qinzhou's gaze sharpened. He raised a hand and brushed the coffin's icy edge. Good, good. That will do. Then I shall take my leave, the man said respectfully. This time Lu Qinzhou gave no reply. The black-robed figure turned away, his boots silent on the stone floor. When he stepped out of the chamber, a sliver of daylight spilled through a crack, yet it could not dispel the gloom clinging to him. He lifted the brim of his hood, and beneath it, a single blood-red eye glinted with frigid light. Humph, this time I will overturn the game. Luo Tian, you've ruined my plans again and again, but now you will die as well. With that low murmur, his body dissolved into swirling black mist and vanished. Achoo! The sharp sneeze shattered the afternoon calm in Hudong City. Practicing in the courtyard, Luo Xiaoxiao paused and looked at Luo Tian with concern. Brother Tian, are you catching a cold? Before she finished, Luo Rong couldn't help but scoff. Xiaoxiao, seriously? With Brother Tian's constitution, a cold? Luo Xiaoxiao blinked, then laughed at herself. Right, of course. Wiping sweat from his brow, Luo Rong turned to Luo Tian. So, you're not training today? Luo Tian cast him a sidelong glance. I've pushed my techniques to their limits. Grinding them further is pointless. Luo Rong's expression twisted with envy, admiration, and helplessness. He was considered exceptionally gifted, yet compared with Luo Tian, he was worlds apart. With the same heavenly body refining art, had reached only the 6th form, while Luo Tian had long since mastered it. Stretching and stifling a yawn, Luo Tian said, I'm bored. Keep practicing, we'll take a walk. He sauntered past the practice grounds and stopped before the library pavilion. The tall building stood silent, its vermilion doors ajar. The library, Sun Xiao said, it holds cultivation manuals, martial skills, even array scripts. The manuals and skills won't help me for now. Maybe you'll study the arrays. With that thought, Luo Tian pushed the door open and went straight to the floor that stored books on formations. Dust drifted in sunbeams seeping through the window slats, and shelves were lined with volumes of every thickness. He pulled out a copy of an introduction to arrays. With a single thought, soul force surged like a tide. His fingertip brushed the cover, and the book's contents flooded into his mind. An hour later, great being too strong is a hassle. Over 10,000 books, and I'm done already. Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, exasperation written across his face. With the strength of his soul, a light touch on any page delivered the full text instantly, leaving no challenge at all. Maybe you'll set up an array myself for fun. Glancing at the piles of scrolls and talisman materials, he spoke to no one in particular. Fine, I'm bored anyway, let's lay down a formation for fun. Luo Tian snapped shut the tattered formation manual. The warning printed inside, a failed array will at best consume every spirit stone, at worst explode on the spot, reminded him that testing inside the city was out of the question. He smoothed his sleeves, waved to Luo Rong, told the kitchen to pack some rations and pork shanks, and walked out of Hudong City's north gate alone. 100 li away, dusk hovered on the edge of night. An empty mountain valley stretched between earth and sky, knee-high weeds and jagged rocks rattling in the wind. No one for dozens of leaf it blows up, nobody gets hurt. Perfect. Luo Tian tossed the half-eaten shank onto a slab of green stone, wiped his hands, and got to work. First, he would test the simplest defense array, the Tier 1 white light formation. Following the diagrams, he arranged spirit stones as the base and traced sigils in the air with his soul power, silver threads of light dancing from his fingertips. Buzz. Within seconds the formation flared to life, a pale curtain of light rising before him. That easy? Luo Tian blinked. The book says even a master needs a quarter hour. Something's off. He recalled the footnote. Always scan with soul power after laying an array. He did so at once. Soul power poured into the base like a tide, and his face fell. Great, I thought I was a prodigy. This thing is nothing but holes. Grumbling wouldn't fix it. So he held his breath and stitched the misaligned sigils together one by one, soul power turning into fine needles. At last the defects vanished, and the screen shone smooth as glass. Done. What next? Spirit Flame Array. The Spirit Flame Array, a Tier 2 killing formation, unleashed fire upon activation. Luo Tian copied the steps, and moments later the base was complete. Again, too fast. Something's wrong. He dove in with soul power. Sure enough, the sigils were a tangled mess. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he groaned. Even worse than the white light formation. I followed the book exactly with no choice. He mended it once more, quietly noting each lesson. When the array finally reached perfection, he flicked his sleeve, still dissatisfied. No way my talent is that pathetic. Third 1-5 Thunder Array. Also an offensive array, the 5 Thunder was far more complex. This time Luo Tian slowed down, pausing after each step to compare with the manual, triple-checking every stroke. A few minutes later, streaks of light wove themselves into thunder patterns. Let's see how many flaws are left. He scanned again. When he finished, a smile crept onto his face. Slow and steady does work. Fewer defects, but still needs patching. He bent over and began inscribing fresh runes with soul power. Halfway through the repair, he frowned. These runes don't feel quite right. What if I swap them out? Well, this is only an experiment. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. He'll tweak it and see. Luo Tian crouched on one knee, his fingers flashing through hand seals while spiritual energy seeped along the lines carved beneath the weeds and stones. More than 10 minutes later, the formation was complete. Done. The arrays and me idea actually works. He looked toward the center of the formation, delight flickering in his eyes. Now that I've mastered the 5 Thunder formation, it's time to try a sword array. With a thought, Luo Tian redirected his chi and carved new runes on a nearby patch of open ground. Threads of cold light wove together in overlapping loops, and the sword array soon took shape. Still riding the momentum, he moved to the valley mouth, the cliff face, and the forest, scattering a handful of auxiliary formations, some to gather chi, some to trap intruders, and some just to test the rune's stability. By dusk the valley glowed orange beneath the setting sun. Only then did he stop, flexing an aching wrist. It's getting late, time to head home and sleep. He'll pick this up tomorrow. He slung his pack over one shoulder and followed the mountain path out, leaving the formations humming quietly in the deepening night, their intermittent flashes adding a hint of mystery to the silent valley. Hundreds of miles away, a gray-robed figure tore across the sky above a sea of desert sand. Mu Santong's face was icy, wind and thunder boiling beneath his feet as he sped toward Hedong City. That worthless ninth brother, fine. Let him die, but even Mu Feng was killed? He was the Mu clan's prodigy. I don't care who the enemy is. He'll kill him myself. Mu Santong growled, his eyes gleaming with an eerie blood-red light. Suddenly a vast, unfamiliar aura surged toward him, like an invisible tide battering his mind. What's this? He halted abruptly and turned toward the source of the fluctuation. Such powerful spiritual waves. Not a person, not a spirit beast. Could it be a newly revealed paradise or a great cultivator's estate? With chi this pure, it would be an unimaginable stroke of fortune. His heart pounded. He glanced back toward Hedong City, mulled it over for a moment, then snorted. Humph, you can live a little longer. He'll collect this opportunity first, then come back to kill you. Decision made, Mu Santong wheeled around and shot off at full speed, a streak of gray light across the sky. Before long, he reached the mouth of a valley. The nearer he drew, the more violent the spiritual waves became, as though the mountain itself were breathing. Damn, I didn't notice from afar, but up close this chi is terrifying. Could this be an immortal's abode? The thought sent a tremor through his fingertips. He was just about to step inside when, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." A clear voice rang out behind him. Two figures descended from the sky, landing several yards away and blocking his path. Tribulation stage cultivators? Mu Santong's brow tightened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. The two shared a synchronized aura, clearly from the same sect. With fortune so close at hand, extra roadblocks were the last thing he needed. Sure enough, the gray-robed elder on the left flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. "Fellow Taoist, this is a forbidden area of the Shui Yuan sect. We must ask you not to trespass. Please leave." Shui Yuan sect? Mu Santong first looked puzzled, then let out a cold laugh. Your sect is based in Sanyu Kingdom. How did your forbidden land end up in the Tianyang Empire? Do you take me for a fool? Exposed. The elder managed an awkward smile and withdrew his whisk slightly. May we know who you are, fellow Taoist? Mu Santong of the Mu clan from Wolfstar Kingdom. His voice clanged like metal. Oh, Mu Santong. One of the Mu clan's 3 tribulation stage experts? An honor to meet you. My junior brother and I were roaming when we sensed an unusual concentration of chi here, so we came to take a look. We did not expect to run into Mr. Mu. Might Mr. Mu be willing to accommodate us? The elder spoke with a genial smile. Mu Santong's face was like ice. Senior, what exactly do you want me to do? The old Taoist smiled and shook his head. There's a great opportunity ahead. I'd like Brother Mu to step aside for a while. Absurd. Mu Santong laughed angrily, his gaze razor sharp. You know it's a priceless chance. Why should I be the one to back off? Still smiling, the Taoist's tone cooled. Brother Mu, you're no lightweight third tier of the tribulation realm, I'd guess? My junior and I are at the same level. A threat lurked in every casual word. All three were evenly matched, yet Mu Santong faced 2 foes. Fury churned in his chest, but he knew the odds weren't in his favor. Just then, a loud laugh thundered from above. Haha, what a crowd. Mind if this old man joins you? Boom. A searing fireball slammed down, flinging rubble and waves of heat. When the flames cleared, a red-haired, red-bearded elder stood amid dancing embers, his aura no weaker than anyone present. The Taoist from Shuiyuan's sect narrowed his eyes. Are you the fire spirit elder? The very same. The elder laughed heartily, sweeping his gaze around. Didn't expect my name to reach even Sangyu Kingdom. Mu Santong's heart tightened. The fire spirit elder was a famed rogue cultivator from the Tianyang Empire, known for provoking top sects and escaping unscathed. His strength was unquestionable. Still smiling, the elder said, I hear you two from Shuiyuan's sect want this opportunity all to yourselves. Third Master Mu, care to team up for now and save ourselves the hassle? A glint flashed in Mu Santong's eyes. He nodded readily. Exactly my thought. The Shuiyuan brothers' faces fell, their advantage vanished in an instant. Clang! A piercing sword cry echoed from afar, and two figures streaked through the air. Boom, boom. They landed. One was a middle-aged man in plain hemp robes, slightly unkempt, an ancient sword on his back. The other wore flowing scholar's robes, silently rolling a black and a white chess piece between his fingers. The Shuiyuan Taoist stared at the disheveled man, his voice hoarse. Why are you here? The middle-aged man met his gaze calmly. If Taoist Huifeng can be here, why can't I? After a moment of silence, Huifeng faced the group, his tone heavy. This is Cheng Jianze, former sect master of Feiyu sword sect of Sangyu Kingdom 4th tier of the Tribulation Realm, a swordsman without equal. But a century ago he abdicated of his own accord, handed the sect over, and vanished. Some claim he shut himself away for a final seclusion. Others say he has already passed on. None of us expected him to appear today in the Tianyang Empire. Night had fallen. Outside Hedong City, a valley shimmered with spiritual light. It looked like a lake stirred by an invisible hand, waves of qi radiating in every direction. At first glance, Huolingso caught the newcomer's aura and blurted, Fourth Tribulation Realm? And a sword cultivator? That's going to be tricky. His eyes swept the group, wariness written on his face. Old Taoist, why don't the two of you join our alliance? He rubbed his nose, realizing how abrupt the proposal sounded. Huifeng merely smiled, offering no reply. On the other side, Mu Santong studied the scholar in a Confucian robe holding a chess piece and suddenly brightened. May I ask if you are the Grand Preceptor of the Zhuixing Kingdom Nanshufeng? Third Master Mu, your memory serves you well. I am indeed, Nanshufeng answered, cupping his hands. Tapping his folding fan against his fingers, he appeared composed and refined. Huolingso blinked. Well now, a Grand Preceptor? Mu Santong, what's this fellow's background? Drawing a deep breath, Mu Santong replied solemnly. Grand Preceptor Nanshufeng is the foremost formation master of the Zhuixing Kingdom. The other powerhouses stirred. A formation master? That's a rarity. Grand Preceptor, Mu Santong asked in a low voice, what brings you here? Nanshufeng smiled. To be frank, I learned a senior expert was living in seclusion in Hedong City and hoped to pay my respects. I had just arrived when I sensed this disturbance, so I dropped by for a look. He narrowed his eyes toward the valley's depths. I never imagined I'd witness such a spectacle. Brother Cheng, what brings you here? With the sword on his back, Cheng Jianze stood like iron, his eyes cold as distant stars. I heard a formidable expert resides in Hedong City. I mean to challenge him. Huolingso scratched the gray bun of hair atop his head. All right, everyone save the catching up for later. We're all here for the same opportunity. So what now? Do we fight? He couldn't help glancing at Cheng Jianze. If it came to blows, the sword cultivator would be the toughest opponent. Nanshufeng waved a hand. Starting a fight now would be unwise. Huolingso rolled his eyes. Then what brilliant idea do you have? Had never cared for polished scholars like Nanshufeng, and his tone showed it. Unruffled, Nanshufeng clasped his hands behind his back. We all see how rare this chance is, but we're in the Tianyang Empire. The six of us foreigners or unaffiliated rogues have no local power to rely on. With qi surging like this, the Empire's great sects will notice by morning. When they arrive, can the six of us really stand against their heritage? We might leave empty-handed or not leave at all. Silence fell. Everyone nodded inwardly. No individual could match a sect's foundation. Mu Santong spoke. Then, Grand Preceptor, what do you propose? Stroking his beard, Nanshufeng said firmly, for now, let's join forces. We seize the prize before dawn and split it evenly. Agreed? They exchanged glances. Mu Santong was first. Fine. I agree. It seemed the most sensible course. Imin too, Huolingso said with a shrug. He disliked Nanshufeng, but had no better plan. Huifeng nodded. My junior brother Huiyu and I will cooperate. All eyes turned to Cheng Jianze. The swordsman's face was expressionless. I have no objection. With consensus reached, the tension eased. Good. Then let's move before the night grows long, Mu Santong called, leaping into the valley. The others followed, streaks of light in his wake. Mist curled through the gorge, and ankle-high spirit grass swayed in the breeze. Suddenly the first array revealed itself, an invisible wall blocking their path. Huolingso sidled up to Nanshufeng with a grin. Grand Preceptor, you're the formation expert. What are we looking at? Nanshufeng stepped forward, studied the patterns, tapped his fan, and smiled with confidence. Ah, It's nothing more than a gravity array. As soon as they heard it was a gravity array, everyone relaxed. In their experience, gravity formations were common training tools among the major sects. Entry-level arrays only multiplied gravity a few times, and even the finest rarely exceeded a few thousand. With their tribulation crossing cultivation, even 10,000-fold gravity would be effortless. Huh, so that's all this Immortal's Cave has to offer, Huolingso said confidently. Friends, let's just charge through. They nodded and stepped into the array without hesitation. The next instant, boom. The moment they crossed the boundary, an invisible sledgehammer slammed into them, and they dropped to their knees in unison. Bones creaked, meridians stretched to the brink, and cold sweat streaked down their faces. Damn it, you call this a gravity array? Huolingso snarled, voice low and shaking. How many times is this? Hui Feng gasped, using his divine sense to keep his meridians intact. 100,000? 200,000? More than that, at least 1,000,000. Maybe higher, Mu Santong gritted, palms pressed to the ground. Hui Yu gave a wry laugh. I told you this array wouldn't be simple. So what now? Mu Santong's voice quivered. Cheng Jinza drew a deep breath. What else? We pushed through. Under the crushing weight, he forced himself upright, spine feeling ready to snap. The others stared as cultivation was the highest, and he could still rise. Yet after 2 steps another impact drove him back to his knees, joints slamming against the floor with a dull thud. Faces twitched all around. The sheer weight was terrifying. Humph, to the bitter end. The 6 tribulation crossing experts abandoned all dignity and crawled on their bellies. Every arm lift or leg kick came with the brittle crack of compressed bone while their spiritual power churned wildly. Half an hour later, they finally dragged themselves to the edge of the array. Hui was the last to escape. The instant the pressure vanished, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Taoist Hui Feng caught him. 2 broken bones, some damage to my meridians and organs, Hui Yu said, already regulating his breath. The others were in similar shape. Only Cheng Jinza was slightly better off. Huolingso swallowed a handful of elixirs, steadied his qi, and glared at Nen Shufeng. Grand Preceptor, aren't you a master of formations? Couldn't you have warned us about that monstrous gravity? The others shot him reproachful looks as well. Nan Shufeng stroked his beard with an embarrassed smile. How was I to know the array would be that absurd? Mu Santong raised a hand to stop the squabbling. Enough. The stronger the array, the more terrifying its creator and the greater the treasure it guards. At those words, eager light flared in everyone's eyes. Hui Feng turned to Nen Shufeng. From a formation master's view, what level was that gravity array? Nen Shufeng pondered. I'm barely on the threshold of a 7th rank formation master, and the best I can build is 10,000-fold gravity. The array we just crossed was at least 100 times stronger than 7th rank. They exchanged glances, hearts pounding with shock and exhilaration. Perhaps its creator truly was an immortal. Hui Feng exclaimed in delight. In that case, I'm not tired anymore. Shall we get moving? Huolingso threw back his head and laughed, signaling to the others with an easy wave. They exchanged glances, rose to straighten their robes, and focused on the path ahead. At the end of the shadow dark ravine stood an invisible barrier, the 2nd formation. Is Theta Sword formation? Cheng Jinja narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the air. It is, Nen Shufeng answered with certainty. Huifeng's eyes lit up, and he turned to Cheng Jinja. Patriarch Cheng, since you've grasped sword intent, this formation should be right up your alley, shouldn't it? Cheng straightened, pride flashing across his face. I've already set 1 foot inside the sword domain. Gasps rippled through the group. Few cultivators ever comprehended sword intent. Stepping into the sword domain placed one among the kingdom's very best. Mu Santong sighed inwardly. No wonder he retired so young, was secluding himself to hone the way of the sword. Hui Feng folded his hands in salute. Then we'll rely on you to lead the way. Cheng hesitated only a heartbeat, then nodded. Very well. He stepped into the array first, the other 5 close behind. Inside, the stone walls were clammy and the wind hissed like silk. At the head of the group, Cheng raised his hand, fingers together like a tempered blade. Clang. A clear ring split the air. A translucent crescent of sword light formed before his chest, and a dozen more phantoms appeared around it like stars guarding the moon. Mu Santong squinted and murmured in admiration. Half-step sword domain, indeed. Ordinary sword cultivators summon a single blade phantom. He's wielding more than 10. Huiyu nodded. If all of them turn solid, that will be a true sword domain. Huolingso grinned, confidence surging. With such a master swordsman leading us, no sword array can stop us. The words had barely left his mouth. Clang, 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 clang. Space itself boiled. The void shuddered, birthing an ocean of sword shadows that swelled into tens of thousands of icy flashes in a heartbeat. Every face went pale. Run. Cheng Jinja bolted without a backward glance. Stunned for an instant, the others scattered at full speed, but the sword rain had already fallen. Whoosh. Outside the formation, 6 figures tumbled out in disarray. Cheng, the swiftest, was shaken but uninjured, the rest all bled. Huiyu fared warstand arc of steel had carved to her spine, gluing blood-soaked robes to the wound. A hair's breadth deeper, and Shed have died. Damn it, Cheng Jinja, what game are you playing? Huiyu hissed, face ashen. Cheng's heart still hammered, cold sweat beating on his brow. That was no ordinary array, it was an authentic sword domain. Huh, the others froze. That sea of blades wasn't a pile of sword intent. It was a complete sword domain. Whoever laid that array was a pinnacle swordsman who'd achieved it in full. Shock deepened Edso, the one who left this trial was a sword immortal. Horlingso roared and slammed his fist into the ground, sending stones flying. A sword domain array blocks the way, how are we supposed to break through? A glint flashed in Cheng's eyes. Everyone, I have an idea. We might just be able to get past it. As he spoke, Cheng Jinza drew a jet black pill from inside his robe. Nan Shufeng glanced at it and gasped. A burst yuan pill? Cheng Jinza nodded. Exactly. I found it years ago and meant to save it for a life or death crisis. Today it finally earns its keep. Huolingso raised a brow. Burst yuan pill? What's that supposed to be? Mu Santong explained. It forcibly ignites a cultivator's potential, pushing one's power to the absolute limit for a short time. Cheng Jinza continued. If I'm right, swallowing it will spike my cultivation to the peak of 9 tribulation level, maybe even let me brush the sword domain realm for a moment. Hui's eyes lit up. You can reach the sword domain realm too? Wouldn't that put you on par with this sword formation? Cheng Jinza shot him a look. There's a vast gap within that realm. I'd barely be a novice, while the domain woven into this array is nearly perfected. Seriously? That strong? Huiyu clicked his tongue. Cheng Jinza sighed. I don't understand formations, but the way of the sword never lies. Whoever set this up is a heaven-defying sword immortal. Far away in Hedong City, a slumbering sword immortal suddenly sneezed. In a moment, they'll tear open a gap that lasts 10 breaths. If we can't clear the formation in that window, we die. Anyone without the nerve should leave now. Cheng Jian's tone was grim. The group exchanged looks. Having come this far, none of them would retreat. He said no more, tipped back his head, and swallowed the pill. Boom. A torrent of spiritual power erupted like a volcano, and his aura soared. Stay close. Cheng Jinza barked, charging into the sword array. The others followed hard on his heels. Clang. The instant they stepped inside, the sky condensed into a sea of blades. Boundless annihilation sword. Cheng Jinza roared, forcing his own sword domain outward to clash with the blade storm. Boom. The two domains collided, and cracks spiderwebbed across his almost instantly. Move. No one dared linger. They sprinted for their lives. Whoosh. 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 Moments before Cheng Jian's domain shattered completely, they burst free of the formation. Puff. As his feet hit solid ground, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His face turned ashen, and his aura plummeted. Secmaster Cheng, are you all right? They rushed to him. Cheng Jinza waved a hand. He'll live, but I won't be fighting anytime soon. Huolingso narrowed his eyes, then gave a solemn nod. Secmaster Cheng's got guts. If we find any fortune ahead, I say he takes an extra share. Agreed? Nan Shufeng echoed. Sounds fair to me. We have no objection, Hui Feng added. The remaining two exchanged a glance and nodded as well. Just then Mu Santong looked ahead, and his face darkened. Another formation? Are you kidding me? After nearly dying in 2 consecutive arrays, they'd thought the ordeal was over, yet runes still crisscrossed the path ahead. Nan Shufeng frowned. What could this immortal be hiding that warrants so many layers of protection? At least this time, Huolingso said, the immortal is giving us 2 options. The crowd looked ahead and saw 2 arrays standing side by side. In the one on the left, lightning darted like silver serpents twisting through the clouds. In the one on the right, columns of fire soared, red flames bubbling like molten rock. Which path do we take? Hui Feng asked with a frown. Nan Shufeng rolled 2 chess pieces between his fingers and said, that sword immortal left both arrays for a reason. I say everyone steps in for a look, we might find a clue. Mu Santong nodded. Agreed, but don't go deep. If anything feels wrong, get out. Hui Feng decided at once. We move in groups. The Imperial Advisor, Mu Santong, and I will scout the lightning array. The rest of you stay back and cover us. They answered in unison. The 3 entered the lightning formation and bolted out almost instantly, as if chased by a wild beast. Hell, that thing's lethal. Mu Santong staggered, face pale. If that sword immortal wants us dead, he should just say so. Huiyu hurried over. Senior brother, what did you see? Hui Feng trembled uncontrollably. After a long pause he whispered, heaven-punishing fiend lightning. Heaven-punishing fiend lightning? Huolingso gasped. You're sure? How could I be wrong? Hui Feng snapped. 1 moment later, and would be ash. Huolingso muttered. Legend says that lightning can wound even immortals. Who is this sword immortal? Nan Shufeng waved it off. Whoever he is, that way is closed. We can't use it. Hui Feng and the Imperial Advisor nodded repeatedly. Huolingso suddenly said, we'll check the fire array with Huiyu. Finnabe quick. The 2 stepped into the flames and were forced back half a heartbeat later by a scorching wave. Samadhi true fire, Huiyu said, voice trembling. Lightning on the left, fire on the right. The group stared at one another. Mu Santong growled. What's that immortal thinking? In Hedong City, A certain sword immortal rolled over in his sleep and sneezed for no reason. Outside the arrays the mood grew grim. Failure seemed imminent. Then Horlingso revealed his trump card. I have an artifact that might block the Samadhi fire. Every eye turned to him. From his spatial ring, he drew an ancient bronze shield. 5 dragons coiled across its surface, light rippling along their scales. The 8-tier 5-dragon fire shield? Huifeng cried. Horlingso smiled. Exactly. Years ago an entire sect hunted me across mountains just for this. With it we can hold off the Samadhi fire briefly. However, name your price, everyone said. Of whatever lucky finds we gain. I want 2 shares, Horlingso replied. Mu Santong looked around, then agreed cheerfully. If you get us through, an extra share's fair. Horlingso laughed, poured power into the shield, and 5 dragon shadows unfurled, sheltering the group in their glow. A blast of searing heat met them as he led the charge into the fire array. Inside, the heat cut like knives, wave after wave, each breath burning their lungs. The dragon's glow dimmed rapidly, and molten streaks crept along the bronze rim. Move. The 5-dragon fire shield is melting. Huolingso shouted, panic flaring in his voice. They broke into a desperate sprint. A scorching shockwave still rolled behind them, and they practically hugged the ground as they burst out of the flames. The glow on the 5-dragon flame shield gave way at the very last moment. Blackened shards hit the earth with a dull patter. Clear of the array, Horlingso scooped up the half-ruined artifact and rasped, my 5-dragon flame shield. He had fought hard for that shield and guarded it like his own life. Now the face was mottled gray and charred. Paper-thin in place, she was so heartsick he nearly wept. Save the tears, look ahead. Huifeng pointed forward. They looked up. 100 zhang away, a crystalline barrier stretched across the land like an upside-down slab of jade glass, sealing every exit. So the Immortal's legacy is hidden in that array, Nen Shufeng muttered, eyes blazing. After countless trials they had reached the end at last, and everyone's gaze lit up. Opportunity, here I come. Horlingso shouted, surging forward on a burst of qi. Wait, Nen Shufeng reached out, but he was too late. Bang! Horlingso crashed into the screen and was hurled back, landing in a dusty heap. What just happened? He rubbed his aching shoulder, dazed. A defensive array, Nen Shufeng said with a frown. We don't get in unless we break it. Another array? Will it never end? Horlingso was nearly frantic. Mu Santong looked to Nen Shufeng. Grand Preceptor, you're a master of arrays. Could you have a look? Nen Shufeng nodded, stepped up, and placed a palm on the barrier. Cool, abundant spiritual power seeped into his fingertips. He closed his eyes to probe it. When he lowered his hand, he was visibly shaken. This can't be. Grand Preceptor, what is it? Everyone pressed. Nen Shufeng drew a deep breath. No human could have set up this array. What? Every heart lurched. Hui, you ventured. A 9th rank immortal array? Higher? Nen Shufeng shook his head. 1st rank. Thunder seemed to explode in their minds. 1st rank. The lowest tier? Are you messing with us? Horlingso demanded. Easy. Let me finish. Nen Shufeng steadied himself. Technically it's a 1st rank white light array, but it's anything but ordinary. Horlingso was dizzy with confusion. Plain language, please. Fine. Nen Shufeng raised a hand to illustrate. A standard 1st rank white light array uses spirit stones as its base, adds soul power, and inscribes 13 defensive runes according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. That stabilizes the foundation. This array follows the same structure, but the number of runes inside itens of millions at minimum, maybe hundreds of millions. Even those who knew nothing of arraycraft felt their scalps tingle at the number. So what if there are more runes? Cheng Jinzai asked. The more runes, the stronger the defense, yes, Nen Shufeng said rapidly. But the real issue is writing them. The greater your soul power, the faster you can inscribe. If I try to carve that many runes myself, it would take at least a century. A mountain breeze rippled across the barrier. Silence fell as they all grasped the impossibility of a 100-year task. That long. The crowd finally understood and stared in shock. Mu Santong frowned. Maybe the person who set up this array has incredible soul power and managed to inscribe all those runes in an instant? Nen Shufeng gave a wry smile. In theory that's possible. But if his soul power was that strong, wouldn't it be easier to carve a high-grade formation outright? Why waste effort writing hundreds of millions of runes for an ordinary white light formation? It makes no sense. Horlingso snorted. Enough conjecture. So, according to you, this is just a basic defensive array with no hidden traps. Exactly, Nen Shufeng replied. Mu Santong's eyes lit up. Then if we break the formation, we can take whatever's inside. That's right. Huifeng laughed. Simple. The 6 of us are in the tribulation stage. Surely we can smash a mere white light formation. Let's do it. Agreed. Everyone shouted, and they struck together. Spiritual power crashed down like a waterfall of light, yet after half an hour the formation didn't so much as flicker. Damn it. Why won't it break? Horlingso roared, face dark. The others looked discouraged. Cheng Jinza clenched his jaw. If I had one more explosive essence pill I might crack it, but I'm out. Amid the stalemate, Mu Santong spoke. I may have a way. All eyes turned to him. The Mu clan has a secret art that can sharply boost attack power, but it burns life span and cultivation. For this immortal chance, they'll risk it. If the array falls, I want twice the share. Deal. Huilingso narrowed his eyes. If it works, fine. Agreed. Do it. Third Master Mu. The rest nodded. Mu Santong exhaled. Stand back. He spread his arms. Heavenly wolf blood burst. At his ragged roar, every vein ruptured. Blood sprayed like rain, staining him crimson while a terrifying aura erupted. So strong, almost as potent as an explosive essence pill. The others gasped, awed by the Mu clan's heritage. Heavenly wolf strike. Mu Santong condensed all that power into a fingertip and drove it at the white light formation. Cracks webbed across the barrier. Don't just stare at it. Nen Shufeng yelled. Right. The five unleashed their strongest techniques, merging with Mu Santong's furious blow. Boom. The stubborn formation shattered into glittering shards. As the white glow faded, the scene inside was revealed, and everyone stood frozen in disbelief. 6 tribulation stage cultivators were exhausted beyond belief. Every trace of spiritual energy had been drained, their tattered robes stuck to blood-spattered bodies, yet their gazes stayed locked on the sight ahead. Inside the blinding white formation, there were no priceless treasures, no supreme inheritance, only a black boulder, and on top of it sat a single ham hock with a bite taken out of it. How is this possible? Shock froze their faces after all those terrifying layers of formations. The prize was a piece of pork? You've got to be kidding. Mu Santong's vision went black. He almost collapsed. Hui Feng raised a hand. Everyone wait. That hock might be no ordinary meat. It could be a pill in disguise, or some kind of legacy. The dead air instantly came alive. Right. Hui eyes brightened. No immortal would go to these lengths just to hide a snack. Slice it open and taste it. Well, no. Agreed. Let's do it. They gathered around the boulder. Cheng Jinja drew his sword. With one cold flash, the hock was neatly cut into 6 pieces. Each man took a slice and put it in his mouth. Well, tastes good, but no reaction at all. So it really is just a ham hock? Looks that way. After a few seconds of silence, they all flung the meat to the ground. Seriously? What kind of sick joke is this? Curses filled the air. They had paid a terrible price to breach the formations, only to earn a mouthful of pork. Mu Santong had even burnt 100 years of lifespan for the final strike. Losing half a realm of cultivation now, all he had were greasy bones. Rage overwhelmed him. He spat a mouthful of blood and passed out. The others fared little better, slumping to the ground in despair. After a long silence, Hui Feng rasped, "This can never leave this valley." Nan Shufeng nodded furiously. Exactly. It's humiliating. If anyone hears we were tricked like this, we'll never live it down. Huilingso suddenly frowned. We've got a bigger problem, we still don't know how to get out. Complex lines of the formation crisscrossed every direction. There was no path up or down. The 6 exchanged glances and could only sit to recuperate. Let's heal first and think afterward, Nen Shufeng said. They closed their eyes and circulated their energy, and the valley fell silent once more. By mid-morning, a sunbeam slipped through the lattice window and fell across Luo Tian's face. Morning already? He stretched lazily. Breakfast first, then more array practice. Those diagrams from yesterday still aren't quite right. He finished his meal in a few bites, slung a bundle over his shoulder, and left the city alone, heading for yesterday's valley. Near the mouth of the ravine, he suddenly stopped. Quite a crowd had gathered. Hey, what's going on? Luo Tian asked the man beside him, curiosity bright in his voice. The man glanced at Luo Tian and said, You don't know yet? An immortal's grotto suddenly appeared here yesterday. They say anyone who passes the trials inside can inherit the immortal's legacy and attain supreme Tao. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but Luo Tian froze. An immortal's grotto? Are you serious? The man snorted. Would I lie? That formation ahead is the trial's entrance. Several groups have already gone in. Take my advice. If you're not at the Guisu realm, don't get close. A bunch of overconfident fools stepped in earlier. Their bones were crushed in an instant, and they nearly died. Even Guisu experts can't last more than a few breaths. Formation? Trial? People were already inside. Luo Tian stiffened. I'd better take a look, he muttered, clenching his teeth. It's just a formation. It shouldn't be lethal. With that, he strode toward it. Hey, kid, are you really going in? The man shouted after him twice. When Luo Tian ignored him, he sighed and shook his head. Good advice won't stop a dead man walking. Youngsters always think destiny favors them. They won't turn back until they hit the wall. Luo Tian stepped into the gravity formation. The instant his foot landed, he saw more than a dozen people sprawled on the ground, faces bruised and motionless. Hey, are you all right? Luo Tian jogged over and knelt to check on them. All of them were Guisu cultivators. They hadn't been crushed to death, but the crushing weight pinned them in place, their bones on the verge of shattering. Seeing Luo Tian move with ease, they stared at him in disbelief. Why aren't you affected? One man asked through gritted teeth. Affected by what? Luo Tian frowned. Gravity. The man forced out. Oh, it is a bit heavy, Luo Tian said, but it's manageable. Forget that'll get you out. Tell everyone outside there's no immortal legacy here just disperse. With that, he hoisted the man up and tossed him outside the formation, then did the same for the rest. That should keep anyone else from getting hurt, he muttered with relief, then walked straight through the gravity field to the next Araya sword formation. There he found 4 badly injured cultivators, 1 at the first level of the Du Jia realm and 3 at the 9th level of the Gui Su realm. They sat or lay on the ground, blood staining the floor as they tried to heal. "But are you all okay?" Luo Tian asked, feeling guilty. Clearly, the sword array had injured them. The Du Jia expert slowly opened his eyes, studied Luo Tian, and rasped, "Young friend, don't go any farther. Ahead it's hell." Luo Tian's heart lurched. No one died in there, did they? He had killed before, but only villains or those who provoked him. The idea of innocent people dying in his formation was intolerable. The Du Jia expert shook his head. "No, I reacted quickly and dragged them out just in time. But listen, don't go on. If you enter that array, you'll die for sure." "Certain death?" Luo Tian felt instantly awkward. "Oh, is it really that strong? Aren't you a tribulation transcending cultivator?" he asked in a hushed voice. The old man cleared his throat and gave a wry smile. "Tribulation transcending? That's a joke before this sword array. Its power is the greatest I've ever seen. Whoever set it up must be a top sword immortal of immense ability. No one else could create something this formidable." Luo Tian's face warmed at the praise, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "Senior, please, enough with the compliments." "What? You don't believe me?" "Young friend, my cultivation may be lacking, but my judgment is not. The master of this array must be a prodigy, someone whose grasp of the sword is beyond mortal imagination." Skip 3,000 more words of flattery. As the old man went on, Luo Tian grew ever more embarrassed. He cupped his fists. "Thank you, senior. Stay here and recover. You can leave once you're healed." With that, he stepped into the array. "Young friend, wait," the old man called after him, but the effort tugged at his wounds, forcing him to sit back down. Inside, a sword domain condensed in an instant. Thousands of sword shadows howled toward Luo Tian. Without even raising an eyelid, he flicked his arm. "Out of my way." A pulse of force sent the blades scattering in every direction. Within a few breaths, he had crossed the array. Luo Tian glanced around and breathed out softly. "Good, no one's here." The words had barely left his mouth when he froze. Before the next 2 formations, several deep pits scarred the ground, proof that someone had jumped out of the arrays. So someone did make it this far. Let's see. With that, he stepped into the first formation. Boom. Heaven-punishing thunder crashed down. Unprotective golden light flared up, swallowing the lightning on contact. Luo Tian scanned the area, found no one, and nodded. "No one trapped here. Good." He withdrew and walked into the second fire array. Inside, Samadhi true fire raged, yet it couldn't breach the golden aura around him. He looked around. It was still empty. Seems no one here either. Certain at last, Luo Tian turned and soon emerged from the flames. The moment he stepped out, he halted. Someone's there," he murmured. Not far away, Mu Santong and 5 others sat cross-legged, bloodied and exhausted, trying to recover. The white light array before them had already been broken. Sensing Luo Tian's arrival, all 6 stiffened. They knew exactly how perilous the journey had been. Only by joining forces had they barely survived, each hanging on by a thread. Luo Tian, however, had arrived alone, his sleeves spotless, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Everyone understood what that meant. Nan Shufeng was the first to clasp his fists. "Fellow Taoist, may I have your name?" Luo Tian met his gaze calmly. "Me? Luo Tian." Luo Tian. The name made Nan Shufeng tremble, and Cheng Jian's head snapped up. Both men fixed their eyes on him. The other 4 looked on in baffled curiosity, unable to guess why the 2 men reacted so strongly. Standing at the mouth of the dim cave, Nan Shufeng brushed his sleeves aside, clasped his fists, and asked politely, "May I ask if you are Luo Tian of the Yefeng Kingdom?" Luo Tian gave a lazy nod. "Yeah, you know me?" Nan Shufeng's smile was modest, but reverence seeped through his voice. "Your reputation precedes you. I was wondering who could stride in here so calmly. If it was Lord Luo Tian, everything makes sense." Off to the side, the fire spirit elder arched an eyebrow, scratched his wild red hair, and urged, "Grand Preceptor, why all this wordplay? Introduce him already. Who is this young master?" Nan Shufeng stepped aside half a pace and gestured invitingly. "This is young Master Luo Tian, a rare genius in all the land. I came to Hedong City for the sole purpose of meeting him." Luo Tian raised a brow. "Meet me? And you are?" "I am Nan Shufeng, Grand Preceptor of the Zhuaxian Kingdom," he replied, words tumbling out faster. "A friend of mine saw you at the Mountain Delicacies and Sea Treasures restaurant slaying Yun Shui and casually binding several other experts. My admiration compelled me to call on you." The others listened with fascination, but Mu Santong's eyes flashed cold. At the mention of Yun Shui, he growled, "You slew Yun Shui? Then Mu Laojiu and Mu Feng, were they your victims as well?" Luo Tian frowned lightly, his tone indifferent. Mu Feng was. "Who are you?" "Mu Santong," he declared, leaping to his feet, murder in his gaze. I scoured Hedong City to collect their bodies and avenge them. And here you are, gift-trapped. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He sneered. Boy, had we met yesterday, you might have died quickly. Today you'll suffer. I've been looking for a punching bag, and you volunteered. Before his words had faded, Mu Santong roared and lunged at Luo Tian. Nan Shufeng barely had time to raise a hand and shout. Wait. Splurt. Blood exploded into mist. A bull's-eyed hole gaped in Mu Santong's chest. He looked down in bewilderment, legs buckled, and he collapsed lifeless to the ground. Silence spread through the cave mouth. Everyone's mind rang blank. They knew their own cultivation matched Mu Santong's, though injured. He was no pushover. Yet before Luo Tian, he lasted less than a heartbeat. It meant one thing. If Luo Tian wished, he could dispatch any of them just as easily. Cheng Jinza felt a chill to his marrow. Yesterday Luo Tian had captured his junior brother and let him go, which Cheng already deemed an unbearable humiliation. He had come seeking an explanation. Now his fighting spirit shattered into raw fear. Against a man like this, victory was impossible. Luo Tian glanced at Mu Santong's corpse, eyes icy. The Mu clan again. One after another. I should find time to wipe you out for good. Another wave of cold washed over the crowd. If anyone else threatened to erase the Tianlang Mu clan, they would laugh it off. Hearing it from Luo Tian, they began to pity the muse. Wiping sweat from his brow, Nen Shufeng forced himself to speak. Lord Luo Tian, you came for the Immortal's Grotto too, didn't you? I'm afraid it's all a ruse. There's nothing inside. A scam? Luo Tian froze. Elder Huoling hurried over, lowered his voice, and said exactly. This place appeared out of thin air just yesterday. We all thought it was an immortal's abode and rushed in without a second thought. To get here, I burned one of my life-bound artifacts. Cheng Jinja swallowed an explosive essence pill, and even Mu Santongho's lying dead over their sacrificed years of lifespan and cultivation. We figured any price was worth paying for an immortal legacy. His emotions surged as he pointed at the array's core, voice rising. But guess what we actually found inside? Before Luo Tian could answer, Elder Huoling shouted, a pork hock. Half-eaten, nothing left but bone. Can you believe it? Luo Tian's eyes flickered. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He had only been practicing formations here and never expected anyone to mistake the place for an immortal cave. Now the mess was too big to explain away. Nan Shufeng looked up and sighed. What a pity. Even if we tell people the truth, no one will believe us. At this rate, who knows how many more will come here to die. After a moment's thought, Luo Tian said, then let's dismantle the formation completely. Nan Shufeng froze, then gave a wry smile. Dismantle it? Easier said than done. I've never seen a formation this powerful. In the entire Tianyang Empire, only the legendary one-horned immortal array can compare. The one-horned immortal array? What's that? Luo Tian asked. Thousands of years ago, the Tianyang royal family found a fragmentary array diagram on Shumi Mountain. Nen Shufeng explained quickly. Even incomplete, it was terrifyingly strong. The empire used it to sweep the region and secure its place as one of the three great kingdoms of Fenglan continent. Luo Tian nodded slightly. I see. Nen Shufeng spread his hands. So breaking this formation is virtually impossible. Luo Tian cleared his throat. Actually, it isn't that hard. Everyone turned toward him. Nen Shufeng raised an eyebrow. Young Master Luo understands formation arts as well? Luo Tian replied awkwardly, I know a little. The moment he finished speaking, his hands flashed through a series of seals. Dozens of streams of energy shot into the surrounding nodes like roaming dragons. In the blink of an eye, layers of runes collapsed and the entire array space unraveled. Watching the deadly restrictions crumble like paper, the survivors felt their hearts pound. Luo Tian's skill was downright terrifying. Hui Feng was the first to recover and whispered, this place won't stay quiet for long. We can't let anyone see us here. Nan Shufeng reacted instantly. Right. If they catch us, who would believe we found only half a pork hock? They'd think we're lying. Let's go. With a single glance, the group darted away through the collapsing formation. Outside, a large crowd of cultivators had already gathered, waiting. The moment the spatial barrier cracked, they swarmed in. Where's the immortal cave? Where are the treasures? There's nothing here. Shouts echoed everywhere. Someone looked down and cried out. Look, that corpse, it's Mu Santong. What? Mu Santong was murdered? It must have been to silence him over the immortal legacy. The crowd erupted, speculation swirling. One man said darkly, the Tianling Mu clan is no minor power. Whoever killed him must have believed this legacy was worth any risk. People clustered around the corpse, trading guesses until a full story gradually took shape. They painted a vivid picture. Mu Santong and his beloved had stumbled into an immortal's grotto, fought desperately for its legacy, and at the pivotal moment, she turned her blade on him, seized the fortune, and left him to die in bitterness. The more they told it, the more convincing it sounded. Anyone who didn't know the truth would have believed every word. On a nearby slope, Luo Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with Nan Shufeng and the Taoist priests Hui Feng and Hu Yu, gazing down at the valley. Nan Shufeng bowed deeply, his voice hoarse yet solemn. Young Master Luo, on behalf of the cultivators of the Tianyang Kingdom and its neighboring realms, I thank you. Without your breaking that formation, who knows how many more would have died pursuing an illusion. Huifeng and Huiyu clasped their hands. Young Master Luo, your merit is boundless. Their gratitude left Luo Tian half amused and half embarrassed. He almost admitted the formation had been his own practice exercise, but one look at their torn robes, blood-stained sleeves, and nearly ruined artifacts made him swallow the truth. With his hands behind his back and a measured expression he replied, "It is simply what cultivators should do." The three marveled again, showering him with praise. Luo Tian gave a light cough and raised a hand in farewell. "I have other matters to attend to, so will take my leave. Your wounds are serious, return and recover as soon as you can." After thanking him once more, they finally departed. When the last figure vanished, Luo Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I was only practicing a formation, how did it turn into such a spectacle? Whatever, I'll wait until after Shumi Mountain opens, and then head back to Bianbei City to train. Yi Tongling can give me a few more pointers." With that thought he teleported, and in the blink of an eye he was back in Hedong City. During the next few days he wandered the city in boredom, and soon the opening day of Shumi Mountain arrived. At dawn filaments of spiritual light rippled above Hedong, and the silhouette of a mountain flickered among the clouds, the sign that Shumi Mountain was about to appear. Even ordinary townsfolk with no hope of entering rushed into the streets, eager to witness the event. At noon pillars of light poured from the heavens like countless silver waterfalls. A distant boom resounded as a cultivator tried to steal a token and was instantly subdued by its rightful owner, proof that anyone holding a token was not to be trifled with. Within the beams, qualified cultivators were lifted by the light, drifting upward into the glowing mirage and vanishing from sight. "Brother Tian, shall we go?" Luo Rong asked quietly. Luo Tian nodded, beckoned to his companions, and stepped into the radiance, their figures swallowed by dazzling brilliance. Space twisted, heaven and earth spun, and an instant later Luo Tian felt solid ground beneath his feet. Before him stretched a boundless realm. Jagged peaks rose like spears, sheer cliffs arched like a rainbow, clouds surged, and sun and moon shared the sky. High overhead, a colossal mountain floated, dragon roars and phoenix cries intertwining, while Taoist sigils shimmered along its slopes, clearly nothing born of the mortal world. At its gate stood a stone stele carved with three forceful characters, Shumi Mountain. "So this is Mount Shumi, a top-tier secret realm?" The mountain before them soared into the clouds. Mist churned around its flanks, and cascades of spiritual light poured down like waterfalls. Luo Rong was left gaping. Even the always composed Luo Tian seemed momentarily lost. The ambient chi was so abundant it felt like a different world entirely. No wonder people claimed Mount Shumi was a fragment of the immortal realm. "Young Master Luo Tian, you're here." Sun Xiu hurried over with Yin Tianrui close behind. The moment Yin Tianrui saw Luo Tian, the color drained from his face and his steps faltered. The psychological shadow Luo Tian had cast on him clearly hadn't faded. Luo Tian returned Sun Xiu's greeting with a slight nod, small courtesy for a debt of favor. "By the way, young Master Luo," Sun Xiu asked with a smile, "do you have a goal in Mount Shumi?" "Huangquan Biluo water," Luo Tian answered, calm yet unmistakably firm. Sun Xiu blinked. "Huangquan Biluo water? That only appears in the depths of the Sea of Yellow Springs. Outsiders call it a poison that even ghosts and gods avoid, though for you, it's probably harmless. Still, it's lethally toxic. What do you want it for?" "Cultivation," Luo Tian replied, offering no further explanation. Sun Xiu rubbed the bridge of his nose, at a loss. Turning to Luo Rong, he asked, "Brother Luo, what about you? What opportunity are you looking for?" "Me?" Luo Rong scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. "I'm mostly here to back up Tianga. If I could choose, I'd like something that strengthens my body, an elixir, or some other fortuitous chance." "That's easy," Sun Xiu said, eyes lighting up. "There's a divine blood pool on the 10,000 demon plane. A single soak will at least double your physical strength. You should try it." "Divine blood pool?" Luo Rong's eyes gleamed as he looked to Luo Tian. "Don't mind me," Luo Tian said coolly. "This is your trial. Decide for yourself." "All right," Luo Rong agreed. "How do I get there?" "As it happens, I want to check it out as well," Sun Xiu said, clapping him on the shoulder. "We can travel together." Sun Xiu then turned to Luo Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, what chance are you after?" "Me?" Luo Xiaoxiao blinked. "I'm just here for fun." "You came to Mount Shumi for fun?" Sun Xiu's mouth twitched. "That's extravagant." Luo Tian spoke evenly. "Xiaoxiao, if you want to grow stronger, you have two paths. 1. Spar often to sharpen your combat skills. 2. Keep refining the manifestation in your sea of chi until you can summon and dismiss it at will. Fight people? That's scary. I'm not doing that," Luo Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. "They'll focus on my Kizia manifestation." Sun Xiu nearly snorted. She thinks others are scary? In a real fight, she's the frightening one. All he could do was smile. "If that's the case, you'll need phantasmal spirit grass. Taking it can multiply the power of your manifestation, but the herb is extremely rare. Luck will be the deciding factor." Then he'll find phantasmal spirit grass. Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled like stars. Very well, Sun Xiao said with a shrug. That grass has appeared on the 10,000 demon plain and near Mount Zuma's main peak. But the mountain hasn't fully opened yet. Its wards are still active. From past experience, it takes about 3 to 5 days for the restrictions to lift and then can we begin the ascent. Until Mount Sumeru truly opened, they could do nothing but roam the plain of 10,000 demons, hunting beasts or gathering herbs. How about this? Sun Xiao proposed, sneaking a glance at Luo Tian. Come with me to the blood pool and temper your bodies first. Once the seal is lifted, we'll ascend the mountain together. Luo Tian pondered briefly, then shook his head. No. Luo Rong, Xiao Xiao, you two follow young Master Sunday. I must visit the Sea of Yellow Springs. He'll meet up with you afterward. Well, all right. Be careful, Brother Tian, Luo Rong replied, worry clouding his face. Luo Tian turned to Sun Xiao. Brother Sun, I'm leaving them in your care. Sun Xiao patted his chest. Rest easy. My father hired 4 tribulation crossing experts to guard me on this trip, so their safety is guaranteed. Startled, Luo Tian noticed 4 gray-robed elders standing behind Sun Zephyr tribulation crossing cultivators. The man had truly spared no expense. One elder frowned. Young Master Sun, your father paid us to protect you, not anyone else. He'll pay extra, Sun Xiao answered at once. The elder nodded. Very well, but if that kid heads to the Sea of Yellow Springs to die, we can't save him. He gave Luo Tian a dismissive sideways glance. Another elder snorted. Even I wouldn't survive a reckless charge into the Sea of Yellow Springs. You'd be wise to reconsider. Unfazed, Luo Tian addressed Luo Rong and Xiao Xiao. Stay with young Master Sun for the next few days. He'll return as soon as I'm done. With those words, his figure blurred and vanished. So fast. The 4 elders' eyes widened together. Only then did they realize this man was far from ordinary. Sun Xiao merely shrugged. If his father hadn't spent a fortune, had have been bickering with those old geezers already. Luo Tian blink-stepped across the landscape, grass waves, shattered ridges, and monster bones racing past beneath his feet. After half an hour he halted atop a ridge of withered trees, scanning his surroundings. This is strange. By now I should have left the plain, so why is Mount Sumeru still so close? The towering silhouette remained nearby. He rubbed his brow. Don't tell me I'm lost again. Just as he mocked himself, wild laughter erupted ahead. Ha ha, give it you can't escape. Come here and entertain us, and maybe we'll spare your life. Luo Tian looked toward the voices. A white figure sped across the ground on shimmering snow lotus petalsa, young woman in white. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet ghost pale. Blood soaked her shoulder sleeve. She was clearly gravely wounded. Gritting her teeth, she fled while 2 middle-aged men pursued, eyes gleaming with lechery. In her panic, the girl spotted Luo Tian, and a spark of hope flashed in her desperate gaze. Luo Tian, she murmured. The moment the girl spotted Luo Tian, her eyes lit up. Blood slid from the corner of her mouth, and her grievous wounds kept her from balancing on the snow lotus drifting beneath her feet. She staggered, almost tumbling into the abyss. Forcing her gaze upward, she realized the figure she'd seen was gone only a trick of the mind. Despair washed over her. I'd rather die than let these vermin violate me. She hissed, yet one final wish surfaced. If, before I die, I could see him just once more, even a single glance. The thought barely formed when her sword hand trembled. She turned the blade toward her own throat. Farewell, Luo Tian. Bang. A warm, powerful hand closed around her wrist. She looked up and found that familiar face inches away. Luo Tian. Luo Tian, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Did you hear me and come to save me? Her voice shook. Luo Tian regarded her, thoughtful. You Shui Linglong, right? She blinked, biting her lip. My surname is Shui. Oh, that's right, Shui Linglong. Understanding dawned on his face. She was Shui Linglong, prodigy of Qishua Palace. She had traveled with her elders into the Tianyang Kingdom, skipped Hedong City, and entered Mount Sumeru by another route. Only now had she crossed paths with Luo Tian again. Warmth bloomed in her chest. He must have said her name wrong on purpose to make her laugh and relax. He was always so gentle. Just then, 2 men dropped from above, blocking their escape on either side. Well, look at that, another pretty boy. Is he your man? One scoffed, eyeing Shui Linglong. Her cheeks flushed. Shut up. The man raised a brow at Luo Tian. Kid, I don't care who you are. Hey, race your chance. Leave the girl and beat it, or we'll make you beg for death. Boom. Both men released their auras, waves of spiritual force surging outward. They were spirit void cultivators. See, punk. The one on the left laughed. We're returned to Ruin's realm. You'll never touch this level. His partner added coldly. Kneel and kowtow 100 times, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you know. They meant to humiliate Luo Tian first, then drive Shui Linglong to despair. Luo Tian's face stayed impassive. Are you done? Why? They were about to retort when. Bang. Luo Tian flicked a finger. The man on the left exploded midair, reduced to dust. What the survivor's pupils shrank. He spun to flee, only to find Luo Tian silently standing behind him. You and did you the words died. The world flipped. In his fading sight, a headless corpse plummeted, blood scattering through the air. The body looked familiar. It was his own. He only then realized that Luo Tian had already severed his head. It now hung alone in midair. Die. Luo Tian spoke flatly. The word had barely left his lips. Bang. The head burst into a cloud of blood. Two water-turn realm experts fell dead. Far off, Xue Linglong watched the scene, her slender frame trembling not with fear, but with irrepressible excitement. Was he really this furious because I was humiliated? So this is what it feels like to be protected. How wonderful. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt the world spin. Her legs buckled, and she toppled backward only to be caught by an arm that circled her waist. Ah! Xue Linglong cried, nearly swooning. Hey, are you alright? How bad are your injuries? Luo Tian asked, looking down at her. I am fine, she whispered, her cheeks burning. Never before had a man held her, much less this man. Wild notions rushed through her head. He's holding me. Does he mean to? But master said I mustn't before my cultivation is complete, yet if he insists, could I refuse? Senior sister says it hurts the first time. Oh no, why am I thinking this? The thoughts grew messier. She jerked her head back. Two streams of nosebleed spurted, and she went limp. Hey, what's wrong? Luo Tian shook her gently. After a moment, she stirred and opened her eyes. Xue Linglong, can you hear me? Why were those two chasing you? He pressed. Still flushed, she remembered the crisis. This is bad. I almost forgot. Luo Tian. Please, you have to save my senior sister and Uncle Master. The scene shifted. Standing together atop a massive snow lotus, they hurtled toward the depths of the myriad demon plains. So, you broke into a demon king's territory just to pick a spirit herb? Luo Tian asked. Xue Linglong nodded. More precisely, the six-tailed demon fox, one of the plains' 9 great fiends. It's already at the 8th level of tribulation crossing, unfathomably strong. Even Tianyang Kingdom's experts avoid its domain. Luo Tian raised a brow. Knowing that, you still went? We had no choice, she said through clenched teeth. That herb only grows there. I needed to save my master. Save your master? Luo Tian's interest sparked. After a brief hesitation, Xue Linglong confessed. Yes. My master, the palace lord of deceiving Snow Palace, was poisoned. Without that herb, she won't survive. This is our sect's top secret. You must keep it to yourself. Luo Tian looked surprised. Then why tell me? Because I trust you, she answered earnestly. He rubbed his temples. I hate this feeling. She blinked. Knowing a secret I can't share, it's suffocating, he said with a straight face. Xue Linglong had no reply. Just then, boom. A surge of monstrous aura erupted in the distance. Sensing the overwhelming demonic aura, Xue Linglong turned pale, her lips trembling. That's the aura of the six-tailed demon fox, she whispered through clenched teeth. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Six-tailed demon fox? You're saying the demon king is a fox? Xue Linglong nodded. Exactly, and she's unimaginably powerful, truly terrifying. A fox demon, Luo Tian murmured. Images of seductive figures with long tails and furry ears flashing through his mind. Don't underestimate her, Xue Linglong warned, speaking quickly. Her cultivation is off the charts, and her charm spells are almost impossible to resist. Charm spells? In Luo Tian's imagination, the fox demon's curves instantly became even more alluring. And she's savage, Xue Linglong added. Brutal, reckless, still a beast at heart. Savage. How the picture in Luo Tian's head grew increasingly indecent. You're making me look forward to this. Then we'd better hurry. If we're too slow, my sure shoe and the others will. Urgency flashed in Xue Linglong's eyes as the snow lotus beneath her feet shot forward, slicing through the wind. At Graveyard Ridge, crooked tombs stretched for miles, dead trees twisted like claws. From the gnarled branch of an ancient tree, 2 female cultivators, sown older, one younger, hung upside down, their bodies streaked with blood, breaths faint. Below them, a demoness in a sweeping black gown twirled a vine whip, circling her captives. Outsider humans, such nerve, she drawled, lifting a brow while the whip's tip quivered. Didn't anyone tell you this is forbidden territory? Look around. Dozens of your fellow tribulation stage experts are buried here. And you, a mere 8th layer returning void, and a 2nd layer sky soaring, dare to intrude? You truly don't know death. Crack. The whip lashed again, flesh splitting. The 2 women no longer had the strength to scream. Boss, that's enough, a wolf-head beast growled, licking its fangs. Drain any more blood, and the meat'll dry out. Yeah, boss. Drag him down and divvy him up. A leopard-shaped monster agreed. The demoness smirked. What's the rush? 2 scraps of meat won't satisfy anyone. I let that other woman escape on purpose. Shall come back with reinforcements. When the whole party's caught, everyone eats. Brilliant, boss. The demons cheered, bloodlust boiling. Buzz. A jade pendant at the demoness waist lit up. She narrowed her eyes. They're here. Get ready to greet our guests. Yes. The beasts roared in unison, killing intent surging. On the far side of the forest, moonlight filtered through the leaves like shards of silver. Luo Tian. They're just ahead, Xue Linglong whispered, knuckles white around her sword. What's the plan? Should we sneak in? Luo Tian shook his head. No, we'll just walk in. Huh, all right. Without a plan of her own, Shui Linglong stuck close behind him. Half a foot of dead leaves muffled their steps as they crossed the damp, shadow-laced forest. While they walked, Luo Tian pictured the fox demon they were after six tails, surely seductive and bewitching, but what would she really look like? The trees parted, revealing an abandoned graveyard choked with weeds. Broken headstones leaned drunkenly, shards of bone and rotten debris poked through the grass, and the stench of blood mixed with decay. Farther in, two figures hung upside down from a dead branch, bound with coarse rope, their blood-spattered bodies swaying in the wind. Shirshu, Shiji, Shui Linglong screamed, terror shredding her voice. The elderly woman on the left forced her eyes open, blood on her lips. Linglong go. She never finished crack. A barbed vine whip slashed her shoulder, splattering blood. Shut up. Who told you to speak? Snapped the whip's owner, a demoness in a pale yellow jacket. You monster, let them go. Shui Linglong flared, spiritual power surging as she leapt forward. The demoness raised one hand. Cold steel flashed, and a dagger settled against the old woman's hollow stomach. Move and I'll spill her guts, she hissed. The tip pressed in, staining the cloth with blood. Shui Linglong froze, fists trembling, unable to advance. Smirking, the demoness turned to Luo Tian and frowned. You ran for help and came back with one pretty boy? Is that all? Still, you've got guts. Tell me scared or sorry. Luo Tian's brow tightened, but his eyes held only disappointment. Plain face, flat body seriously? Silence slammed over the clearing. What did you say? The demoness snarled, eyes reddening. He'll whip you to death. Several fanged beasts grabbed her arm, barely restraining her. Shui Linglong blinked in shock. What did you just say? Luo Tian pointed at the demoness. That's the six-tailed fox. Pathetic. Calls herself alluring and wild-looking like that? I'm going to tear you apart. The demoness roared, veins bulging. Sis, chill. Don't let him bait you. The beasts pleaded, almost dragged off their feet. Shui Linglong snapped back to her senses and shook her head. Nasha's not the six-tailed fox. Just one of her lieutenants. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Knew it. A real fox demon wouldn't be this flat. You little. The demoness lost it. The vine whip cracked like thunder as she lunged for Luo Tian. Just then, who you? A soft, hypnotic voice floated from deeper in the graveyard, like night wind brushing the ear. The demoness who yushered her killing intent vanished. She dropped to one knee, trembling. My queen. Every beast in the clearing collapsed, foreheads pressed to the mud, not daring to breathe. Luo Tian, that's her. She's the one who dropped Shirshu and the others with a single strike, Shui Linglong whispered, clutching his sleeve, her palm ice cold. Luo Tian looked toward the voice. From between piles of bones emerged a graceful silhouette, moonlight outlining a halo of silver, feather-like tails on the ground. Light flared in his eyes as a sight that made his blood race came into view. Dawn floated in on a pale, shifting glow as coils of mist wound through the air. The damp breeze tasted of fresh grass. In the hazy center stood a lithe figure with her back to Luo Tian. A curtain of midnight hair poured off her shoulders, hiding half a pearly spine. She wore not a stitch, yet the sight radiated an unearthly allure. The six-tailed fox spirit raised a hand. Slender fingers pinched a single drop of dew from the fog, then flicked it pop. The bead burst into a spray of silver mist. Droplets settled on her skin, and the newborn sunlight fractured across them, cloaking her curves in a sheer veil of gold. Every movement verged on the forbidden, and both Luo Tian and Shui Linglong forgot to breathe. The fox moved. Beads of water rolled down her back as she slowly turned. Luo Tian's heart pounded. Was she really going to face him bare-chested? He stared first came arms smooth as lotus roots, then a willow-slim waist, and then a foot-long patch of bristling black chest hair. Luo Tian froze, rubbed his eyes, and checked again. Before him stood a six-tailed fox with beady eyes, a bulbous nose, upturned nostrils, and a pockmarked face plainly a hulking brute. He could almost hear his fantasies shatter. This is the six-tailed fox you were talking about? Luo Tian asked hoarsely. Exactly. Shui Linglong nodded. A male? Painfully obvious. Luo Tian squatted, clutching his head. Nothing serious, just the death of a dream. The fox, now facing them, curled his lips in smug delight. Huh, human boy, did my majesty leave you dumbstruck? One look and your legs give out your kind really is fragile. He strode forward. Clang. Shui Linglong flashed in front of Luo Tian, frost blooming in her palm. A dozen ice blades howled through the air. Fox, stay back. The six-tailed fox arched a brow. Well, a human woman with guts, how novel. He glanced at Luo Tian. But this man? Pathetic. No matter, he'll soon be fodder for my young. With that, he lunged, claws outstretched. The ice blade shot in, only to shatter into glittering dust against an unseen shockwave. In the next heartbeat, a claw hovered above Luo Tian's head. Bang! Luo Tian's arm snapped up, iron fingers locking around the fox's wrist. Oh, you still resist? Then he'll crush your fingers first. The fox sneered, spiritual force surging, yet Luo Tian's grip didn't budge. Huh. The fox blinked. Crack. Luo Tian squeezed. The arm in his grasp warped at once. Ah! The scream echoed through the mist. Luo Tian slowly lifted his gaze, eyes glinting like frost-coated blades. You vile creature, he said, voice icy. For sins like yours, death is too kind. You deserve eternal damnation. Luo Tian spoke, pausing on every word. The six-tailed fox demon poured all his demonic power into breaking free from Luo Tian's grasp, but the arm holding him might as well have been cast in iron. It didn't move at all. After only a few breaths of futile struggle, he understood this man's strength was absurd, far beyond any ordinary foe. But what are you? He stammered. Luo Tian looked down at him, his voice icy. Me? I'm someone you hurt. What? I never hurt you. This is the first time we've met. Are those two your friends? They'll let them go right now. Just, could you loosen your grip first? The fox demon babbled, pleading nonstop. Silence. Luo Tian's roar boomed like thunder, nearly knocking the demon unconscious. And you dare call yourself a fox demon? Look at the others, some are cute, some are glamorous. But you? You're neither. Fine, I could let that slide. Yet you can't even bother to dress properly. And on top of that, you strut around flirting, stirring up everyone's expectations. Do you realize how many hearts you've broken? Tell me, don't you deserve to die 1,000 deaths? As he finished, Luo Tian raised his hand and slapped him. The fox demon hastily summoned a protective spell, but it shattered under the very first slap. After several blows, his head swelled like a pig's, and he could barely stay upright. Sorry, you'll put some clothes on right away, he whimpered. Luo Tian released him and flung him to the ground. The demon scrambled to grab some clothes and threw them on, then looked at Luo Tian, shaking with fear. At that moment, Xue Linglong spoke. Luo Tian. He nodded. Get those two down. A violent shiver ran through the six-tailed fox demon. He spun around and shouted, let them down. The gathered monsters were already terrified and obeyed at once. Moments later, two barely breathing figures were placed in front of Xue Linglong. Shu, Shiji, she cried, then glared daggers at the fox demon. That single look made his blood run cold. She was clearly close to Luo Tian. One wrong word from her could seal his fate. He hurried to yell before she could speak. You worthless scum. Who told you to beat them like this? It's absolutely unforgivable. The demons all stared at one another in confusion. But, Your Majesty, didn't you? One beast had just begun to speak when the fox demon slapped it dead on the spot. Nonsense. This is all your fault, you turtle's pawn. You seeking death, or what? After cursing, he turned back to Xue Linglong with a fawning smile. Miss, I'm terribly sorry. My subordinates didn't know any better, and I've already punished them. Xue Linglong answered him with the kind of look one reserves for an idiot. The fox demon felt a chill crawl down his spine and bellowed at his minions again. What are you staring at? Hurry up and fetch the finest healing elixirs for these two. The best, do you hear me? The surrounding spirit beasts scattered, and when they hurried back a moment later, each one was cradling an armful of rare herbs. They rushed about, kicking up dust, their eyes filled with panic and awe. The six-tailed fox demon snatched the bundle from the lead beast, sifted through it with a claw, and confirmed they were all supreme healing medicines. These are for injuries, bring them here now, he barked. Then he put on a fawning smile, handed a large portion to Xue Linglong, and said, Miss, please give them to the two lords. Xue Linglong accepted the herbs, her eyes as sharp as ice as she inspected them for poison. Once certain they were safe, she shredded the leaves and used her chi to guide the sap into the pair's wounds. The medicine was mild and soothing, then dissolved into a warm current that spread through their bodies. Moments after swallowing it, the gashes on their skin knit together, dried blood flaked away, and their faltering auras began to fill out. Soon the two slowly opened their eyes. The elderly woman first saw Xue Linglong and visibly relaxed. Linglong, before she finished the word, her gaze shifted to the six-tailed fox. She jerked upright, her fingertips quivering. You. The six-tailed fox's heart pounded. He plastered on a grin. My lady, it was all a misunderstanding, truly. He was terrified the old woman would say something that would prompt Luo Tian to come back and finish the job. Seeing the tension, Xue Linglong gave the old woman a brief account of what had happened. The more the woman heard, the more astonished she became. She had long known that Luo Tian had dominated the Tianshuang Wujua tournament, but she had never imagined he could thrash an 8th-level Tribulation Realm six-tailed fox into this sorry state. After a moment, she took a deep breath and struggled to her feet. Where is young Master Luo Tian? I must thank him in person. He's over there, Xue Linglong said, pointing. Beside the cliff, Luo Tian leaned against a boulder, head bowed in thought. There was a faint trace of disappointment between his brows. Clearly the earlier fight had not satisfied him. The old woman, still far from healed, dragged herself over to Luo Tian and bowed deeply. Young Master Luo Tian, thank you for saving our lives. I offer you my deepest respect. Luo Tian came back to himself, raised a hand in polite dismissal, and said, it was nothing. You're too kind. With that, he looked away again. The old woman gave an embarrassed smile and lowered her voice. Young Master Luo Tian, I have one more presumptuous request. Before she could finish, Luo Tian looked up. You want the herb for your sect master, don't you? Six-tailed fox, fetch it for her. He cast a sidelong glance at the fox, the resentment in his eyes undiminished. The old woman's heart skipped a beat. How did Luo Tian know? A glance at Shui Linglong told her everything. She sighed inwardly at her disciple's loose tongue, but chose not to comment. A chill ran down the fox's spine. He nodded frantically. Yes, of course. Only which herb do you require? The Wu Xianxiao, the old woman said, her eyes bright. The six-tailed fox froze. That herb was his trump card for breaking into the ninth tribulation realm. But one sideways glance from Luo Tian sent a chill through him. No problem. You lot, fetch the Wu Xianxiao now. Several beasts sprinted deeper into the valley. It wasn't long before an earthcrawler beast returned, reverently carrying a stalk of immortal herb wreathed in five-colored light. The glow painted shifting hues across the cliff face, and a rich fragrance curled through the air. The six-tailed fox felt as though his heart were bleeding, but he dared not show it. The old woman took the Wu Xianxiao, her eyes sparkling like starlight. Since your excellency the demon king is willing to part with this herb, shall we consider the grudges between us settled? At the word settled, the six-tailed fox finally let out a long breath. He forced down the pain in his chest and nodded solemnly. Agreed. That's more like it. From now on, let's lay down our arms and be friends, the six-tailed fox demon said with a grin. For the moment, staying alive is all that matters. The old woman gave a slight nod to show her agreement. Then she turned to Luo Tian, her cane hand trembling but her voice still respectful. Young Master Luo, words cannot repay such kindness. When Mount Shumi closes, please visit Chishua Palace. The sect master and I will be sure to thank you properly. Luo Tian thought for a moment, then nodded. If I'm free, he'll come. What will you do next? Our main goal on Mount Shumi was to find the spirit herb. Now that it's in hand, we have nothing else to seek. She glanced at Shui Linglong and the other disciple. They'll take them down the mountain to rest for a while. When the seal lifts, we'll see where fate leads us. If fortune smiles, good. If not, we won't force it. Once the gate closes, we'll head back to the sect. That sounds sensible, Luo Tian said. Shui Linglong suddenly looked up. Luo Tian, where are you going? Gazing into the distance as if through layers of mist, he answered, first the Sea of Yellow Springs, then back to Mount Shumi. The Sea of Yellow Springs? At those words, the old woman and several beasts paled. Even the air seemed to tighten. What's wrong? Luo Tian asked, puzzled. The Sea of Yellow Springs is a place of ill omen, more dangerous than the myriad beast plain, the old woman said gravely. Are you sure you must go? I have no choice, Luo Tian replied, firm and direct. The old woman sighed. Then I won't try to stop you. May you travel safely, young master. Thank you, Luo Tian said, clasping his fists in salute. He'll go with you. Shui Linglong suddenly called. Every eye turned to her. No. The old woman's brows knitted. It's far too perilous. You'd only become a burden to young Master Luo. Shui Linglong's lips moved, but she lowered her head without another word. Luo Tian eased the tension. Enough. This place isn't safe. Head to the foot of Mount Zumi, it's safer there. Then we'll take our leave. Please be careful, young Master Luo. Gathering her sleeves, the old woman led the two girls toward the distant mountain. Halfway down the path, Shui Linglong kept glancing back, her gaze fixed stubbornly on Luo Tian. The old woman noticed and sighed inwardly. Linglong, martial ant, don't forget your mission or your master's instructions. Shui Linglong's shoulders trembled. I remember. Seeing her aggrieved look, the old woman added, it isn't heartlessness. Your cultivation method and physique are rare. In 1,000 years of Chishua Palace, you're only the second with a real chance of mastering it. Until then, you mustn't cross the line. A faint blush rose behind Shui Linglong's ears. I understand. Elsewhere, in front of the mass grave, the six-tailed fox demon watched them leave, a fawning smile on its face as it edged backward. My lord, safe travels. Luo Tian turned, his gaze sharp enough to pierce bone. Murderous intent roiled in his chest. He almost struck the fox dead on the spot. At last he barked, move. You're taking me to the Sea of Yellow Springs. He fixed the six-tailed fox demon with a frosty stare. Head for the Sea of the Yellow Springs? The six-tailed demon fox looked anything but willing. Yet the moment he met Luo Tian's unyielding gaze, his ears twitched, and he lowered his head. In the next heartbeat he shifted into his true form, a blazing red fox with six tails fanned out like feathers. Scarlet fur crackled like living flame as Luo Tian vaulted onto his back, and the fox tore across the grass, racing toward the Sea of the Yellow Springs. Wind roared past them. Staring into the distance, Luo Tian asked, Six-tail, why do you dread the Sea of the Yellow Springs so much? What makes it so dangerous? My lord, the truth I don't know, the fox replied with a wry smile, his voice trembling in the gale. You don't know? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Here was the demon king of the plain of 10,000 demons, the strongest being in this Shumi mountain pocket realm, yet he had no intel on the place. Unexpected indeed. Feeling Luo Tian's doubt, the fox hurried on. My lord, I swear I'm not lying. Among our kind, the Sea of the Yellow Springs is a strict taboo. When I was a cub, the elders told all sorts of tales. Some claim the secret of immortality is hidden there. Some say it's a burial ground for immortals. Others insist a world-ending fiend is sealed in its depths. Which story is true? I have no idea. He paused, then added, all I know is that strange things happen near it. Even along the shore, beasts die for no reason. As for the deeper waters, only demons whose lifespan is nearly spent ever risk going in, and none have returned. Luo Tian listened in silence, secretly astonished by the fog of mystery surrounding the Sea of the Yellow Springs. He pressed on. What about Shumi Mountain? What secrets lie there? Shumi Mountain? I've no clue, the fox admitted. Luo Tian's face darkened. This fellow seemed ignorant of everything. The fox rushed to explain. My lord, I truly don't know. From birth we demons of the plane of 10,000 demons can't set foot on Shumi Mountain. Whenever we draw near, some unseen force sends us straight back to the plane. Leaving this pocket world entirely is impossible, so we're trapped here for life. Luo Tian nodded inwardly. The secrets of this little world were deeper than had imagined. While he pondered, the sprinting fox skidded to a halt, paws gouging the turf and flinging leaves into the air. My lord, we can't go straight ahead. Let's take a detour, he whispered. Luo Tian looked up. A lush green expanse lay open before them, free of obstacles. Why not? Beyond that is the azure-maned Lion King's territory, the fox said, clearly uneasy. He and I don't see eye to eye. If we barge in, there'll be trouble. How long will the detour take? About an hour. Luo Tian shook his head. Too long. I don't have that kind of time. Then you mean? The fox ventured. We'll cut straight through. If anything happens, they'll handle it, Luo Tian said calmly, his tone allowing no doubt. Delight flashed in the fox's eyes, all six tails snapping upright. Your word is enough. He shouted, then shot forward at full speed. Meanwhile, deep inside another cavern, an azure-maned lion lounged among a bed of spirit herbs, sipping grape juice. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched and he snapped awake. A razor-sharp gaze pierced the cave wall. Six tails? What's that fox doing here? We agreed to keep the peace until Mount Sumeru opens, yet he barges in all high and mighty, showing me no respect. Boom. A dull explosion echoed from the cave's depths, the stone couch beneath the azure-maned Lion King shattering as he shot out of the cavern like an arrow. There. With one sweep of his gaze, he locked onto the familiar fox silhouette in the distance and turned into a streak of cyan light. In a flash, he blocked the six-tailed demon fox and the human youth on its back in midair. Six tails, you dare trespass on my turf? Looking for death? The Lion King roared across the void, his voice rumbling like thunder overhead. The six-tailed fox narrowed its eyes, tail feathers flicking up. Lion, step aside. I have no interest in this dump of yours. I'm merely escorting this lord. Lord? The azure-maned Lion King paused, finally noticing the youth on the fox's back. He gave the boy a once-over and snorted. Six tails, you spineless cur. I knew you lacked backbone, but this? Letting a mere chi-gathering human ride you? A snot-nosed brat at that. You disgrace every beast on the 10,000 demon plains. To demonkin, serving as a mount for someone stronger is tolerable. Yielding to the weak is no different from being a domesticated beast. Stung by the insult, the six-tailed fox's gaze turned icy. Azuremane, shut your filthy mouth. You have no idea how powerful this lord is. Powerful? Huh. A cold gleam flashed in the Lion King's eyes. Then I'll tear him apart myself and show you. Boom. He leapt skyward, claws wreathed in boundless demonic aura, swiping straight for Luo Tian's head. Still seated on the fox, Luo Tian merely lifted his eyes and reached out with his left hand. Bang! A colossal golden hand materialized in midair and clamped around the Lion King's entire body. What? The Lion King's expression twisted, bones crackled, yet he couldn't break free of the golden grip. Luo Tian's eyes remained impassive. A little kitten dares to bark in front of me? As he finished speaking, his fingers curled inward. Ah! The azure-maned Lion King screamed, every bone feeling pulverized. His face went ashen. My lord, spare me. Only then did he realize the fox hadn't lied. The youth before him was terrifyingly strong. Spare you? And why should I? Luo Tian asked coldly. I am willing to offer up my Shin Spirit Elixir, every last drop. The Lion King blurted. Shin Spirit Elixir? What's that? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. The six-tailed fox hurried to explain. My lord, Shin Spirit Elixir is one of the 9 supreme treasures of the 10,000 demon plains. 9 supreme treasures? Luo Tian still looked lost. The six-tailed fox could hardly believe her eyes. Someone had entered the Wanyao plains without knowing about the 9 supreme treasures? Her tails flicked as she saw he wasn't pretending, so she explained patiently. The Wanyao plains nurtures 9 unique cosmic treasures, each with its own power. I specialize in the 5 immortal herb, which neutralizes every poison. The Qingmao Lion King holds the Xianling elixir, able to strengthen the Qi and elevate one's talent. That's how he keeps his place among the strongest on the plains. A gleam lit Luo Tian's eyes. If it enhances the Qi, it can enhance its manifestation. Thinking of Xiao Xiao, he clamped a hand on the Lion King's shoulder. Fetch the Xianling elixir, and it'll spare your life. Thank you. The Qingmao Lion King, as if pardoned, dashed into his den. Moments later he returned, carefully presenting 2 jade bottles. My lord, this is the Xianling elixir. Luo Tian weighed one, popped the stopper, and raised it to his lips. Wait, you mustn't, the Lion King cried. For ordinary beasts, a single drop sufficed. Even he needed time to refine 10 drops. Luo Tian had just swallowed half a bottle. If the power ran wild, it would tear him apart. The warning came too late. The elixir was already down. The Lion King squinted, expecting the backlash to shred Luo Tian. Yet time slipped by, and Luo Tian didn't so much as twitch. My lord, how do you feel? The Lion King ventured. Luo Tian frowned and shook the empty bottle. Nothing at all. Little kitty, are you tricking me? A chill of killing intent filled the air. ID never dare. The Lion King bristled. This is genuine Xianling elixir. Then why no reaction? Luo Tian pressed. Halfway through another protest, the Lion King remembered an ancestral rumor. The elixir worked on nearly every creature. But if someone's qi was already perfected, it had no further effect. That state existed only in Theorino. Known legend had ever reached it. Could this man be such a monster? Irritated, Luo Tian turned to the six-tailed fox. Six-tails, try it. Let's see whether this stuff is real. Without waiting, he tipped the second bottle and poured a flood of elixir down her throat. My lord, she tried to object, but several hundred drops had already gone in. Whoosh. In an instant, every pore on the six-tailed fox demon's body began to vent scalding steam, and blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Luo Tian froze, then blurted, Hell, what's happening? The Qingmao Lion King looked aggrieved, but forced himself to explain. My lord, Xianling elixir is brutally potent. Drink too much at once, and the body can't handle it. But if he endures, the benefits are astounding. Luo Tian finally understood and fixed his gaze on him. So you weren't lying to me? The Qingmao Lion King nodded resentfully, not daring to say more. A quarter of an hour later, the raging spiritual power inside the six-tailed fox demon finally subsided. He collapsed to the ground and let out a long breath. I thought I was dead for sure. Luo Tian leaned in with a sly grin. How do you feel? Did your qi expand again? The six-tailed fox demon closed his eyes to inspect his inner state, then nodded. I've improved a lot, but I'm badly injured as well. You'll need time to recover. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Looks like Xianling elixir really is a treasure. Kitty, fetch me a few hundred more bottles. A few hundred bottles? The Qingmao Lion King nearly rolled his eyes. My lord, Xianling elixir condenses only a few dozen drops a year. Those 2 bottles were my entire savings from centuries of hoarding. Luo Tian was stunned. It's that precious? He suddenly turned and glared at the six-tailed fox demon. Who told you to drink that much? Tears almost filled the six-tailed fox demon's eyes. Weren't you the one who forced it down my throat? Luo Tian frowned, then clapped his hands. Since Xianling elixir is this amazing, we can't miss the other 7 supreme treasures. Shumi Mountain won't be fully unsealed for a while, so let's use the gap to collect the rest. You 2 are coming with me. The six-tailed fox demon shrugged and agreed indifferently, while the Qingmao Lion King wore a bitter expression. Beaten, stripped of his treasure, and now reduced to a lackey, he wished had never left his cave. But regret was useless. All he could do was obey. Urged on by Luo Tian, the 2 demons carried him into the sky. Before long, 1 man and 2 demons reached a glittering marsh. The six-tailed fox demon pointed to the center of the lake and whispered, My lord, the guardian here is the old tortoise demon king. His combat power is average, but his defense is the strongest among the 9 demon kings. The treasure he guards is the Xuanwu celestial soil, an excellent forging material that greatly boosts a weapon's defense. Luo Tian nodded. Good. Make him come out. The six-tailed fox demon drew a deep breath, gathered his demon power, and shouted, Old tortoise, show yourself. Ripples spread across the lake. A massive old tortoise lay half buried in the mud. He had already sensed the 2 demon kings' arrival. Cautious by nature, he assumed they'd come for his treasure, so he shrank into his shell and kept perfectly still. With that shell, he was sure they couldn't touch him. Hearing the six-tailed fox demon's call, he grew even more resolved and bellowed back, Humph. Stinking fox, mangy lion, say whatever you want from there. Even if you beat me to death, I'm not coming out. The six-tailed fox demon's face darkened. Old turtle, I'm doing this for your own good. Come out and greet the Lord. From deep in the swamp came a low, cold snort. Filthy fox, stop trying to lure me out. I know the score. The moment I leave this marsh, I'm no match for any of you. But as long as I stay put, I'm invincible. The man and 2 demons traded glances, and the air fell silent. Luo Tian lifted his hand slightly and said to the six-tailed fox, Tell him I only need a little Xuanwu celestial clay. Give it to me, and he'll leave at once. The fox relayed every word. Suddenly the ink-black water in the center of the marsh churned, and the old turtle roared. Ha! The fox finally shows his tail. You're after my celestial clay. If you've got guts, break my shell barrier first, then we'll talk. Easy. Demonic powers surged together, forming a tortoise-shell barrier above the swamp, its ancient patterns as heavy as a mountain. The six-tailed fox whispered, "My lord, that's his ultimate move. His defense is already terrifying, and with the celestial clay reinforcing it, even if the 8 other demon kings and I combine forces, we still can't break it." "They'll give it a try," Luo Tian said calmly, standing up. Facing the barrier, he called, "Are you really not coming out? Save your breath. If you can't break it, get lost." The old turtle snapped. Luo Tian arched a brow and clenched his fist. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a hazy phantom rose behind him, its pressure sweeping across the sky. Cold sweat sprang down the fox's back. It felt worse than facing a heavenly tribulation. Luo Tian punched. Crack. In a single instant, the shell barrier shattered into glittering fragments. What? Deep in the swamp, the old turtle stared blankly. The backlash struck his body, and blood spurted from his mouth. Luo Tian lowered his fist as the phantom vanished. The green-maned lion king and the six-tailed fox exchanged a look, both seeing sheer terror in the other's eyes. They knew how monstrous the turtle's defense was, yet it fell before Luo Tian like paper. Luo Tian spoke with calm finality. "Now, can you hand over the Xuanwu celestial clay?" Water splashed as the old turtle shakily surfaced, face ashen. "Sir, we can discuss this. They'll give you the celestial clay. How much do you want?" "If you'd agreed at the start, I would have taken a third," Luo Tian said coldly. "Now I want it all." Pain twisted the turtle's heart. The clay would regenerate, but so slowly he had no idea when had amassed the same amount again. Under Luo Tian's piercing gaze, he dared not protest and handed over every last grain. Luo Tian stored the clay, then turned. "Let's go. Next target." "Yes." The green-maned lion king and the six-tailed fox spread their wings, whipping up fierce winds as they shot into the sky. To their surprise, more water splashed behind them. The old turtle was lumbering after. "Huh. Old turtle, what are you doing?" the six-tailed fox asked, baffled. The turtle snorted. "You're off to hunt other treasures, aren't you?" Both demons nodded. "Then I'm coming too. When I see others lose their treasures too, it makes me feel a little better." The two demons exchanged a glance, speechless. Before long, Luo Tian led the six-tailed fox and the green-maned lion king across the snow to the edge of a howling ice field. "Sir, the demon king here is the Xianzhui Niao," the six-tailed fox reported respectfully. "She carries divine beast blood and is extremely powerful. The treasure she guards is the snow lingji." Luo Tian gave a faint nod. Suddenly, a white blur split the air like lightning. That bird woman's here," the green-maned lion king muttered. The blur touched down and changed into a woman in white. With arched brows and a sharp gaze, she barked, "You three show up now. What are you after?" The six-tailed fox bowed. "Xianzhui Niao, my lord wants the snow lingji." "No. Leave," she snapped. 10 seconds later. "Sir, the snow lingji is this way." "Allow me to guide you," Xianzhui Niao said, a lump the size of a fist swelling on her forehead. Luo Tian stored away a dozen snow lingji and walked off the ice field. "Hey, why are you trailing us?" the green-maned lion king asked when he noticed her following. "Why shouldn't I?" Xianzhui Niao's face was grim. "I refuse to be the only one who suffers. I want to watch everyone else get hammered too." The old tortoise nodded heavily. Spoken like a true hero. Deep in the forest, a 100-yard python, its head bloodied, reverently offered a piece of 7-colored branch. At the foot of a mountain, a limping demon monkey, wronged and teary-eyed, presented dozens of immortal peaches. By now, Luo Tian's entourage had swelled. Of the 9 demon kings, 8 marched in line behind him. "Just one left," the demon monkey said, rubbing his hands in glee. "I can't wait to see him get smacked around." "Exactly," Xianzhui Niao agreed. "That old codger always acts so mysterious. The Lord needs to teach him a lesson." The group soon arrived at a ruined temple. Creak. The decayed doors swung open on their own, and a gaunt man stepped out. "I am the scholar of white bone. Welcome, my lord. The treasure I guard is the nether ghost flame. Please accept it." He held out a ball of emerald fire with both hands. The demons froze. Surrendered that easily? The demon monkey scratched his head and hollered, "You bag of bones. What's that supposed to mean? Handing it over without a fight? Stand up and throw a punch. If you win, you keep it." The other 8 demons nodded. They had all been beaten already and didn't want anyone exempt. The scholar of white bone straightened, voice ringing out, "Brother monkey, you are mistaken. From the moment I laid eyes on this lord, admiration flooded my heart like an endless river. I only regret my poverty. The nether ghost flame is the best token I can offer. As for exchanging blows, such vulgarity is beneath me. If you try to sow discord between us again, don't blame me for turning on you." "What the hell? You can do that?" The demon monkey stared in shock. "Shameless." The other 7 beasts instantly lined up behind Luo Tian and spat curses in unison. An idea suddenly struck the Xuanzhui bird. With a shrill voice it cried, "He must have used his ghost eye to see us getting beaten beforehand." The other demon lords froze, then nodded. They all knew the Bone Scholar was treacherous to the Koray, would never grovel unless he already knew the outcome. Across the way, Luo Tian accepted the nether ghost flame and gave a calm nod. Very well, thanks. He had come only to search for treasure, not to hunt demons. Since they were being sensible, he saw no need to draw blood. Great one, where are you heading next? The Bone Scholar plastered on a humble smile. Me? To the Sea of Yellow Springs for a flask of Bilua water, Luo Tian replied. In that case, might I escort you, my lord? Is that necessary? Luo Tian's gaze stayed flat. The Bone Scholar slapped his thigh. Absolutely. If we don't serve you on this journey, we're no better than beasts. The 8 demons rolled their eyes. Flatterer. But since the words were out, none of them could pull back. Obediently, they set out with Luo Tian for the Sea of Yellow Springs. All along the road, wind whipped yellow sand while bleached bones littered the ground. Luo Tian glanced at the Bone Scholar. How much do you know about that sea? The Bone Scholar lifted his chin, pride creeping into his tone. My lord, you've asked the right person. On the myriad demon plane, no one knows it better than I do. Why? Luo Tian raised a brow. Because this right arm of mine came from the Sea of Yellow Springs. Huh. A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Tian's eyes. The Bone Scholar explained at once. My lord, my true body is a skeleton that gains sentience. As he spoke, he shifted to his original form. Under the moonlight, snow-white bones gleamed with a cold sheen, yet the right arm was pitch black, as if cast from dark iron completely unlike the rest. A heartbeat later, he returned to human guise. 1,000 years ago, I awakened inside those bones with hardly any cultivation. On the myriad demon plane, anyone could bully me. Several times I nearly died. Once, after angering a pack of monsters, I fled straight toward the Sea of Yellow Springs. But heaven left a path for this pile of bones. A wave washed up a skeletal arm and laid it at my feet. I tore off my own arm and replaced it. I don't know where the arm came from, yet its power rivals a divine weapon. With it I killed my pursuers, fought through rivers of blood, and rose to become one of the 9 demon lords. When he finished, Luo Tian frowned slightly. Both your original body and that arm look human. The Bone Scholar nodded. Quite right, my lord. The person I came from was human, but he died long ago. I was born in his remains, so he was human, yet I am not. Then was he, too, an outsider who barged into Mount Sumeru? Luo Tian pressed. The Bone Scholar shook his head and sighed. I investigated that possibility, but he spread his hands in helpless resignation. The timelines just don't line up. Before Mount Sumeru descended upon this world, my former self was already here, the White Bone Scholar said, gently flicking his folding fan as his voice echoed across the silent wasteland. And my right arm has existed even longer. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. So there were humans here before Mount Sumeru appeared? Apparently so, the scholar replied with a nod. For reasons unknown, the entire race was wiped out, leaving only scant traces behind. The sole remnant is Mount Sumeru itself, a place even we demons cannot approach. Luo Tian pondered this and glanced at the distant peak, convinced that Mount Sumeru must conceal far greater secrets. He turned back. Tell me about the Sea of the Yellow Springs. How much do you know? The scholar's expression darkened. After I became a demon king, I tried to explore it. But whenever I drew near, an overwhelming dread surged from my right arm. That fear isn't mine, it's the remnant emotion sealed within the limb. Luo Tian was startled. Your right arm has a will of its own. No, only lingering emotions that flare up under certain conditions, the scholar said, gazing toward the horizon. Legend claims something horrifying is sealed beneath the Sea of the Yellow Springs. Others dismiss it as a tale, but I know its real true terror lies there. Neither Luo Tian nor the other 8 demons had ever heard this before. The demon monkey's fiery eyes widened. Bag of bones. You never told me any of that. The White Bone Scholar smiled faintly. We're hardly friends. Why should I? You the monkey clenched his fists, but under Luo Tian's gaze he swallowed his anger. A distant, drum-like roll of waves rumbled through the fog. The mist parted to reveal a dark expanse of water. The Sea of the Yellow Springs lay before them. With a whoosh, the 6-tailed fox spirit halted her flight, pupils narrowing at the churning black waves. My lord, by ancestral decree, I can escort you no farther. Luo Tian nodded. Very well. Let me down. Relieved, the fox descended and allowed him to land. She hesitated, then offered a warning. Unless absolutely necessary, do not cross. His gaze was firm. I must obtain the netherwater of the Yellow Springs. All of you should return. The 9 demon kings bowed. Safe travels, my lord. A heartbeat later, Luo Tian vanished into the swirling mist. The shockwave of his departure had barely settled when the 6-tailed fox whirled on the White Bone Scholar, her voice low. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He snapped his fan shut, offering a thin smile. Did what? There are a dozen places where netherwater forms, yet you guided him to the most dangerous one, she said coldly. A chill flashed in the scholar's eyes. 6-tail, do you truly wish to serve him? He's a human claiming the treasures of the 9 demon kings. I gave him a gentle push, and you object? She snorted. A gentle push? You nearly dragged us all into it. If I'd hesitated a moment longer, would already be caught. With a flick of his fan, the scholar turned toward the mist where Luo Tian had vanished and chuckled. You're impossible to reason with. A breeze stirred his sleeves, and his smile turned icy. Boy, my ghostly underworld fire is not so easily taken. Prepare to die in there. The 8 demons stared at the bone scholar, their eyes full of mixed emotions. The bone scholar was famed for flawless schemes. No one dared treat him lightly. He spoke in a clear voice. All right, disperse. That fellow won't be coming back. With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned and left first. I'm off, too. The monkey demon flicked his long tail and hurried after him. The remaining demon kings exchanged glances, then each turned into a streak of light and vanished, leaving only the 6-tailed fox and the green-maned lion king behind. The fox kept his gaze on the sea of the underworld, his 6 tails trembling, worry etched on his face. The lion king snorted and glanced sideways. Hey, you're not really worried about him, are you? Of course not. I'm just afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that if he does come back and learns we set him up, what then? The lion bared his fangs in a grin. You worry too much. You know how uncanny that place is. The fox thought a moment, then nodded. You're right. Let's go. The 2 demon kings lifted into the sky and were gone in a flash. No sooner had the 9 demon kings departed than a scrawny beast, seemingly lost, staggered to the edge of the underworld sea. Its eyes suddenly turned scarlet, as if dragged by an unseen force, and it lunged toward the black water. Before reaching the shore it collapsed, dead, shriveling into a gray-brown husk. Scattered nearby were more carcasses. The larger the beast, the closer it had fallen to the water. The stench of blood and rot floated on the chill wind, and amid the corpses 2 crisp lines of human footprints stood out. Elsewhere on the beach. Where do I go next? Luo Tian stood before a reef, spray soaking his clothes, utterly at a loss about the location of the Yellow Springs water. As he hesitated, he spotted 2 fresh lines of footprints in the damp sand. Oh, someone got here first? He murmured, and without hesitation followed the tracks. He had taken only a few steps when the lifeless sea suddenly split apart. The black water rolled to either side, revealing a straight corridor through the waves. So this is it. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he stepped in. Towering walls of water loomed on both sides, held motionless by some invisible force, like an underwater palace. He walked on, marveling at the sight. He had no idea how long he had gone when angry shouts rang out ahead. You 2 bastards, let me go. Do you know what you're doing? Come back. If you don't stop, you're all going to die. Luo Tian's heart clenched, and he quickened his pace. At the end of the passage lay an ancient temple half buried under the sea. A sooty chain was wound around a bluestone pillar, and a girl barely 3 feet tall was bound to it. Eyes blazing with rage, the voice had come from her. A spirit? Luo Tian saw at a glance she was no living being but a manifested soul. She noticed him and bristled, her voice sharp. Another one? Are you with those 2? How many times must I say its seal inside must never be broken? If you keep it this, you'll all die. Why won't you listen? Luo Tian froze. What are you talking about? Who's inside? What seal? Who are you? Luo Tian asked. The woman froze, then looked up and studied him suspiciously. You aren't with those 2, are you? Of course not, Luo Tian said, waving a hand. Then you didn't come for the seal? She pressed. I don't even know what seal you're talking about, he replied helplessly. She swept her eyes over him, frowning. Then why are you here? I'm looking for Huangquan Biluoshui, Luo Tian answered earnestly. You came here for Huangquan Biluoshui? She stared at him, her voice climbing. Are you out of your mind? And wait, how are you still alive without protective talismans? Why wouldn't I be alive? Luo Tian muttered, slightly annoyed. Conflicting emotions flashed across her face, but she pushed them aside and pointed toward the ancient temple. Forget it. Go stop those 2 from breaking the seal. If they succeed, you, me, and everyone outside will die. Is it really that serious? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. It'll be even worse, she said firmly. He pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll take a look. With that, he strode toward the temple. Deep in the ruined shrine, the main hall was cold and dim. 2 men stood side by side, each with a talisman floating above his head. Faint runes shimmered like a veil, barely holding back the eerie power seeping in from every direction. Even so, sweat streamed down their faces and their expressions were tense. As soon as you accept my master's terms, we'll remove the seal, one of them said respectfully to the towering idol before them. Humph. Who does your master think he is, that I should agree? The stone eyes of the idol were dull, yet a chill voice issued from it. The second man lowered his voice. Do you intend to stay trapped here forever? It's been 3,000 years. Trapped? The idol snorted. After 3 millennia the seal is already loosening. In another century it'll break free without anyone's help. 100 years is still a long time, the man argued. My master can free you now. Isn't that a blessing? If he's so sincere, why not come in person? The idol demanded. He has other pressing matters, the man replied, lowering his head. Scheming coward, the idol sneered, though with a trace of amusement. He tried something similar 500 years ago. Fine, I'll agree, but on one condition. Name it. Your Excellency, both men said, eyes gleaming. Once I leave Sumera Mountain, I want 10 million human lives for sacrifice me feast. No problem. The Tianyang Empire is already under my master's control. Take all you want, one of them promised. A pleased chuckle rumbled from the idol. Good then. Footsteps echoed outside the hall. You brought someone else? The idol's tone turned icy. The two men glanced at each other and spoke in unison. No, it's only us. Luo Tian stepped through the doorway, looked around, and said, so you're the two she mentioned. Any chance you know where I can find Huangquan Biluo Shui? The two men exchanged a glance and moved almost simultaneously. Boom, boom. Two blasts of force screamed through the air toward Luo Tian, their pressure surging like a tide. The Tribulation Realm? Luo Tian arched an eyebrow. For most, that level was unattainable, yet in his eyes it was nowhere near enough. Bang, bang. He shot out both arms, his hands clamping around their throats like iron pincers. The dull snap of breaking cartilage drowned out the roar of their attacks. What? Panic seized them. They had never imagined Luo Tian could be this strong. He cast them a frosty look. What's your problem? Charging in fists first. And what's that trash on your heads? Before his words faded, he flicked his fingers. Two threads of energy cut through the air toward the talismans above their crowns. No, don't, they screamed, but the strike arrived. With a hiss, the talismans crumbled to ash. A heartbeat later, their eyes went blood red. A shrill wail tore from their throats. They convulsed and dropped lifeless to the floor. Luo Tian's expression shifted. He released a wave of soul power and saw dozens of hair-thin crimson threads coiled around the corpses, ravenously draining their life force. Those same threads laced every corner of the ancient shrine, though a few probing strands had already been repelled by his own formidable aura, so Head paid them no mind. He followed the threads back to their source, the statue at the center of the hall. You're doing? Luo Tian asked, fixing his gaze on the idol. After a brief silence, a hoarse voice answered mine. It could not fathom why its threads were useless against Luo Tian. He waved dismissively. They were dead men anyway. Shame I couldn't harvest their soul pearls, but that can wait. Now, where can I find nether spring water? The statue spoke evenly. Looking for nether spring water? Simple. See the sensor on my head? Destroy it, and the water will appear. But the sensor is sturdy, ordinary people can't break it. Luo Tian looked up. Sure enough, a corroded incense burner hung over the statue's crown, rust-eaten, a single blurred glyph barely visible. Easy. He struck with an open palm. Crack. The sensor split in two. From within, a faint, eerie stream of liquid trickled out, radiating a bone-deep chill. Nether spring water. So it was here. Luo Tian laughed, beckoned, and the water hovered before his palm. At that moment the entire statue shuddered. Stone chips flew as cracks spread across its surface. Haha, it's breaking. At last. They'll be free again. A piercing cackle echoed from inside. Outside the shrine, a woman bound in chains jerked her head up, her face bloodless. Too late. That thing is getting out. The ancient temple shook violently. Dust billowed while chunks of stone skin peeled from the idol. Yet Luo Tian remained unmoved. Every ounce of his focus rested on the nether spring water floating before him. Perfect. With this, every ingredient is ready. I can finally begin the spirit transmutation. He sat cross-legged and, oblivious to the chaos around him, laid out all his materials. Then he ground every ingredient to dust and drew it straight into his body. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks spiderwebbed across the idol's surface as if an invisible giant hammer were pounding the ancient temple. Walls curled, beams splintered, and clouds of dust billowed with the flying rubble. The massive stone pillar that had bound the woman finally snapped in several places. She staggered to the floor, free at last. No, I have to go back in. If the sensor is still intact, there might be a chance. Gritting her teeth, she dragged her almost transparent spirit form toward the hall. The moment her foot touched the steps, a deafening roar slammed into her. An unimaginable tide of spiritual energy exploded outward and hurled her through the air. Fissures raced across her ethereal body, and she nearly dissolved on the spot. How can this be? He's been sealed for thousands of years, yet his power is even greater than before. When she hit the ground, hope shattered inside her. She knew her mission had failed. Nothing could restrain the demon now. Boom. A sound like the collapse of the deep sea rolled across the ruins. She looked up to see spiritual energy from every direction surging toward the temple like a silver tide, tinting the sky pale blue. For all her experience, she had never witnessed anything like it. Ha! Heaven and earth, can you feel it? I am free once more. The idol's voice echoed from the hall, low and triumphant. It really is him, she whispered, face ashen. And he's become this strong. In that moment the sky above Shumi Mountain blazed with the light of a spiritual tsunami. On the 10,000 demon plain, a six-tailed fox spirit stood shoulder to shoulder with the Greenland Lion King, staring toward the sea of Yellow Springs. Is he truly dead? The fox murmured. Genius or not, no one survives the sea of Yellow Springs, the Lion King sighed. Elsewhere, a Xuanjie bird hovered in midair, gazing at the water and muttering, "What a waste of my snow Lingji." Upon a lonely peak, the scholar of white bones stroked his folding fan and chuckled. I told him my nether ghost fire wasn't so easy to take. He can't blame, Meihe simply wasn't strong enough. At the foot of Shumi Mountain, crowds stared at the rolling spiritual storm in the distance. Master, what is that? This is my first time seeing it, as well. That's no ordinary tempest, but a tsunami of chi. Thankfully we're far enough away, or would have been pulverized already. Farther off, a lone figure in black robes stood atop a cliff. His gaze pierced the clouds toward the sea of yellow springs, a faint smile on his lips. The plan is unfolding even better than expected. This demon is the key piece in my 7 stratagem scheme. Luo Tian, no matter how gifted you are, you've foiled me too many times under the 7 stratagems. Your death is certain. Countless beings watched, each harboring their own designs, while in the ruined temple beneath the sea of yellow springs, the tidal wave of chi crashed down. Come to me. The idol's delighted shout rang out as it devoured the spiritual energy without restraint. As the statue absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, its aura swelled with power. Coal-black cracks spread across the clay surface like a spider's web, covering the idol from head to toe. The instant the tidal wave of energy finally ebbed away, boom. A muffled thunderclap sounded, the outer shell exploded, and shards of clay scattered in every direction. From the debris stepped a man with cobalt skin and a pair of horns curling from his brow. He looked down at his palm, felt the surging power within, and chuckled. After devouring all that chi, my inner sea still isn't full? Seems the years of imprisonment only made me stronger. Before the dust could settle, he turned sharply. Not far away, Luo Tian sat cross-legged, his expression calm. The blue-skinned man sneered. With your level of cultivation, that energy tsunami should have pulped you. You survived only because I absorbed it too quickly. Tell me, was that good luck or bad? He moved forward, closing the distance. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall. The woman from earlier burst in, took one look at the horned stranger and the shattered censer, and went deathly pale. She staggered back. Too late. Blood-red light flickered in the man's cold eyes, and he grinned savagely. Well, old neighbor, we finally meet again. Demon, she spat, slashing down with her sword. Clang. He caught the blade between 2 fingers. A slight twist, a sharp crack, and the weapon shattered inch by inch. Little girl, you think you can stop me? I'm stronger now than when I was sealed. What? Impossible. Her pupils contracted in shock. Sealed for so many years, yet he was even stronger? He spread his hand and spoke evenly. Hard to believe. Even I don't know why, but it's the truth. After absorbing that massive wave of chi, my body still isn't full. She recalled the terrifying surge of energy, and a chill gripped her heart. If he had swallowed all of it, his strength would far exceed what it once was. Despair washed over her. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed. His manic laughter echoed through the hall. At that moment, a voice exclaimed nearby. So that's spirit transformation, huh? Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes. Only then did the woman notice him. You're alive? She asked in shock. Luo Tian frowned and stood. Of course I'm alive. He cast a sidelong glance at the horn man. Who are you supposed to be? You don't know who I am? The figure from the statue went instantly cold. The woman hurried to explain, her voice edged with panic. That thing over there is the demon that was sealed in this place. The seal's completely shattered, and its malice is pouring out. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up as he studied the figure she called a demon. Oh, so you are the infamous fiend. Shards of the stone statue littered the floor, dust still hanging in the air. The demon lifted a brow, a cold grin spreading across his face. Kid, you've got guts. Kuosha fierce gust of force surged forward. The woman shifted her footing and sprang in front of Luo Tian. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Tian blurted. I dragged you into this mess, she said, shoulders tense. It's my job to fix it. I can only buy you a little time. Whether you make it out alive is up to fate. Oh, what? Luo Tian still hadn't processed it. What? Nothing, run. She lifted a hand to shove him away. The next instant, a howl of energy slammed into her like invisible chains, freezing her in place. Two can't move, she gasped, whipping her head around. The demon advanced, a savage smile twisting his features. Run? None of you are leaving. Little girl, you don't want to watch him die? Good, then I'll kill him right in front of you. With that, he flashed to Luo Tian's side. The woman bit her lip, eyes filled with anger and guilt. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Luo Tian scratched his head, about to say, actually. The demon stepped even closer, narrowing his eyes. You're braver than I thought. Interesting. Since you helped break my seal, you've done me a favor. He'll stand right here and let you throw one punch. Punch you? Luo Tian blinked. Exactly. The demon spread his arms, smiling. If you can kill me, you get to live. Of course, you know that's nearly impossible, but you might as well try. The woman called out. Kid, if you made it into Mount Sumeru, you must have a trump card. Hit him with everything you've got. She calculated rapidly. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to stall for time. Luo Tian raised a brow. Everything I've got? You sure? She spoke directly into his mind, warning him. He can't die. Back then, several top-tier powerhouses joined forces and still failed to kill him. Don't even think about it. Focus on containing him, then find a chance to escape. Can't die? Luo Tian's eyes shone even brighter. Not even the strongest could finish him? Perfect, let's see what I can do now. He smiled. All right, ready when you are. He sank his stance, feet grinding into the broken stone, fists tightening inch by inch. Barehanded, the woman's heart sank. Without a weapon, he wouldn't even scratch the monster. The demon shrugged, unconcerned. Come on, one shot. Don't hold back. Luo Tian drew a deep breath. His arms stretched like bowstrings, fighting spirit humming as a whirlwind of force tore through the dim hall. Then he roared, heaven-rending fist. On the demon plains, the six-tailed fox was still gazing toward the sea of the yellow springs. The demonic wind whipped her silvery tails, and worry clouded her crimson phoenix eyes. Behind her, the Azure Man Lion King hurried over, his half-mental blue mane trailing behind him, astonishment written across his face. Six-tail, don't tell me you really plan to swear loyalty to that guy? The six-tailed fox turned, the tips of her ears twitching, and lowered her voice. Of course not. I'm just worried that if he survives. You saw that burst of spiritual power just now, didn't you? The Azure Man Lion King jabbed a paw at the sky, speaking at breakneck speed. A tidal wave like that would have flattened the two of us. The six-tailed fox nodded, but her brows stayed tightly furrowed. True, we couldn't have withstood it. But that doesn't mean he couldn't. I still think an attack of that caliber isn't enough to kill him. Her words left the Lion King silent. Luo Tian's earlier display of strength had indeed been terrifying. The two demons locked eyes, yet neither could offer an answer. Just then, boom, another explosion thundered from the sea of the yellow springs. The sky over the Mount Sumeru microcosm shook as though struck by a colossal drum, and the entire realm trembled 3 times. What was that? They cried in unison, spinning around. High above the sea, black clouds split apart, and a fist-shaped shadow the size of a mountain slammed downward. Seawater parted, towering walls of spray shot into the sky. The earth cracked, fissures spread like spiderwebs, and even space itself tore open in jagged black seams. The fist shadow drove straight into the boundary of the Mount Sumeru microcosm. Dong! A bottomless imprint appeared on the barrier. Radiance surged across it, yet the wound refused to mend. Rumble. Aftershocks rippled on. Boulders tumbled from Mount Sumeru's peak, spirit trees splintered, and the entire pocket world seemed on the verge of collapse. Only after a long while did the trembling finally subside. By then, the fur of the six-tailed fox and the Azure Man Lion King was standing on end. Instinctively they clung to each other, then recoiled in simultaneous disgust. What in the world was that? The six-tailed fox's voice quavered. Panting, the Lion King still carried a look of dread. The Sea of the Yellow Springs is way too dangerous. With something like that lurking there, you couldn't pay me enough to hunt for fortune in that place. The fox's tails were still trembling. Indeed, that punch was horrifying. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe such power exists. The Lion King nodded heavily. Exactly. But now you can relax, can't you? Huh. The six-tailed fox blinked. That human kid is definitely dead this time. The Lion King snorted. The six-tailed fox drew in a deep breath and spoke softly. If that earlier burst of spiritual power couldn't kill him, the force of that punch certainly did. Her words had barely died away when a clear voice rang out behind them. Honored demon kings, by order of my master, I've come to deliver an invitation. At that very moment, above the frozen expanse, the Xinjie bird stood motionless, wings wrapped around a gilt-embroidered invitation. Beside the great marsh, Old Turtle stared at an identical invitation lying on the bank, while lake water lapped at the shore, and he remained perfectly still. Inside a deserted mansion, the bone scholar revealed his ivory skeleton, eyeing 2 human cultivators with wary vigilance. Esteemed Bone King, there's no need to be nervous, said one of them, sliding an invitation forward. As long as you follow the instructions inside, my master will not oppose you and generous rewards await. Cold light flickered in the scholar's hollow eye sockets. After a pause, he rasped, and if I refuse? The man opposite smiled. Then you will be my master's enemy. Silence stretched, until the bone scholar slowly extended a bony finger and accepted the invitation. Congratulations, Your Excellency. You've made a wise choice. The 2 cultivators bowed in unison and turned to leave. Elsewhere, at the foot of Mount Sumu, a figure in black robes listened to the contents of a transmission talisman and nodded in satisfaction. The 9 demon kings do know their place. As the second move in my 7 stratagems, you are indispensable to the game. At the game table, a man in black robes placed a stone between his fingers and let it fall. The wooden board rang with a crisp click. He leaned forward to study the position, then raised his eyes. Through the lattice window he looked toward the distant sea of the Yellow Springs, a flicker of worry crossing his brow. According to the cult's reports, that fiend shouldn't possess power on this scale. He spoke under his breath, tapping the board with a fingertip. If he's truly that strong, he becomes an unpredictable variable. After a moment's thought, he chuckled coldly and flicked a white stone back into its box. Forget it for now. No matter how strong he is, I know his weak spot and can keep him in check. Luo Tian, this time you die for certain. The corners of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. Deep within the sea of the Yellow Springs, in the ruins of an ancient temple, amid broken walls and shattered columns, Luo Tian held the end of a punch, sleeve still lifted. Everything before his fist fiend, Hall, even splintered bricks had been reduced to powder by the blinding white force and drifted away on the wind. Behind him, the woman stood frozen, one hand over her lips, pupils constricted. She had seen every detail of that blow. The arrogant, snarling fiend had vaporized the instant the fist light touched him, leaving not even a splinter of bone. How is that possible, she murmured. Until now she had filed Luo Tian under talented youth. Clearly, he was something far more monstrous. Luo Tian lowered his fist and surveyed the ruins, confusion written across his face. Huh, where'd he go? I thought he was immortal. How did he just vanish? He arched an eyebrow at the woman. Hey, didn't you say that thing was powerful? Two did, she answered, flustered. He pointed at the ash carpeting the floor. Then why couldn't he take a single punch? She had no reply. Buzz. Before the words died away, the air beside Luo Tian shuddered. Dark red threads condensed like blood-tinged mist, twisting in place. Curse you. You destroyed my body. A harsh voice shrieked from within the tangle. The woman's face went pale. No, still alive. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Oh, what's this now? The fiend rasped, voice vicious. Boy, you pretended to be weak to lure me in. Fine, destroy my body, I don't care. Yours is better than the one I lost. I'll take it for myself. The crimson filaments stretched and wove themselves into a net of blood that dropped toward Luo Tian's head. Watch out. Don't let him invade your body. The woman shouted. Keep me out. The fiend laughed. His flesh may be strong, but before my clan, no body can last. Now, boy, let your soul be shattered. The net exploded into hundreds of fine strands, each like a needle aimed straight at Luo Tian's mind. Damn. The woman gasped, knowing she was powerless to intervene. Buzz. Suddenly, brilliant, clear light burst from Luo Tian's skin like unseen flame. Every red thread that touched the glow ignited in scarlet fire and was consumed at once. Ah, what have you done? The fiend screamed, yanking the threads back. The woman stared, stunned to the core. What happened? In all her years battling the fiend, she had never seen the crimson lines destroyed so swiftly. Luo Tian raised his palm. Tiny soul flames still danced there. His tone stayed calm. Since I arrived, these threads have been trying to attack me. They're not soul power, but close enough. So I simply burned them with soul power. That's all. Soul force burning? The woman froze. She knew exactly what the fiend's true body was. A tangle of crimson threads twisting like spirit power. Years ago, it had taken dozens of elite soul masters working together just to pin those threads down, and even then they could only seal them away. Yet here Luo Tian, alone, had made the red strands blacken, and smoke was his soul force stronger than the combined might of those masters? The screeching stopped abruptly. Every crimson strand quivered as a vicious voice snarled. Boy, he'll remember today's humiliation. Next time, he'll pay you back 100-fold. With that, the threads turned into a blood-red streak and fled into the distance. Did I say you could leave? Luo Tian's voice was soft, but it brooked no argument. Whoosh. A blaze of soul force locked onto the fleeing strands, clamping down like iron pincers. The fiend shrieked, what are you doing? Just now you said you'd kill me and repay me 100-fold, didn't you? Luo Tian's gaze was calm as he stared at the struggling threads. What do you want? Panic finally crept into the fiend's voice. Simple. I don't like loose ends. Luo Tian raised his hand. Buzz. Hundreds of soul-sealing nails appeared out of thin air, their cold metallic gleam flashing through the cave as they howled toward the crimson threads. Ah! Agonized shrieks echoed, yet even as the threads shuddered, their core strength scarcely weakened. Kid, soul-sealing nails can't kill it. The woman warned. They had tried that once before. It hadn't worked. Luo Tian nodded. So that's how it is. Then how about this? He raised his hand again. Buzz. A torrent of soul force condensed in his palm, instantly forming a pitch-black, great blade. The blade had yet to fall, but its oppressive aura already filled the cavern. You terror flashed through the fiend's voice. Luo Tian wasted no words. He swung. Crack. Crack. The black blade cut again and again, shearing the red threads into fragments that sprayed like bloody rain. The fiend howled, but after hundreds of slashes the strands still writhed back together, stubbornly refusing to die. Haha, boy. Despite the agony, the fiend let out a cruel laugh. Do you think the power of my race is something a mere human can covet? Your soul force is indeed the strongest I've ever seen from a human, but you're still human. A little stronger, and you might have killed me. You had a pity. The woman's face darkened. She murmured, even with soul force like that he still can't kill it? The fiend's words rang true. Luo Tian's power was staggering, yet still short of a killing blow. Kid, maybe you should just seal it again, the woman suggested. With your soul force, that won't be hard. I can stay here and guard the seal. The fiend laughed wildly. That's right, seal me if you like. One day, it'll break free. If you're gone by then, it'll butcher your descendants and wipe out your bloodline. Its manic laughter echoed while the red threads thrashed. Luo Tian simply raised an eyebrow, sheathed his blade, and sat down cross-legged. Give me a moment, he said calmly. Huh, what are you doing? The woman was stunned. I need to cultivate, Luo Tian said. Huh, the woman froze. You wanted to train now? Was this really the time? Hey, can we seal this monster first and let you train afterward? She urged. Luo Tian shook his head, eyes firm. I'm not sealing him. I have to kill him today. She was speechless. Remembering how his full-strength attack had failed moments ago, she sighed and tried to reason with him. You already tried, remember? At your current level you can't kill him. Exactly. That's why I need to train just enough to kill him, Luo Tian replied matter-of-factly. The woman stared at him in disbelief. Train until you can kill him? How long will that take? She had met countless spirit masters and knew how grueling cultivation was. Some people toiled for centuries without progress. If Luo Tian wanted enough power to destroy a demon, would it take 1,000 years, 3,000, or 5? Hey, this is no joke. How long do you think that kind of training will take? She pressed. Luo Tian counted on his fingers. Roughly 30 seconds. She rolled her eyes. I can't tell whether I'm crazy or you are. Do you really think that's possible? Luo Tian didn't answer. His expression hardened, and his consciousness sank into the depths of his mind. Heaven Tao Visualization, Spirit Refining Chapter. Inside his sea of consciousness, the 9 celestial scrolls unfurled. Torrents of golden script poured down and fused with his soul in an instant. All right, begin, he murmured. Sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, he breathed evenly, motionless as a statue. On the other side, the demon bound by thick black chains let out a sardonic laugh. I thought the kid was someone impressive, but he's just insane. Train for 30 seconds and kill me? Keep dreaming. The woman glared at him. Regardless, you will be sealed today. The demon snorted. So what? I'm eternal. It'll break free eventually. You, a primordial spirit serving the humancerant, you afraid they'll toss you into an alchemy cauldron someday? Her expression stayed calm. You know nothing about the bond between us. The demon cackled. Fine, I can't die anyway. They'll be here to watch the day you die without even a grave. Before he finished, boom, spiritual power burst out of Luo Tian, surging like a tide in all directions. What? The demon's face changed. Even the woman froze, staring at Luo Tian in shock. Boom. His power rose again. Ai! The demon managed only a shrill scream before the radiant chains tightened under the crushing pressure. Boom, boom, boom. With several muffled explosions, Luo Tian's spirit energy climbed at a terrifying rate. The woman felt her scalp prickle. His already fearsome aura had multiplied several times. Was he still human? Ah, the spirit refining chapter is complete. I should be able to kill him now, Luo Tian said, eyes blazing as he opened them. He looked up. The demon was already on its last legs, crushed beneath the overwhelming pressure. Luo Tian blinked and said, Hey, what are you doing? Don't die yet, he haven't even started. The demonic crimson threads withered away, and a resentful voice echoed overhead. You just wait. I may be dead, but my clan will never forgive you. The hoarse, venomous growl barely faded before the scarlet strand shattered, scattering to dust as the demon's soul was wiped out. Dead already? Luo Tian stared at the lingering motes of light, a knot forming in his chest. Then he exploded. Seriously? I went through all that work to perfect a new soul technique, and you croak before I even get to use it? He cursed under his breath, frustration thick in his tone. The woman in green had witnessed everything. After her initial shock, she raised a thumb and dryly remarked, All that work? You practiced for, what, half a minute? She teased him, but inwardly she was shaken. In 30 seconds, head powered up enough to one-shot a demon. What kind of monster was he? When Luo Tian finally calmed down, he turned to her politely. I haven't asked your name. She blinked, clasped her hands, and replied, I'm Bing Ling, an innate spirit, as you can see. An innate spirit? Then why are you here? And what was that thing just now? Luo Tian rattled off, clearly full of questions. Bing Ling sighed. It's a long story. Hold on, Luo Tian cut in. If it's that long, they'll cultivate while you talk, saves time. Bing Ling hesitated, then nodded. Luo Tian sat cross-legged and began circulating his energy. This began thousands of years ago, she started, when buzz. A pulse of light flared around Luo Tian, and his aura shot up. She clicked her tongue in disbelief. He sat down and instantly broke through a minor realm. She tried again. Thousands of years ago, my master buzz. Another burst of light, another breakthrough. So, what happened to your master? Luo Tian opened his eyes, urging her on. Bing Ling stiffened, but continued. My master buzz. Back then in buzz. Each sentence triggered another surge of spiritual light, his cultivation climbing like an express elevator. At last she crossed her arms, speechless. Why do you stop? Luo Tian looked over, puzzled. Bing Ling's mouth twitched. Every time I speak, you break through again. How am I supposed to keep talking? Finish cultivating first, then he'll continue. Fine. Luo Tian shut his eyes and focused on the heavenly Tao breathing technique. Flashes of light erupted in rapid succession as he leapt realm after realm. Before long, he let out a slow breath. Ninth level of the spirit refining realm. Not bad. Bing Ling stood frozen. 9 consecutive breakthroughs in one sitting? Not a single bottleneck. How is anyone else supposed to compete? Feeling her stare, Luo Tian frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Never seen someone break through? I've seen breakthroughs. Bing Ling rubbed her temples, just never like this. Luo Tian chuckled, brushed off his robes, and said, give me a moment. I'm going to temper my body next. With that, he began practicing his body refining art. Bing Ling watched Luo Tian launch into a series of strange movements, her brow knotting tighter and tighter. The drills looked utterly ordinary standing, squatting, twisting his waist, raising his arms. She couldn't see anything mystical in them at all. What's the point of practicing that? She muttered inwardly. Whoosh. A heartbeat later, Luo Tian's bones crackled, and his flesh trembled, as if lightning were surging through him. His muscles bulged before her eyes, tiny veins of light webbed across his skin, and each breath sent his blood and chi roaring higher. This kid Bing Ling's heart jolted. Buzz. He finished the final pose, his spine straight as a spear. A halo seeped from his body, not blinding, but carrying a primal pressure, like the very first dawn that split the ancient chaos. Bing Ling's eyes flew wide. The light of chaos. In all her long years she had seen that glow only twice, and both times it emerged as a faint wisp from titans near the end of their lives. Luo Tian's aura was purer, brighter, vastly more forceful. And he was still a teenager. At this rate, he's almost guaranteed to become a chaotic physique, she thought, feeling as if reality itself had warped. A chaotic physique so close to the world's origin that the body alone could suppress an era. Her clan's oldest legends mentioned it only in whispers. No one had ever witnessed a true master of it. As awe churned through her, Luo Tian slowly exhaled, frowning a little. The refining body manual seems to have hit its ceiling, yet I don't feel much stronger. He casually clenched his fist. Boom. A visible ring of air detonated outward, like a flash flood breaking loose. Bing Ling had no time to react. The blast flung her back. Hey, are you okay? Luo Tian darted over and hauled her up. She shot him a glare, brushing dust from her robes. Could you not test your strength wherever you please? Do you even know what's happening to you? Luo Tian blinked. What's happening? Look at yourself. She pointed. You're glowing with chaos light. Understand now? He spread his hands, and that faint radiance rose again. You mean this? Bing Ling instinctively stepped back half a pace, wariness flashing in her eyes. Yes, that. It's really that rare? Luo Tian scratched his head. Rare? She gave a short, incredulous laugh, then forced herself calm. Listen, your body is already inhumanly strong. Just remember that. She didn't want to burden him with the full horror of the chaotic physique though with talent like his. Maybe he didn't need the warning. Got it. Luo Tian nodded, retreated a few steps, and said, give me a moment, I'm going to keep training. Watching him sink right back into practice, Bing Ling shook her head, half amused, half helpless. What sort of monster tempers his body this far? Still, the stronger a body cultivator is, the tougher it is to break into the boundless realm, she mused. Clang. Nearby, Luo Tian drew a sword from his spatial ring. Swordplay? A body cultivator wants to wield a sword? What is he thinking? In Bing Ling's view, body refinement has always been synonymous with blunt Pursuit of ultimate strength and defense, whereas sword cultivation revolves around perfect technique and artistic intent. The two paths are poles apart. If someone is foolish enough to tread both, they will only trip over themselves and achieve nothing. Luo Tian is a unseen a million prospect for body cultivation, and Bing Ling refuses to watch him go astray, forfeiting both the way of the sword and his chance to forge the chaotic physique. With that thought, she steps forward, lifting a hand to stop him. Clang. A sword cry erupts. Luo Tian flicks his wrist, and a blade as thin as a cicada's wing blossoms into light, flitting around him. Whoosh. Bing Ling freezes, her pupils contracting. Sword intent. He has already reached the intent realm? Before her shock subsides, Luo Tian turns his wrist again. In an instant, the blade's afterimages weave into a web, layer upon layer wrapping around him. The sword domain? Bing Ling's chest tightens. Xiao Linzi pursued that realm all his life without touching it. Yet Luo Tian forms it with a casual swing. And the momentum keeps growing. The swirling sword light expands, covering 100 yards in a heartbeat. Bing Ling's eyes narrow again. Within that sea of blades, time itself twists. Some spots flash by like lightning, others crawl, as if frozen. Realization strikes her. He has forged his own laws of heaven and earth. The sword world. She breathes the words in disbelief. This realm is hailed as the unattainable pinnacle of swordsmanship, and across the land fewer than 10 people have ever reached it. Yet Luo Tian stands on that peak while merely testing his blade. I was worried his sword arts would fall behind. Bing Ling mutters with a wry smile. Freaks truly defy common sense. Body and sword cultivation in one, the greatest defense, paired with the greatest offense. This boy's future is all but invincible. Luo Tian sheathes his sword and says calmly, the heavenly Dao sword art is finished. Next comes the heavenly Dao palm. As the words fall, he turns his hands. Boom. A surge of palm force erupts, and a colossal phantom rises behind him, so vast it blots out the sky. Bingling stares at the unfamiliar figure, her heart pounding. For all her knowledge as an innate spirit, she has never even heard of such a thing. The palms withdraw and Luo Tian shifts again. Fists roar through the air, and with every punch a spectral behemoth of the starry heavens condenses on his knuckles, its power tearing the air and faintly tugging the world's laws. Bing Ling is stunned. Every technique he touches climbs to this dreadful height. Can he still be called human? Next, saber light bursts from the earth, and spear intent splits the sky. Saber and spear arts erupt together, every move carrying the force to shatter the heavens. Bing Ling's mind goes numb, yet she forces herself to etch each scene into memory. No matter how absurd, it is unfolding before her eyes. At last Luo Tian puts away saber and spear, exhales softly, and begins practicing his movement art. Swish! With a single thought he vanishes from where he stood. Bing Ling was stunned all over again. A heartbeat ago Luo Tian had been 100 feet away. In the next instant he vanished, and, with a soft whoosh, reappeared in the same spot. That was teleportation. Incredible speed she could accept, but this? This no longer counted as mere footwork. Luo Tian brushed his sleeve as if examining the results. The range tops out at only 50 li, still too short, he said, sounding like someone judging a disappointing toy. 50 li? Bing Ling's vision swam, and her chest went cold. She crouched on the ground, drawing circles with her finger while mumbling to herself, utterly deflated. Only then did Luo Tian notice. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. I need a moment to wallow, she muttered. Huh? Who made you wallow? Luo Tian looked even more confused. If I could beat you, I'd have slapped you into the sky, she thought, forcing a rigid smile. Dropping the issue, Luo Tian switched gears. Enough of that. I'm done cultivating, let's get back to business. What was that fiend we ran into earlier? The word fiend snapped Bing Ling out of her funk. He's a demon from beyond this realm. One mistake on our part let him break into our world. A mistake? What do you mean? Bing Ling sighed, and began to recount a long-buried past. Thousands of years ago, she served as the guardian spirit of a sect in Central Province, bound to the sect master himself. One day the sect acquired a treasure rumored to be an immortal's legacy. Driven by greed, the master led every disciple to the supposed legacy site, intent on claiming it. But the legacy was a spatial passage whose far end opened onto an alien world. The moment the passage opened, that demon burst through. In an instant, more than half the disciples went mad and died, their flesh and spiritual power devoured. Remembering what he had just witnessed, Luo Tian muttered, no wonder he sucked those two poor souls dry with that red thread. Bing Ling's expression darkened, but she continued. We reacted quickly. An elder skilled in talismans shielded the survivors, and together we fought the demon. We cut him down, only to learn he was immortal. He slipped away the first chance he got. Worse yet, more demons were trying to surge through the passage. If they succeeded, humanity would be doomed. To avert catastrophe, several elders gave their lives to seal the breach, while the rest of us hunted the escaping demon. During that chase, he massacred dozens of cities, turning rivers and mountains crimson. Our sect was virtually annihilated. After paying a terrible price, we destroyed his body again and bound what remained at least for a time. Bing Ling's voice fell to a whisper. But after we sealed him, something even more terrifying happened. A look of agony crossed her face as she spoke. Luo Tian spoke. Your seal can't completely contain him, can it? Bing Ling raised an eyebrow. How do you know? When I first got here, he hadn't even touched the seal before he used what little power he had left to strike at me. Luo Tian said calmly, as if recounting something trivial. The attack was so weak I didn't pay it any mind. Your reminder just now brought it back. Bing Ling rolled her eyes inwardly. A fiend had attacked, and Luo Tian hadn't even noticed? Still, she had grown used to it. So she went on. As you said, once we trapped him in the formation, he could still channel that red thread through the barrier, hunting living beings, and using fresh blood to rebuild his body. The more he killed, the weaker the seal became. In the end, we had to move him somewhere utterly desolate, cut off his blood supply, and let time wear him down. Luo Tian gave a slight nod. So you chose Shumi Mountain? Exactly, Bing Ling replied. Shumi Mountain had just opened then, and the Huangquan Sea inside was known as a forbidden zone. We built a temple in the mountain's core and sealed him there. To stop the beasts of Wanyao Plain from wandering in, I stayed to guard the place. As an innate spirit, the red thread can't feed on my life force, and my lifespan is long enough. The rest of the sect left Shumi Mountain to trace the fiend's origin and find a way to kill him for good. That was 3,000 years ago. Luo Tian looked at her. Bing Ling nodded softly. Yes, and they've never returned. Luo Tian opened his mouth, but swallowed his next words. Then he remembered something a demon king on Wanyao Plain had said. I once heard that something else, not this fiend, is sealed inside the Huangquan Sea. Is that true? Bingling paused, then shook her head. Of course not. Shumi Mountain may have appeared only a few thousand years ago, but its history is far older. I can't grasp its real secrets. I merely borrowed this forbidden land as a prison. Now that the fiend is dead, none of it matters. Luo Tian reflected. Shumi Mountain and the Huangquan Sea were clearly more complicated than had thought. You've kept watch here for millennia. Have you discovered anything? Bingling pondered. Perhaps. Tell me. About 3 years ago, I saw a flash of light deep in the Huangquan Sea 3 separate times, she said, unease clouding her face. The first time I only glanced at it, yet I felt as if 1,000 blades were carving me apart. The pain nearly broke me. After that, I never dared probe again. Luo Tian was astonished. With your cultivation, a single look hurt that much? Bingling sighed. This world holds powers far stronger and more terrifying than we can imagine. A flame sparked in Luo Tian's eyes, and he unconsciously looked toward the sea's depths. Seeing this, Bingling quickly warned him, take my advice, don't even think about targeting the Huangquan Sea. At least wait until your cultivation is complete before you even think about going. Luo Tian nodded without hesitation. All right, I want. Bingling stood rooted to the spot. She had thought Luo Tian would insist on his plan. She never expected one warning to sway him. You've really decided not to go? She asked, incredulous. Luo Tian shrugged. The depths of the Huangquan Sea are too far, and there's nowhere to stand. I can't fly yet, and even if I could teleport there, I'd end up drinking seawater. Once I can fly, I'll think about it. Bingling let out a breath of relief. Whatever the reason, I'm glad you're staying away for now. Luo Tian smiled and looked at her. Enough about me. What about you? What's next? She glanced around at the ruins that had been her home for 3,000 years, her expression wistful. The demon is dead, so it's time I left. I still have friends out there whose fates are unknown. I want to find them. Luo Tian started to speak, then simply nodded. In that case, let's travel together. Fine, Bingling agreed, falling into step beside him. When they reached the shoreline, they both looked back at the dark red sea before striding onto the Wanyao plain. Neither of them knew that, the moment they left, a ghostly light flared in the deepest part of the Huangquan Sea. Within the bloody mist, a shadowy figure struggled upward, as though trying to break free. Clang! Countless chains of order appeared, wrapped around the figure, and dragged it back to the seabed. The surface fell silent again. On the Wanyao plain, Luo Tian suddenly shuddered and instinctively turned toward Huangquan. What is it? Bingling asked. Nothing must have been my imagination, Luo Tian said, and kept walking. At that same moment, by the blood pool deep within the Wanyao plain, killing intent filled the air. Damn it, Wuyo Xiangong is way too overbearing. Mo Sha of Tianshuang was stood covered in blood, glaring at his opponents. Snap! A folding fan opened with a flick. A young man from Wuyo Xiangong stepped forward with a mocking smile. That's right, we're overbearing. If you want to reach the blood pool, you'll have to get past me first. Mo Sha clenched his teeth. In their earlier clash, he had been defeated in 3 moves. The top prodigy of Tianshuang Gua had proven useless before the talents of Xu Mishan and the Tianyang Empire. Tianshuang Gua is just a vassal state. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Wuyo Xiangong disciples jeered. Everyone trained in Tianshuang techniques is trash. Mo Sha's fists creaked as he tightened them. He snorted. Kid, if Luo Tian were here, you wouldn't dare act so smug. For the first time, he genuinely missed Luo Tian. The young man snapped his fan shut, eyebrow lifting. Luo Tian. Trash. If he shows up, he'll beat him until he howls like a dog. Before his words had faded, a thunderous shout rolled in from the distance. Who's spouting such nonsense? As the voice faded, a dozen figures dropped down in front of the blood pool. Before the crimson spray had time to settle, they'd already split into 2 concentric rings, shielding the man at their center. The 4 middle-aged cultivators closest to the pool had robes billowing and auras as deep as the sea, undeniably the pressure of the tribulation crossing realm. Lu Fan of Wuyo Immortal Palace stood with his hands behind his back, brow slightly furrowed. Deploying 4 tribulation crossing experts at once meant the newcomer was no ordinary guest. His gaze shifted and landed on the young man in brocade inside their guard Sun Xiao. It clicked immediately. The Sun clan of Tianyang Kingdom was fabulously wealthy. It figured their young master would spend a fortune to hire 4 tribulation crossing bodyguards for a run at Mount Shumi. He snorted, voice thick with mockery. Well, if it isn't young Master Sunday. I was cursing Luo Tian, and you took offense? What? Are you and Luo Tian close buddies? Sun Xiao smiled and motioned to the 2 people beside him. Not me. The ones who object are these 2 friends of mine. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao stood side by side, faces cold, their anger almost tangible. Lu Fan's slander of Luo Tian moments earlier had already set them ablaze. Lu Fan arched a brow, giving them a cursory glance. Oh, never seen you before. Which sect are you from? Luo Rong answered proudly. Nightwind Nation, Luo Rong. Luo Xiaoxiao followed. Nightwind Nation, Luo Xiaoxiao. Nightwind Nation? Where's that? Lu Fan truly had no idea and wore a puzzled look. A fellow disciple from Wuyo Immortal Palace hurried to whisper, Senior brother, Nightwind Nation is that place they keep hyping up Luo Tian's homeland. Understanding dawned. Lu Fan's lips curled. So that's it. Luo Tian Luo Rong, you're his kin. Luo Rong nodded. Exactly. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, amusement dancing in them. Then what rank did you place in the Tianshuang martial trials? Luo Rong said flatly, I never entered the Tianshuang martial trials. For a heartbeat, Lu Fan froze, then burst into laughter. Even the contestants in that tournament are trash, and you didn't even qualify? Trash among trash. Boom. Luo Rong stamped the ground, shockwaves rippling outward. In an instant he was face-to-face with Lu Fan, voice like ice. Insult me all you want, but insulting Brother Tian crosses a line. I'll give you one chance, kneel, and slap yourself 100 times. Don't test me. Lu Fan blinked, then doubled over laughing. Kneel? Slap myself? Sun Xiao, is your friend out of his mind? Didn't you tell him who I am? Sun Xiao's expression turned complicated. After a pause he still offered a warning. Brother Luo, this is Lu Fan of Wuyo Immortal Palace, 7th on the Tianyang Hidden Dragon list, stronger than Yin Tianrui. The words landed like a thunderclap, and the crowd erupted. Lu Fan. So it's him. 7th on the Hidden Dragon list, the top prodigy. Mo Sha, who had been routed by Lu Fan earlier, finally relaxed. No wonder he had lost so badly. Being beaten by Lu Fan was no disgrace. Their reactions only broadened Lu Fan's grin. He stared at Luo Rong. Figured it out yet? Provoking me was a mistake. So, will you kneel? Or should I? He was certain Luo Rong would flinch, yet the man didn't even blink. Luo Rong's voice grew colder still. Kneel. Slap yourself 100 times. I won't repeat myself. What? Lu Fan's expression darkened. He couldn't fathom how Luo Rong, fully aware of his identity, still dared to act so brazenly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a low chuckle. Very well. No one has challenged me to my face in years. Since you're courting death, I'll oblige. With his words, a violent aura erupted from his body, whipping his robes as killing intent surged. Just as the tension was about to burst, a gust of wind swept in. Senior Brother Lu, why use a butcher's blade on a mere chicken? Let me deal with this hillbilly for you. The speaker was He Wufeng, a disciple of Wuyo Immortal Palace, who landed before Lu Fan, both respectful and eager. Lu Fan gave a slight nod. He's yours. Make sure he suffers. He Wufeng grinned wickedly. Don't worry. They'll make him beg for life and death alike. Given permission, Lu Fan withdrew his aura and walked away. The other disciples of Wuyo Immortal Palace watched, their eyes filled with jealousy and regret. Damn, I was too slow. Such a perfect chance to impress Senior Brother Lu, gone in an instant. While they fretted, He Wufeng strutted forward, itching to prove himself. He stopped in front of Luo Rong, pointed at him, and sneered, Listen up, kid. The man who's going to kill you is called He Wufeng. With that, his fist thundered toward Luo Rong. Boom. With a deafening crash, a figure was flung through the air, smashing several boulders. Lu Fan glanced over, certain Luo Rong had been killed outright, and about to scold He Wufeng for ending it too quickly when panicked shouts erupted. Junior Brother He, what happened? Senior Brother He, hold on. Lu Fan's heart lurched. Spinning around, he realized the one who had been hurled away was He Wufeng. Bones shattered, He Wufeng lay at death's door, barely clinging to life. Impossible. Lu Fan's pupils shrank. He Wufeng wasn't his equal, yet he was no pushover. How could he be crippled in a single exchange? Fixing an icy stare on Luo Rong, he growled, So you've been hiding your strength. Luo Rong's gaze was frigid. Kneel and apologize to Brother Tian. Lu Fan's knuckles cracked as he swept his eyes over the crowd. Who will fight him? I will. A burly young man stepped forward. Tong Ming. Lu Fan nodded. Junior Brother Tong, your courage is commendable. Be careful. Tong Ming answered in a deep voice. Rest assured, Senior Brother Lu. He Wufeng lost because he underestimated him. They'll treat him as an equal from the start and go all out. Good. Go. Yes. Tong Ming lunged with a shout of die. His fist descended like a collapsing mountain. Off to the side, Lu Fan nodded inwardly. Tong Ming was far stronger than He Wufeng. This blow would surely finish Luo Rong. Boom. Another thunderous impact echoed. Tong Ming was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. What? Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Kneel, Luo Rong said coldly. Kneel. The single word slammed down like a hammer, and the entire arena fell silent. Sun Xiao, standing behind Luo Rong, blinked in shock and then widened his eyes. Damn. No wonder he's Lord Luo Tian's cousin. His power is insane. Keeping his voice low, he asked Yin Tianrui, Brother Yin, what do you think? Yin Tianrui was just as stunned. The opponent was too weak to measure Brother Luo Rong's true depth. Still strong. Maybe no weaker than Lu Fan. Really? Sun Xiao's spirits lifted and his fists tightened. At that moment, Lu Fan stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade locking onto Luo Rong. He nodded slightly. Good. I didn't expect you to be this strong. In that case, I'll fight you myself. Before the words had faded, he launched into the air, true essence surging like a tidal wave. The disciples of Wuyo Immortal Palace erupted. Senior Brother Lu Fan will win. Crush that bumpkin. Amid the uproar, Sun Xiu frowned. Brother Yin, am not familiar with Lu Fan. What path does he cultivate? Body cultivation, Yin Tianrui answered. He's tempered his flesh to the limit. In our generation, he's the top body cultivator. Body cultivator? Sun Xiu's face tightened. He turned to Luo Xiaoxiao. Miss Xiaoxiao, why don't you fight in Brother Luo Rong's place? Had seen her nearly one-shot move foam with a single Qi manifestation. Luo Xiaoxiao frowned. Why me? I don't know how to fight. Sun Xiu almost choked. You call that not knowing how? He forced a smile. But Lu Fan is a powerful body cultivator. So what? My brother Luo Rong is a body cultivator too. She waved it off. Even so, the opponent is Lu Fan. I don't care who Fan he is. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. Yin Tianrui tried to help. Miss Xiaoxiao, even among body cultivators there's a difference. She nodded. True enough. Yin Tianrui breathed in relief, thinking she had finally understood until she added, take Lu Fan. His boat is as brittle as paper. He dares call himself a body cultivator? What a joke. Huh. Yin Tianrui, Sun Xiu, and the 4 tribulation stage guards Sun Xiu had hired all froze. Sun Xiu glanced at the elder behind him. The old man frowned. Girl, you speak without knowing. Lu Fan has already refined the Wuyo immortal body to a high degree. Few in his realm can match him, yet you say he's as fragile as tofu? Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Believe it or not, just watch. The elder snorted. Fine. This old man will watch. Across the field, Lu Fan landed before Luo Rong and struck with an open palm. Boom. The air exploded, and faint celestial music seemed to echo within the blast. The Wuyo immortal body. The crowd gasped. It's real. I thought the rumors were false, but Lu Fan has truly mastered it. The Wuyo immortal body was one of Wuyo Immortal Palace's 3 supreme treasures. With Lu Fan unleashing it, who in this realm could stand against him? Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone waited for Lu Fan to end Luo Rong with a single palm strike. Bang! The air split with a muffled crack as Lu Fan's blow, heavy as thunder, smashed into Luo Rong's chest. Yet the blood-red spray everyone pictured never came. Luo Rong merely shifted his footing, steadied himself, and retreated half a step. Huh, that's it. Maybe Lu Fan was just testing him? Could be the damage is hidden, maybe Luo Rong's organs are already ruined. Right, that must be it. While the chatter rose and fell, Lu Fan's expression darkened. Wuyo Xiangong had already lost twice today, its honor in tatters. Had sworn to restore the sect's name with one decisive strike. But even a palm powered by 90% of his strength had forced Luo Rong back only half a step. On the other side, Luo Rong frowned and growled. Is that all? If you chose to fight instead of kneel, then fight with everything you've got. Was that limp slap supposed to insult me? Insult you? Lu Fan's mouth twitched. Had just thrown nearly all he had. How was that holding back? The man was a walking iron wall. Clearly, Had kicked a steel board today. In a heartbeat he withdrew his stance, raised his voice, and declared, I treasure talent. Seeing how hard you've cultivated, I held back deliberately. Let's call it a day go home and train well. At once, realization dawned across the crowd. No wonder he didn't kill Luo Rong. Lu Fan spared him. To show such magnanimity at his age, his future is limitless. He'll never look at Lu Fan the same way again. Admiration swelled, though the disciples of Wuyo Xiangong looked indignant. Senior brother Lu, we can't just let this slide. Senior brother, he and the others might be dead. Exactly, the sect suffered too much. If you want kill him, at least break his limbs so he learns his place. That's right, break his limbs. The noisy clamor made Lu Fan's face harden even more. If he had the skill, he'd have taken Luo Rong's head already. Why would he be pretending now? These fellow disciples were too blind to see the truth and wanted to push him back into humiliation. He flicked his sleeve and barked, silence. The path of cultivation demands a calm heart, not mindless aggression. With tempers like yours, what future could you possibly have? Hear me. Once we return from Shumi Mountain, everyone will seclude themselves for 3 months and reflect. Yai, sir. The disciples answered, heads lowered. The onlookers murmured again, their respect growing even deeper. Lu Fan truly has an extraordinary bearing. He's 7th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, and I doubt that's his limit. Indeed, with a heart like that, he's destined to become the foremost cultivator of the Tianyang Empire. Surrounded by enthusiastic praise, Lu Fan felt a private surge of delight. He had never imagined that a casual trick could win him such popular support. Maybe it's time to recast my public image, he thought. Then, stop, came Luo Rong's cold, sharp voice from behind. What do you want? Lu Fan turned, one brow raised. I told you kneel down and apologize to my brother, Luo Tian, Luo Rong said, unyielding. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched. He had expected the matter to be closed, yet Luo Rong's stubbornness hadn't budged an inch. I've already left you a way out, couldn't push your luck, he warned in a low voice. Instantly the spectators chimed in. Yeah, Luo, read the room. He spared your life, and you still want him to kneel? Typical of a tiny place like Yeffing Kingdom, so petty. Lu Fan, if the little guy insists on fighting, teach him a lesson. Right, let them see Tianyang Empire's true talent. Hit him. Hit him. The chants grew louder, and Lu Fan's face turned green. Fight. With whom? From that single palm strike earlier, he already knew the gap between them. A real fight would only disgrace him. Yet with so many eyes on him, retreat was impossible. Senior brother, follow the public's will. Exactly. This is about the honor of Tianyang, not just your dispute. His junior brothers from Wuyo Immortal Palace egged him on, and Lu Fan cursed inwardly. Damn it. Still Luo Rong persisted. Kneel or fight me. This guy Lu Fan was speechless. Fight. Luo Rong roared, his voice quaking the air. Cornered, Lu Fan made a quick calculation. If he could take one blow and remain standing, he could claim a draw and keep his dignity. Fine. Since you want to fight, ill oblige, he said with a relaxed smile. You just took one palm from me. Now I'll take one from you, so no one can say I bullied you. But you get only one chance, make it count. He meant to settle everything in a single exchange, endure the hit, and force Luo Rong to end it. Luo Rong, hearing that calm confidence, felt a chill. How could this man stay so composed? Was his strength truly unfathomable? Sun Xiu had called him one of Tianyang's top prodigies. Perhaps that wasn't an exaggeration. Even so, Luo Rong couldn't let his brother be humiliated. Anyone who insulted Brother Tian would pay, even if it cost him everything. Battle intent blazed in his eyes. Fine, then take my punch. Seeing Luo Rong's look of grim resolve, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Why the face of a man ready to die? Boom. Luo Rong stepped forward, and his aura exploded like thunder. Such terrifying force. The crowd erupted in shock. Come on, is that guy even human? How can he have power like that? He's already past the flight realm. Voices rose and crashed like a storm. Lu Fan swallowed hard, face drained of color. Listen, you really don't. He tried to calm Luo Rong, but the other man gave him no chance. Huh. Luo Rong roared at the sky, the sound rolling like muffled thunder. A phantom mountain loomed behind him, vast and solid, every crag etched in perfect detail. Boom. His aura flared again, dust and gravel twisting upward. Lu Fan felt his blood run cold. A manifestation of the Qi Si? He whispered. Luo Rong's presence had already been crushing. Now it was overwhelming. There was no way he could survive this punch. Wait, he threw up a hand, desperate to speak. Luo Rong stomped. Wind howled as his fist, wreathed in raw force, crashed down from above. Break. Rumble. The air exploded, the fist shadow plunging like a falling mountain range. To Lu Fan it was no fist at all, but a peak about to flatten him. Block it. Impossible. He could already see himself smashed to pulp. Help. He screamed, dignity forgotten. Impudent brat. A thunderous voice shouted from behind. Whoosh. A figure rode the wind and landed before Lu Fan, gray robe billowing. Shu. Lu Fan cried, recognizing Gong Dian, first stage of the tribulation crossing realm. Boom. Luo Rong's fist hit square on. Gong Dian raised an arm to block, veins bulging. Head thought he could stop it with ease, but the savage impact numbed his limb and drove his heels an inch into the ground. This kid Gong Dian's pupil shrank. With a grunt, he flicked his arm and sent the remaining force shooting skyward. Boom. Power detonated high above, rolling like thunder and leaving ears ringing. Drip. A drop of crimson hit the earth and burst. The crowd looked up to see blood seeping through Gong Dian's fingers. One punch, and he injured someone at the tribulation crossing realm. Someone cried, voice shaking. A chorus of gasps followed. Did I see that right? Luo Rong's this strong? Forget that, didn't Lu Fan just scream for help? Lose the didn't. He definitely screamed. Wasn't Lu Fan claiming he spared Luo Rong a minute ago? Now he's begging for his life? Huh. And people believed he was holding back? Exactly. He was bluffing. He's no match at all. Wait, that's not what you said earlier. You were singing his praises. Hey, don't put words in my mouth. Whispers surged like waves, public opinion turning in an instant. On the other side, the shaken Lu Fan shot Gong Dian a furtive glance. Gong Dian gave a barely perceptible nod. His mind was made up. This boy could not be allowed to live. He stepped forward, voice icy. So young, already so vicious. You'll be a scourge one day. Today, in heaven's name, I'll end you, little beast. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gong Dian's aura exploded, murderous intent laid bare. The air itself seemed to ignite, and the crowd gasped, instinctively retreating half a step. Earlier, the plaza had seen several fierce clashes, but they were all among the younger generation. The major factions had reached a tacit agreement. The elders would not interfere. Yet now, Gong Dian, an elder of Wuyo Immortal Palace, had attacked Luo Rong in full view of everyone. No one could believe it. Die! Gong Dian snarled, thrusting his palm forward. The force of a tribulation crossing cultivator crashed down like a toppled mountain range, making the ground tremble and loose stones leap. Everyone thought the same thing at once. Luo Rong would be killed instantly. Boom. At the moment the palm strike descended, Luo Rong's Qi Si surged, a golden barrier erupting before him. It spread into a vast mirage of his inner sea, holding the blow at bay. What? He actually blocked it? Cries of disbelief rippled through the spectators. Am I seeing things? Did that kid really withstand a strike from a tribulation crossing expert? Voices overlapped in stunned confusion. Gong Dian's pupils contracted, his gaze turning icy. The stronger the boy proved to be, the fiercer his killing intent grew now that he had made Luo Rong an enemy. He had to eradicate him before he could rise any further. Die! He roared again, slamming down a second palm. Air howled, and dust billowed skyward. Boom! Luo Rong's Kizia image shuddered violently, its glow fading, yet it still refused to shatter. Blood filled his mouth, and it felt as though a giant hammer had struck his chest, every organ screaming in pain. Even so, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay upright. Brother Luo Rong. Luo Xiaoxiao's face drained of color. She lunged forward, only for Sun Xiao to grab her arm. Xiao Xiao, you can't go, Sun Xiao said, voice low and urgent. That's a tribulation crossing mastery out, only get in the way. I don't care. I can't just watch him die. Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Sun Xiao's gaze hardened. Trust me. Leave this to me. He turned to the 4 gray-robed elders behind him. Gentlemen, please help me save my friend. 3 of the 4 nodded immediately. Spiritual power flared as they prepared to move. At that moment, the sole elder who had remained still suddenly spoke. Really, you 3 intend to risk offending Wuyo Immortal Palace for a handful of silver? The words fell like ice water on a flame. The other 3 froze mid-stride, their power fading. They served the Sun family for pay, but at heart they were still wanderers. Gong Dian, however, was an elder of Wuyo Immortal Palace, a sect rumored to have direct ties to immortals and boasting more tribulation-crossing experts than any other force in the Tianyang Empire. The palace was closely allied with the imperial court, unrivaled in both influence and might. Crossing them for the sake of Luo Rong would be sheer folly. Hesitation flashed across the 3 elders' faces, and they fell silent. In that moment, the entire square grew silent as well. Sun Xiao froze. He had never expected that at this moment these people would try to back out. He snapped his head toward the gray-robed elder who had just spoken, voice low and harsh. Yin Lao, what is that supposed to mean? Yin Lao twirled his beard between 2 fingers, his tone calm. Sun Xiao, we're paid by the Sun clan. We safeguard Sun clan members, nothing more. That boy isn't one of them. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Sun Xiao's eyes were like blades. Inside, he cursed the old fox 1,000 times. Always first to take the benefits. Yet at the critical moment, he pulled out and even dragged them down. If Luo Rong really died here, how could he face Luo Tian? On the platform, Gong Dian stared at Luo Rong, who had forced himself to weather 2 of his palms. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. A fine Sifchi manifestation, he sneered. But it's a pity you're not my disciple. Today you die. Before the words were finished, he raised his hand high, spiritual power surging in his palm. They'll leave you a whole corpse. The 3rd strike came crashing down. Damn blood trailed from the corner of Luo Rong's mouth. His legs felt like lead. He couldn't lift them. Boom. The 3rd palm slammed into the ground. Stones exploded, fissures spread, dust billowed 10 feet high. Is it over? Someone whispered in the distance. What a shame. Give that youngster a few more years, and he'd be top-tier. Heaven really is jealous of talent. The crowd sighed. Luo Rong. Sun Xiao's vision went black as he cried out. Boom. Consumed by fury, Luo Xiaoxiao unleashed her Sifchi manifestation. 9 bestial phantoms appeared, their roars shaking the sky. The disciples of Wuyo Immortal Palace erupted in cheers. Lu Fan laughed, pointing into the haze. Kid, weren't you making me kneel a moment ago? What now? Lost your nerve? The group behind him burst into raucous laughter. Gong Dian gave Lu Fan a brief glance and shook his head, then stepped forward to collect the corpse. As the dust cleared, he froze. The pit was empty. No way. Even if he were pulp, the remains should be here. Gong Dian frowned, still trying to figure it out. Old bastard, give back Luo Rong's life. Luo Xiaoxiao roared. The 9 phantoms surged forward on a howling gale and pounced on Gong Dian. Where'd this little girl come from? Out of my way. Gong Dian lifted a palm to swat her aside. Boom. The 2 palms met, and Luo Xiaoxiao actually held her ground. What? Gong Dian's heart lurched. A girl yet such strength? Before he could recover, she attacked like a torrential storm, strike after strike. Stranger still, each blow carried a different elemental force, its power far beyond her realm. Another monster. Gong Dian cursed inwardly. Good thing had already stepped into the tribulation crossing stage. Had he still been at returning void, he might not have been able to hold her down. Murderous intent ignited. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Find then die with him." Gong Dian's aura erupted. A savage tide of power blasted straight toward Luo Xiaoxiao. During the clash between Luo Xiaoxiao and Gong Dian, the onlookers were stunned into silence. Everyone could see that Luo Xiaoxiao had yet to reach the flight realm, yet in only a few exchanges she suppressed Gong Dian, a tribulation crossing cultivator leaping several major realms in the process. If the 2 were on the same level, Gong Dian would have been obliterated instantly. In the crowd, Lu Fan's jaw nearly hit the floor. Damn, what kind of monster is this woman? If she had picked a fight with me just now, I wouldn't even have had the chance to open my mouth. Luckily her opponent is Uncle Master Gong Dia. No matter how freakish she is, she's a dead woman. Lu Fan consoled himself. At the center of the platform, Gong Dian roared and slammed a palm strike packed with spiritual power toward Luo Xiaoxiao, as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain and raging sea. This was a tribulation crossing expert's full-force blow, and Luo Xiaoxiao could no longer withstand it. As the power swept in, her heart sank and she murmured, "Brother Tian, Brother Rome, I'm sorry, I." Whoosh, an unseen blast of energy tore across the arena. The instant Gong Dian's violent palm met that power, it shredded like mist and vanished without a trace. Who's there? Gong Dian's face darkened, his voice booming like thunder. Who dares interfere with Wuyo Immortal Palace business? A cold laugh answered. So Wuyo Immortal Palace only knows how to bully children? In that case Wuyo Immortal Palace must be wiped out. Wuyo Immortal Palace must be wiped out. The 6 words slammed down with hair-raising arrogance. In the Tianyang Empire, who dared speak so boldly? It was practically suicide. Gong Dian paused, then burst into angry laughter. Huh, wipe out Wuyo Immortal Palace. I'd like to see whose mouth is that big. Show yourself if you've got the guts. His voice rolled outward, making the crowd's eardrums buzz. Just then, 3 figures drifted down from the sky, 2 adults and 1 child. When the spectators saw who it was, exclamations rang out. Luo Xiaoxiao, deathly pale moments ago, stared wide-eyed. Brother Tian, Brother Rong, you're alive? The arrivals were Luo Tian, Luo Rong, and Bingling. Luo Rong scratched his head with a sheepish grin. That last strike? Brother Tian yanked me out of harm's way. Luo Xiaoxiao fumed. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were dead and went all out against him. Luo Rong laughed awkwardly. I couldn't help it. Brother Tian's plan. Luo Xiaoxiao shot a resentful look at Luo Tian. Luo Tian spoke calmly. If I hadn't pushed you, how would you break through your mental barrier? Now you faced a tribulation crossing cultivator and gained the courage that comes with it. Luo Xiaoxiao froze, finally grasping Luo Tian's good intentions. The atmosphere had yet to settle when Gong Dian's icy voice cut in. Kid, who are you? Do you have any idea what it costs to provoke Wuyo Immortal Palace? Before he could finish, Luo Tian gave him a sideways glance. Boom. A terrifying pressure crashed down like a mountain, slamming Gong Dian to his knees and drenching his robe in sweat within seconds. Did I give you permission to speak? Luo Tian's voice was frigid. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao holding their own against Gong Dian had already been shocking, but Luo Tian had forced a tribulation crossing expert to kneel with a single look. How unimaginable was his strength? While the pressure still hung in the air, Luo Tian strode towards Sun Xiu and the others. Young Master Luo Tian, I'm sorry. This was my incompetence. Sun Xiu bowed his head and apologized repeatedly. But Luo Tian ignored him and walked straight up to Elder Yin. Locked on by that razor-sharp gaze, the elder felt a sudden chill down his spine. Sweat drenched his robe in an instant. What is the meaning of this, sir? He swallowed hard and forced out the words. Luo Tian's voice was icy. You and I are strangers. If you chose to stand by and do nothing, I could have accepted that. But you stopped others from saving him. Why? Was Wuyo Immortal Palace too terrifying to offend? So you thought Luo Tian would be easier prey? Had Elder Yin not interfered, the other 3 could have protected Luo Rong. A moment later, and Luo Rong would have been a corpse. The thought made Luo Tian's killing intent surge. Elder Yin clenched his teeth. What do you want? Simple. Luo Tian flicked his finger. Die for Wuyo Immortal Palace. Thud. The burst of force was as sharp as a sword, piercing straight through the elder's chest. He hit the ground before he could even scream, dead on the spot. Behind Sun Xiu, the remaining 3 tribulation crossing cultivators felt their scalps tingle. They were on par with Elder Yin. If Luo Tian could finish him with one flick, he could kill them just as easily. Their hearts pounded, yet fear glued their feet to the floor. Ignoring them, Luo Tian turned to Sun Xiu. Young Master Sun, remember this. Not everyone is worthy of being a guest elder. Cowards like that will be the first to betray you when things go south. I understand. Sun Xiu nodded frantically. Before his words had faded, Luo Tian slammed his palm toward the crowd from Wuyo Immortal Palace. Boom. A shockwave swept out. The entire hall disintegrated in a blaze of light. Lu Fan and the others never even had time to react. They vanished along with the rubble. The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath. In the blink of an eye, every powerhouse from the famed Wuyo Immortal Palace lay dead. The display was terrifying. In the crowd, Imo Sha's face turned ashen. A few months ago he had fancied himself Luo Tian's equal. Now he felt thunder crash over his head and wished he could crawl into a hole. Withdrawing his palm, Luo Tian swept his gaze around and said loudly, spread the word from this moment on. Whenever you see someone from Wuyo Immortal Palace, kill 1 if there's 1, kill 2 if there are 2. Keep going until the sect is wiped out. With that, he led Luo Rong and the others toward the blood pool. The moment Luo Tian disappeared, the crowd erupted. Earth-shattering news. Luo Tian has declared war on Wuyo Immortal Palace. Who's going to win? Are you kidding? He one-shotted a tribulation experts at least beyond that. Maybe in the nirvana or immeasurable realm. Don't underestimate Wuyo Immortal Palace. Rumor says a few old monsters are still alive in their forbidden grounds. They might be on the same level. This fight is going to be spectacular. The chatter spread across Mount Sumeru in an instant. Meanwhile, Luo Tian and his party reached the blood pool. The churning crimson liquid glowed like molten lava, and a thick, metallic scent of blood rushed out to greet them. Young Master Luo, this is the blood pool, Sun Xiu explained. Step inside, and it will temper your body. Luo Tian studied the so-called blood pool. The slab of crimson jade was waist-high and several paces across, its surface riddled with palm-sized hollows that made it look like a honeycomb from afar. Each cavity brimmed with a thick, dark red fluid that resembled blood, yet clearly was not. After sensing it for a moment, he frowned and muttered, plenty of spiritual energy, but still a bit lacking for body tempering. Sun Xiu laughed. Exactly. By itself it's not enough, the blood pool needs its additives. With a flip of his hand he spilled a heap of spirit herbs from his spatial ring roots, petals, and crystalline fruits that glimmered pale gold, green, and violet. I prepared all of these in advance. Once they fuse with the pool, its power will peak. Lowering his voice for effect, he added, and that's not all. I even begged my father for a real treasure. Everyone watched as Sun Xiu carefully produced a thumb-sized jade vial. Suspended inside was a nearly transparent drop of faintly glowing liquid. He flicked his wrist, and the drop fell into the blood pool. Hum! Muffled thunder rolled. Every hollow in the jade slab erupted, and the pool's aura soared. Beaming, Sun Xiu declared, this is Xianling essence, one of the 9 great treasures of the myriad beast plains, guarded personally by the Beast King. Obtaining a single drop is nearly impossible. I paid a heavy price to get it. Friends, only with Xianling essence can the blood pool reach its limit. Ingest it, and you can open your chi sea. Bathe in it, and it forges the body to perfection. Despite his bold words, his heart bled had sacrificed this priceless drop, meant for his own breakthrough, just to impress Luo Tian. Luo Rong stretched out a hand to feel the surging energy and clicked his tongue. Completely different. I can sense the power from yards away. Knowing how rare the essence was, Yin Tianrui whispered, Brother Sun, isn't this price a bit steep? Sun Xiu forced a smile. Nonsense, we're brothers. It's only right. Suddenly Luo Tian spoke. Only 1 drop of Xianling essence? Surprise colored his tone. Sun Xiu hurried to explain, Young Master Luo, it's unimaginably scarce. The entire Tianyang Empire holds only 2 or 3 drops. Without another word, Luo Tian reached into his spatial ring and produced a jade bottle nearly a foot tall, its translucent walls revealing half a bottle of clear liquid. He uncorked it and casually poured out half. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. The crimson jade boiled, the fluid in every hollow roiling as though the entire blood pool had ignited. Sun Xiu gasped, Young Master Luo, what did you just pour in? Luo Tian shook the still quarter-full bottle and replied calmly, Xianling essence. Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui were petrified. His own tiny vial held a single precious drop, while Luo Tian's foot-long bottle had just released a torrent and still wasn't empty. Remembering his earlier boasts about the essence's rarity, Sun Xiu wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Young Master Luo Tian, where did you get this Xianling elixir? Sun Xiu asked, slightly out of breath. Oh, I picked it up on the myriad demon plains, Luo Tian replied offhandedly. Was it hard to obtain? Sun Xiu pressed. Luo Tian shook his head, as if discussing something trivial. Not at all. Not at all. Sun Xiu's eyes lit up. As a traveling merchant he knew the elixir's worth. The half bottle in Luo Tian's hand could buy several cities. If there was truly an easy way to get more, it was a gold mine waiting to be tapped. Smelling opportunity, he edged closer. Young Master Luo Tian, could you tell me how you got it so easily? Sure, Luo Tian said, lifting a hand in a take-notes gesture. First, find the Demon King. Sun Xiu whipped out his pocket notebook. Find the Demon King. Then beat him within an inch of his life. Hell hand it over, Luo Tian said breezily. Sun Xiu froze, pen midstroke. Beat up a Demon King, then pocket the elixir? That was simple in the most bewildering way imaginable. Clapping his hands, Luo Tian cut through the stunned silence. Enough talk. Get in the blood pool and temper your bodies. I'm first. Luo Rong, already itching to try, plunged straight in. Hiss. The crimson liquid churned, flesh sizzling as white steam rose. Luo Rong bared his teeth in pain. From the rim, Sun Xiu shouted encouragement. Hang in there, brother Luo Rong. Your boat is getting stronger. Luo Rong clenched his jaw, sweat streaming down his temples. Everyone stared. Muscles swelled under the blood-red soak, bones creaked, and his strength climbed visibly. Yin Tianrui's eyes nearly popped. By normal cultivation, this kind of leap would take 10 years of hard work. Had soaked in blood pools before, but nothing like this. This Xianling elixir really is miraculous, he muttered, itching to jump in. His gaze stuck to the roiling pool, full of envy. Catching the look, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? If you want in, jump. Me? I can. In Tianrue blinked. Who's stopping you? Luo Tian said lightly. Overjoyed, In Tianrue bowed. Many thanks, young master Luo Tian. Without hesitation, he leaped in. Hiss. A searing mix of ice and fire tore through his limbs. He gritted his teeth, yet clearly felt his qi and blood boiling, flesh and bone hardening into iron. At the rim, Sun Xiao raised a tentative hand. Young master Luo Tian, if you want in, go, Luo Tian finished for him with a faint smile. Do I have to invite you? Delighted, Sun Xiao clasped his hands in thanks and dove in. Passing up a chance like this would be the joke of the century. Outside the pool, the three Tribulation Realm bodyguards Sun Xiao had brought along clenched their fists, longing to follow, but Luo Tian's aura kept them pinned in place. Turning to Luo Xiao, Luo Tian pointed casually at the pool. Wanna try? She wrinkled her nose and waved him off. It's filthy. I'm not going in. And I have zero interest in body refinement. Luo Tian nodded and tossed her the remaining half bottle of Xianling elixir. Sip it for fun. When it's gone, come find me for more. Thanks, brother Tian. Luo Xiao took the bottle and downed a gulp. As the liquid slipped past her throat, a surge of spiritual power so intense it felt explosive tore through her body, raging through every limb like a tidal wave. Sensing danger, she instantly summoned the manifestation of her Qi Si. A radiant net of light bound the savage energy in place, then slowly refined and dispersed it. Off to the side, the three Tribulation Crossing elders exchanged shocked glances. They knew exactly how overbearing Xianling elixir was. An ordinary cultivator who swallowed it whole would end up crippled or dead. Yet Luo Xiao had suppressed it with nothing but her Qixia manifestation, proving their idea of powerful was far too narrow. Inside the blood pool, Luo Rong and the others soaked in crimson liquid, tempering their bodies as bloody mist billowed around them. Outside the pool, Luo Xiao sat cross-legged, refining the elixir. With every breath, their auras soared, as if they might break through the heavens. The only one who looked bored was Luo Tian, standing off to the side as a spectator. Why is everyone else enjoying the thrill of getting stronger except me? He muttered helplessly. Bing Ling stood beside him, clenching her fists and rolling her eyes. If she could beat him, he would have been punched long ago. The commotion around the pool drew a crowd from afar. A young man stared at the vortex of spiritual energy and gasped, same kind of pool, so why is their side overflowing with qi? Should we go over and take it? His companion shot him a glance. You trying to die? Look carefully. See who's standing there. The youth squinted at Luo Tian. Who? Who? That's Luo Tian. The boy raised an eyebrow. Never heard of him. Is he really that strong? My cousin ranks 375th on the Tianyang Kingdom's hidden dragon list. If I drop his name, Luo Tian has to show respect, right? The companion regarded him like an idiot. Forget your cousin. You know Lu Fan, don't you? Of course. A super genius. Who doesn't? What? Luo Tian is his younger cousin. Not even close. Lu Fan was just slapped to death by Luo Tian. What? You're kidding. The youth's face went white. And not just Lu Fan. A dozen Wuyo Immortal Palace disciples and a Tribulation Crossing elder were all turned to pulp with one slap. More than half the people here saw it. If you think your cousin's name carries weight, go ahead and try. A chill ran down the boy's spine. He stuck out his tongue and slipped away. Others with similar thoughts retreated just as fast the moment they heard the name Luo Tian. Half an hour later, fresh commotion erupted near the pool. Ha! This year's pool is truly marvelous. Son, luck is on your side. A burly, bearded elder laughed, his voice like distant thunder as he patted the storage pouch at his waist. Beside him, a short-haired youth held his head high, pride gleaming in his eyes. Father, the problem is someone's already over there. He narrowed his gaze at Luo Tian and the others. Someone? Huh. We'll just drive them away. The bearded elder strode toward Luo Tian, his voice booming across the land. You've got 10 breaths to clear out, or don't blame me for what happens next. His roar cracked like lightning, and nearby cultivators turned in alarm. Someone exclaimed, that's Lei Zonglin, the vice sect master of Thundergate. That's Lei Zonglin? Is it really him? I heard he reached the 9th tier of the Tribulation stage years ago, one of the few supreme experts in the entire Tianyang Empire. Many of the onlookers were seeing him for the first time, their eyes blazing with excitement. Lei Zonglin is actually facing Luo Tian. Who's going to win? Hard to say. Luo Tian can one-shot Gong Dian, but Lei Zonglin can do the same. If they really fight, it might take 1,000 moves to decide a victor. The murmurs spread through the crowd as everyone held their breath, eager for a clash of titans. Some even hoped to seize the moment for a sudden insight and a breakthrough of their own. Luo Tian reclined on a stone chair with his eyes closed, resting. His brow twitched. He opened his eyes and looked at Lei Zonglin with undisguised disgust. Leave within 3 breaths, he said, his voice cold as tempered steel. Otherwise die? Lei Zonglin hesitated, then threw back his head and laughed. Huh. No one has dared speak to me like that in centuries. Boy, what are you relying on those 3? His gaze swept over the 3 Tribulation Realm bodyguards Sun Xiao had brought. The single glance chilled them to the core. They stepped back, unable to meet his eyes. Lei Zonglin grew even more arrogant and sneered. See? Even your backing won't speak up. Who are you to order my death? Time's up. Luo Tian rose slowly. You stayed, so you'll die? A low hiss cut the air as he reached out. A colossal golden hand formed in the void, crashing toward Lei Zonglin with crushing might. That's it. Lei Zonglin scoffed, chopping down with his own right hand like a bolt of lightning. Clang. The golden hand didn't move an inch, but Lei Zonglin's arm snapped off at the elbow in a spray of blood. His face went white. He turned to flee. Bang. Luo Tian's fingers curled, and the golden hand clenched, wrapping Lei Zonglin's entire body in its grip. Sir, I was blind to your greatness, please. Grant me a chance. Lei Zonglin's voice trembled. Too late. Luo Tian squeezed. Puff. Bones and sinew shattered with a muffled crunch. Lei Zonglin was snuffed out before he could even scream. Luo Tian lifted his hand and drew in a strand of soul force, compressing the remnant into a fist-sized soul pearl. He slipped it into his sleeve, dismissed the golden hand, and the corpse dropped with a dull thud. Silence slammed over the square. Everyone had expected an earth-shaking duel. Instead, they'd witnessed a one-sided slaughter. That was Lei Zonglin's tier of the tribulation stage killed in a single blow? Gasps rippled through the crowd, shock and dread spreading like wildfire. You kill my father? He'll never forgive you. Lei Zonglin's son lunged forward with a roar. Luo Tian glanced at him, indifferent. Osiri, I forgot about you. Boom. A sweep of force ripped through the air, and the youth's body exploded on the spot. Father and son now lay side by side, their blood soaking the stones beneath them. Having finished, Luo Tian bent over the pool of blood to study his reflection, frowning slightly. Does my face really look that easy to bully? He muttered. Bing Ling watched with a blank face. Close enough. Luo Tian straightened. Should I look meaner? He twisted his features baring his teeth, rolling his eyes then glanced back. How about now? Bing Ling's mouth twitched. He raised a hesitant thumbs up. Cute, but scary. Luo Tian flopped back down, resigned. Forget it. A short distance away lay the corpse of a tribulation crossing cultivator. The lingering pressure from the body kept every bystander silent. No one dared step forward again. Half an hour later. Boom. Blood-red water exploded as Sun Xiu vaulted out of the pool. His bare torso bulged with muscle, crimson threads pulsing beneath the skin. Staring at his arms, his eyes blazed. My body is this strong now? Before the words faded, he drew his sword and hacked at his left arm. Clang. Sparks flew. The blade ricocheted with a shrill hum, leaving only a faint white mark on his flesh. Heavens! His fist trembled. Outside the top 10 of the hidden dragon ranking, who could defeat me? Sheathing the sword, he bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Luo, for this chance. Luo Tian merely nodded, signaling him to sit and steady his breath. Another incense stick's time passed. Boom. Yin Tianrui burst from the pool, long hair flinging a curtain of water. He landed, breathing hard. Is this really my limit? The pool still churned with energy, yet he could absorb no more. Sun Xiu looked him over, eyes bright. Brother Yin, no offense, but your physique now outclasses even by Xian's. Don't kid me. Yin Tianrui waved dismissively, but curiosity won. He punched forward. Rumble. The air quaked, fist wind laced with crackling thunder. He froze. It really is stronger, but I'm a sword cultivator. 2 decades of sword training, and 1 bath turns me into a body cultivator absurd. Sun Xiu clapped his shoulder. A tougher body won't hinder your sword. Cultivate both unmatched offense and defense. Yin Tianrui thought, then nodded earnestly. Makes sense. He bowed again to Luo Tian, then sat quietly, eyes on Luo Rong at the pool center. Luo Rong still sat cross-legged, torrents of blood-colored aura spiraling into him. Yin Tianrui sighed in admiration. Brother Luo Rong's talent truly surpasses ours. Sun Xiu agreed. I wonder how long he can keep going and how strong he'll be. A quarter of an hour passed. The pool's energy was nearly spent. Suddenly Luo Rong's eyes snapped open, scarlet light flashing. He shot upward. Boom. The moment he stepped out, a terrifying pressure swept outward like a falling mountain. Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui instinctively retreated several paces. So strong. They blurted together, faces full of shock. Steadying himself, Sun Xiu asked with a touch of awe, Brother Luo Rong, how do you feel? Sun Xiu asked. Luo Rong lowered his head, staring at the fine lines in his palm. His voice was quiet, yet brimming with excitement. I feel like I have endless power. If I run into that Gong Jian guy again, I don't think I'd lose. Wawat Sun Xiu exchanged a look with Yin Tianrui, both men wide-eyed, shock rippling through them. Gong Dian was a genuine tribulation crossing expert, and Luo Rong claimed he could match him. That was no longer talent, it was pure monstrosity. Still clenching his fist, Luo Rong turned to Luo Tian, eyes blazing. Brother Tian, I feel invincible. Luo Tian gave him a bland glance and tapped a finger. Boom. Luo Rong was blasted away like a flaming meteor, slamming into the ground. Dust billowed. and he lay there for a while before crawling unsteadily out of the crater. Luo Tian clasped his hands behind his back, face expressionless. Still invincible? No, not anymore. Luo Rong waved his hands, covered in dirt. There is always a higher mountain. Don't get cocky. Cultivate. Luo Tian left him with that. Yes, Luo Rong answered meekly, as pitiful as a chick soaked by a storm. Just then, boom, boom. Luo Xiaoxiao beside Luo Tian opened her eyes. Spiritual power erupted from her like a flood, her robes snapping in the gale, black hair flying. Roar. Behind her, the nine-headed beast materialized, now 10 times larger. The gust from its bloody maws split the earth, its aura multiplied several-fold. She's stronger too. Sun Xiu blurted. Yin Tianrui's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow a fist. After a moment he muttered, Brother Sun, right now I feel like trash. The once proud top genius of the Tianyang Empire had his confidence shattered. He clenched his fists, making up his mind. When Mount Sumeru is done, I'm joining young Lord Luo Tian. Even if I start as a menial, I have to follow him. Sun Xiu nodded. He wasn't surprised. Compared with Luo Tian's revealed depth, every other power paled. While they were speaking, buzz. A clear, piercing cry shook heaven and earth. Everyone looked up to see ripples spreading across the barrier covering Mount Sumeru as the light curtain thinned rapidly. Sun Xiu stared, then broke into a grin. The barrier. The seal on Mount Sumeru is gone. He turned to Luo Tian. Young lord, shall we move? Luo Tian nodded. Let's go. They set out at once. Soon they reached the foot of the mountain, where a long stone stairway stretched upward. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed. A figure was hurled through the air, flipping several times before slamming onto the ground in front of them, blood spattering the broken stones. Clutching his chest, the man coughed up blood and snarled. Damn it. What is that thing? Sun Xiu hurried to support him. Brother, what happened? This path is a dead end, the injured cultivator growled. Stone puppet guardians are posted here, each with tribulation crossing strength. Find another route. A dead end? What do you mean? Sun Xiu frowned. There are hundreds of trails up Mount Sumeru, the man snapped. Pick another one if you don't want to die. With that, he staggered aside. His warning had barely faded when more people were flung down the mountain road, over a dozen each, coughing blood, obviously battered by the puppets. Sun Xiu looked at Luo Tian, waiting for instructions. Up the mountain, Luo Tian said flatly. All right. Sun Xiu obeyed Luo Tian without question. At Luo Tian's slight nod, the group started up the mountain path. The cultivator who had tried to stop them frowned and folded his arms with a cold laugh. Fine words can't save the doomed. I warned you, but you still insist on going? Very well. They'll stay here and watch you get blasted back down. The stone steps were steep, mottled with moss. Ignoring the mockery behind them, the party moved briskly and soon reached the end of the path, where a stone statue, several zhang tall, towered over them. Its surface was covered in arcane markings, and even in stillness it radiated pressure. Sun Xiu explained at once. Mount Xumi is guarded by many puppet statues left by its former master. Some are only at the Hualing stage, but the strongest reach the peak of the tribulation stage. This one looks like a peak-level guardian. Luo Tian's gaze swept over the statue. Then he turned to Luo Rong. Didn't you claim you were unbeatable? This one's yours. Me? Luo Rong blinked. Luo Tian shrugged. If you want, Xiao Xiao can take over. Luo Xiaoxiao was already rubbing her fists, eager to try. Seeing this, Luo Rong quickly raised a hand. Fine, I'll do it. Before his words faded, he kicked off the ground, shooting toward the statue like a blur. Whoosh. Sensing the intruder, the gray stone giant came to life. Boom. Man and stone fist collided in midair, unleashing a gale that thundered through the gorge. Sun Xiu and Yin Tianrui staggered back 2 steps, while Luo Tian and Luo Xiaoxiao stood unmoved. Inside the battle ring, Luo Rong and the puppet were evenly matched after the first punch. Everyone drew a sharp breath, especially the 3 bodyguards Sun Xiu had brought. Moments ago they had thought of Luo Rong as a talented youngster, yet the power of that single strike already dwarfed their own. How fast had he grown? The exchange became a blur of blows. In less than half a breath, they traded more than 20 punches, pure brute force with no flourish. Rocks exploded from the mountainside, but neither side could gain the upper hand. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. That's enough, Luo Rong. Fall back. Gasping for air, Luo Rong called back. I'm fine, Tiange. I can keep going. We don't have that much time. Luo Tian's tone remained even. Luo Rong had no choice but to nod and retreat to Luo Tian's side. The puppet, seeing its opponent withdraw, slowly lowered its fists and resumed its original stance, as if it had never moved. Then Luo Tian stepped forward. The puppet reactivated, swinging a massive fist straight at him. Luo Tian couldn't be bothered to trade blows. He raised one hand, his fingers clamping onto the puppet's wrist with surgical precision. In the next instant his waist twisted, power surging through shoulder and elbow. Boom. A gray blur flashed past as Luo Tian hurled the puppet like a piece of trash. Whoosh. The enormous stone body drew a dark arc through the air and plummeted down the mountain, tearing the wind with a shriek. A guardian at the very peak of the tribulation stage had been tossed off the cliff, just like that. Silence fell, followed by a collective shiver. Luo Tian brushed off his hands, eyes calm. What are you staring at? Let's move. All right. Keep up. Sun Xiu snapped out of it, and hurriedly beckoned Yin Tianrui and the 3 bodyguards to follow. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Shumi, the man who had tried to dissuade them still stood with folded arms, watching. The clash between Luo Rong and the stone golem echoed through the air, leaving him genuinely startled. Well, they'll be damned, he muttered, scratching his chin. Those people have held out against that statue this long? Impressive, but they'll fall sooner or later. Whoosh. A figure was flung from the summit of Mount Sumeru, streaking across the sky. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "See? I told you they'd get tossed eventually. Let me see who the first unlucky sucker is." His laughter dripped with arrogance. Boom. The body slammed into the ground, carving a half-foot crater. As the dust settled, his grin froze midair. The stone golem? Why are you the one getting thrown down? His voice cracked. Fush, the golem rolled out of the pit. The haze hadn't yet dispersed, but its gaze locked onto him with uncanny precision. Bang. A stone fist tore through the air. What the hell? I didn't throw you, why are you hitting me? He yelped, bolting away. His curses, frantic footfalls, and the golem's heavy pursuit faded into the distance. On Mount Sumeru, Luo Tian's party pressed up the mountainside. At the trail's end, a shadowy cavern came into view. One glance was all it took for Sun Xiu to leap with excitement. Good heavens, our luck is unbelievable. Luo Tian arched a brow. Explain. Young Master Luo, this cave is the entrance to the heavenly spirit mine. Sun Xiu whispered, his voice trembling. Heavenly spirit or? The group traded puzzled looks. Sun Xiu continued at once. Mount Sumeru holds hundreds of roaming cave mansions. They drift in and out of sight according to some pattern, so which one you find is pure luck. Each cave offers different fortunes, ranked high, middle, or low. The Heavenly Spirit Mine is top tier. It produces a special or called Heavenly Spirit Organ. Unlike ordinary spirit, or it isn't for forging. You can absorb it directly. Absorb it directly? Luo Tian echoed, stunned. Exactly, and with no side effects. In theory, if you have enough of it, you could power your way from spirit refining all the way to tribulation crossing. Sun Xiu clenched his fists, eyes fiery with desire. Break through a major realm? Luo Tian's eyes flickered. Minor breakthroughs were easy, but major ones were bogged down by countless barriers. If Heavenly Spirit or could truly smash those chains. Let's go in, Luo Tian ordered without hesitation. Right. They stepped into the cavern together. It seemed like an ordinary cave until Luo Tian sensed runes flowing beneath his feet. It was a teleportation array. In a flash of light, they stood in a different realm. A vast basin, nearly 100 li across, sprawled before them, encircled by sheer cliffs. Veins of or glimmered within the rock, glowing faintly. Luo Tian released his soul sense, mapping the entire mine at once. Farther ahead, numerous cultivators had beaten them to the site. Suddenly, he caught several familiar auras. His gaze sharpened. Over there. Move. With that, he darted forward, the others close behind. This is outrageous. In an overgrown, abandoned quarry, Tianyu crawled out from beneath a pile of rubble, his hair coated with dust and sweat carving muddy tracks down his face, looking utterly bedraggled. Let it go, brother Bai. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to keep your head down, Han Wenzhou said as he brushed the grit from his sleeves and hopped down into the pit, resignation in his voice. I told you we shouldn't have come. Lin Jiaran folded his arms and snapped at them. If you two hadn't dragged me along, I'd have sold all 3 entry slots and lived off the spirit stones for years. Tianyu ground his teeth. It's all that bastard Du Mingli's fault. At the mention of Du Mingli, a chill flashed through Han Wenzhou's and Lin Jiaran's eyes. Lin Jiaran muttered, if brother Luo Tian were here, then he waved his hand. Forget it. No use talking about that now. The 3 exchanged glum looks, their spirits sinking to rock bottom. Just then, a clear voice came from behind them. What are you guys up to? HM. Lin Jiaran's ears twitched. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Tianyu let out a long sigh. Shumi Mountain is huge, and we're still inside its cave network. What are the odds we'd bump into brother Luo here? You're imagining things. No, Han Wenzhou said, frowning as he scanned their surroundings. I heard it too. Before he finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared behind them. Luo Tian. Han Wenzhou blurted out. Tianyu was about to joke that they were hallucinating, but when he saw the familiar face, joy lit his features. Brother Luo Tian. Lin Jiaran burst into tears, throwing himself forward. Brother Luo Tian, we finally found you. You have no idea how much we've suffered these past few days. Luo Tian sidestepped and pushed him away. All right, don't wipe your nose on me. What happened? Start from the beginning. Lin Jiaran took a deep breath and recounted everything. When the Frost Heaven Martial Trials ended, all 3 of us made the top 100 and each earned 3 passes into Shumi Mountain. Tianyu is the young master of the Bai clan, and Han Wenzhou is a core disciple of his sect, so their factions let them lead their own teams as a training exercise. I plan to sell all 3 of my passes for spirit stones, but Tianyu talked me into keeping one and tagging along with the Bai clan, hoping I'd catch a bit of luck. We reached the Tianyang Empire and entered Shumi Mountain through another gate, but the moment we got inside, someone started tailing us. Brother Luo, remember Lu Wenteoth guy who challenged you during the Frost Heaven trials? Bai Tianyu looked up at Luo Tian. Luo Tian thought for a moment. The one who died, right? Bai Tianyu nodded. Yeah, but he had an aunt who married into the Tianyang Empire. Her son is Du Mingli Lu Wentao's cousin. That's the guy. Ever since we set foot on Mount Shumi, he's had it in for us. 2 elders of the Bai clan and Brother Han's 2 uncles were badly wounded. If Elder Zhou hadn't intervened, would probably be dead already. Luo Tian arched a brow. Oh, he's that strong? Even your elders couldn't beat him? Strong my ass. Lin Zhaoran scoffed, snatching up a bit of broken rock and tossing it aside. Head to head, I could fight him to a draw. But he's a soul master, you know how rare they are. He's using that status to cling to a man named Chu Qingyang and play flunky for him. The one who hurt Brother Bei's elders was Chu Qingyang's guardian. Before he finished, Yin Tianrui, standing behind Luo Tian, muttered, Chu Qingyang? Luo Tian glanced back. You know him? Yin Tianrui nodded. Number 1 on the Qianlong list of the Tianyang kingdom. Quite the pedigree. Luo Tian clicked his tongue. Lin Zhaoran went on, Brother Luo, Chu Qingyang swore that if he meets you on Mount Shumi, he'll kill you himself. He actually said that? Luo Rong sprang to his feet, fury in his eyes. Startled, Lin Zhaoran edged back half a step, but kept nodding. Yes. Ask them if you don't believe me. Bai Tianyu hurried to confirm. He really did, Brother Luo. Chu Qingyang may not be your match, but the 2 guardians at his side are terrifying. Please be careful. Don't take them lightly. Luo Rong's knuckles cracked. Guardians, huh? If I run into them, it'll rip them apart. Bai Tianyu could only shake his head. To him, Luo Rong was a bull-headed brawler who had no idea how dangerous their foes truly were. The tense silence lingered until Sun Xiu suddenly spoke, dragging the conversation back to the present. You 3 got here before us. How much heavenly spirit, or have you found? At that, Lin Zhaoran and the others instantly deflated and sighed. Don't ask. The more we think about it, the angrier we get. Luo Rong raised a brow. What now? Lin Zhaoran spread his hands helplessly. Right after we entered Mount Shumi, we spotted the entrance to in or seam and grabbed a prime spot to dig. Halfway through, Chu Qingyang's men showed up. They stole every chunk of or wet unearthed and beat us black and blue. If Elder Zhou hadn't spoken up, they'd have killed us right there. Even so, they drove us to this abandoned pit and said we could only mine here. If we dared go elsewhere, they'd bury us. Look at this place picked clean. I doubt there's even half a decent piece of heavenly spirit or left. Luo Rong swept the pit with his gaze. The walls were gouged with countless holes, loose rock everywhere, all trace of or long gone. He roared, those bastards have gone too far. Where are they? Let's go settle the score. Lin Zhaoran's eyes lit up and he pointed toward a dim gray cliff in the distance. Over there, not even 10 li away. Luo Rong turned to Luo Tian. Brother Tian, shall we go? Luo Tian followed the direction of his finger, then shook his head. No. What? The group was stunned. Luo Tian had actually said he wouldn't go to the new mine. Brother Luo Tian, why not? Bai Tianyu was the first to recover. Luo Tian raised his hand unhurriedly and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Because the Tianling, or is right here. Bai Tianyu frowned, even more puzzled. If we're after Tianling, or shouldn't we head over there? The new site is supposed to be richer and yield more. Who told you that? Luo Tian shook his head. This vein holds far more than that one. Lin Zhaoran looked skeptical. Brother Luo Tian, stop kidding me. This place is almost mined out. What's left to dig? 3 feet beneath your feet. Try it yourself. Luo Tian's tone was calm, but certain. Still doubtful, Lin Zhaoran drew his sword and drove it into the earth again and again, carving out a pit 3 feet deep. Clang. A crisp metallic ring echoed as his blade struck something solid. Brushing aside the dirt, he lifted a fist-sized chunk of white spirit ore into his palm. Lin Zhaoran's eyes went wide. They had spent half the day at the so-called new mine and found nothing bigger than a cherry. Yet this single piece was worth as much as a 5th-tier artifact. Good heavens. Sun Xiu stared, eyes shining. Every gaze snapped to Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, how did you know? I probed with my soul power, Luo Tian answered matter-of-factly. Soul power? Yin Tianrui blurted. But rumor says there's a ward here that suppresses soul arts. You can't use any soul power inside the mine. Sun Xiu nodded vigorously. In the Tianyang kingdom the story was well known. Years ago, powerful soul masters came to mine here, only to discover that the moment their soul power left their bodies it shrank to a range of just 3 inches, making them helpless. One of Tianyang's top soul masters had been defeated here and declared that soul power was unusable in the Tianling mines, a verdict that soon became common knowledge. Now Luo Tian claimed he could use it. How could they not be shocked? Their questions piqued Luo Tian's curiosity. He closed his eyes and focused. 10 breaths later he opened them again, sounding genuinely pleased. You were right. There is a suppression field here, but its range is so tiny and so weak I never even noticed. The others were speechless. The leading soul master of Tianyang had been rendered helpless here, yet Luo Tian had failed to notice the suppression? It sounded absurd, but the evidence was plain if soul power worked. This mine was a treasure trove for them. Brother Tian, where else is there or? Luo Rong was the first to recover, rolling up his sleeves. Luo Tian pointed briskly as he issued orders. 100 feet to the left, 6 feet down Luo Rong. 250 feet behind us, 7 feet down Han Wenzhou. Lin Zhaoran, Yin Tianrui. Standing where he was, Luo Tian let his soul power seep into the ground like a tide, mapping every vein of spirit, ore, and directing the team with effortless precision. In less than half an hour the area was pockmarked with pits. Basket after basket of ore was hauled up until a small mountain rose at Luo Tian's feet. The sight of so much Tianling ore left everyone feeling as though they were in a dream. Yin Tianrui swept his gaze over the pile and muttered, there must be close to 3,000 jin of Tianling ore here. I remember Kanglin's sect once sent nearly 100 disciples and only came back with a little over 100 jin. Sun Xiu grinned from ear to ear. Kanglin's sect is one of the top forces in the Tianyang Empire, so of course they qualified for Mount Shumi. We Tianchuang folk can't compare. Still, this trip's made us rich. Who would have guessed a deserted pit was hiding more than 3,000 jin of treasure? No wonder young Master Luo said the ore was thicker on this side. All eyes snapped to Luo Tian, who only shrugged and said lightly, now we start the real mining. The real mining? Luo Rong blinked. Then what was that just now? Clearing the scraps, Luo Tian replied calmly. Scraps? Everyone exchanged looks. Who calls 3,000 jin scraps? Sun Xiu couldn't resist. Young Master Luo, if that's scrap, then what were we? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, Luo Tian said, waving a hand. It'd be a shame to leave it. Your part's done. Watch me. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and a long blade appeared out of thin air. The crowd backed away instinctively. Light flared along the edge. In the next heartbeat Luo Tian drove the blade into the ground and pried. Boom. The earth quaked, and a ravine several zhang deep ripped open. Everyone sucked in a breath. One stroke had carved a canyon. What kind of power was that? Luo Tian turned. You two who can fly, go down and take a look. Luo Rong and Yin Tianrui nodded woodenly and leapt into the chasm. Dim light glimmered below, blue or shining everywhere, leaving them wide-eyed. Moments later they shot back to the surface. Sun Xiu rushed over. Brother Yin, how much is down there? 10,000 jin. Yin Tianrui shook his head. 8,000. Sun Xiu's voice faltered. Another shake. 5,000 at least. Yin Tianrui swallowed hard. At least 100,000 jin. What? Gasps erupted. 100,000 jin of Tianling, or would send any sect into a frenzy. Sun Xiu's face flushed. Brother Yin, you're not joking? Luo Tian reminded them coolly. Why are you still staring? Get mining. Move. Luo Rong dove first. Soon the ore was being hauled up in a steady stream, piling into small mountains on the ground. Not far away, on the other side of a hill, a young man trudged along, grumbling. Senior brothers are unbelievable, making me babysit a few nobodies from Tianchuang. How much can they dig from a dead pit? If I kept mining, I might have gotten a couple more jin myself. Still muttering, he crested the hill, glanced toward Luo Tian's group, then froze, utterly dumbfounded. The boy stared, frozen in place, at the mountain of, or before him. Dust stirred by his ragged breathing drifted onto his hair and collar, but he didn't notice. I haven't slept in days, I'm seeing things, he muttered, rubbing his burning eyes. When he looked again, the pitch-black, gleaming Tianling or still towered before him, as steady as ever. Maybe I'm dreaming? The thought sprouted like weeds. He braced himself and slapped his own face. Smack! The sharp crack echoed through the empty tunnel. Stars flashed before his eyes, and blood gushed from his nose. The metallic taste shocked his nerves. This was no illusion. Certainty ignited a wildfire in his veins. Unbelievable. Those 3 worthless brats from the Tianchuang kingdom actually pulled it off. Perfect. If I bring back this news, senior brother and the others will reward me for sure. Without another thought, he spun around and sprinted away, gravel clattering beneath his feet. At that moment, on the far side of the mine, Luo Tian paused and cocked his head. Tian, what is it? Luo Xiaoxiao followed with a basket of, or on her back. Nothing, just a little lizard scurrying off, Luo Tian said calmly, his lips curling. Oh, Luo Xiaoxiao took the hint, wiped the sweat from her brow, and went back to work. Elsewhere in the mine, under the blazing sun, a stone platform glared white. 10 disciples gathered after their shift, brimming with energy. Fortune's smiling on us. The 10 of us dug up a full 30 jin of Tianling ore. Senior brother Chu will be over the moon. The speaker, a wiry youth with a folding fan, snapped it shut and grinned. This trip to the Tianling mine has been generous. He had barely finished when a gray-clad figure stumbled toward them. Senior brother. Senior brother. Big news, huge news. It was Fong Chu, fresh from patrol, panting like an ox, his clothes dust-covered. Chi Bin's brows knit in irritation. Feng Chu, can't you act your age? Panic at the first sign of trouble. Feng Chu bent double, gulping air. Sorry, senior brother Chi. But this really is big news. Chi Bin raised an eyebrow, tapping his palm with his fan. What is it? Don't tell me those three useless fools struck Tianling again. Feng Chu's excitement tangled his tongue. He only nodded frantically. Chi Bin chuckled. Oh, seems I underestimated them. How much did they pull up? 3 Jean? 5. Feng Chu waved both hands wildly. Surprised, Chi Bin probed. More than 10? I might have to reevaluate them. Feng Chu kept shaking his head, sweat pouring. Chi Bin's smile faded. How much then? Speak. Feng Chu drew a long breath and whispered, at least 10,000 Jean. Silence swallowed the platform, then came a burst of laughter. Chi Bin shook his head. When did you learn to spin tales, Feng Chu? 10,000. Why not say 100,000? Feng Chu stamped his foot. Senior brother, I'm not lying, it's real. Chi Bin's fan smacked his palm. Nonsense. Do you know what Tianling or is worth? I've been in the sect for years and never seen more than 300 Jean at once. Keep this up and I'll punish you by the rules. Tears welled in Feng Chu's eyes. I swear I'm telling the truth. Their pile of ore is as tall as a hill. Seeing Feng Chu's earnest panic, Chi Bin felt a flicker of doubt. Could it really be true? How? Feng Chu hurried on. Senior brother, come see for yourself. If I'm lying, punish me then. But we have to move if someone else finds out first. We're finished. Chi Bin paused, gave a curt nod, and said, Fine, we'll do it your way. You'd better not be lying to me. With that, he spun around and waved to his companions. Everyone move out. Yes, sir. A dozen disciples answered in unison. Spiritual energy surged around them as they swept toward Luo Tian's position. Before long they reached the spot where Feng Chu had first found the Tianling ore. One glance told them the lode was even richer than Feng Chu had reported, veins of blue-violet or winked from every crack in the rock face. Senior brother, see? I wasn't making it up, Feng Chu said, aggrieved, pointing at the glittering stones. Chi Bin came to an abrupt halt, staring in disbelief. My heavens, this much Tianling, or could raise the cultivation of the entire sect. He drew a deep breath. Feng Chu, you've earned great merit. When we get back, I'll inform the sect master and see that you're rewarded with a few caddies of ore. Feng Chu beamed and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, senior brother. Chi Bin's expression hardened again. Everyone follow me. He leaped down the cliffside. While still in midair, he laughed toward the mouth of the gorge. Friends of the Tianchuan kingdom, you've worked hard. We'll take the Tianling, or from here. Huh. Lin Xiaoran and the others were carrying a fresh load out of the canyon when the sudden voice made them look up, eyes widening. Brother Luo, it's them. Lin Xiaoran cried. Hearing this, Luo Tian turned. Chi Bin's party was already closing in. Chi Bin noticed Luo Tian as well and arched a brow. Oh, a new face? He didn't think much of Luo Tian, but then his gaze fell on Sun Xiao and Yin Tenri, especially the 3 tribulation stage bodyguards behind Sanund. His heart sank. Sun Xiao? Yin Tianrui? So it's you too. Looks like I'm still a step late, he muttered, twirling his folding fan. Sun Xiao narrowed his eyes. Chi Bin, what brings you here? He had heard of Chi Bin's reputation. Chi Bin's smile faded. The fan snapped shut. I'm here to collect our Tianling, or, of course, our Tianling ore. Yin Tianrui's voice jumped an octave. Chi Bin nodded and pointed at Lin Zaren's group. Exactly. I just ordered those 3 to mine here. Since they dug it up, it belongs to us. Still, they'll show you some respect. 80% for us, 20% for you. Fair enough? He eyed them, thinking the offer generous. But Sun Xiao and Yin Tianrui stared at him as if had lost his mind. Anger flared in Chi Bin's chest. Well, yes or no, speak. They remained silent. Just as Chi Bin was about to erupt. Tianling, or this much. Wonderful. Heaven itself favors Memine, all mine. A crazed laugh thundered from above. Flames roared, and a streak of fire plummeted from the sky. Chi Bin sucked in a breath. Damn it, why did that lunatic have to show up? Senior brother, who's that? A boyish disciple peeked out from behind Chi Bin, staring curiously at the descending figure. Chi Bin drew a deep breath and replied, the Fire Spirit Hermit. The Fire Spirit Hermit? Several Burning Sun sect disciples cried at once. This was the lunatic who had gone head-to-head with a first-rate sect over a single artifact and was still at large despite the bounty on his head. Chi Bin nodded, and a chill ran down their spines. He raised a hand to calm them. Don't panic. However strong he is, he won't ignore all consequences. At worst, we share a bit of the profit. Straightening his robes, Chi Bin strode forward, his tone respectful yet steady. Chi Bin of the Burning Sun sect greets Senior Fire Spirit Hermit. The hermit's eyes were glued to the vast spread of celestial ore on the ground, greed gleaming in his gaze. Only when Chi Bin spoke did he lift his head. His voice was flat and cold. Burning Sun sect? What do you want? These ores belong to us, Senior Chi Bin began, but Lin Xiaoran shouted from afar. Chi Bin, you shameless liar. Since when are they yours? An icy glint flashed in Chi Bin's eyes. Shut up. No one asked you. Turning back to the hermit, he forced a smile. What does senior say? The hermit picked at his nose and asked, finished? Yes. Then get lost. Chi Bin's face darkened. Normally he might have backed down, but the pile of ore was too tempting. Steeling himself, he said, perhaps senior doesn't know that brother Chu Qinyang of our sect tops the soaring dragon list and will surely become the kingdom's foremost expert. Even if you want to honor our sect, you should honor him, shouldn't you? Before he finished, a massive slap struck. Bang! Chi Bin spun through the air like a broken kite, crashing to the ground as half his face swelled. Chu Qinyang, soaring dragon list? You think I care about some punk's reputation? The hermit roared, eyes blazing. I don't give face to anyone in this kingdom. Speak one more useless word, and he'll carve you up. Dazed, Chi Bin could only grit his teeth. Once I get out, they'll tell Chu Qinyang and have him avenge me. Only then did the hermit laugh heartily, hands on his hips. Fine. All this celestial ore is mine. He strode toward the pile without a trace of politeness. Just then, a lazy voice drifted over from the other side. Hold it, ore is mine. Keep your hands off. The hermit stopped and searched for the speaker, his brows knitting. Who's that? Another fool with a death wish? Furious, he marched toward the voice. What he saw made him freeze. Luo Tian sat casually on the ground, chin propped in one hand, watching him with unhurried calm. Do me a favor, Luo Tian said, voice mild yet unyielding, and leave the celestial ore alone. When Luo Tian's words reached him, Chi Bin, standing some distance away, let out a silent, mocking laugh. Huh, that kid must be out of his mind. Huolingso is a lunatic who wouldn't even show my senior brother Chu Qinyang the slightest respect. Why would he spare you? What a joke. Just swat him, Huolingso. In his mind, Chi Bin was already imagining Luo Tian smashed flat like a meat pie. Reality, however, overturned everything in a heartbeat. The moment Huolingso saw who was coming, his face went blank, then morphed into a wide, fawning grin. Aya, young master Luo Tian. He bent so low it looked as though he might bury his head in his own chest. The surrounding cultivators froze where they stood. It felt as if the air had been split in two. Chi Bin's jaw dropped so wide, he could have stuffed a spirit stone inside. Just moments ago, Huolingso had beaten him half to death for a single wrong word. Yet now the same man was bowing like an obedient servant? Luo Tian gave a slight nod. Yes, it's me. Those heavenly spirit ores are mine. Show some respect, and keep your hands off them. Young Master Luo, how could I have touched them had I known they were yours? Huolingso blurted, fumbling with his spatial ring. He scooped out a handful of glittering ores and presented them with both hands. These are the ones I mined earlier. Please accept them as a gift. Everyone's gaze followed the icy gleam of the ores, hearts leaping to their throats. Huolingso understood the situation even better than they did outside Hedong City. Luo Tian had shattered a near immortal killing array with a flick of his fingers, had also cut down Mu Santong in an instant, a man whose strength matched his own. If Luo Tian could kill Mu Santong at will, he could do the same to Huolingso. Madness he might possess, but stupidity he did not. Had he known the array came from Luo Tian, he wouldn't have dared act tough in the first place. Luo Tian spared the ores a glance and waved them away. Keep your spirit ores. Relief flooded Huolingso. He lowered his voice. Then may I leave? Go on, Luo Tian replied casually. Many thanks. Huolingso vanished in a flash of firelight, fleeing so quickly it seemed ghosts were snapping at his heels. The spectators were left gaping. Chi Bin's mind roared in disbelief. That was Huolingso. Why did he scurry off like a rat before a cat? What terrifying trump card does this boy wield? Luo Tian rose slowly, his eyes settling on Chi Bin and the others. I hear you beat up my friends. Chi Bin's expression flickered, but he forced himself to stand firm. That's right. Luo Tian turned his palm over. Boom. An invisible pressure crashed down from the heavens. Bones cracked audibly as Chi Bin and his companions were driven to their knees, spines pinned beneath an unbearable weight. What did you do? Panic burst in their eyes, and their voices trembled apart. Luo Tian ignored them. Instead, he looked at Lin Zhaoran and the other two, his tone calm but absolute. Hit them back. Now. Got it. At Luo Tian's single command, go, the three men already simmering with rage after the beating, they had taken shot forward like arrows loosed from the string. In the dim light, their iron shovels flashed coldly as they swung, without hesitation. Metal bit into flesh and bone. Dull thuds mixed with shrieks echoed through the tunnel, and the air itself seemed stained with blood. Chi Bin, who had struck the hardest earlier, became their primary target. His arm guard was torn away, flesh sprayed everywhere, and his howls rang incessantly. Within a few breaths the cavern turned into a living hell. The fight dragged on for roughly half a cup of tea. Lin Zhaoran wiped the blood flecks from his face, shook out his numb arms, hefted the shovel onto his shoulder, and panted at Luo Tian. Brother Luo, I'm spent. On the ground, Chi Bin and his followers lay in a jumble, bones shattered, blood pooling beneath them. Luo Tian lifted a hand, lifted the restriction that had sealed their spiritual power, and said flatly, get lost. They staggered upright, leaning against the rock wall as they lurched toward the exit. Chi Bin, soaked in his own blood, still ground his teeth and shot Luo Tian a vicious glare. You every last one of you just wait. This isn't over. He rasped, turning to leave. A chill like winter's edge locked onto him. Startled, Chi Bin looked back and met Luo Tian's expressionless eyes. I already let you go. Still mouthing off. Then die. Luo Tian flicked his hand. Boom. A wave of force exploded. Chi Bin and several of his sect brothers were pulverized into a crimson mist before they could even scream, splattering gore across the stone. Sun Xiu sucked in a sharp breath. Luo Tian's methods were even harsher than the rumors. Sensing his shock, Luo Tian explained calmly. The amount of heavenly spirit ore here is enormous. If news leaks out, you'll all be in danger. I've cowed the fire spirit elder into silence, but Chi Bin's lot clearly wouldn't keep quiet. Better to end it now. The others exchanged glances and nodded. A man with a treasure invites thieves. Such a haul would make whole sects or nations covetous. Luo Tian might not fear them, but they could not shoulder that risk. With the threat removed, Luo Tian sent out his soul sense, probing the abyss once more. When he confirmed the vein was exhausted, he withdrew his consciousness. All right, the lower seam is finished too. Let's split the ore. Lin Jiaran grinned. Brother Luo, what split? You've already avenged us tats more than enough. Take the whole lot. Bai Tianyu and the other cultivator bobbed their heads in agreement. Luo Tian shook his head. No, I found the vein, but you all worked for it. I want hoard it. We divide by head. Bai Tianyu waved frantically. That's impossible. The real credit is yours. We'll only take a small share. After several rounds of polite refusal, they settled on a plan. Luo Tian, Luo Rong, and Luo Xiaoxiao would keep 90%, while the remaining 10% would be split among Bai Tianyu, Lin Jiaran, Sun Xiu, and the others. As an innate spirit, Bing Ling had no use for the ore and waived her share. Even a tenth was a fortune beyond imagining. Hearts pounded, and everyone silently rejoiced at their luck today. Whatever storms lay ahead, this haul alone made the trip worthwhile. One man couldn't hold back and leaned towards Sun Xiu, lowering his voice. Brother Sun, is heavenly spirit or really that miraculous? Luo Rong held up a piece of heaven spirit, or studying it from every angle. Sun Xiu scratched his head and admitted honestly, to tell the truth, I've only heard about its effects, I've never used it myself. Luo Tian looked around and offered, why don't we just find out for ourselves? They shared a glance, nodded together, and each chose a palm-sized chunk of ore, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began channeling their energy to refine it. It didn't take long. Buzz. Radiance flared from Lin Zaranth, weakest among them, and he suddenly broke through his bottleneck. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, I really advanced. By his own estimates, had needed at least another month, yet a single piece of ore had pushed him forward. Without lingering on his excitement, Lin Jiaran shut his eyes again and continued refining. Buzz. Beside him, Han Wenzhou crossed a minor stage as well. His eyes shone. This stuff's incredible. Next piece. He immediately lunged for another stone. One flash after another lit the camp, and cries of success rang out non-stop. In less than half an hour, everyone's cultivation had risen dramatically. Lin Jiaran, Sun Xiu, and Luo Xiaoxiao were the most striking, shooting straight into the skyfaring realm. Bai Tianyu and Han Wenzhou followed closely, also stepping into the skyfaring realm, though not as far. Yin Tianrui and Luo Rong were already in that realm. Despite the added difficulty, each still broke through several minor stages. Luo Tian, however, remained unusually calm. He refined more than 300 gene of ore in one go, yet his realm didn't budge. Feeling the wall inside him as solid as iron, he sighed inwardly. So it's true. With his unique constitution, shortcuts were useless. He still had to follow the orthodox path laid out in the ninefold heavenly tome. Just then, Yin Tianrui spoke in a grave tone. Rapid breakthroughs can leave shaky foundations. For the next 3 months, stop refining and stabilize your realms, or you'll pay for it later. Everyone nodded. None of them shared Luo Tian's freakish resilience. Buzz. Space lurched, their vision blurred, and the group found themselves back atop Mount Sumeru. Hundreds of other cultivators appeared nearby, equally bewildered, clearly ejected from the mine as well. What happened? Luo Rong asked in surprise. Sun Xiu reacted first. The Heaven Spirit mine has closed, and we've all been transported out. The realization clicked for everyone. Just then, boom, a powerful aura exploded from within the crowd like a storm. A man shot into the air, roaring with laughter. Hand over your spatial rings, every last one of you. At the shout, everyone looked up. A man in white hovered in midair, a cruel smile playing on his lips. At the same moment, 2 middle-aged cultivators rose on either side, cutting off every escape route. The pressure rolling off the trio was immense. They were all at the tribulation stage. What would you want? A young disciple stammered, gripping his spatial ring for dear life. The man in white flicked his fingers. Whoosh. The ring slipped from the boy's grasp and landed neatly in his palm. My ring. The boy's face went deathly pale, yet he dared not snatch it back. The newcomer peeked inside and spat. Half a gene of heavenly spirit, or, and you treat it like a treasure? Despite the sneer, he pocketed the ring and raised his voice. The three of us aren't here to slaughter for fun. Hand over your spatial rings, and you'll walk away unharmed. Refuse, and you pay the price. With that, his spiritual power detonated. Killing intent surged like a tide, joined by his two companions. The entire sky turned icy and menacing. That's the Blackwater Trio. Someone cried. Weren't you on the Tianyang Kingdom's most wanted list? How did you get in here? Uproar spread through the crowd. Who are the Blackwater Trio? Three rogue cultivators who rose decades ago. They wiped out clans, robbed sects, committed every crime imaginable. Tianyang Kingdom hunted them for 100,000 li before they vanished. It's been 50 years since anyone saw them. And now they've slipped into Mount Shumi. Before the chatter died, the man in white nodded with a grin. Nice to know we're still remembered saves the introductions. One last time. Hand over your rings and live, or refuse and die. His murderous aura flared again, and the gathered cultivators trembled. Bang! A blast of force ripped through the air toward him. He blocked and haste splurt. A hole punched clean through his arm, blood spraying into the sky. Who? He gasped, stunned to be crippled in a single move. The crowd parted. Luo Tian stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, voice cold. I let it slide the first time you released killing intent. Do it again, and it stinks. The man in white snarled, eyes vicious. Brothers, he's dangerous, Gil. Got it. All three lunged at Luo Tian, wind howling like thunder. Luo Tian began to raise his hand when Luo Rong called from behind. Brother Tian, leave one for me. Will you? Me too, Brother Tian. Luo Xiaoxiao tugged at his sleeve. Everyone froze, utterly stunned. These were tribulation stage powerhouses, yet the two youths charged at them like children scrambling for treasure, desperate to strike first. Hands clasped behind his back, Luo Tian gave a slight nod. Good. Let's see how much you've improved. On it. The pair brightened, each locked onto a target, stamped the ground, and shot into the sky. Boom. Boom. High above, two overwhelming auras detonated almost simultaneously. Luo Rong's Kizia manifestation towered like a mountain, while Luo Xiaoxiao's took the form of a nine-headed fiend whose roar shook the clouds. What? The other two members of the Blackwater Three Ghosts felt their pupils contract and hastily gathered their power to defend. Meanwhile, the white-robed man whose arm Luo Tian had blasted apart drifted over and sneered. Kid, you caught me off guard just now, but you didn't finish me. That was stupido, you know why. Because that was the only chance you'll ever have to kill me. From now on, you won't even lay. He never finished. A golden palm had appeared behind him. Huh. He managed a single blink. Bang. The palm smashed down, driving him into the ground. He died on the spot. Too much talking, Luo Tan muttered without even glancing at the corpse, his gaze still locked on the battle overhead. The scene shattered the crowd's understanding of the world. That was the leader of the Blackwater Three Ghosts. The Tianyang Kingdom threw everything at him, and couldn't kill him now. He's dead from one slap? Who is that man? He looks like Luo Tian. Luo Tian. The one who declared war on Wuyo Immortal Palace? That's him. Heavens, I thought he was just grandstanding to get famous, but he's deadly serious. With strength like that, the Wuyo Immortal Palace might be in real danger, and those two youngsters in the sky are with him. They're monsters too. Who on earth is Luo Tian? Doesn't matter. Just remember, never provoke him. Whispers rippled through the crowd as heads nodded in agreement. Above, the fight quickly shifted. Though Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao were prodigies, their opponents were still tribulation stage cultivators. After 100 exchanges, both siblings were being pushed back, yet their Kizia manifestations let them hold on a little longer. Luo Tian watched for a moment and nodded. That's enough. He flipped his palm. Bang. Bang. Golden light churned like a tidal wave. The remaining two tribulation stage members of the Blackwater Three Ghosts were blown apart before they could even scream. Whoosh. Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao dispersed their manifestations and landed in front of Luo Tian, shoulders slumped. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I wasn't good enough, Luo Rong muttered, head lowered. Yeah, Brother Luo Tian, you still had to step in, Luo Xiaoxiao added apologetically. Their words left the onlookers speechless. An old man in the crowd stared at the siblings and sighed. Those two brats are only in the sky-soaring realm, and they can already fight tribulation stage cultivators. And they still think they're useless and need to apologize. Look at other people's kids. He turned and glared at his grandson, who was still stuck in the spirit-refining realm. The longer he looked, the angrier he grew, and he slapped the boy on the head. Ow! What was that for? The grandson yelped, clutching the back of his head. Because you annoy me. The old man roared. Luo Tian patted Luo Rong and Luo Xiaoxiao on the shoulders. Keep working hard. Understood. They replied in unison. With a flick of his soul power, Luo Tian plucked 3 gleaming soul pearls from the corpses' foreheads. He had shielded their remaining spirits before the fight, making the harvest effortless. Done it, so often the movement was second nature. He then searched the white-robed man and found a string of spatial rings. Selecting one at random, he tossed it to the crowd, straight to the unlucky boy whose ring had been taken earlier. The boy froze, caught it with both hands, and bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. Tears welled up at the joy of getting it back. Meanwhile, Luo Tian sifted through the Blackwater Trio's rings. The spirit crystals inside were pitifully few, and he frowned. Seriously? 3 paupers. He tossed the rings to Luo Rong. Take these. Let's move. At his word the group set off again. Only when they were out of sight did the onlookers burst into uproar. Quick, send word to the sect, find out who this Luo Tian actually is. Patriarch, should we reach out to him? Of course. We can't miss a genius like that. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person lost in thought. At the foot of Mount Shumi, beside an ancient tree, a black-robed man sat before a go board, tapping a stone against the wood but not yet placing it. Behind him, a white-clad youth stood silently, eyes fixed on the game. A sonic boom split the air as a figure dropped to one knee behind the black-robed man. Master, what is it? The man asked calmly. Lei Zonglin is dead. What? He turned, surprise flashing in his eyes. Who killed him? Luo Tian. At the name, the black-robed man's gaze darkened. The messenger continued. Gong Dian of Wuyo Immortal Palace and the Blackwater Trio were killed by him as well. Where is he now? The man asked after a pause. He just left the Tianling mine. From his route, he's heading toward the Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree, the man murmured, then ordered. Tell our people to avoid Luo Tian at all costs. If they encounter him, retreat immediately. No more deaths before the plan begins. Yes, sir. The messenger sped away. Alone, the black-robed man tapped the board, eyes sparkling. Luo Tian, you're troublesome indeed, but this will be your last rampage. He noticed the white-clad youth clench his fists and smiled. Relax. You'll have your chance for revenge. When it's time to strike Luo Tian, you'll take charge. How about it? The youth dropped to both knees, voice trembling yet resolute. Thank you, master. Buzz. As Luo Tian's party advanced, a brilliant light suddenly flared ahead, illuminating the mountain path. What's that? Luo Rong looked up. Sun Xiu's eyes lit up. No, are we really this lucky? What is it? The others asked, unfamiliar with Mount Shumi. Sun Xiu drew several deep breaths, then burst out, everyone, have you ever heard of the Bodhi tree? The campfire beside the tent crackled. Bai Tianyu froze for a second, then his eyes lit up. You mean the tree that helps people attain sudden enlightenment? Exactly. Sun Xiu nodded vigorously. Luo Tian and the others exchanged a baffled look that seemed to ask, did we miss something? Seeing their confusion, Sun Xiu hurried to explain. The Bodhi tree is an ancient divine tree said to grant insight into the Tao. Legend has it that a great cultivator once achieved supreme enlightenment beneath its branches and ruled an entire era. Incredible, Luo Rong breathed, clearly captivated. So we could grasp the great Tao too? Yin Tianrui shook his head, cutting the fantasy short. That tale belongs to the mythic age. Even if it happened, the original Bodhi tree vanished long ago. The one on Mount Sumru is merely its descendant. It can't compare to the tree of legend. Sun Xiu agreed. True, this tree isn't as powerful, but it still bestows insight. From what I've heard, our Tianyang emperor achieved enlightenment beneath it. The tree dropped a branch for him in recognition, and his cultivation sword became the strongest in the empire. Many others have broken through realms or mastered new techniques under its canopy. The benefits are endless. Luo Rong's eyes sparkled. He grabbed Luo Tian's arm. Brother, let's give it a try. After a moment's thought, Luo Tian nodded. It's worth a look. Filled with excitement, they packed their gear and followed the mountain path toward the Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, atop Mount Sumeru, beneath the Bodhi tree, its branches spread like a vast umbrella, a soft glow swirling among the leaves. Dressed in white, Xue Linglong gazed up quietly, studying the legendary tree. She hadn't planned to climb the mountain, but her senior uncle claimed the chance was rare. Besides opportunity, she secretly hoped to run into Luo Tian. Suddenly, a frantic shout rode the mountain wind. I must attain enlightenment. I must. A teenage boy stumbled toward the tree. A flash of light burst from the trunk and struck his chest with a loud thud. He flew back like a severed kite and crashed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Startled, Xue Linglong took a step back. A calm, lightly amused voice sounded behind her. The Bodhi tree is sentient. Each person gets only one chance at enlightenment. That fellow already received his boon, yet greed drove him to demand more, so the tree expelled him. She turned to see a purple-clad youth smiling politely. He clasped his hands in greeting. I am young Feng Tian. Might I have the honor of cultivating with you? His words were courteous, but the confidence beneath them allowed no refusal. Xue Linglong glanced at him, irritation rising. She shook her head. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. With that, she walked away. Young Feng Tian stood frozen. Huh. In all his life, no woman had ever rejected him to his face. After a brief daze, a sudden realization made him laugh softly. Playing hard to get, are we? Very well, you've captured my interest. Yang Fengtian turned and ordered the attendant behind him. I want a full dossier on that woman within 15 minutes. Yes, sir. The bodyguard flashed away and vanished into the crowd. Moments later he returned and handed Yang Fengtian a thick jade slip. Yang skimmed it, arched a brow, and let out a cold laugh. So she's not some heiress after all, just a disciple from a small sect in the Tianchuan kingdom. And she dares act pure in front of me? Young master, shall we abduct her? The guard asked quietly. You think I need to stoop that low? Yang's gaze was razor sharp, his tone frigid. Sweat beaded on the guard's forehead. Of course not. Then why use filthy tricks on a woman from a backwater kingdom? I was wrong, the guard muttered, bowing deeply. Yang finally shifted his eyes back to the distant Shui Linglong, a smirk tugging at his lips. Keep an eye on her. Soon she'll be on her knees, begging to please me. No woman can resist a real prodigy, and I am the best of the best. He had always been proud, yet Shui Linglong's earlier indifference still smoldered in his chest. Maybe she was simply born aloof, he consoled himself. The thought had barely formed when Shui Linglong's eyes suddenly lit up. Like someone spotting a treasure, she bolted forward. Luo Tian, her voice rang with delight as she ran. Huh. Yang froze. He had thought she was an ice-cold beauty, but that radiant smile ignited a blaze of jealousy inside him. Following her gaze, he saw a small group approaching. He didn't recognize the young man in front, but the two beside him, Tianrui and Sun Zayura, unmistakable. Those two Yang narrowed his eyes, a plan already taking shape, and strode forward to meet them. Meanwhile, Shui Linglong could hardly contain her excitement before Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I never imagined I'd meet you here. She tried to steady her voice, but it still quivered. Luo Tian nodded. How are your Shirshu and senior sister? Are their injuries healing? They're out of danger, but lingering issues remain. That's why they stayed below and sent me up alone. Luo Tian gave a quiet hum, his gaze calm. Beside him, Luo Xiaoxiao tugged Luo Rong's sleeve and whispered, Is that my future sister-in-law? Luo Rong shook his head, baffled. No idea. Luo Xiaoxiao eyed Shui Linglong from head to toe, muttering, If she is, she matches brother Tian perfectly. Look at that face, that waist, those legs, ugh. She glanced down at herself and stamped her foot in frustration. Just then a burst of light flared beneath the Bodhi tree, drawing collective gasps. Someone just achieved enlightenment and leaped several realms at once. The first breakthrough of the day? Too bad it was only enlightenment, no Bodhi leaf fell. As the chatter swept through the crowd, Luo Tian's curiosity was piqued. A Bodhi leaf? Sun Xiu opened his mouth to explain. Yang Fengtian strolled over and said, Even enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree comes in tiers, you know. Breaking through a realm the way you just saw is decent, but there are higher levels. Superior to a mere breakthrough is awakening martial intent, sword intent, blade intent, and the like. Above that, the Bodhi tree may shed Bodhi leaves, each granting several rounds of enlightenment. Higher still are the branches, which can bestow more than a dozen insights. And at the pinnacle lies the Bodhi fruit, the ultimate Tao fruit on the tree. As far as I'm aware, only a handful of top-tier monsters from the central region 1,000 years ago ever obtained a Bodhi fruit. No one has managed it since. While he spoke, he stepped in front of the crowd, back straight, and expression proud. Sun Xiu raised an eyebrow the moment he saw him and blurted, Yang Fengtian? Ying Tianrui frowned as well. Yang Fengtian glanced around, a smile tugging at his lips. It's been a while, you two. And this is? His gaze shifted to Luo Tian, open hostility in his eyes. Shui Linglong's bright gaze was fixed on Luo Tian, and that annoyed Yang Fengtian even more. Sensing the tension, Luo Rong quickly said, This is my brother, Luo Tan from Beiqing on Yefeng Kingdom's northern border. Yefeng Kingdom? Yang Fengtian froze, then gave a short laugh. So he's a country bumpkin? Forgive me, brother Luo. I tend to speak my mind, and the truth just slips out. My apologies. He clasped his hands in mock respect, but his tone dripped with scorn. Luo Tian remained calm, as though he hadn't heard. Luo Rong's face flushed. You've talked long enough, who are you exactly? Yang Fengtian didn't answer right away. He turned to Sun Xiu. Brother Sun, why don't you introduce me? Sun Xiu's face darkened, yet he spoke in a low voice. Yang Fengtian, young master of the Yang clan of the Tianyang Empire, third on the hidden dragon list. Yang Fengtian wagged a finger, his smile widening. Correction. Before Mount Sumeru opened, ID already moved up to second. In other words, within the Tianyang Empire, only Chu Qinyang ranks above me. Everyone else falls short, without exception. He stole a smug glance at Luo Tian, then quickly looked back at Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong, however, was still gazing at Luo Tian, eyes sparkling and expression unchanged. Yang Fengtian felt something lodge in his chest. He could almost cough up blood. Hadn't she heard him? Soon enough, he would make her see the gap between that bumpkin and himself. Stifling his irritation, he smiled and asked Luo Tian, Brother Luo, here for the Bodhi tree as well? Luo Tian gave him a cool look and nodded. As he should be. Yang Fengtian clasped his hands behind his back, voice airy. Opportunities like this don't exist in Yefeng Kingdom. Remember, though, the Bodhi tree grants enlightenment according to talent. If you're trash, no amount of effort will help. Luo Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back and sneered. So that makes you a genius, does it? Of course. Yang Fengtian laughed loudly. If you don't believe me, watch closely. With that, he leapt toward the Bodhi tree. As Yang Fengtian stepped into view, Exclamations rippled through the crowd around the Bodhi tree. Yang Fengtian, number 3 on the hidden dragon list. You're behind the timeshes, already moved up to second. Among all the prodigies gathered here today, he's probably the strongest, right? Drop the probably and own it. I can't wait to see what he comprehends. In the uproar, every gaze locked onto Yang Fengtian. Even cultivators already in meditation looked up, basking in the attention of thousands. Yang Fengtian instinctively glanced at Shui Linglong, only to find her completely indifferent. A sharp pang shot through his chest, and he muttered to himself, "Stubborn woman, you'll regret this soon." He sat cross-legged, breathing slowing until faint waves of energy spread from his body. The silent Bodhi tree responded with a gentle shimmer. Look, the Bodhi tree is moving. Everyone raised their heads. Streams of light converged on a single leaf, which detached with no wind and floated down to stop before Yang Fengtian. A band of spiritual radiance flared around him. A Bodhi leaf. The tree has bestowed a Bodhi leaf. Heavens, this is my first time seeing one. He really is the top genius of our Tianyang Empire. Praise broke out on all sides. Yang Fengtian slowly opened his eyes, rolling the crystal-clear leaf between his fingers, a smug smile on his lips. Another flash of light sent him back to his original spot. Each person was allowed only one enlightenment. On his return, he lifted the leaf and sighed theatrically. Alas, just a step away from earning an entire branch. Such a pity. To the onlookers, it was pure showboating. Luo Xiaoxiao snorted. What's so great about that? It's only a leaf. Yang Fengtian shot her a sideways glance. True, it's nothing special, just a realm some people will never touch in their lifetime. His eyes swept between Luo Tian and Shui Linglong, challenge written all over his face. You. Luo Xiaoxiao stomped her foot. I'm going to try. How hard can enlightenment be? She had barely moved when Lin Zhaoran stepped in front of her. Hold on, Xiaoxiao. Let me test the waters first. He'll come back with some pointers. With her nod, Lin Zhaoran leapt beneath the tree. The instant he settled, a beam of light bounced him back out. Brother Lin, how did it go? Luo Xiaoxiao hurried over, joined by curious eyes from all around. Lin Zhaoran gave an embarrassed grin. I improved my cultivation a little. His gains were minimal, just a slight rise in realm. Yang Fengtian chuckled softly, the sound half mocking. Lin Zhaoran's face darkened, and he retreated to the side, teeth clenched. Let's give it a try too. Han Wenzhou and Bai Tianyu jumped forward. They lasted slightly longer than Lin Zhaoran, yet were ejected all the same. Both of them had made a slight advance in cultivation, but neither had broken through, let alone grasped any insight into martial intent. They drifted back to the group on unsteady feet, ears still ringing with residual energy, yet no one dared ask what had happened. Their faces were flushed crimson, their eyes evasive, the shame plain to see. Yang Fengtian stepped forward, his cloak flicking around his ankles, smugness all but spilling from his grin. I warned you, didn't I? You were begging for humiliation. Look at brother Luo Tian back there, at least he knows his limits and stayed out of the way. Cowardly, sure, but better that than making a fool of yourself. His words jabbed like needles, and the crowd's expressions darkened at once, anger almost turning tangible. Why are you glaring at me? Did I say anything wrong? Brother Luo Tian, am I right? Yang Fengtian sneered, directing the ridicule toward Luo Tian again. Luo Tian arched a brow. Ever since they'd entered the mountain, this man had been snide at every turn. He had planned to ignore him, but Yang kept pushing. Fine if you want disgrace, I'll oblige you, he thought coldly. If you're so eager to embarrass yourself, I'll help you, Luo Tian said calmly. Oh, brother Luo Tian wants to give it a try as well? Yang Fengtian flicked the Bodhi leaf in his hand, mockery curling on his lips. I'm curious to see what you can possibly comprehend. His plan was simple. Have both of them meditate beneath the Bodhi tree, and the gap between them would be obvious. Once his own performance shown, Shui Linglong was bound to choose his side. Go for it, brother Tian. Shut that guy up. Luo Rong clenched his fists in support. Luo Tian nodded to his younger brother and walked toward the massive Bodhi tree. The thick trunk gleamed with a gentle luster, pale gold aura drifting between the leaves. Yang Fengtian narrowed his eyes at Luo Tian's back, secretly delighted. Just a hick from Night Wind Kingdom wait till he makes a fool of himself. Luo Tian stopped at the foot of the tree and looked up into the layered canopy. Enlightenment? What's left for me to grasp? Every stat is already max said no. Far beyond maxo, what else could I possibly realize? He stood in thought, unmoving, while whispers spread around him. Hey, what's he doing? Why isn't he sitting down? Probably froze from nerves. Give it a bit longer, and the Bodhi tree will eject him on its own. What a waste. Resigned sighs rippled through the crowd. Buzz. A ribbon of light suddenly bloomed from the trunk, followed by countless motes that lit up like falling stars. In an instant, the entire Bodhi tree blazed like a midday sun, so bright the onlookers had to avert their eyes. Whoosh. The surging radiance swept out, and dozens of cultivators seated at the base were hurled away by an invisible force. What's going on? I wasn't done comprehending. Is the tree malfunctioning? Why did it throw us all out? Anger and panic tangled as voices rose. Then someone pointed to the base of the tree and shouted, "Wait, there's still someone under there." Every gaze locked on Luo Tian, standing alone in a sea of light. That spectacle is the Bodhi Dao fruit about to descend? Who is he? His luck is insane. Exclamations rang out, and even Yang Fengshen's face turned grim. Had never heard of such a phenomenon. Buzz. A second, even fiercer pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth quaked in response. The crowd held its breath. The entire valley fell silent except for the hum of light cleaving the air. Am I seeing this right? That light. Among the crowd, an elderly man muttered in utter disbelief. Most cultivators reach enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree, borrowing its Tao-infused aura to elevate their own cultivation. Yet the sight before them shattered every convention. The Bodhi tree itself had achieved enlightenment. After a brief silence, every gaze instinctively shifted to Luo Tian, who was seated beneath the branches. Luo Tian still sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed as if lost in some profound contemplation, completely unaware of the upheaval around him. The crowd first stared in confusion, then exchanged baffled glances. Could Luo Tian be the true walking Bodhi tree? Under their watch, the genuine Bodhi tree erupted with radiance. Soft golden light pulsed along its trunk as it shot upward at a pace visible to the naked eye. The Bodhi fruits hanging from its boughs, already etched with runes of cosmic law, swelled in size, their Tao resonance growing so dense it made nearby cultivators' hearts pound. Within just a dozen breaths, the entire tree had doubled in height, releasing an even vaster aura. Light gathered and spiraled among the leaves before coalescing into the phantom image of a young girl. No sooner had she taken shape than she glanced around, then dropped to her knees before Luo Tian, her voice halting yet resolute. "My deepest thanks, sage." Pulled from his reverie by the commotion, Luo Tian blinked at the girl, then looked up at the now towering Bodhi tree, bewilderment all over his face. "Who are you?" Pressing her forehead to the ground, she answered, "Sage, I am the tree spirit of this Bodhi tree." "The tree spirit of the Bodhi tree?" Luo Tian echoed. He glanced again at the trunk, which was nearly twice as thick as before, and couldn't help but gasp. The tree actually grew? Silence fell once more. Everyone had thought they'd already witnessed the Bodhi tree's wonders. Yet words failed them again. The venerable tree was kowtowing to a young cultivator. The tree spirit lifted her head, her voice trembling. "Sage, since I first gained sentience a millennium ago, I have cultivated each day yet made no progress. In another century, had I still failed to break through, my consciousness would have faded with time. I scoured the world for fortune and found none, resigning myself to oblivion. Yet the moment you arrived, your boundless Tao aura allowed me to transcend in an instant. My power soared, and I gained 10,000 more years of life. You saved me, sage. Please accept my gratitude once again." She bowed deeply a second time. Onlookers gaped. This was the Bodhi tree before which even emperors prostrated for a single fallen twig. Now the entire tree was bowing to Luo Tian. Only then did Luo Tian piece together what had happened. He had come seeking enlightenment, gained nothing, and somehow made the Bodhi tree come to its senses. He opened his mouth, uncertain what to say. The tree spirit lifted her eyes, speaking cautiously. "Sage, I have one more request." "Might you grant it?" "Oh, let's hear it first." Luo Tian frowned. Nervousness flickered across her face. "I wish, sage, that you would bestow upon me one more chance at fortune." Luo Tian felt even more exasperated. Others left enlightenment sessions with breakthroughs or precious Bodhi leaves and branches. He, on the other hand, had received nothing and was now being asked for an opportunity by the tree itself. What kind of situation was this? He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the spirit. "What exactly do you want?" "Anything that comes from your side, sage, whatever you are willing to give." "Sage, as you comprehend the grand Tao, you may not realize that everything around you simply by staying at your side has absorbed its traces. Others might not sense it, but I can see it clearly. Please grant me a token of it." Having spoken, the Bodhi tree spirit prostrated herself again, her forehead striking the bluestone with a crisp thud. Luo Tian studied her near fanatical devotion, torn between amusement and helplessness. Since she had aided him more than once, he finally reached into his spatial ring, produced a folded iron longsword, and offered it to her. "This was my old sword. I haven't used it for ages. Will it do?" The moment her gaze touched the blade, the Bodhi tree spirit trembled as if thunderstruck. To her eyes, the unremarkable weapon was wreathed in invisible runes of the path of destruction, ready to rend the heavens at a breath. Bang! She kowtowed once more, louder than before. "Thank you for the sage's gift." Luo Tian scratched his head, muttering, "It's only a plain iron sword. Why is she so worked up? She really hasn't seen the world." Cradling the sword as though it were fragile glass, the spirit moved with exaggerated care. Luo Tian cleared his throat. Spirit, since I've given you a gift, shouldn't there be a return? I've heard your Bodhi leaves and branches are quite extraordinary." He added silently that his enlightenment had failed and had paid a sword for it, didn't want to come out empty-handed. The Bodhi tree spirit snapped back to herself and nodded quickly. You're right, I was too excited. Forgive me, sage. Lifting her hand, she made the Bodhi branches quiver. Shhhhhh. A dozen crystalline Tao fruits, glowing faintly with gold, dropped neatly at her feet. She gathered them up and held them out. Sage, please don't disdain these Tao fruits. Luo Tian froze. A single Bodhi Tao fruit could start a war. Now had traded an old sword for a pile of them. Head struck gold. Yet the spirit watched him with growing anxiety. Was the sage displeased? A few Tao fruits clearly weren't enough. She had to show greater sincerity. Acting on that thought, she yanked at her own branches. With soft snaps, leaves and twigs came away at the roots, and her once luxuriant hair thinned before his eyes until the hairline crept toward her crown. Only then did Luo Tian recover and wave frantically. Stop. That's enough. She plucked 2 more handfuls before halting, nearly bald. Seeing her state, Luo Tian felt a pang of guilt. Your hair. Still smiling, the Bodhi tree spirit replied solemnly, don't worry, sage. These branches will grow back in 2 or 3 months. The Tao fruits, however, need a few years to ripen. Should you need more, come again. Luo Tian offered an awkward smile and nodded. That's very considerate of you. The spirit of the Bodhi tree lowered her gaze, letting her eyes drift across Luo Tian's face several times before mustering her courage. Sage, I have one more presumptuous request. Oh, what is it now? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. The spirit bit her lip, her voice soft but urgent. Would you take me with you? Let me stay by your side. She knew that simply being near him, soaking in the Tao rhythm that flowed from him, would transform her. And in the future, there was always the possibility of receiving his gifts. A glimmer flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. The tree wasn't particularly useful to him, but for others it was an unrivaled opportunity. Planting the entire Bodhi tree in North Border City would dramatically boost the city's strength. With that in mind, he gave a small nod. All right, I still have matters to finish here, but once I'm done I'll come back for you and take you off Mount Sumeru. Thank you, sage. The spirit's face brightened. She stole a glance at Luo Rong and the others in the distance. Sage, are those your companions? They are. Luo Tian followed her gaze. If you plan to leave, you could let them stay here, she offered quickly. I can help them cultivate. Her little scheme was obvious. A verbal promise was one thing, but if Luo Rong and the others remained here, she would hold the most reliable guarantee. Still, Luo Tian sensed no malice, and her willingness to aid his friends was actually a boon. Very well. Wait here, I'll explain it to them. With that, he lifted a hand. Spiritual energy swirled like a silver river, gathering the fallen Bodhi branches into a neat bundle. Hoisting them over his shoulder like firewood, he strode toward Luo Rong and the others. They were still reeling from the earlier spectacle, but when Luo Tian approached, they erupted in cheers. Brother Tian, you're unbelievable. Where did you get all this? Luo Rong's eyes practically caught fire. Smiling, Luo Tian turned his hand and revealed several crystal-clear Bodhi fruits. Everyone who saw it gets one. He distributed the fruits to Luo Rong's group, pointedly ignoring Sun Xiu's 3 bodyguards and Yang Fengtian. The bodyguards stared at the Tao fruits in regret, wishing they'd lifted a finger to help Luo Rong back when he was in danger. If they had, a fruit might be theirs now. Yang Fengtian's expression was even more dramatic, shifting from ashen to crimson. He remembered strutting around with a single Bodhi leaf, convinced Luo Tian would never catch up to him. Yet here Luo Tian was with Bodhi fruits plus armfuls of branches far beyond anything he could touch. Luo Rong threw an arm around Luo Tian's shoulders and raised his voice in mock surprise. Hey, Grand Genius Yang, what's with that face? Weren't you strutting a moment ago? Cack out your tongue. You're a bod hilly level genius. We could never dream of reaching that height. I thought that so-called Bodhi leaf was supposed to be something extraordinary after the way you were bragging, Luo Rong sneered, waving a fistful of bright green leaves in front of the crowd. Look at Brother Tian, how many did he bring back? 10,000. Seems to me these leaves aren't worth a copper. You'd have to be pretty ignorant to treat this stuff like treasure, he added, twisting the knife. Yang Fengtian's face flushed scarlet. He opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. The mountain of Bodhi leaves mocked him in silence. After a long moment, he could only snort and storm off, robes billowing behind him. Pathetic, Luo Rong muttered, tossing the leaves back into the sack. Luo Tian had watched quietly the whole time. Now he clapped his hands lightly, drawing every eye. All right, everyone, head to the Bodhi tree and start cultivating. With a few words, he explained his agreement with the tree spirit. What? The Bodhi tree spirit is going to guide us personally? The crowd exploded. Sun Xiu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Since following Luo Tian, the surprises had been non-stop. Dark spirit fluid from the blood pool to temper his flesh, heavenly, or to cleanse his meridians. A Bodhi Dao fruit in hand and now direct tutelage from a tree spirit. In the Tianyang kingdom's younger generation, his talent was mediocre at best. Money had always been his sole advantage. Yet this trip to Mount Sumeru had pushed his combat strength close to the top 20 of the hidden dragon, ranking on honor no Sun clan member had ever achieved. His heart blazed with excitement. Sticking with Luo Tian really does pay off. The others were just as fired up. Under Luo Tian's direction, they filed toward the Bodhi tree. Sister Shui, let's go together. Luo Xiaoxiao grabbed Shui Linglong's hand. Ah sure. Shui Linglong cast a reluctant glance back at Luo Tian before being tugged away. The ancient Bodhi tree towered like a green mountain, its leaves rustling in the breeze. A voice flowed from the canopy, old yet gentle. Sage, rest easy. I will do everything in my power to aid their cultivation. For millennia, countless seekers have gained insight beneath my branches. Their revelations are etched into every leaf vein. I shall draw on that wisdom to strengthen them swiftly. Luo Tian bowed. I leave them in your care. With everything settled, he turned and left under the others' admiring gazes. Some distance away he paused, fished a message talisman from his spatial ring, and found dozens of missed transmissions all from old Zhou of the Tianchuan kingdom. Great, I forgot about this. He injected a wisp of spiritual power. Young Master Luo Tian, finally. Are you all right? Old Zhou's anxious voice rang out. I'm fine. What's happened? The Tower of Destiny has appeared at the very summit of Mount Sumeru. 2 friends and I are already on our way. Get over here before someone else claims it. On my way. Luo Tian cut the link, dimmed the talisman, and in the blink of an eye vanished from sight. Elsewhere, Old Zhou lowered the talisman and exhaled heavily. A gray-haired elder beside him frowned. Old Zhou, who is this Luo Tian that you rate so highly? Stroking his beard, Elder Zhou smiled and said, that man is a master of soul force. The 2 gray-robed elders beside him turned in surprise. A master of soul force? I know nearly every such expert in the Tianyang Empire and its vassal states, but I've never heard of a young Lord Luo Tian. One of them muttered, frowning. Elder Zhou recalled Luo Tian's earlier display and whispered, you'll understand once you meet him. Keeping the secret to himself, he started upward again. The other 2 exchanged puzzled looks, but followed. The path twisted sharply, and a pair of stone golems stepped out of the mist to block their way. Again, the closer we get to the summit, the more of these things appear. Finish them quickly, the leading elder barked. All 3 struck at once, waves of force booming across the mountainside. Similar battle sounds echoed up and down the trail. Damn it. Every climb starts with clearing these freaks. A bare-chested brute roared, punching a golem away while gasping for breath. They don't die, smash them, and they heal. If only we could drag one home to keep. Another elder grumbled as he fought. A middle-aged swordsman severed a golem's arm, only to see the shards knit together instantly. He snorted, keep dreaming. Outside this realm, they're just rubble. Let's talk, push them back. Someone shouted, cutting off the complaints. Relax. If we're tied up, everyone else is too. No one's reaching the summit that fast, an elder said, trying to reassure them. Fair point, the brawny man laughed. In past years, everyone reached the Tower of Destiny within minutes of each other. The gap never widened. Yet this time, not a soul stood before the Tower of Destiny. Where's everybody? Why is no one here? Luo Tian murmured, bewildered. Did I get here late? Did they go inside already? A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Creak. The bronze gate scraped open, revealing a dim corridor that disappeared into cold darkness. One step at a time, no point hesitating. Shaking off the thought, Luo Tian strode inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world spun. Outside, the tower looked ordinary. Inside, it was a realm unto itself, the first floor already as vast as a great plaza. Buzz. A soft white light formed a glowing orb that hovered before him. Challenger, you stand on the first floor of the Tower of Destiny. Rules. 1. Face the projection of the Tower Guardian. 2. Survive 10 moves for a 4th-class reward, 20 for a 3rd-class reward, 30 for a 2nd-class reward and passage to the 2nd floor, 50 for a 1st-class reward and passage to the 2nd floor, 100 for a hidden reward and passage to the 2nd floor. The orb's voice was cold and emotionless. Luo Tian nodded to himself. No wonder no one's Harathive all been pushed on to the 2nd floor already. I'm already late, so I'd better skip sending a message to Zhou Lao and get upstairs to meet him. Lost in thought, Luo Tian stood at the center of the 1st floor of Tianming Tower. Overhead, the hovering orb of light quivered impatiently and urged, if you understand the rules, speak. Understood, Luo Tian answered. Buzz. The orb flashed, and a phantom coalesced. A bare-chested man with iron-dark skin and a lattice of scars, as though he had stepped straight off an ancient battlefield. The orb introduced him. This is the floor's guardian. Tell me when you're ready, and the match begins. Luo Tian studied the phantom, then looked up. I have a question. Speak. You said the hidden reward is for lasting 100 moves. What if I beat him? The orb froze. For the first time, its hard voice held emotion. Beat him? You? Do you even know whose shadow this is? Luo Tian shook his head. This battle shadow belonged to a warlord of antiquity, left when he reached the crossing tribulation realm. His strength is nearly identical to his prime. For thousands of years he's guarded this floor, and no one has lasted 100 moves. Defeat him? If you can, I'll award the highest prize, and keep your own shadow here to replace him. Oh, the highest prize? Really? Really? The orb sneered. In the spirit of the first floor. My word is law. If you've got the skill, beat him. Then let's begin, Luo Tian declared. The orb flared once more, and the phantom slowly opened its eyes. Boom. A violent aura engulfed the entire floor. Luo Tian's gaze brightened. Impressive indeed. Still in the crossing tribulation realm, yet stronger than anyone had met at that level. No wonder the tower spirit was confident. From the side, the spirit chuckled. Afraid now? Feel his power. Bang. The phantom stamped the ground and lunged like a thunderbolt. Presumptuous brat. The spirit was already picturing Luo Tian being crushed. Boom. The phantom's fist smashed into Luo Tian's chest, yet Luo Tian didn't budge. Huh? How the spirit's voice died mid-sentence. Luo Tian frowned, disappointment in his tone. You look tough, I expected more. I took your punch. Now take mine. He tightened his fist and swung. Boom. Terrifying force erupted. The phantom shattered into a storm of light, the leftover power slamming into the tower wall. Don't. The crash echoed while the protective runes covering the floor lit up at once, struggling to contain the shockwave. Crack crack. Rune after rune splintered, on the verge of collapse. Oh no. The Tianming Tower is about to collapse. Kid, what have you done? The tower spirit shrieked. Thunderous booms echoed across the first level, and the rune-inscribed walls were riddled with cracks. With a flicker, Luo Tian appeared at the heart of the blast. He waved his hand lightly, and the raging fist aura vanished in an instant, while the shattered tower walls knit themselves back together. Whoosh, the clamor faded, and the tower looked as though nothing had happened. Only the glowing sphere of the tower spirit hung in midair, trembling so hard it almost shattered into sparks. Luo Tian brushed the lingering force from his palms and said casually, sorry about almost pulling your tower apart. Our deal still stands, right? The orb quivered wildly, then squeezed out a single reply deal. A low hum followed. A teal gold beam dropped from the top of the tower, revealing an ornate suit of armor that floated before Luo Tian. The edges of its plates veined with faint lightning. Armor? Doesn't look very practical, Luo Tian muttered, raising an eyebrow. What do you know? The tower spirit snapped. This is 8th tier treasure armor. It can completely ignore any attack up to tribulation crossing level. Total immunity? Luo Tian's eyes lit up. That could be handy, I guess. Just handy? The spirit almost choked but forced itself to stay calm. Stowing the armor, Luo Tian asked offhandedly. Can I head to the second level now? Hold on. The orb floated in his way. Your apparition first has to become the new guardian. Luo Tian paused. Oh, what do I need to do? Stand still. As the words fell, the orb flared with blinding white light. Tens of thousands of runes on the floor and ceiling lit up at once, weaving into a massive formation that enveloped Luo Tian. What's this? Luo Tian looked around. A duplication array, the spirit explained. It uses the tower's aura and destiny as a guide to copy a combat phantom of you. Your techniques won't be reproduced perfectly, but the power should be close to the real thing. Inside, though, the spirit was panicking. This freak is too strong. If I replicate him one tune, who's ever getting past the first level again? No, I have to nerf him. It secretly flicked an almost imperceptible rune into the still-forming phantom. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Nothing, just a precaution. The spirit said perfunctorily. The light collapsed inward, and the combat phantom solidified completely. Same build, same aura, black clothes and long hair. The same cold expression, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the original. It really does look like me. Luo Tian gave it an interested once-over. The tower spirit cleared its throat and proclaimed, from this moment on, this phantom is the guardian of the first level of Tianming Tower. As long as the tower stands, so will it, unless someone defeats it. This is both an honor and a boon. You won't feel the benefits right now, but you will in the future. The procedure is complete. You may proceed to the second level. As it finished speaking, the runes on the orb chimed softly, and the entrance to the second level opened with a slow rumble. Thanks. He'll be going then. Luo Tian nodded, stepped through the teleportation gate, and disappeared. Left alone, the spirit orb hovered in the empty first level and groaned under its breath. Crap, I nerfed him too hard. That phantom isn't even 1% of his actual strength. With it this week, we're going to have a flood of challengers making it to level 2 this year. Those guys upstairs are probably laughing their heads off at me. Well, it's too late to complain now. I just hope someone strong comes along, smashes this phantom, and lets me be the tower guardian again, the spirit of the first floor muttered helplessly. At that moment, Luo Tian stepped onto the second level of the Tower of Destiny. No one here either? He scanned the empty floor and sighed. I really did linger too long beneath the Bodhi tree. Clang, a clear sword cry sliced through the still air. Luo Tian whirled around to find a girl of about 7 or 8 leaning against a stone pillar, studying him without emotion. I am the spirit of the second floor, also known as the Sword Tower, she said coolly. Ahead are 99 swords, ranked from 1 to 99, strongest to weakest. Each sword seals the intent of its former master. Defeat any sword intent, or earn its approval, and you may proceed to the third floor. A word of advice. Every sword belonged to a legend. Even the weakest could cause rivers of blood outside. For your own sake, choose sword 99. She lowered her head and began polishing a sword case, as though Luo Tian no longer existed. Thank you. Luo Tian nodded and walked straight to the last sword. She glanced at him and murmured, at least you know your limits. Luo Tian gripped the 99th sword. The metal was icy against his palm. A sharp, hostile intent surged toward him. Chi. The intent shattered the instant it touched him, dispersed by an unseen force. Luo Tian blinked. There was nothing left inside the blade. The sword intent killed itself? He felt a chill. What's wrong? The girl didn't look up, still wiping the case. Nothing. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Taking a treasure and breaking it in the same breath was hardly glorious. An idea struck him: could leave his own sword intent inside, as long as he suppressed its strength. With his back to the girl, Luo Tian grasped the sword once more. Whoosh. Energy coursed through him. A thin strand, forcibly restrained, flowed into the blade. Clang. The sword rang lightly. A fresh sword intent settled within. Hearing the chime, the girl raised her head in surprise. You did it? More or less, Luo Tian replied. You have some talent for the sword. Keep training and you'll go far. Will you challenge the other blades, or head to the third floor? Feeling guilty, he said quickly, they'll move on to the third floor. She pointed, and the entrance appeared. Go. Thank you. Luo Tian returned the sword to slot 99. The blade gave a soft, dissatisfied hum, but finally grew quiet. Moments later, Luo Tian stepped toward the third level. Tower of Destiny, third level. As soon as Luo Tian stepped in, a surge of spiritual energy swept over him, far denser than on the two lower levels. He looked up to find the space shaped like an isolated pocket world. The dome stretched so high and wide its edges were nowhere in sight. In the distant sky, phantom dragons and phoenixes flickered past and vanished. Seeing no one around, Luo Tian muttered, Old Zhou and the others are really fast. Just then a deep voice sounded from the void. Welcome to the third level of the Tower of Destiny. Spare me the courtesy and give me the rules. I'm on the clock, Luo Tian interrupted. The voice paused, then continued. This is the Sea of Qi challenge. You will be subjected to the pressure left behind by the Sea of Qi phenomena of those who came before you. If your own Sea of Qi can endure for 100 breaths, you may proceed to the fourth level. Sea of Qi phenomena? Luo Tian froze, scratching his head with a wry smile. I don't have one. After gathering my Qi, I only got a starry ocean, nothing like beasts or mountains. That's fine. As long as your Sea of Qi isn't crushed, you pass. The voice replied evenly. All right, let's start. Luo Tian nodded. You are the last contestant on this level. If it's too much, just say stop and it'll lift the pressure. Thanks. A low hum rippled through the air. Luo Tian sat cross-legged, fingertips trembling as blood and Qi surged. This round is different, he thought. I'm strong in combat and swordplay, but I've got no edge with Sea of Qi phenomena. They'll have to give it everything. He shut his eyes and drove his Qi into overdrive. Up in the void, the unseen examiner muttered, serious kid. Solid talent, but it's a shame he lacks a phenomenon. Boom. A blazing star burst into view above Luo Tian, fire billowing off its surface. The voice went silent. What? The star hovered overhead with crushing intensity, its heat reddening Luo Tian's face. After a beat, the voice recovered. You said you had no phenomenon. That single star alone ranks in this level's top 10, top 5. Before the sentence ended, the scene shifted again. In a single breath, hundreds of stars aligned into a radiant river, dazzling the void. The voice was struck dumb. Top 5. That's clearly first. And the display kept expanding. Rumble. The number of stars swelled tenfold, their brilliance merging into a vast ocean. Tidal pressure swept outward, shattering the remnants of every other phenomenon in the air and showering the sky with shards of light. The voice finally shouted, stop. At this rate you'll wreck the entire trial ground. You've passed, now quit. As the words echoed, the entrance to the next level shimmered into view. However, Luo Tian was completely focused on circulating his Qi and didn't notice a thing. Stop, stop right now. The voice hidden in the dark shrieked, ready to force its way out and wake Luo Tian up. But before the last word fell, boom. Behind the phantom star, a deep black hole suddenly formed above Luo Tian's head. What in the world is that? The voice was stunned yet again. Once the black hole took shape, the pressure around Luo Tian doubled, as if the entire starry sky were collapsing. Stop, stop it. The voice was on the verge of collapse, while Luo Tian kept his eyes shut, silently chanting. Give it everything. Give it everything. Give it everything. I must not quit. His Qi whirled madly, each surge crashing like thunder. I can't hold on, damn, stop. The resistance grew weaker and weaker until the voice fainted beneath the overwhelming pressure. In its last flicker of consciousness, it vaguely saw an endless ocean of stars. 100 breaths later. Time should be up, right? Luo Tian opened his eyes to find the surroundings empty, all the earlier visions gone. Senior, does that mean I passed? He asked, but no one answered. Senior, are you still here? If I passed, is there a reward? Still silence. Damn, seriously? No reward again. Stingy. Luo Tian muttered, but seeing the upward passage open, he stepped in. Whatever, the path is open. Let's go. Long after Luo Tian left, the unconscious voice slowly came to. Curse it, I thought I was done for. What kind of monster is that kid? I have to warn the ones upstairs extremely careful. Fourth floor of the Destiny Tower. A woman with skin like fresh snow hovered in midair, her face ashen as she stared at Luo Tian, terror filling her eyes. Senior, what's wrong? You've been staring at me for ages. Say something. What are the rules for this floor? Is there a reward? Luo Tian asked. She drew a deep breath, her voice trembling. This floor tests soul power, but I don't want to test you. Huh? Why not? Luo Tian blinked. She looked up and gazed once more into Luo Tian's soul sea, only to find a boundless abyss with no end in sight. Even the casual ripples he released made her soul body tremble. If she followed the usual procedure and he unleashed his full strength, the backlash would likely destroy her on the spot. Never had she met such a creature. Survival came first. You are exempt. Full marks. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. It works like that? You're so kind. If any other challenger heard her, they'd probably cough up blood in frustration. Ever since Mount Sumeru opened, more than half who reached this floor died by this tower spirit's hand. She was usually the most ruthless of them all. Go, hurry up. Head upstairs. She hastily opened the passage above, unwilling to let Luo Tian linger for even a moment, afraid a casual ripple of his soul power would injure her. Luo Tian glanced at the passage, then scratched his head. What about the reward? She froze, then quickly pulled a black box from behind her and thrust it over. Take it. Only one. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, and with the flicker of emotion, his soul power pulsed, causing ripples in the void. Startled, she shuddered and hurriedly hauled out a dozen more boxes. They're all yours, just take them and go. Luo Tian stared at the box in front of him, puzzled. What's inside it? He asked. The woman, visibly nervous, lowered her voice. Figure it out later, just go. Noticing there was no keyhole, Luo Tian frowned. But how do I open it without a key? Her eyes flicked toward the tower entrance, as if something dreadful might appear. The key isn't here, it's on Mount Sumeru. Now move. Mount Sumeru is enormous. Where am I supposed to look? Luo Tian pressed. After a brief hesitation, she pulled a palm-sized bronze compass from her sleeve and thrust it into his hand. This will guide you to the hidden realm where the key is kept. Stop talking and leave. The compass felt faintly warm against Luo Tian's fingertips, its rune lines pulsing with light. His eyes brightened. Thank you. You're incredibly kind. Instinctively, he reached out as if to shake her hand. She recoiled as though from a viper, backing against the wall and waving frantically. Stay back, please. Just go. Startled, Luo Tian halted and nodded with a smile. All right. Until we meet again. He turned and headed up the passage. Once his figure vanished, the tower spirit on that floor collapsed onto the ground, limbs limp, eyes rimmed red. That scared me half to death. What kind of monster did his family raise? I thought I was done for. She cultivated soul arts and saw only spirits, not flesh. To others, Luo Tian looked like a refined young man. To her, he was an ancient fiend, vast and fanged, capable of swallowing her whole. There was no way she'd let him come any closer. Meanwhile, Luo Tian climbed the stairs and reached the 5th floor of the Tower of Destiny. Soft lamplight bathed the room. Bookshelves lined the walls, and smooth green stone paved the floor. A scholar in a blue robe and hair crown held an ancient scroll, reading aloud. At the sound of footsteps, he looked up, shock flashing across his face. You actually made it up here? Luo Tian cupped his fists and smiled. I had help from the ones below. Setting the scroll aside, the scholar chuckled. Help? Hardly. Little Hun is the last spirit that would help anyone. In thousands of years, only 2 others have reached the 5th floor or the 3rd, so spare the modesty. The 3rd in thousands of years. Luo Tian blinked, then frowned. What about old Zhou and the others? Haven't they arrived? Old Zhou? Who's that? The scholar asked blankly. After a brief silence, Luo Tian understood. Damn, I thought I was late and missed everyone. Turns out I'm early. He gave a wry smile. The scholar gestured toward a seat. Since you're here, let's follow protocol. First, regarding the 2 before Yudo, you know what became of them. Luo Tian shook his head. I don't. The scholar traced a wine jug shape in the air. The first was a shabby swordsman. He reached this floor, downed a single meal's worth of wine, then left. Why? Luo Tian asked, raising an eyebrow. He knew when to retreat, the scholar replied. And the other one? The scholar pointed to a corner. Luo Tian followed his gaze and saw a spotless corpse lying there, skin gray-white, yet uncorrupted, as though time had forgotten him. He was a remarkable cultivator from Central State, the scholar said with regret. Though dead for years, his body remains intact. Luo Tian looked back. How did he die? He failed the challenge, the scholar answered, voice cold as winter wind. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tian fixed his eyes on the scholar. What is this floor's challenge? The scholar smiled and lifted a teacup. No rush. Sit. I'll pour you tea, explain everything, and then you can choose face the trial or walk away. Luo Tian gave a slight nod, chose a seat, and settled in. The soaring tower was deathly still. Across the hall, a scholar set up a small brazier, poured clear water into a bronze kettle, and watched the firelight dance in his eyes. While he adjusted the flame, he began to speak in an even tone. From the moment Tianming Tower was founded, its sole purpose has been to find someone who can inherit its master's legacy. Unfortunately, thousands of years have passed, and not a single successor has appeared. Luo Tian listened in silence, already bored, and let his gaze roam around the hall. Soon a crystal-clear scroll caught his eye, sending shards of cold light skittering across the floor. He stood and wandered over to it. The water by the brazier began to boil. The scholar continued, "The power sealed inside Tianming Tower is unparalleled. Whoever claims it will wield strength beyond imagination." "Mum," Luo Tian replied absently, lifting the crystal scroll and turning the pages. The scholar tossed a few tea leaves into the kettle, their fragrance spreading through the air. "But the greater the power, the greater the danger," he warned. "Countless formidable figures covet the legacy of Mount Shumi." "Right?" Luo Tian said without looking up, continuing to read. The scent of tea thickened, and the scholar's tone grew solemn. "Here, Mount Shumi is merely a secret realm, but in higher worlds, uttering its name alone can set off a bloodbath." Luo Tian turned another page, a faint glow rippling across the surface. "Because the inheritance is so vital," the scholar went on, "the master of Mount Shumi designed countless trials within Tianming Tower. The most crucial of them all is the Book of Destiny." "Is that so?" Luo Tian answered, still distracted. "The Book of Destiny can be opened only by the one chosen by fate," the scholar declared. "If anyone else forces it, the backlash is fatal. The last man who tried paid with his life." "So where exactly can I see this Book of Destiny?" Luo Tian asked offhandedly. The tea was ready. Cup in hand, the scholar walked toward Luo Tian, his expression complicated. "After all I've said, you still won't give up?" "You." He broke off mid-sentence. His eyes locked onto the scroll in Luo Tian's hands. Crash. The porcelain cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor and spilling tea everywhere. The scholar stared, voice trembling. How is that possible?" "What do you mean?" Luo Tian looked up, puzzled. The scholar pointed a shaking finger. You opened the Book of Destiny? This thing?" Luo Tian blinked. The scholar nodded frantically. Luo Tian flipped another page and said casually, "Doesn't seem as lethal as you made it sound." Overcome, the scholar dropped to one knee. "Greetings, my lord." "Huh, lord?" Luo Tian was baffled. Head bowed, the scholar prostrated himself. "The master once decreed that whoever can open the Book of Destiny is the new lord of Tianming Tower and our sovereign. My lord, please accept my homage." With that, he knelt fully and kowtowed. "Hold on, stand up first," Luo Tian said hurriedly, moving to help him. Just then, the Book of Destiny hummed, and a radiant light burst forth. The glow gathered into a sphere of light and drifted toward Luo Tian. The scholar stared at the brilliant orb, tears almost welling in his eyes, and blurted, as expected, "The Book of Destiny has chosen its master. My lord, please refine it. I will keep watch for you." Luo Tian nodded, laid his palm on the orb, and sent his mind inside it. The scholar scanned the surroundings, body taut with vigilance, his heart racing. After all these years, the day had finally come. With the Book of Destiny bound to a master, Mount Shumi would reappear. Even if the refining took ages, there was hope at last. He drew a deep breath and closed his eyes, smiling faintly. Suddenly, a relaxed voice sounded behind him. "Hey, come sit down." The scholar turned, still respectful. "Thank you, my lord, but I dare not. You should focus on refining the Book of Destiny." "It's finished," Luo Tian replied calmly. "What?" The scholar froze. By his reckoning, finishing within 3 days would already be a miracle, yet scarcely any time had passed. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Sensing the doubt, Luo Tian flicked his wrist. The orb floated quietly above his palm, spinning at his leisure. The scholar was stunned. Had it truly been refined? His heart thundered. This speed was absurd. Luo Tian examined the sphere and asked curiously, "So what exactly is this thing?" The scholar bowed. "My lord, that is the core of Mount Shumi." "The core of Mount Shumi?" Luo Tian echoed. "Indeed," the scholar said. "Mount Shumi is actually an immortal artifact. To command it, one must refine this core." "An immortal artifact? The entire mountain?" Luo Tian was astonished. The scholar nodded solemnly, then glanced at the Book of Destiny. "My lord, you've read that book, yes?" "I have, but it's filled with strange scripture I couldn't understand." The scholar smiled. "Those are the restrictive incantations left by the former master. Anyone unchosen who tried to read them would have been erased instantly. Only by reading the entire text could the seal be broken and the core released. Now that the core is in your hands, the whole of Mount Shumi belongs to you." With that, he offered another deep bow. Luo Tian closed his eyes to sense the mountain. At once, its entire life force merged with his own, its ridges and veins unfolding in his mind. He couldn't help marveling at the connection. The scholar quickly cautioned, "My lord, although you now command Mount Shumi, please do not move it from this place for the time being." "Why not?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. The mountain was his, why couldn't he take it? The scholar explained hastily. The former master used Mount Shumi to seal the Sea of Yellow Springs. He said that until the one beneath that sea is truly destroyed, the mountain must remain, or catastrophe will sweep the world. Hearing this, Luo Tian recalled the legends of the Sea of Yellow Springs. He couldn't help asking, what exactly lies beneath the Sea of Yellow Springs? The scholar adjusted the gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose and shook his head awkwardly. "To be honest, I have no idea." "You don't know? Aren't you a tower spirit?" Luo Tian's brows knitted. The scholar gave a helpless smile. "Master, the Destiny Tower and we tower spirits were hastily forged by the old master right before he passed away. Our consciousness hadn't awakened when the layout of the Sea of Yellow Springs and Mount Shumi was set. The old master was mortally wounded and only left us a few words before he died in meditation. I only remember him saying that the Great Terror is sealed under the Sea of Yellow Springs. The previous generation could only suppress it, not destroy it. Only the new Lord of Mount Shumi might be able to kill that thing for good." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. "It's that powerful?" The scholar nodded gravely. "Exactly." Luo Tian thought for a moment and said offhandedly, "Fine. Once I reach the soaring realm, I'll go down and kill it. Leaving it there is just asking for trouble." "What?" The scholar froze. The soaring realm? And he wanted to slay the Great Terror? That was absurd. Changing the subject, Luo Tian pulled out a wooden box he had robbed, more accurately, one on the 4th floor, and gave it a shake. "What's inside this?" "I tried asking the tower spirit below, but she kicked me out before saying a word." The scholar took a closer look and suddenly understood. "That's a millennium pill. Swallowing it grants 1,000 more years of life. To lure challengers in, she tossed every key to it into a secret realm outside." A millennium pill. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed like lanterns. Several elders of the Luo clan were nearly at the end of their lifespan. With this pill they could safely retreat and attempt higher breakthroughs. Seeing his thoughts, the scholar asked, "Master wishes to look for the keys?" "That's right." Luo Tian nodded. "Then allow me to send you to the secret realm where they're hidden." The scholar pressed his palms together, and seals formed in a blur. In the next instant, a swirling spatial passage opened before Luo Tian, its blue glow painting flickering shadows onto the tower walls. "Master, step through and you'll reach the secret realm. We tower spirits are bound by Destiny Tower's rules, so we can't leave to escort you. I hope you understand." The scholar bowed respectfully. "No need to worry. He'll go alone." Luo Tian strode into the vortex. "Safe travels, master." The scholar gave a deep bow, watching Luo Tian vanish into the tunnel. Just then, "Boss, are you there? I've got trouble." The first-floor tower spirit's voice suddenly rang in the scholar's ear. The scholar arched a brow and became a streak of light, merging into the tower wall and reappearing on the first floor. "What is it?" he asked the glowing orb floating in midair. The orb flickered anxiously. "Boss, look at this guardian phantom." One glance, and the scholar's pupils shrank. The phantom looked exactly like Luo Tian. "The master?" The orb froze. "Master? Where?" The scholar drew a deep breath and forced down his shock. "Forget about him for now. What's wrong with the phantom?" The orb sighed. "I botched the crafting. This phantom is way too weak. It probably can't stop anyone." Even before it finished speaking, several powerful auras rolled in from outside Destiny Tower, pressing down like thunder. The orb flashed in panic. "See, they're about to break in. This phantom won't hold even one of them." Outside the Tower of Destiny, 4 elderly men drifted in, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. "Haha, Elder Wu, your trick really worked. Slipping past those puppets saved us a great deal of trouble." The gray-robed leader laughed heartily, his eyes settling on the black-clad elder in the middle. "This time we're taking on the tower at full strength. We're bound to gain something." The black-robed elder, Elder Wu, stroked his beard and spoke gravely. "Stay on guard. The Tower of Destiny is always perilous. Reaching the door is the easy part. Breaking through is anything but. The 4th floor is nasty, sure, but we've already figured out the first 3, a tall, thin elder declared. "Take the first level." I could stroll through it as if it were my own courtyard. An elder beside him chuckled. "Oh, since you're so confident, Brother Lu, why don't you go first?" Lu Yu laughed. "Gladly. Watch how I scale the Tower of Destiny." With that, he stepped through the gate. First floor, Tower of Destiny. The moment Lu Yu's toes touched the floor, a silver-white orb the size of a fist slid from the wall. In a flat, mechanical voice, it recited the rules, then floated over to a scholar-looking young man nearby. "You can read the rules yourself." The orb finished, glancing at the figure in the center. It seemed to sigh. "That projection, well." Lu Yu looked up and saw that the familiar humanoid puppet had been replaced by a white-robed youth made of light. When did the projection change?" "Don't worry, it's weak," the orb assured him solemnly. Lu Yu relaxed, cupped his fists, and bowed. "Thank you, Tower Spirit." Before the words were out, He laughed and slammed a palm at the Luo Tian projection. Boom. An instant later he flew out like a rag doll and landed hard outside the tower. The orb froze. Even its glow flickered. What just happened? I didn't catch it. The scholar's mouth twitched. You call that weak? The orb went silent for a moment. Maybe a challenger was too weak? Or just unlucky? The scholar said nothing. Outside the tower. Brother Lu, are you all right? The remaining 3 elders hurried over to help him up. Lu Ye's face was ghost white. The tower spirit tricked me, he fainted before he could finish. The 3 exchanged baffled looks. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. We'll take a look. The other 2 nodded and watched him step through the gate. Inside the tower, Elder Wu scanned the room, his gaze locking on the Luo Tian projection. His brow tightened. The orb again recited the rules and added at the end, be careful. The projection is weak, but don't get careless. Remembering Lu Ye's fate, Elder Wu wouldn't dare underestimate it. He drew a deep breath, and spiritual energy roared through him, pushing his aura to its peak. The orb wobbled smugly toward the scholar. See, the last guy was careless. This time will be different. The scholar nodded calmly. Die? Elder Wu roared, leaping into the air, fists cracking like thunder. Boom. He traced Lu Ye's arc almost perfectly, blasted out by an even fiercer force, and tumbled to the ground outside. The orb's light flared in shock. Impossible. The scholar stood with his hands behind his back. Another coincidence? The orb was speechless. I'm curious, in what basis did you decide this projection is weak? The scholar asked. The orb's voice dropped. I made a mistake when I crafted it. Its power is less than 1% of the original. The scholar arched a brow and raised a hand. A sheen of light rippled over the Luo Tian projection. The scholar frowned. Less than 1%. It's not even 1 in 1,000, no, even lower. The orb of light swayed lazily in midair, its tones still flippant. Exactly, that's why I said he's weak. The scholar drew a deep breath and pointed at the phantom. Have you considered that even 1,000th of his power might still be terrifying? The orb quivered as if shaking its head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If 1,000th of his strength can crush an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator, is he even human? The scholar paused, eyes flickering. Then let's keep watching. Fine, see for yourself. Outside Tianming Tower, gale winds howled, and the tower's looming shadow pressed on every chest. 2 cultivators were helping the blood-soaked Elder Wu to his feet. Elder Wu, are you all right? One of them asked anxiously. Blood trickled from the elder's lips. His voice was hoarse. Too strong, far too strong. You mean the Tower Guardian? He's powerful, but if you'd really try to dodge him, you wouldn't be this badly hurt, would you? The other man asked, confused. No. The Guardian's been replaced by someone else, someone far stronger. I'm warning you, don't go in. Elder Wu coughed violently, spraying blood on the ground. The 2 felt a cold chill and were about to press him further when a frosty voice cut in. Strong? To trash, everyone looked strong. Who? Elder Wu's companion spun around and shouted, but fell silent at once. Grand Marshal Qin Lin of the Tianyang Empire? He blurted. Qin Lin, commander of all 3 branches of Tianyang's military and Emperor Lu Chunzhou's most trusted lieutenant, was a peak 9th level tribulation stage powerhouse. Aside from the emperor himself, Qin Lin was firmly among the empire's top 5 cultivators. Even more intimidating, more than 30 men stood behind him, every one of them at the tribulation stage. The Tianyang Guard, the man whispered, scalp tingling. Formed personally by Lu Chunzhou, the Tianyang Guard was the empire's sharpest blade, a unit capable of wiping out any first-class sect. Because of them, the imperial throne remained unshakable despite the sea of sects within Tianyang. Qin Lin's eyes flashed like lightning as he swept his gaze over the crowd. What? Any objections? We wouldn't dare, the man replied, cold sweat streaming down his face. Qin Lin snorted. I'm too lazy to clear the tower myself. Who wants to go in for me? Whatever reward you get is yours. Grand Marshal, allow me. A middle-aged man stepped forward, voice booming. Oh, Zhang Chu is it? Go on and don't disgrace the Tianyang Guard. Yes, sir. Zhang Chu strode into Tianming Tower. Qin Lin narrowed his eyes and sneered at the onlookers. Watch closely, you trash, see how my man conquers the tower. However, boom. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying force blasted Zhang Chu out of the entrance and slammed him onto the ground. Huh. Qin Lin froze, eyes razor sharp. What happened? Marshal, the man inside, he's too strong. Zhang Chu's voice trembled. One side of his body was drenched in blood, his injuries clearly grave. Pathetic. Who's next? Qin Lin roared. Marshal, allow me. Another Tianyang guard bowed and charged into the tower. 3 seconds later, boom. He, too, was hurled out. That man, commander, he's beyond anything I've ever seen. The guard's lips were bloodless, his voice breaking. He managed those few words before collapsing in a heap. Qin Lin stood frozen, mind reeling. Moments ago, he had been bragging about the elite soldiers under his command. Now, in the blink of an eye, 2 Tianyang guards had been hurled out like sacks of grain. Humiliated in front of everyone, his weather-beaten face flushed scarlet. Where's Changchun? Qin Lin barked. A soft rush of footsteps answered him. Changchun stepped forward, fist to chest. Marshal, go inside and find out what happened, but be careful. Yes, sir. With a short bow, Changchun strode into the Destiny Tower. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the crowd could settle, more figures sliced through the air behind them. Haha, Marshal Qin, as swift as ever you even beat us to the tower. A cheerful laugh preceded the newcomer's landing. Qin Lin turned and recognized Feng Litian, Palace Master of Wuyo Immortal Palace. He replied coolly, Palace Master Feng, had you not paused to gather your disciples, I doubt I'd have arrived first. Feng Litian shook his head, smiling. You overpraise me. My strength still falls short of yours. Even as he spoke, another figure emerged behind him, Lei Wanjun, Master of the Thunder Gate. Qin Lin narrowed his eyes. Spare me the flattery, Master Lei. In cultivation, the three of us are evenly matched. Lei Wanjun laughed heartily and led his party to stand beside the other factions. Elder Wu, who had just regained consciousness, saw both top-tier forces arrive and drew a sharp breath. Worthy opponents indeed, they hadn't relied on shortcuts, yet still made stunning time. Lei Wanjun suddenly glanced at Feng Litian. I heard someone declared war on Wuyo Immortal Palace. Is that true? Feng Litian raised an eyebrow. It is. Some youngster named Luo Tian spouted off about wiping us out. And you're not worried? Lei Wanjun teased. Feng Litian rolled his eyes. Arrogant fools pop up every year. If I fretted over each one, how could I remain palace master? Well said. Lei Wanjun laughed even louder, then looked to Qin Lin. Marshal, who's inside the tower now? Changchun. Qin Lin answered curtly. Changchun. Lei Wanjun blinked. One of your best men. Sending him this quickly or serious? Qin Lin gave a faint nod. He had always trusted Changchun's strength. But before his words had settled, boom, the Destiny Tower shuddered. A violent gust blasted Changchun out through the entrance. He slammed into the ground, dirt spraying in every direction. Changchun. Qin Lin cried in shock. Changchun's breastplate was caved in, a clear fist-shaped dent marring the metal. Blood trickled down his torn uniform. Marshal, he's too strong. Changchun gritted out, swaying on his feet. Feng Litian's expression darkened. He knew how capable Changchun was, strong enough to head an entire sect elsewhere in the Tianyang kingdom, yet the man had been crippled with a single punch. Changchun forced out a few more words. First floor, the Guardians changed, he's monstrously powerful. Qin Lin swallowed his fury and asked, how many moves did you last? Two, Changchun whispered, and the strength drained from him entirely. Qin Lin and the others exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grave. For thousands of years, the Guardian of the Tower of Destiny's first level had never changed. Yet in only a few short years, a new keeper had appeared, one whose power bordered on the absurd. Something was clearly wrong. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Lin said in a low voice, the tower's keeper was never replaced. Yet now a change has come, and the newcomer is overwhelmingly strong. What could be behind this? Feng Litian picked up the thread, his deep voice laced with barely hidden excitement. I've heard rumors that a priceless relic lies somewhere in the tower, unseen for ages. Now that strange events have begun, could it be ready to surface? The words jolted both Qin Lin and Lei Wanjun. Qin Lin's fist tightened until his knuckles cracked. Something's definitely going on in there. I'll go in and find out myself. He moved a step forward. Hold it. Feng Litian barred his way, smiling with calculated politeness. Marshal Qin, your status is far too important to risk the taint of failure. Let me test the waters first. He feared that if Qin Lin entered ahead of him, he would lose his chance. Lei Wanjun refused to listen to them argue. With a quick stride, he headed straight for the tower gate. You two keep talking. He'll go on ahead. Stop. Qin Lin and Feng Litian shouted together, lunging after him. They were half a heartbeat too late. Lei Wanjun slipped inside first, leaving them grinding their teeth in frustration. Only one challenger could occupy the first level at a time. Until Lei Wanjun either failed or cleared the floor, the entrance remained sealed. Inside, a fist-sized sphere of light floated in midair beside the hazy image of a scholar in blue robes. The pair locked in a quiet argument. The light sphere quivered in protest. Boss, those last few challengers were so weak, they made this projection look impressive. The moment a real powerhouse shows up, we'll be exposed. The scholar adjusted imaginary spectacles on his nose and nodded mildly. Very well, we'll see. The sphere brightened and turned toward the gate. Here comes one now, Lei Wanjun. Last time he reached the fourth floor before Sister Hun nearly beat him to death. Among cultivators at the tribulation stage, he's close to the top. If he can't tear through the projection, nothing will. Before it finished speaking, Lei Wanjun strode in and clasped his fists with a booming laugh. Tower Spirit, I've come again to challenge the tower. The sphere flashed, its reply brisk and eager. Good. The trial begins. Give it everything you've got, no holding back. Gladly. Lei Wanjun spread his hands, crackling arcs of lightning blooming in each palm. Twin bolts of violet thunder coiled down his arms like dragons. Prepare to witness true lightning. The sphere whispered to the scholar like a child showing off a toy. See, even the old guardian needed 20 moves to suppress that lightning. The scholar merely inclined his head. Well, watch. Lei Wanjun inhaled sharply, electric arcs exploding beneath his feet as he shot toward the Luotian projection like a cannon round. Thunder Fist. Wrapped in thunder like a heavenly tribulation, his punch crashed down, yet the projection simply raised its own fist, plain and unadorned, and met the blow heated. The sphere started to brag. Now you'll see who. A deafening boom cut it off. The lightning shattered, and Lei Wanjun was hurled across the chamber, smashing into the wall in a spray of stone chips. The scholar murmured, a clear result. The sphere dimmed, as if someone had choked the light out of it. Oh! The Luotian projection gave no quarter. In a blink it closed the distance. Lei Wanjun had barely steadied himself when his pupils contracted. He turned into a streak of lightning and bolted. Bang! He had flown only a few yards before a single punch drove him to the ground, collapsing his chest and spilling blood. He lurched back to his feet, lightning sparking again, but each time he managed only a few yards before that unadorned iron fist struck him down. After 7 or 8 rounds of this, Lei Wanjun's body was charred black, his breathing shallow, and he could scarcely maintain his lightning form. Tower Spirit, spare me. That's enough, he gasped. A flash of radiance burst from the glowing sphere, and the phantom of Luo Tian froze mid-strike. Lei Wanjun spat blood. Several of his bones were broken, and another heartbeat would have seen him beaten to death. Here, take a healing pill as a reward. You may proceed to the second floor, the sphere said apologetically, floating a pill toward him. Thank you, Tower Spirit, Lei Wanjun rasped. His injuries were so severe that the medicine worked only sluggishly. Dragging his mangled body, he inched toward the stairs. The scholar folded his arms, eyeing the sphere with a grin. So that was weak, huh? The sphere was just as shocked. Impossible, I only gave the Guardian 1,000th of its power, and it was still that strong? How terrifying must the real body be? Thinking back on the Luo Tian he had met, the scholar muttered, it seems I underestimated our master. Outside Destiny Tower, the barrier dissolved and the gate flashed. Qin Lin's eyes lit up. Lei Wanjun cleared the first floor? Not bad. Feng Litian narrowed his eyes and snorted. Humph. I thought it was supposed to be impossible. If he can do it, so can we're equals. Qin Lin courteously stepped aside. After you, Palace Master Feng. With Lei Wanjun already inside, he was in no hurry. Letting Feng Litian scout the way suited him fine. Feng Litian saw through the ploy but didn't care. He strode into the tower. Very well, Marshal. Much obliged. Inside the tower, the sphere was consulting the scholar. The Guardian is far too strong. We should adjust the rules. If the challenger survives 3 moves, they pass, and the Guardian stops after that. The scholar considered, then nodded. That could work. The sphere was about to act Winwom. Space rippled, and Feng Litian stepped through the gate. Lei Wanjun, you won't get ahead of me. I'm starting now. Before he finished speaking, he chopped at Luo Tian's phantom. Under the old rules, once a challenger struck first, the fight was set, and the tower spirit couldn't interfere. A new Guardian? Let me show you the might of the Wuyo Immortal Palace. Feng Litian's aura surged, a tidal wave of force crashing at the phantom. Boom. The hall shook. An instant later, Feng Litian slammed into the wall, 7 or 8 teeth flying out in a spray of blood. How is this possible? He stared in shock. He had expected a strong Guardian, but this gap was unimaginable. Boom. The phantom closed in again, a plain iron fist descending. Seal. Feng Litian hurriedly mustered his chi to block. Crack. One punch bone splintered and tendons snapped. Feng Litian let out a wretched howl and staggered back. The fabric over his chest split apart, blood seeping through his fingers. Only then did he grasp how terrifying his opponent was. Across from him, Luo Tian's phantom advanced at an unhurried pace, closing in like a ghost. Run. The thought was all that remained to Feng Litian. He dodged, but his footwork was a shade slower than Lei Wanjun's. The moment he shifted, Luo Tian's palm wind slammed into him. Dull thuds rang out. Bones cracked inch by inch, and pain nearly drove him unconscious. From the corner, the young scholar lifted a hand to shield his eyes and muttered, good grief, he's worse off than the last guy. Hovering overhead, the glowing orb called out helplessly, hey, that was the 30th move. If you concede now, you can still head up to the second floor. Feng Litian didn't dare hesitate. With the last of his strength he shouted, I yield, I concede. Whoosh. Luo Tian's phantom halted and drifted back to its post. The orb surveyed Feng Litian's battered body and wiped imaginary sweat. A hum sounded, and a beam of light set 2 pills before him. By rights, you did worse than Lei Wanjun and deserve only one, the orb sighed. But you look so pitiful. Fine, take another. Off you go, second floor. Understood. Feng Litian swallowed both pills, the bleeding finally stopping. Swaying, he crawled into the passage and stepped onto the second level. The instant he entered, he saw Lei Wanjun as battered as he was, seated cross-legged and healing. Their gazes met, yet neither spoke. They simply turned away, leaving only harsh, ragged breathing. Outside Destiny Tower. Feng Litian passed too, and in less time, Qin Lin raised a brow and laughed. Seems the new Guardian isn't much threat to experts at our level. One success might be chance, 2 meant something else entirely. Confidence surging, Qin Lin strode to the tower gate. If I clear it as well, decide whether you'll follow, he told the Tianyang guard. Yes, Marshal, the soldiers chorused. Chuckling, Qin Lin stepped into Destiny Tower. Inside, on the first floor, the orb whispered urgently to the scholar. Boss, my clearance isn't enough, help me change the rules, or... The scholar still hesitated as Qin Lin crossed the threshold. Oh, so the guardian really has changed? Qin Lin narrowed his eyes, scanning the hall. The orb drifted forward. Please wait. Wait. I'm on the clock. Qin Lin brushed it aside. As commander of the Tianyang Guard, he thought, I must clear this faster than Feng Litian, or lose all face. With that, he lunged at Luo Tian's phantom. The orb could only sigh. Here we go again. Sure enough. Boom, boom, boom. Crashes, bone snaps, and screams echoed through the tower. Barely half a minute later, the racket stopped. I surrendered. Qin Lin, face lined with blood, stretched out a trembling hand and croaked. Whoosh. Luo Tian's phantom returned to its post. The orb floated over, disgruntled. In a hurry? Off to an early grave, more like. Take your pills and get upstairs. Yes, Qin Lin staggered, accepted the medicine, and forced himself up the stairs. On the second floor, Feng Litian and Lei Wanjun looked up at the commotion, spotting Qin Lin drenched in blood. The three exchanged a glance, said nothing, and bowed their heads to heel. Only the faint sound of the young female tower spirit polishing her sword case echoed in the silence. Outside, the Tianyang guard stared at the glowing entrance. Look, the marshal got through easily too. Seems we've got a shot. I'm trying next, one guard exclaimed, excited. Inside Destiny Tower, the glowing orb addressed the scholar. Boss, you'd better tweak the settings. Those three were already strong and still got beaten to a pulp. If the next challenger is any weaker, he'll be dead before he knows it. The scholar looked up at Luo Tian's phantom hovering overhead, thoughts whirling. The tower trials were the late master's command. Since the new master had issued no fresh orders, he would follow the old ones. The late master had stressed proper protection for all challengers. Very well, he mused, time to dial things down. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Fine, have it your way. Survive 3 moves, and you pass. Honored tower spirit. I'm here to take the trial. Good. The rules have changed this year, the orb replied. Endure 3 moves, and you clear the floor. What? That easy? Tianyang Wei froze. Easy. The orb almost choked. It snorted. See for yourself. Let's get started. Tianyang Wei laughed, and fell into a stance. 3 seconds later, tower spirit help he lay sprawled across the floor, armor caved in, bones out of joint. Barely hanging on, he still managed to last the 3rd strike. Wordlessly, the orb shoved a healing pill into his mouth and watched him wobble into the teleport array, headed for the 2nd level. On the stone platform of the 2nd floor, Qin Lin, drenched in dried blood, was sitting cross-legged, channeling his qi. Hearing someone arrive, he opened his eyes and blinked. Marshal? Tianyang Wei was just as stunned. Lord Qin, you're here too? Moments later, Tianyang gave a concise account of how Head cleared the 1st floor. What? They let you pass after 3 moves? Qin Lin, Lei Wanjun, and Feng Litian stared, their faces cycling through shades of green and white. They had gutted out 30 moves and had nearly been pummeled to death by that monster. Seriously? Why did I have to take 30 hits? Lei Wanjun slammed a fist into the ground, the stone echoing beneath him. Had I known the rules changed, I'd have played dead. Their indignation grew louder and louder. Quiet, came a cold voice. A young tower spirit polishing a sword case looked up, her aura rippling outward. The 3 instantly swallowed their complaints. Everyone knew her strength was terrifying. Angering her would be a very bad idea. Outside the tower, the crowd erupted the moment the new trial signal flashed. Great. If even the marshal can do it, so can we. Who cares about the new rules charge? Hundreds swarmed the gateway. Even with the lowered difficulty, fewer than 1/3 staggered out of the 1st floor alive, all of them injured, the lightest with a broken arm. Their rewards were nothing but healing medicine. Roughly an hour later, nearly 20 victors had gathered on the 2nd level, sitting wherever they could to tend their wounds. The air reeked of blood and pills, punctuated by ragged breathing. Qin Lin slowly got to his feet, flakes of dried blood drifting from his robe. Everyone, my wounds are mostly healed. I'm heading for the 3rd floor. I'm ready as well, Lei Wanjun said, power crackling around his fists. Feng Litian clenched a fist and grinned. Count me in. The 3 strongest present had recovered with astonishing speed and were eager for the next battle. In the distance, the tower's spirit, a young girl, kept polishing a sword case without even looking up. If you want to challenge a blade, the rules haven't changed. Either defeat it or earn its approval. The 3 men nodded in unison. Qin Lin turned to his companions. Which sword do you 2 plan to face? Lei Wanjun stroked his beard and replied gravely. On my last visit, I conquered sword 73, but something feels off in the Tower of Destiny this year. To be safe, I'll go for sword 99. Feng Litian laughed aloud. Seems we're of one mind. What do you think, Marshal? Qin Lin sighed. At any other time I'd choose a stronger sword, Will, but caution wins today. They'll take the weakest one as well. Then who goes first? Feng Litian asked. I was last on the first floor, so let me start this round. Calculations crackled in Qin Lin's head. The new guardian had made the first floor brutal, but the swords themselves posed no such unknown. Finishing first would give him an edge. As the marshal wishes, Lei Wanjun said, hiding his reluctance to offend Qin Lin. Qin Lin strode up to sword 99 with a sneer. If I weren't playing it safe, I'd never choose such a weak blade. He reached for the hilt before the words had faded. Clang! A sharp, ringing note burst from the sword. Qin Lin froze, then let out a chilly chuckle. Still resisting? Power surged in his palm as he tried to crush the sword will, by force only, to be blasted backward. Clang! The erupting sword will flung him across the hall. Ah! He hit the ground rolling, his clothes sliced open by razor energy. A deep gash split his chest and belly. A heartbeat slower, and head had been cut in two. Startled, Feng Litian called, Marshal Qin? With Qin Lin's strength, sword 99 should have been easy. How could he be so battered? What's all the noise? The girl's spirit snapped, frowning. Clang! The sword's aura swelled and lunged at Qin Lin again. Even before the light reached him, he saw a vision of his own death and felt his courage collapse. I'm done for. You two help me, he shouted. Feng Litian and Lei Wanjun couldn't stand by. They were allies. Twin torrents of energy smashed into the sword well. Clang! A shriek split the air. Both men were hurled away, landing hard with bloody rents all over their bodies, scarlet spraying in arcs. Impossible! How can this sword be so strong? They gasped, kneeling as they fought to calm their churning injuries, faces ashen. Qin Lin turned desperately. Spirit, what's with this sword well? The girl's brows knitted tight. She snorted. Pathetic. Fixing her gaze on sword 99, she ordered, return. Normally the blade would obey at once, yet it didn't move. Instead, its aura flared higher, as though in open defiance. Her eyes went icy. A disobedient tool dares defy me? Then what use are you? Sword 98 destroy it. The words became reality. Sword 98 shot skyward. The aura of the 98th sword flared, and a heady pride spread through the air. On the second level, 99 sword intense each already half synthiovered in neat formation, ranked by strength. For years the 98th sword had kept the 99th in check, and now, at the Tower Spirit's order, it was eager to prove itself. Clang! A cascade of sword light fell as the 98th sword slashed down, its icy gleam aimed straight at the 99th. Boom! The 99th only trembled once before a far more terrifying power erupted, swallowing its rival in an instant. Shards flew as the 98th sword splintered, then disintegrated into dust. What? The tower sprite, whose form was that of a young girl, could no longer hide her shock. A sword ranked 99th had just destroyed the 98th. Clang! The victor's ring was sharp, almost taunting. The sprite's eyes narrowed. 35th sword, come forth. Clang! The racks shook as a scarlet-flamed longsword tore free. Boom! A wave of searing heat rolled across the entire first tier of Destiny Tower, as though the air itself had caught fire. Feng Litian drew a sharp breath. The 35th sword is this strong? I've never seen it unsheathed. Nor I, Qin Lin replied, eyes wide. A single trace of its intent is terrifying. If its master were here, I doubt I could block even one strike. The others murmured agreement. The blazing sword force surged toward the 99th, like an erupting volcano. The sprite's voice was icy. A disobedient blade deserves to be destroyed. Ting! A crisp crack sounded, and the 35th sword snapped cleanly in two. How can that be? Cries rang out. Moments ago its aura had seemed unstoppable. Now it hadn't lasted a single exchange. Stunned, the sprite muttered, what is happening? 11th sword, come forth. She shouted. Clang! A cold streak flashed. Ting! Another instant shatter. All color drained from the sprite's face. Clang! Riding its string of victories, the 99th sword unleashed its full might, its oppressive presence crashing over everyone like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. Blood sprayed as those on the second level staggered back, faces pale. Lei Wanjun gritted his teeth. Lady Spirit, if you don't send the top 10 swords, we won't last much longer. No longer hesitating, the sprite barked, all swords attack. Annihilate that upstart. In a heartbeat, more than 90 blades rose into the air, beams crisscrossing to form a vast sword formation. Only the 3 blades ranked at the very top stayed where they were, perfectly still. Wait, why aren't those 3 moving? Someone asked. The sprite looked embarrassed. They don't obey me. Why not? Their masters are too powerful. Unless those masters give the order, the swords answer to no one. The crowd's curiosity surged. Who could own such proud and willful blades? High overhead, more than 90 swords shaped themselves into an array, poised to strike. Boom! The sword aura churning inside, it became a tangible storm, laced with a killing frost that pressed down on the arena like a granite slab. Damn it, is this where we die? If I'd known, I'd never have climbed to the second level. Qin Lin howled inside, a wave of regret crashing through him. If he could turn back time, he would never have taken a single step into the Tower of Fate. The sword array suddenly dove. Every blade light merged into a single sword several yards long, as though it meant to cleave heaven and earth. Yet, crack, crack. The giant sword collided with the blade ranked 99th, and spiderweb cracks spread across its shining surface. Before anyone could react, bang, the massive weapon exploded. 90-odd real swords were flung in every direction, their points whistling through the air. Thud. One unlucky cultivator was skewered and pinned to the wall. His face went deathly pale, and he whispered, "Help me." All around, shattered sword energy sprayed like broken glass. Already wounded fighters were hit again, scrambling in vain to dodge. In the rubble, Lei Wanjun coughed up blood and rasped, "If I make it out alive, he'll never set foot in the Tower of Fate again. So will I?" Feng Litian forced out, barely conscious. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lin groaned. "A slaughter god on the first floor, a sword god on the second, is the tower trying to kill us twice over?" The young tower spirit heard him, an awkward look flashing across her face. Then her gaze snapped to the 99th sword, her eyes suddenly grave. How had that ordinary blade become so terrifying? No time to ponder. She lifted her head to the 3 top-ranked swords hovering above. "Seniors, I beg you please act." "Heh, little girl, even you know how to ask for help?" The snow-white sword-ranked third trembled lightly, and a woman's voice rang out. Light gathered, and the phantom of a white-robed woman rose from the blade. "A trifling matter, and you disturb us?" The pitch-black sword-ranked second shuddered, revealing a long-haired man in dark clothes. "TCH, useless rabble. Letting another piece of junk make such a mess?" The bronze ancient sword-ranked first hummed, and a burly man covered in scars materialized. The 3 phantoms stood side by side in midair, and every witness felt his heart pounding. Shape-shifting sword spirits. Sword spirits were rare enough, but those able to take human form only a few dozen in all history. Yet 3 had just appeared at once. Clang. The 99th sword let out a piercing cry, as though challenging the trio. The scarred man frowned. "Third, you handle it." The woman in white bristled. "Why me?" The man in black replied coolly, "Because you're the weakest." Her face darkened, but at last she sighed, drifted forward, seized the snow-white sword, and leveled it at the 99th blade. "I don't know who your master is, but I'm furious right now. 3 strokes enough to defeat you." The first sword spirit glanced at the young tower spirit and said, "Fine. If third's getting serious, that guy is finished. Problem solved, so stop waking me up for nothing next time." With that, his form flickered as he prepared to return to his place. In the very next instant, boom. The third sword spirit was hurled backward as if struck by a giant hammer, slamming straight into the first sword spirit. Both of them crashed into the wall, stone chips flying. "Damn it. Third, what are you doing?" The first sword spirit pulled himself from the rubble, fury in his voice. "Sorry, big brother. I have no idea what just happened." The third sword spirit steadied herself with a roll, face twisted in dismay. She had been about to strike the 99th sword when her vision blurred, and a single palm sent her soaring. The first sword spirit froze, then looked at the second sword spirit. "Second, did you see what happened?" The second sword spirit's expression was grim. "Something's wrong with that sword. The 3 of us need to strike together, or we're in trouble." "Is it really that serious?" The first sword spirit frowned. Clang. Without another word, the second sword spirit raised his blade. Seeing this, the first sword spirit followed suit. Whoosh. The spirits of the top 3 swords attacked at once, their sword intent crashing out like a raging tide. Cracks webbed across the walls in an instant. The girl tower spirit's face went pale as she shouted, "I warned you 3 not to attack together. The second level can't take that much power." The 3 sword spirits ignored her. Their sword intent surged, and within a few breaths they had the 99th sword completely suppressed. Far off, Qin Lin saw it all and sighed. That sword's intent is powerful, but without a manifested spirit it's at a huge disadvantage. "Looks like the match is over." The spectators nodded in agreement. Just then whoosh. A vast aura surged from the 99th sword. Buzz. The aura condensed in a heartbeat and, to everyone's shock, took human form. "What's going on? Has it manifested a sword spirit too?" The crowd gasped. "That's not a sword spirit. It's the sword master's will." "The sword master's will?" "Right. When a top-tier swordsman leaves his sword intent behind, he can also imprint his will. If someone later wields the blade, his remnant image can appear." Realization dawned. "So that's it." The same speaker added, "Very few sword cultivators in history have managed this. Could that blade have belonged to an ancient sword immortal? Wait, once the image fully forms, we'll see what kind of swordsman he was." Every gaze locked on the slowly solidifying phantom. Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, the remnant image emerged in full. On the tower's second level, you could hear a pin drop. For a long moment no one spoke, until Lei Wanjun drew a sharp breath. "Why is it him?" Cries of shock rippled out, and people trembled where they stood. Behind the 99th sword stood a carefree figure, proud and unrestrained, his handsome features radiating a boundless presence. Everyone knew that faced the nightmare, who had almost beaten them to death on the first floor. Luo Tian. But wasn't he a body cultivator? Wait, isn't he supposed to rely on his fists? How can he be a sword cultivator? His sword intent is overwhelming, and his will is even stronger. That means his sword path surpasses his physical cultivation, which also means he was holding back on the first floor. The crowd fell silent at once, stunned by the revelation. If he had gone all out earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just then, Luo Tian's afterimage moved. Boom. A blade of light tore across the sky, winds and clouds erupting in an instant as though the heavens themselves were ripped apart. An earth-shattering force swept toward his opponent. Hold it off. The spirit of the first sword roared, unleashing its full intent. Rumble. The deafening clash kicked up a violent shockwave. Spectators were blown off their feet, and even the young tower spirit was flung far away. After a long moment, the echoes faded, leaving the second floor of the Tower of Destiny in temporary calm. Am I still alive? Qin Lin crawled from the ruins, only to find that nearly every bone he had just healed was broken again. The others were equally miserable. A few unlucky souls had been killed outright, and the entire level lay in shambles. Who won? Someone asked. All eyes turned to the corner where the top 3 sword spirits lay slumped, their glow flickering, their injuries severe. Then they looked at the 3 actual swords. The bronze blade was missing a chunk. The black sword's edge was completely ruined. The white sword was veined with cracks. Though not shattered, it was badly damaged. Clang. On the other side, the 99th sword rang with a clear note and settled where the first sword had stood, like a king reclaiming its throne. The outcome was unmistakable. The 99th sword had won, decisively. The 3 leading sword spirits exchanged a glance, then dropped to their knees. Greetings, boss. They yielded without a trace of hesitation. Another round would only hasten their demise. The 99th sword sang again. Its female spirit turned to Qin Lin. Our boss says the fight with you isn't over yet. Do you still want to continue? Qin Lin's face darkened. Fight. The aftershocks alone nearly killed him. Another bout would be suicide. No, I concede. I'm leaving right now. Clutching his injuries, he staggered toward the exit. And the rest of you? The sword spirit asked. Everyone exchanged looks and threw up their hands. We concede as well. Only a fool would keep pushing. Moments later, the second floor was empty except for the young tower spirit. She eyed the 99th sword suspiciously and muttered, that figure, just now I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where. Outside the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of cultivators landed before the Tower of Destiny. Looks like we're late. Plenty of people are already here. Everyone, ready to storm the tower? Let's go? But light flared at the entrance as Qin Lin and the others tumbled out, battered and bruised. Marshal Qin Lin, what happened to you? A newcomer asked, stunned. Qin Lin shot him a wary glance. Mr. Mo, whatever you do, don't go into that tower. Why not? Mo asked, bewildered. Qin Lin pulled a pained face. There's something nasty inside. I'm pulling an all-nighter to get the next chapter done, but you Shulm treaded in the morning instead. Mr. Mo froze. Filth? The only thing that sprang to mind was the gloomy Tianming Tower, yet he couldn't imagine what other impurity might be hidden inside. Your life, your choice. If you want to die, go in and challenge it yourself, but don't say, I didn't warn you. Qin Lin tossed out the icy remark, then hobbled away from the tower's clearing with Feng Litian and Lei Wanjun, the 3 of them supporting one another. After they had gone several paces, Qin Lin lowered his voice. You two, recover as fast as you can. We still have business to finish. Feng Litian uncorked a vial of healing pills, tossed them back in one gulp, wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth, and said gravely, the injuries are serious, but I can hold out till we're done. Lei Wanjun nodded, his tone laced with contempt. According to the plan, we're only running into third-rate nobodies. Even half-healed, we'll manage. Unless the monster inside that tower shows up, Qin Lin agreed. Nothing can go wrong. Lei Wanjun rolled his eyes. Chief, be serious. That thing is ancient immortal level at least, no way it comes out on its own. Exactly, Feng Litian chimed in. A being like that is at least an ancient emperor. Once we leave Mount Shumi, we'll dig around for clues. The 3 exchanged a look, pride flickering in their chests. Rubbing his swollen arm, Qin Lin sighed. Trading blows with an emperor-class opponent in this life now, that's a story worth bragging about. Feng Litian and Lei Wanjun grinned in silent agreement. At the same time, inside a sealed secret realm. Achoo! Luo Tian's sneeze echoed off the cavern walls. Weird, I keep sneezing, but I'm not even sick. He touched his forehead. His temperature was normal. Boom. Stone chips flew as a stone statue puppet lunged at him, fist raised. Get lost. Without turning, Luo Tian slapped backward. The force sent the puppet hurtling a dozen yards into a rock wall, where it shattered into rubble. Oh, there it is. His eyes sharpened. Light flickered in a crevice ahead, the key to the treasure box he had hunted for. Space warped. In a blink he was there, snatching the key into his palm. With this, I can finally take out the millennial pill. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips as he stowed the prize. Hurried footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Grandfather, didn't you say the path was lined with stone guardians? We haven't met any real resistance, a young voice complained. Something's wrong. This place smells fishy. Grab the treasure and pull back, an elderly voice warned. The voices sounded familiar. Luo Tian turned and there was a face he knew, Yang Fengtian. Yang Fengtian froze as well, then scanned the area. Seeing Luo Tian alone, a cold light flared in his eyes. Grandfather, that's the man who humiliated me beneath the Bodhi tree. Help me teach him a lesson. Spoiled since childhood, Yang Fengtian had brooded over that defeat ever since. Seeing Luo Tian again, resentment surged, and he seized the chance to stoke the fire. Luo Tian's brow furrowed. True energy quietly gathered, ready to strike at any moment. But then smack. Yang Chuanghai slapped his grandson Yang Fengtian across the face, sending him flying. Huh, grandfather, why did you hit me? Yang Fengtian floated in midair, utterly baffled. He had wanted his grandfather to attack Luo Tian on his behalf, but the first strike had landed on him. Luo Tian was equally stunned. The scene before him was far beyond anything he had predicted. Yang Fengtian crashed to the ground and rolled. Before he could clench his teeth, Yang Chuanghai strode up to Luo Tian, bent at the waist, and said in a trembling yet respectful voice, "This old man Yang Chuanghai greets Lord Luo Tian. Grandfather, are you crazy? Why are you bowing to him? Hit him for me." Yang Fengtian shouted, clutching half of his face. Yang Chuanghai glanced back, disappointment as cold as frost in his eyes. Smack. A second crisp slap rang out. "Silence. Hurry and salute Lord Luo Tian." His voice was low and strict. Yang Fengtian dared not speak again, though grievance twisted his features. Luo Tian lifted an eyebrow, mildly amused. "So you know me?" "Yes, my lord," Yang Chuanghai bowed again. "You may not have noticed me, but beside the blood pool I saw you kill Lei Zonglin with a single move." The image replayed in his mind. Lei Zonglin, vice sect master of the Thunder Gate, annihilated by Luo Tian's casual wave. If a powerhouse like that had fallen so easily, what chance did a mere clan patriarch have? Luo Tian could uproot the Yang clan with a single palm if he wished. "Sharp old fox," Luo Tian chuckled. Yang Chuanghai forced a laugh, then spoke deferentially. "Lord Luo Tian, my foolish grandson offended you. Please be magnanimous and spare him." At that, Yang Fengtian finally exploded, voice several pitches higher. "Grandfather, seriously? He's just a country bumpkin. So what if he's talented?" Yang Chuanghai's face turned ghost white. He noticed Luo Tian's brow sink and felt a chill in his heart. Bang. Without hesitation, he crushed a palm into Yang Fengtian's legs. Crunch. The bone snapped, and a scream tore through the air. "Grandfather," Yang Fengtian gasped in horror. His answer was a second palm. Crunch. Both arms broke. Only then did Yang Chuanghai drop to one knee, forehead touching the ground. "Lord Luo Tian, I have punished the unfilial brat. I beg you to spare his life." Luo Tian eyed the howling, fractured Yang Fengtian, surprise flickering across his face. That eunuch-like decisiveness earned a silent nod. "Fine. Keep him in line. But let him off this once." "Many thanks, my lord." Relief washed over Yang Chuanghai. He hoisted the trembling, pain-racked Yang Fengtian and hurried to leave. "Wait," Luo Tian called. Yang Chuanghai froze, as though an icy blade had pressed against his back. "Your grandson's name is Yang Fengtian?" "Yes," Yang Chuanghai answered nervously. "My name is Luo Tian. And he's called Fengtian Sealing Heaven?" Luo Tian frowned. "I don't like it. Change it. What name does my lord suggest?" After a brief pause, Luo Tian said with calm finality, "Yang Guitian Nilto Heaven Yang." "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing the name." Yang Chuanghai exhaled and kowtowed again. Half dragging the newly christened Yang Guitian, he retreated in haste. Watching their fading backs, Luo Tian sighed. Why did they have to mess with me? With that, he headed for the secret realm's exit. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Shumi, a figure in black robes sat before a go-board. 7 stones lay in place, like silent fangs. "My lord, the formation is ready. Shall we begin?" A subordinate in black knelt and asked. The robed figure gave a slight nod. "Proceed." "Yes." The man withdrew. The master in black stared at the board, his voice icy and low. "Everything under the former sun is already in my grasp." His gaze swept into the distance, eyes flashing like cold stars. "Luo Tian, you have ruined my plans again and again. This time, you will die. In front of Destiny Tower." We finally made it. Old Zhou and his 2 companions sprinted to the tower, panting and dripping with sweat. They had wasted too much time on the way, and a white-browed elder wiped his forehead with a sleeve, barking, "Quit staring it inside." Old Zhou lifted his foot. Buzz. The token at his waist burst in a silver light that flowed along its engravings. A chill ran through him. All around the plaza, other cultivators' tokens flared at the same time. "You've got to be kidding. We only just started." Somebody roared. "I haven't found what I'm after yet, damn it." Complaints swelled into a clamor. Everyone suddenly realized what the light meant. Mount Sumeru was closing, and they were about to be forced back to the Tianyang Empire. Why is it ending so early this year? We usually get 3 more days at least. The elder beside Old Zhou growled in frustration. Old Zhou sighed. "Nothing we can do. We don't control Mount Sumerus gates." We'll have to wait till next time. There was nothing more to say. At that moment, tokens flashed all over the mountain, Luo Tian's included. A teleport? Luo Tian felt space churn around him. In the blink of an eye, the world flipped, darkness swallowed him. And when he could see again, he was in a strange place. Brother Tian, you made it out too? Luo Rong waved excitedly. Luo Tian turned and saw Luo Rong, Luo Xiaoxiao, Shui Linglong, and the rest all safe and sound. How was the training? He asked. Luo Rong's eyes shone. The Bodhi tree is truly sacred. Meditating under it for a few moments beat years of hard work outside. My boat is tougher, and I even grasped the rudiments of sword intent. Same here, Luo Xiaoxiao said, unable to hide her smile. I can now control the anomaly in my qi si, all thanks to the Bodhi tree. I got stronger too, Shui Linglong added softly. A quick round of questions confirmed that everyone's strength had soared. Luo Tian nodded to himself. The Bodhi tree had lived up to its name. Meanwhile, the newly transmitted cultivators around them were in an uproar. What happened? How did I end up here? Is Mount Sumeru over? Damn it, I only picked a few herbs. I paid a fortune for that slot, and it's all wasted. At least you got herbs. I walked away with nothing. Stop whining. You two lost money. I nearly died. A stone golem blocked my path, so I turned back, and some maniac tossed the thing down the mountain after me. It chased me for miles. What did I ever do to deserve that? Nearby, a group of young cultivators gasped. Luke, that's Chu Qinyang, isn't it? First on the hidden dragon ranking. Chu Qinyang? His presence is terrifying. Chu Qinyang answered their awe with a cold glance, the corner of his mouth twisting in contempt. A bunch of trash. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, voice tight with alarm. Something's wrong. We're still inside the secret realm. Everyone looked up. Mount Sumeru still pierced the sky. This isn't the Tianyang Empire. I can feel demonic energy everywhere. This is the 10,000 Fiend Plains. What? Wanyao Plain? Why are we here? When the trial at Mount Shumi ended, we should have been sent back to the Tianyang Empire. The crowd instantly broke into an uproar. While confusion spread, a clear voice cracked across the sky. Welcome to the Wanyao Plain. A white-robed youth floated above them, his sleeves fluttering. Several austere masters stood behind him, obviously his guards. Welcome? What are you talking about? And who are you? Someone shouted. Still smiling, the youth replied, exactly what I said. My master invited you here. A silver-haired elder's face turned frosty. He raised a hand, ready to drag the youth down. Bring your master out. What right do you have to posture before me? Get down. Before his strike could land, a clatter erupted. Countless black chains shot out of the ground beneath him, coiling around his limbs and slamming him to the earth. Stone chips flew. The elder spat blood, horror twisting his features. What is this? Hovering overhead, the youth's smile widened. You've stepped into my master's array. Move against it, and you'll share his fate. An array? You dare scheme against us? Furious voices burst from the crowd. Several sharp-eyed cultivators sensed danger and bolted, but after 2 steps the same chains burst upward, binding them tight. The chains tightened. Screams rang out. Moments later they lay lifeless. Silence fell. The elder was a tribulation stage cultivator. The others were at the void return stage, yet all of them were powerless here. At last someone whispered, trembling. That aura, are you the ones who slaughtered those border cities in the Tianyang Empire for blood sacrifices? The question sent a chill through every heart. For years, dozens of towns had been wiped out, and no one knew why. Now, the truth hovered in front of them. The youth nodded. Yes, those sacrifices were my master's work. Who is your master? Why bring us here? Another person demanded. The youth chuckled. You're not worthy of his name. As for why you're here, obviously, to be sacrificed. Right now, more than 80% of the Tianyang Empire's top experts and prodigies are gathered in one place. Such a chance is rare. The words slammed into them like a tidal wave. Sacrifice everyone. Madness. Together. Someone roared. I refuse to believe this array can hold all of us. Attack. Spiritual power erupted like a storm. But with a deafening crash, more chains poured from the ground, cocooning every would-be rebel. The stronger managed to resist for a heartbeat. The weaker wailed in torment. The chains rushed toward Luo Tian and his companions as well. Luo Tian frowned, unleashed his energy, and forced them back, leaving his group unharmed. In the distance, the white-robed youth watched coldly. Stop wasting your strength. This sacrificial array was forged over decades with the blood and souls of 10 million lives. None of you can break it. Decades in the making? At those words, every face turned deathly pale. The restless crowd fell silent as though bound by iron chains, and the vast altar square plunged into a lifeless hush. One thought echoed in every mind. We've been manipulated for decades and never noticed. Suspended in midair, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, ebony hair whipping in the sinister wind. A faint, mocking smile tugged at his lips. Good, he said, his voice cold and amused. It seems you're finally willing to listen. He pressed 2 fingers together. A flash of light sparked at his fingertips as he formed an odd seal. With a brittle crack, The spirit-forged chains on everyone's wrists and ankles faded in color and loosened, though they did not disappear. What's the meaning of this? Someone shouted, confusion and wariness in his eyes. They couldn't tell if the boy was relenting or preparing a new torment. The youth glanced down, his tone light yet chilling. According to my master's plan, this sacrifice was to be delayed another few decades. Unfortunately, one person's appearance ruined everything. Who? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, hushed but eager. He continued unhurriedly. A youngster, extraordinarily gifted. My master says if he is allowed to mature, he'll become a peerless powerhouse. Afraid of a single youth? Shock spread. In the center of the square, Chu Kangyang's pupils contracted. So I really have drawn lethal attention. Father warned me to keep a low profile, and I wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. He stepped forward, his voice ringing like a bell. Villain. So your decades of scheming were all to kill me. His robe flapped violently as fighting spirit flared across his face. I'll admit, striking before I reach my peak is clever. But it's also laughably stupid. Since my debut, I've fought countless battles and never lost, growing stronger each time. Your tricks are nothing to me. Come at me with everything you've got. His words boomed like thunder. Senior brother Chu. Well said. Chu Qinyang, a true hero. Chu Qinyang, the undefeated legend. Hope ignited in many eyes. The top name on the hidden dragon list truly lived up to his reputation. Even the shadowy mastermind feared him, so perhaps he was their way out. Only the youth in white stared blankly, as though struck by lightning. Chu Qinyang straightened even more. Why so quiet? Afraid? The boy opened his mouth, struggled for a moment, and finally blurted, Who the hell are you? Chu Qinyang froze, then snorted and proclaimed, I am the greatest threat to your master, first on the hidden dragon list of Tianyang Kingdom, and the future #1 of Fenglin Continent Chu. Can. Yang. Another deafening cheer erupted, swelling his pride to its peak. He swept out a hand. Fight me. A twitch pulled at the white-clad boy's lips. He raised his hand lazily. Spirit patterns flared on the ground. A hair-thin chain shot up and lashed across Chu Kenyang's chest. Blood spurted. Chu Kenyang was hurled backward and slammed into the earth, his fate unknown. The cheers died instantly. The last sparks of hope in the crowd were snuffed out. Chu Kenyang, their champion, had been felled in one strike. As dust settled, the boy lowered his hand, his voice icy. My master wasn't talking about him. Only then did the crowd understand. Yet everyone couldn't help but wonder. If it wasn't Chu Kenyang, then who was it? The youth hovering in midair steadied his breathing and announced in a clear voice. Luo Tian, please step forward. Luo Tian, who's that? Never heard of him. Most of the audience exchanged puzzled looks, while a few had only heard vague rumors. Since the youth had elevated Luo Tian to such importance, they immediately realized he must be someone extraordinary. Under their searching gazes, Luo Tian walked out from the crowd at an unhurried pace and said calmly, You called for me? The youth narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent appearing and vanishing. He spoke coolly. Luo Tian, my master has set 7 ingenious stratagems for you today and invites you to battle. If you can break through all 7, you will leave unharmed and everyone here will live. Do you dare accept? His challenge ignited an uproar. Young man, take him on. If you run into trouble, they'll have your back. An elder shouted in support. Exactly. Should anything prove too difficult, I can offer guidance. A Taoist chimed in. You're sure to win. That's right, we'll help too. Luo Tian, don't be afraid. The chaotic voices merged into a single hope. Luo Tian had become their lifeline. Hearing their eager encouragement, Luo Tian glanced at them, unsure how to respond. Their intentions were kind, and he could hardly scold them. The youth in the sky pressed him. Luo Tian, do you dare? Luo Tian nodded. All right, bring it on. The elder behind him nodded with satisfaction. Good lad, you've got guts. Luo Tian only felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words. The youth's voice turned cold. Very well. Behold my master's first stratagem. No sooner had he spoken than his hands flashed through a series of seals. Buzz. Space suddenly warped, and 9 pillars of light slammed down from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. 9 terrifying auras erupted. The elder felt the oppressive force and involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, his face turning pale. Impossible. Sir, what's happening? A middle-aged man asked anxiously. The elder's expression darkened. The mastermind actually has such means. For the first stratagem, he summoned these beings. How can we win? On the other side, the Taoist's face was ghost white, his voice trembling. It's them, they've come. Master, who are they? Someone pressed. The Taoist swallowed hard. They are the rulers of the myriad demon planes, a forbidden zone for humans. Each one has slain countless human transcendence realm powerhouses. Even a single one spells disaster. Now 9 have arrived at once. A shadow of despair engulfed the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The spatial distortion completed, and 9 colossal silhouettes emerged. All right, everyone, go get some sleep. They'll stay up and write another chapter so you can read it in the morning. As the 9 figures descended, a suffocating aura swept across the field, making everyone present quail. A trembling boy in the crowd was the first to speak. Those spirit beasts? They're no ordinary beasts, they're demon kings. The older cultivator beside him went ashen. The demon kings of the 10,000 beast plains. The demon kings of the 10,000 beast plains? The murmur spread like wildfire. My father said their true might is even scarier than that of a ninth-stage tribulation expert. I've heard the same. Another cultivator chimed in. Each of the 9 demon kings guards a priceless treasure. Every human who's tried to steal one has died. He brought in all 9 demon kings for his very first stratagem? The crowd erupted. Someone whispered in despair, we're finished. Forget Luo Tian, drag every top force in the Tianyang Empire here, and we'd still be crushed. Within a few heartbeats, despair spread like a plague. Outside the great array, a black-robed man slowly gathered up the chess pieces. The onyx board cleared in an instant. He set down a single black stone and murmured, Luo Tian, I have 7 stratagems prepared. How many can you survive? Try to last a while for both our sakes. Inside the array, a young man bowed respectfully. Honored demon kings, at my master's command, please make your move. The green-maned lion king, now in his true form, bristled. His voice rumbled like thunder. You disturbed us for something this trivial? The youth lowered his head at once. My lord, my master promises your reward the moment it's done. Very well. The lion king stepped forward, the air rippling beneath his paw. Where's the target? Come out and die. His roar shook the heavens. Weaker cultivators fainted on the spot, and even many experts turned pale as they struggled to stay upright. If one demon king is this terrifying, what about the other 8? Someone despaired. There's no way to win. Didn't you hear me? Get out here. The lion king roared again, slamming a claw into the ground. The earth quaked. The 9 demon kings lined up behind him, murderous intent surging as though they would drown the world in blood at any moment. On Luo Tian's side, a white-haired elder clenched his teeth and whispered, young friend, we have several tribulation stage fighters, but most are only 3rd stage. Even together we can't match 9 peak demon kings. His voice was thick with defeat. Luo Tian waved him off. No need, leave them to me. He strode forward, each step firm and steady. The crowd held its breath. Was he really going to face them alone? If you don't show yourself, they'll start killing. The Lion King roared a 3rd time. His massive paw crashed down, sending shards of stone flying. Amid the swirling dust, a cool voice rang out. Why are you barking like a dog? Who dares? The Lion King snapped his head up, but the moment he saw that face, his massive body froze like stone. From overhead, the young man cried anxiously, Lord Lion King, that's him. Kill him, and your task is complete. Shut up. The Qingmao Lion King wheeled around and roared at the young man. Huh. Startled, the youth clapped a hand over his mouth on reflex. He knew how touchy these demon kings were. One wrong word could cost him his life. Luo Tian's voice rang out next, cold and razor sharp. Didn't I tell you much to stop barking? Are you deaf? The single sentence rocked the crowd again. People stared. He had insulted a demon king twice in a row. Clearly he meant to fight to the death. Every gaze fixed on the Qingmao Lion King, all expecting a furious counterattack. Instead, the Lion King dropped flat, his voice barely above a whisper. My lord, forgive me. I was wrong. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. A demon king apologizing? Suspended in midair, the youth stared, unable to grasp why the mighty Qingmao Lion King feared Luo Tian so much. Steeling himself, he demanded, Lord Qingmao Lion King, what is the meaning of this? The Lion King snapped back, fangs gleaming. Silence. One more word, and he'll rip you apart. The killing intent made the youth's face drain of color. Smack. Luo Tian lifted a hand and slapped the massive Lion King, sending him rolling. I told you to be quiet. Don't make me say it a 3rd time. His face remained impassive. Sorry. The Qingmao Lion King scrambled back and crouched beside Luo Tian like an obedient house cat. The sight blew everyone's mind. What on earth was happening? In midair, the youth twitched and swung toward the other 8 demon kings. My lords, lend a hand. He couldn't fathom the Lion King's submission, yet he believed the other 8 combined could still change the outcome. Boom, boom, boom. All 8 unleashed their auras. Each step fell like a mountain advancing on Luo Tian. The spectators held their breath, ready for an earth-shaking battle. Then thud, thud, thud. The 8 demon kings dropped to their knees, foreheads touching the ground. Greetings, my lord. Luo Tian looked down, voice calm. You came to kill me? We wouldn't dare. The 9 demon kings answered as one. Except for the white-bone scholar, the other 8 had already been brutalized by Luo Tian. They knew he could take their lives in a single move. Only a fool would try again. Luo Tian arched an eyebrow. If you don't want to die, why are you here? Cold sweat beaded on every forehead. Sixtail spoke first, chin high. We're here to support you, my lord. The Qingmao Lion King chimed in. Exactly. Just point at someone and he'll charge. Need a vanguard? I'm your lion. So will I. Count me in. One after another, the 9 demon kings scrambled to swear fealty. Luo Tian nodded. Good. Stand behind me. Yes, sir. Relieved, the 9 hurried behind him and finally exhaled. Only the white-bone scholar still felt uneasy. He had once plotted against Luo Tian and could only pray his intent hadn't been noticed. Luo Tian lifted his eyes to the youth hovering above. So your first brilliant scheme, I suppose I just broke it, didn't I? The young man's face turned ashen. When he first heard his master had set up the 7 grand stratagems, he thought it was overkill. Surely the 9 demon kings of the myriad beast plains could crush Luo Tian a dozen times over. Yet before the fight even began, the 9 kings defected, a twist he could not fathom no matter how hard he tried. Hey, wake up. I'm talking to you. Is the first stratagem broken? Luo Tian's voice exploded beside his ear. Yes, the youth forced out through clenched teeth. Good. Then what about the second? Get on with it. Luo Tian sounded impatient. The youth closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and steadied himself. Fine. In that case, just you wait. He began to weave hand seals, his fingers flashing through the air. A deafening hum erupted as dozens of light pillars shot skyward, weaving a brilliant lattice overhead. What's coming this time? The onlookers muttered, craning their necks. When the glare faded, several dozen figures dropped out of thin air and landed before the youth. Everyone he started to bow, then froze. The newcomers were all wounded, a few cultivators so shaky they could barely stand. Commander, Palace Master, are you all right? He asked carefully. Before him stood Qin Lin, Supreme Commander of the Tianyang Guard, Feng Litian, Palace Master of Wuyo Immortal Palace, Lei Wanjun, Sect Master of Thundergate, and other disciples of the 3 great factions. Every one of them was in the Tribulation Realm, and the 3 leaders were peak 9th level together. They represented nearly half of the Tianyang Empire's top fighting strength. This force was meant to be the Master's second stratagem. According to plan, the 9 Demon Kings would strike first. Even if they failed to kill Luo Tian, they would wear him down. Then Qin Lin and the others would swarm in and finish him. But with the first stratagem undone, the second was off to a shaky start. Could these injured warriors even fight? Wang Shichuan, you are directing the battle in the master's stead? Feng Litian asked, eyes narrowing. The young man Wang Zichuan was publicly a disciple of Wuyo Immortal Palace, but secretly the master's most trusted aide, second only to Feng Litian. Yes, Palace Master. But your wounds, he ventured. Feng Litian waved a hand. Minor injuries, nothing serious. Truly nothing serious? Wang Shichuan still sounded doubtful. Lei Wanjun grinned. Relax. We're hurt, but we can still kill. But, my lords, there's been a complication on my side, Wang Shichuan muttered, scratching his head. What complication? Feng Litian pressed. Wang Shichuan had no choice but to recount the betrayal of the 9 demon kings. All 3 powerhouses frowned. That really happened? Feng Litian's face darkened. I said it before, outsiders can't be trusted, Lei Wanjun snorted. Qin Lin, however, spoke coldly. Their betrayal is a blessing. Huh. Wang Shichuan blinked. I've been itching to hunt those 9 demon kings for a long time. Never had the chance until now. Today is perfect. Well, butcher Luo Tian and those 9 beasts together. The bold declaration left Wang Shichuan utterly stunned. General Qin, the enemy, is a demon king. He looked worried. With just the few of you, can you really? Qin Lin lifted his eyes and gave him a meaningful glance. On any other day, I might have doubted myself, but after today's battle, I am no longer the same man. Not the same? Wang Shichuan froze. Qin Lin nodded solemnly. That's right. I met an opponent who fought like a god. He showed me how vast the world can be and tore open a brand new gate for me. I am a different person now. Wang Shichuan was still at a loss. Feng Litian cut in. Well said. Once your vision is forced higher, your cultivation naturally rises to the next level. This Wang Shichuan still felt confused. Lei Wanjun agreed. Exactly. The 9 demon kings used to be an untouchable nightmare, but everything has changed now. No matter who they are. At that moment, all 3 pictured the same figure inside the Heaven Mandate Tower. The suffocating beating on the first floor, the effortless sword sweep on the second. The images overlapped and boiled into burning battle lust. Together they growled, we will never retreat. Whoosh. Behind them, one expert after another stepped forward, equally resolute. Someone in the crowd, shaken by the fierce aura, murmured, what power. If they're serious, maybe we really can win. Just then Luo Tian spoke lazily from across the field. Hey, are you the so-called second brilliant stratagem? The 3 men snapped their heads down toward the voice, killing intent flashing in their eyes only to freeze the moment they saw Luo Tian's face. That face was carved into their nightmares. The torment on the first floor of the Heaven Mandate Tower, the peerless sword strike on the second. Every fear surged back at once. Their chi surged out of control, blood and energy churning. Their previous wounds had never healed, and the rebound slammed them. Splurt, splurt, splurt. 3 jets of blood shot out as they staggered a dozen steps back. Hey, I only asked a question. I didn't do anything. Luo Tian blinked. What is this, a scam? Masters. Wang Zichuan's heart clenched, but the 3 men collapsed unconscious, crushed by injury and backlash. Wang Zichuan's face turned ashen. Across the field Luo Tian shouted. So where's the second brilliant stratagem? When does it start? Wang Shichuan drew a long breath, opened his eyes, and they gleamed like blades. Very well, Luo Tian. Allow me to show you my third brilliant stratagem. What about the second one? Luo Tian asked. The third brilliant stratagem will plunge you into unprecedented despair, Wang Shichuan said coldly. But what exactly is the second one? Luo Tian persisted. A vein throbbed on Wang Zichuan's forehead. Will you shut up? He flung a golden talisman skyward. Luo Tian, taste despair. Whoosh. The talisman shot into the sky and burst into a blaze of light. The crowd looked up and watched it explode into a dazzling curtain of radiance hanging overhead. Someone immediately cried, "Is that an image talisman?" Inside the glowing screen, three figures streaked across the heavens, their silhouettes flashing through the golden light. Wang Shichuan lowered his gaze, a smile returning to his face, and tilted his head toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian, do you know where this is? Luo Tian gave him a cool glance and shook his head. Wang Shichuan chuckled softly. This is the Night Wind Kingdom. As mountains and cities swept past on the screen, Luo Tian found them oddly familiar. Wang Shichuan strolled forward, his tone assured. Luo Tian, you're from the Luo clan of North Border City in the Night Wind Kingdom. No one knows what stroke of fortune you encountered, but you rose overnight. Your cultivation may be modest, yet you can fight on par with ordinary tribulation crossing experts. The Luo clan itself is only one of the three local families, an inconspicuous house in the kingdom, and its patriarch, Luo Feng, is merely at the spirit-forming stage. He read out the details as if he had them memorized, leaving the cultivators below exchanging stunned looks. What? That's his background. The patriarch's only at spirit-forming? Even our outer disciples have plenty at that level. It happens, an old cultivator muttered, stroking his beard. I've heard tales of youngsters who found a ring with a remnant soul and soared overnight. Rare, but not unheard of. Luo Tian's probably the same. The crowd nodded in sudden understanding. Wang Shichuan went on. Your clan also commands 3 divine beasts. 1 at the void reversion stage and 2 at the mystic insight stage. The strongest forces you have besides yourself. He glanced at Luo Tian, his voice mocking. When we deal with an enemy, we never take chances. Before making a move, my master and I dug up every detail about you. Luo Tian's lips twitched, but he stayed silent. Their information was thorough, yet it was already months out of date. Oblivious, Wang Shichuan continued. By rights, a single void reversion beast would only require a few of our void reversion cultivators. But to be safe, we sent 3 tribulation crossing experts. We won't give your Luo clan even the slightest chance. An uproar burst out behind Luo Tian. Despicable. If you want to fight, face us heathen. Leave the clan out of this. Quiet, all of you. Wang Shichuan barked. Chains clattered against the floor with a piercing ring, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Just then the screen shifted again, revealing a mighty city. Luo Tian recognized it at once, North Border City. At the sight of it, Wang Zichuan's smile widened even further. What a fine city this is. Soon it will be drenched in blood. On the ramparts, Wang Shichuan stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Bianbei City. A cruel smile curled across his lips. He turned to Luo Tian, his voice icy. Luo Tian, are you furious right now? Desperate? Too bad none of that matters. Today, they'll let you feel the pain of losing family as well. He spun around, barking at the 3 figures inside the light screen. Seniors, begin. Do it slowly, don't kill them all at once. On the other side of the screen, a white-haired cultivator in the tribulation crossing realm gave a faint smile. Relax. We know how to pace ourselves. As he spoke, he lifted his palm, a mountain-like force gathering above it. Luo Tian's gaze remained calm. I'd advise you not to do this. Wang Shichuan narrowed his eyes and sneered. Afraid now? Then kneel and beg. I'm actually thinking of your safety. Why would I beg? Luo Tian shook his head. Angry enough to lose your mind. Are you? You mean that one strike could somehow backfire on him? Stop bluffing. Wang Shichuan laughed. I've investigated every detail about the Luo family. Luo Tian shrugged and sighed. Since you won't listen, do as you please. Then watch closely. Wang Shichuan shouted, do it. The old man's palm came crashing down. Boom. The might of a tribulation crossing cultivator rolled like a tidal wave, as if it could swallow the earth itself. Wang Shichuan stared at the screen, already picturing a city full of screams. Yet in the next instant, bang! The force slammed into an invisible barrier above Bianbei City. A formation? The old man frowned. Wang Zichuan's face changed. Elder Yu, what's happening? Elder Yu studied the shield and spoke gravely. This city has a 7th-rank defensive array. Wang Zichuan's pupils contracted. He looked at Luo Tian. So that's why you're so calm. This is your trump card? He turned back. Can you break it, Elder Yu? Elder Yu nodded. Strong or not, it's still just a formation, not a tribulation crossing cultivator. With sustained force we can shatter it. He gathered spiritual power once more. Onlookers wore sympathetic expressions. How long could a 7th-rank array last against 3 tribulation crossing masters? At that moment, a brash female voice thundered from inside the city. Who the hell is disturbing my nap? Boom. A violent aura erupted as a burly woman burst into the sky. Nyo Tietsue. A spiked club rested on her shoulder, her fury boundless. Who threw that palm strike? Elder Yu sized her up, quickly matching her to the intelligence reports. One of the three divine beasts, impressive bloodline, yet only at the void returning real man ant before a tribulation crossing cultivator. It was I, he said flatly. Neo Taikyu's eyes bulged. You old bastard, take my club. With that, she swung the spiked weapon straight at him. At first, Elder Yu could hardly be bothered. Even if Neo Tiechue was a divine beast, the gulf between the Gue Su stage and his own crossing tribulation realm was a chasm. The creature posed no threat to him. The very next instant, bang. The spiked mace, heavy as a mountain, smashed across his chest. His organs churned, and the blast hurled him dozens of yards through the air, a bright arc of blood trailing behind him. Outside the light curtain, Wang Shichuan shot to his feet, his expression shifting in an instant. Elder Yu? A moment ago the old man had looked relaxed, and now he had been knocked flying with a single blow. Staggering to a halt in midair, Elder Yu steadied himself. His white hair, now mottled with blood, fluttered around him. He stared at Neo Tiechue in shock. You're at the crossing tribulation realm? Our intel was wrong. Only by retreating at the last possible moment had he avoided being blown to pieces. What? Crossing tribulation? Wang Zichuan's face darkened as he caught the words. He turned to Luo Tian, narrow-eyed and whispering. So that's Ida, crossing tribulation divine beast, is your trump card? Luo Tian. He cut himself off with a self-mocking laugh. A divine beast at that level is indeed fearsome. Few human cultivators can match it. But one beast can't withstand 3 crossing tribulation humans unless you have more of them. And that's impossible, isn't it? Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Just then a childish voice echoed from inside the light screen. Mother, what's happening? Boom. Another figure burst into view, taller and broader than Neo Tiechue. Its aura so violent it seemed to take form. Elder Ye's pupils shrank. You are also crossing tribulation? Neo Wufang glanced down at him, scratched his head, and nodded. Yeah, I made the breakthrough yesterday. Problem? You're a divine beast? Sure am. Why? Elder Ye's mind buzzed. The reports had said this one was only at the Tongxian stage. How had a second crossing tribulation beast appeared out of thin air? Wang Shichuan faltered as well, but quickly swallowed his surprise. Elder Yu, don't panic. They may have 2 crossing tribulation beasts, but we still outnumber them. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom. A third, explosive surge of power erupted. Who dares intrude in Northfront City? The thunderous roar shook the heavens as an immense shadow blotted out the sky. Yet another crossing tribulation divine beast. Elder Ye's composure shattered. 3 crossing tribulation beasts, how were they supposed to fight that? Wang Zichuan's face twitched. He spun and jabbed a finger at Luo Tian. You scoundrel. Hiding their strength to trap Mayor despicable. Luo Tian arched a brow and sneered back. Have you no shame? You tried to come after me through my family. Now that you've hit an iron wall, you call me despicable? Wang Shichuan had no answer. It was true. Threatening Luo Tian's loved ones had been his idea, and now the plan had blown up in his face. Elder Yu, fall back. We need to rethink this. They can't hold you here after all. They have only 3 tribulation crossing cultivators. Wang Shichuan could only sigh in defeat. But before he finished speaking, boom, 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 3 mightier auras erupted from the depths of North Border City, like blades slicing the sky, crushing the momentum of Neo Tiechue and his companions to dust. You dare cause trouble in North Border City? Tired of living? Dressed in black, Jian Yi raised his sword, his voice icy. The blade was still sheathed, yet a terrifying sword intent had already woven itself around him. One casual sweep sent a chill through Elder Ye's bones. Who just attacked the formation I set up? Yi Tongling stepped forward, cracking the flagstones beneath him. A rolling spiritual pressure fell like a canopy, locking Neo Taichua's trio in place. Seeking death, are you? Fu Qinglian's face was frost itself. With a flick of her sleeve, killing intent condensed into something almost tangible, making the air shimmer with a pale blue light. Elder Yu felt an icy stab at his heart. These 3 were tribulation crossing experts too, yet each was several times more terrifying than ordinary masters. Even Grand Marshal Qin Lin of the Tianyang Kingdom, 9th level tribulation crossing, would seem insignificant before them. They were, without doubt, monster-class powerhouses. Wang Shichuan, you set me up. What kind of garbage intel is this? Elder Yu bellowed. The trio struck at once. The light barrier shattered within a single breath. The outcome was obvious. So that was the 3rd ingenious scheme? Luo Tian asked, genuinely curious. Yu Wang Zichuan's whole body quivered. Behind Luo Tian, his companions whispered among themselves. 3 meticulously planned traps had collapsed without their master even lifting a finger. The onlookers joined in. I thought that master plan would be impressive, but it was nothing. Yeah, we worried for nothing. The guy's a joke. Shoo, keep it down, no need to rub it in. Every sneer stabbed Wang Zichuan's heart like needles. He nearly spat blood, but after swallowing his rage he growled. Fine. Luo Tian, you leave me no choice but to activate my 4th ingenious scheme. Huh, we're already on number 4? You never even explained number 2, Luo Tian blinked. Shut up. Wang Shichuan was on the verge of collapsing. Next, I'll show you what true despair means. Luo Tian stroked his chin. That sounds familiar. Didn't you say the same thing before? Yu Wang Shichuan clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to rush forward. After a deep breath, he continued. This time is completely different. I never wanted my master to unleash that power. It's too strong enough to frighten even me. If anything goes wrong, not only you, but the entire Tianyang kingdom, perhaps the whole Fenglin continent, will face annihilation. And it's all your fault. As he spoke, Wang Shichuan drew out 2 more talismans. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Shichuan sent 2 talismans drifting skyward, and twin beams of spiritual light fell from above. The crowd immediately grew restless. Summoning talismans? Is he calling for help again? An old man muttered, frowning. More reinforcements? As if that'll change anything, someone scoffed. Don't be so sure. He just said whatever he summons this time could cause a catastrophe. Empty boasts. The first 3 brilliant schemes all fizzled out. True enough. Light, mocking chatter spread through the crowd. The voices reached Wang Shichuan, making his face twitch and a savage glint flash in his eyes. He had arrived as the feared slayer of villains, yet they treated him like a joke. Unacceptable had to reclaim the momentum. His gaze swept the gathering and fixed on a gray-robed elder. Qi Wuxing, do you remember how your clan's patriarch died? The onlookers parted. Qi Wuxing's expression turned icy. Why bring that up? Mid-sentence, realization struck him and his face drained of color. Your 4th ingenious plan, you're releasing that thing? Wang Shichuan straightened, a cruel grin spreading uncontrollably. Quick on the uptake. Yes, the 4th plan is him. Qi Wuxing lost all composure and shouted, everyone, we can't let him succeed. Strike together or none of us will escape. Elder Qi, what's going on? Qi Wuxing drew a shaky breath. Our patriarch was trapped at the 9th tribulation realm for over a century. In seeking a breakthrough, he provoked a forbidden being and never returned. Before dying, he managed to send back one message. The crowd held its breath. What message? When the taboo is freed, Tianyang will perish. Qi Wuxing forced out the words, cold sweat beading on his brow. That's absurd, a young man gasped. The elder beside him shook his head. I met the Qi patriarch. He wasn't one to lie. What are we waiting for? Attack. With a thunderous roar, dozens of cultivators unleashed their essence. Blades, seals, and arcing lightning slammed toward the talismans overhead. But hiss! A dark red mist exploded into being, forming a casual barrier that swallowed every strike. Hands clasped behind his back, Wang Shichuan smirked. Save your strength. Once I triggered these talismans, the outcome was set. Even if you kill me now, it's too late. He turned on Luo Tian, eyes vicious. All of this you forced me into it. Luo Tian looked utterly innocent, hadn't lifted a finger. Buzz. Twin pillars of light shot from the talismans, surging with overwhelming power. Something was being summoned. Are we too late? Qi Wuxing's face went ashen. He knew better than anyone how terrifying that creature was. Wang Shichuan straightened, then knelt and bowed toward the pillars. This junior welcomes the honored senior. The crowd braced for disaster. Ragged breaths and pounding hearts filled the air. This time, calamity felt inevitable. Under countless anxious gazes, the pillars dimmed, and within the fading light, 2 silhouettes appeared. Everyone silently tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to fight to the death. The teleportation array hummed in the tense air, and 2 shadowy figures descended in a pillar of light. When the glow faded, the crowd first froze. Then their eyes narrowed. What had arrived were 2 lifeless corpses. Elder Qi, is this the taboo you mentioned? An armored middle-aged man at the front lowered his voice and glanced at Qi Wuxing. Qi Wuxing's gaze was as cold and deep as a frozen lake. He slowly shook his head. I've never seen this either, but we can't let our guard down. On the other side, Wang Shichuan was still on his knees. Looking up at the bodies, his expression shifted. That's not what Master said. Is the senior hiding inside these corpses? His master had warned him that the mysterious elder could possess any body. If so, the elder must be lurking within one of these 2 shells. With that thought, he bowed low and shouted. Junior Wang Shichuan pays his respects. Senior, please reveal yourself. The cry wound every nerve tight. It really is a forbidden thing. Stay sharp. If anything happens, the young ones fall back. Well, hold the line. Several veteran cultivators stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, eyes locked on the corpses. Nothing moved. An awkward silence spread, and a chill crept into Wang Zichuan's heart. Just then, Luo Tian tilted his head, studying the shriveled cadavers. These 2, I feel like I've seen them before. All eyes snapped to him. Young Master Luo, where was that? Qi Wuxing pressed. Luo Tian frowned. I can't recall right away. Wang Shichuan gave a scornful snort. Luo Tian, give it up. Your tricks are worthless before this senior. Before he finished, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Ah, I remember beneath the sea of the Yellow Springs, in that ruined temple. Qi Wuxing and Wang Shichuan both stiffened. Only they knew the taboo originated beneath the sea of the Yellow Springs. You saw these dried corpses in that temple? Qi Wuxing asked. Luo Tian shook his head. When I first met them, they were alive. A sealed fiend in the temple drained them in a single breath. The crowd drew a sharp breath. Even now, The corpse's lingering aura showed they'd been tribulation-crossing experts, yet they'd been reduced to husks in an instant. Wang Zichuan's eyes instead burned with zeal. The senior's power is boundless. Senior, please show yourself. He called again, bowing deeply. Luo Tian blinked. So your fourth stratagem is the fiend sealed in that ruined temple? Wang Shichuan sneered. Frightened already? Senior, please appear and kill him. My master will honor his promise. He bowed once more to the corpses. Luo Tian rubbed his brow. Stop shouting. The fiend isn't here. What? How do you know? Wang Shichuan froze. Because the fiend is dead, Luo Tian said flatly. Impossible. Wang Shichuan cried. My master said that Senior was immortal. How could he die? I killed him by accident, Luo Tian replied. Accidentally killed him? Every eye snapped to Luo Tian, equal parts shock and disbelief. Luo Tian raised a hand and hurried to explain. I really was planning to finish him off, but only after I gathered my strength. Trouble is, I never got the chance before I could even charge up. He just keeled over on his own. He shrugged with a rueful smile. Guess it's my fault. I came on too strong at the start. If I held back, this probably wouldn't have happened. Everyone. No build-up at all. Yet the guy dropped dead on the spot. Who could say such a thing with a straight face? Wang Shichuan frowned, looking first at Luo Tian, then at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, he spoke quietly. Forgive me, Senior. He stepped to the corpses and nudged one with his hand. Crack. A withered arm broke off and rolled across the dirt. There was no doubt only two dried husks remained, utterly devoid of life. The fourth stratagem had officially failed. A heavy weight settled on Wang Zichuan's chest, as though stale blood were clogging his throat. He had been kneeling here all this time for nothing. On the other side, Luo Tian commented casually. So the fourth stratagem didn't work, huh? Wang Shichuan. That old blood surged 3 inches higher. Luo Tian spread his hands. I still haven't done anything, you know. The blood kept rising. How about we move on to the fifth stratagem? Luo Tian asked again. It reached his throat. Or if the fifth won't cut it, we can circle back to the second. You never did say what that one is. Luo Tian pressed. Uffed. Wang Shichuan could hold it no longer. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He staggered back, his face draining of color, aging a decade in an instant. His limbs trembled uncontrollably. Luo Tian, you ill fight you to the death. Even if I die, they'll soak you in my blood. Readied, he lunged at Luo Tian. Had taken only 2 steps when, bang, the Greenman Lion King swung a massive paw and sent him flying. Another burst of blood misted the air. Wang Shichuan struggled to his feet, hatred burning in his eyes. I want you dead. I want you dead. Luo Tian frowned. Is the grudge really that deep? You don't know? Wang Shichuan ground out each word. You killed my father, the mighty martial king of Nightwind Kingdom. He was destined to become a true sovereign, and you took his life. Luo Tian paused, rummaging through his memories. Back when he had soul-searched the mighty martial king, he did recall a son at Wuyo Immortal Palace, just hadn't paid attention. Could have thought they'd meet today. Oh, so you're his son? Huh. You don't look a thing like him, Luo Tian said offhandedly. Addy. Wang Shichuan was nearly deranged as he charged again. Just then, a swirl of pitch-black smoke swept in, howling as it coalesced into a figure. A man in a black cloak appeared, hood drawn low, his face lost in shadow. Wang Shichuan froze, his voice quivering. Master? The black-robed figure slowly turned. A chill gaze seemed to pierce Wang Zichuan's very being. Useless wretch, he said coldly. The moment he met that gaze, Wang Shichuan felt a chill run through his heart and hurriedly bowed his head. I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. The black-robed man offered no reply. He merely lifted a sleeve and waved. Boom. A cloud of blood exploded, and Wang Shichuan was vaporized, leaving not a bone behind. Everyone around him drew a sharp breath, as if even the air had been stained crimson. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed figure. Who are you? The man raised his head, a deep voice echoing from beneath the mask. Me? You can call me Hun Wei, the one pulling the strings behind the 7 stratagems. A stir ran through the crowd. The true mastermind had finally appeared. Hun Wei was seething inside. Rights he should never have shown himself, but Luo Tian had shattered Wang Zichuan's resolve and ruined the plan, forcing his hand. So you're the one behind it all, Luo Tian said grimly. Exactly. Hun Wei's tone was cold. The Xinwu king of Nightwind, Wei Baidu, you cut him down. Every piece on the board was mine, and you swept them away. Today's killing formation is my work as well. I believe the first 3 stratagems would end you, yet you broke through 4. I underestimated you, Luo Tian. The remaining 3 will be directed by me personally, and I refuse to believe I can't kill you. With a flick of his wide sleeve, black mist surged outward. Space vibrated, and an icy coffin a full yard long crashed down behind him. Oh, that's the 5th stratagem? Luo Tian's eyes finally showed genuine caution. Hun Wei said nothing, forming seals with both hands. A rift of absolute darkness tore open in the sky, cold and fathomless. Your Majesty, the time has come, he murmured. A vast pressure swept from the portal, and a towering figure stepped through. When the crowd saw his face, they gasped as one. His Majesty? The Emperor of the Tianyang Empire Lu Qinzhou? Shock, anger, and disbelief surged like a tidal wave. The sects, the palaces now, even the throne itself was implicated. Years of slaughter and blood sacrifices had been orchestrated by their own sovereign. No wonder the butchers had roamed Tianyang unchecked. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Is it truly you? An elderly man asked, voice quavering. Lu Qinzhou spared him a single glance and walked directly to Han Wei's side, his silence answer enough. Han Wei spoke softly. Your Majesty, the ritual is about to begin, but someone intends to interfere. Blood-red light flared in Lu Qinzhou's eyes. Whoever stands in my way dies. Han Wei pointed straight at Luo Tian. Him. Lu Qinzhou snapped his head toward Luo Tian. In that instant, his crimson pupils surged with murderous intent, so dense it seemed almost solid. The cultivators standing behind Luo Tian felt that gaze sweep over them like an icy blade, their chests splitting open as blood sprayed into the air. Terrifying. He can kill with killing intent alone? No wonder he's the strongest fighter in the Tianyang Empire. Shocked voices cried. This is beyond the 9th level of the tribulation stage. Yet Luo Tian stood unmoved, like a rock in a hurricane. The murderous aura couldn't touch him. Han Wei stepped forward and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, this man is extraordinary. You are not his match right now. Swallow this, and you'll be able to kill him. He produced a blood-red pill the size of a knuckle. Ghostly haze curled around it, faint wails echoing within. Lu Qinzhou gave the pill a cold glance, then stared at Han Wei. Without it, the ritual can't proceed, Han Wei added quickly. Before the words faded, Lu Qinzhou snatched the pill and swallowed it. Boom. Thunder seemed to explode inside him. Agony tore through every bone and vein, ringing a howl from his lungs as he dropped to his knees. At the same time, his aura skyrocketed. A shock wave blasted outward, then another, each one larger, flinging cultivators hundreds of yards away. They crashed to the ground in clouds of dust. What's going on? Did he just break through? No, his realm hasn't advanced, but his power is far above the 9th level of the tribulation stage. This aura is monstrous. Can Luo Tian stop it? Hearts tightened, breaths were held. Moments later, Lu Qinzhou's aura steadied. His body had swelled to twice its size, muscles bulging like rock, black veins snaking under his skin, black mist seeping from every pore. Huff! He straightened, and the simple motion cracked the earth. Shards of stone flew in all directions. Is that strength even human? Someone gasped, despair spreading through the ranks. Han Wei narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping over his face. A half-finished product is already this strong? I'm getting excited. He looked at Luo Tian, voice taunting. Luo Tian, this is my 5th stratagem. Try to block it. Then he bowed to Lu Qinzhou. Your Majesty, kill him. The ritual can begin. Lu Qinzhou's eyes were now entirely blood-red, murderous intent chilling the air. Kill. His roar shook the sky as he leaped. The force carried him past Luo Tian, landing him dozens of yards behind his target. Boom. He drove a shoulder into the ground, and the impact tore the earth apart, magma spurting from the widening cracks. Good grief. Is that still a man? Someone cried. One leap, and the land shatters. Lu Qinzhou fixed his gaze on Luo Tian and whipped his arm forward. Whoosh. A hurricane of force erupted from his palm. The land split beneath it, carving a canyon that stretched for miles across the 10,000 beast plain. The Greenland Lion King's face grew uglier by the second as he watched. If that blow had landed on me, I'd be dead on the spot. He choked out, voice quivering. It's not just you, the old tortoise said, shell shaking as his gaze darkened. Even with time to brace myself, my defenses couldn't stop it. That brute has already leapt past the tribulation and oblivion realms into the boundless realm. The obsidian-beaked bird fluffed its wings and asked cautiously, then can Luo Tian still win? I doubted the Lion King sighed, then suddenly turned. Bag of bones, what's your take? The bone scholar was tiptoeing backward, clearly trying to slip away. You coward, get back here. The Lion King roared, yanking him by the neck and dragging him forward. Elsewhere, Han Wei threw back his head and laughed wildly at his masterpiece, Lu Qinzhou. Excellent. Perfect. Luo Tian, do you see this? This is my true masterstroke. Face him, Hedon, if you've got the nerve, stop running. He shrieked. Luo Tian stood at a distance, eyes narrowed as he studied Lu Qinzhou, brows knitted. This guy could be trouble, he muttered. His voice was low, yet several tribulation realm powerhouses heard every word. So even Luo Tian thinks he's tough? They thought bitterly. Tough. He's a monster. Looks like I'm dying here today, someone murmured in despair. Amid the oppressive silence, Lu Qinzhou suddenly turned and raised his hand. Kill, he growled, the word rumbling like distant thunder. Kill. He roared again, his fist crashing down as though tearing the air apart. This time Luo Tian moved. In a flash he appeared before Lu Qinzhou. Han Wei sneered. A frontal clash? Fool. His Majesty's body is in berserk mode. Keep your distance and you might live. Trade blows and you're dead. Your Majesty, destroy him. Boom. Lu Qinzhou's punch fell like a meteor, the wind howling around it. Luo Tian's expression turned icy. He clenched his own fist and struck back. Get out of my way, he roared. Before the watching crowd, the two fists collided. Crack! The supposedly indestructible giant fist of Lu Qinzhou shattered like tofu against iron. Luo Tian's force punched through Lu Qinzhou's arm, blasted straight through his torso, and shot skyward in a torrent of ruinous power. Thud! The shockwave slammed into the world's barrier. The light curtain quaked, leaving a clear fist-shaped dent. Han Wei's pupils contracted as he stared at the imprint. That terrifying power by the river of souls, it was Luo Tian? Impossible, how could I lose? Black mist poured from Lu Qinzhou's severed arm, his spiritual energy in chaos, his aura plummeting. Everyone stood petrified. One moment Lu Qinzhou was trouble, the next he was crippled by a single punch. Hey, was that your fifth and genius stratagem? Looks broken to me, Luo Tian called out to Han Wei. Han Wei stared at the half-crippled Lu Qinzhou, hardly believing what he was seeing. Although Lu Qinzhou had yet to reach his complete form, the sheer brutality of his power alone was terrifying. His only flaw was his lack of control. In theory, exploiting that weakness was the only way to defeat him, yet Luo Tian hadn't bothered. He had met Lu Qinzhou hidden and crushed him. Luo Tian's strength was clearly in a different league, making tactics unnecessary. A heavy chill settled in Han Wei's chest. He recalled how Luo Tian had already destroyed several of his soul seeds, and suddenly wondered if he had gravely underestimated the man. Why are you stopping me? Lu Qinzhou shrieked at Luo Tian from a short distance away. Stopping you from what? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, taking in Lu Qinzhou's battered figure. I'm about to bring her back. Only the final right remains. Shall live again any second now. What right do you have to interfere? Lu Qinzhou's hoarse voice overflowed with near-wild obsession. Right? Resurrection? Luo Tian muttered, confused. Han Wei regained his composure and beckoned. Your Majesty, over here. One hand rested on an ice coffin beside him. The moment Lu Qinzhou saw it, his face went pale. He staggered forward, calling out over and over, Xiaoyu Xiaoyu. Han Wei turned back to Luo Tian and sneered. You've broken the fifth stratagem. Now for my sixth. With those words he pressed down on the coffin. Crystal clear ice cracked instantly, fractures racing across its surface. Bang! The coffin shattered into a rain of glittering shards. Inside stood a girl, stiff and lifeless, her skin ashen. Xiaoyu. Lu Qinzhou rushed up, clutching her to his chest, his voice quavering. I'm about to revive you. For you will give up everything, me people, my kingdom, whatever it takes, as long as you return. Luo Tian heard every word and pieced together the tale. The girl named Xiaoyu had been Lu Qinzhou's beloved and had died for some unknown reason. Han Wei had ensnared him with promises that sacrifice could bring her back, and the emperor had fallen for it. Massacres had erupted across the Tianyang Empire to fuel the ritual, leaving Lu Qinzhou a shell of a man and a puppet in Han Wei's hands. So he's just a pathetic simp, Luo Tian scoffed, disgusted. Devotion meant nothing without a line. One wouldn't cross an emperor who would trade millions of lives for one person was despicable. On the other side, Han Wei flicked his sleeve, and a black pearl drifted out. A soul seed condensed from 10 million spirits. He glanced at the girl. An unseen generation inborn body. He tapped the pearl into the girl's chest. Buzz. Her body convulsed, crimson markings snaking across her pale skin like living serpents. A dormant power erupted, long sealed and now unleashed. Satisfaction flashed in Han Wei's eyes. Together they'll forge the strongest soul general. Boom. A savage aura burst from the girl, no less fearsome than Lu Qinzhou's moments before. Yet unlike his chaotic power, hers was steady as tempered steel. Han Wei's smile widened while Luo Tian's brow furrowed. Xiaoyu, you're alive? Lu Qinzhou looked at the young woman and broke into rapturous joy, his voice trembling with excitement. The entire crowd witnessed the scene. Among them, a girl of 17 or 18 instantly teared up and whispered to the boy beside her. So His Majesty did all this just to bring his lover back. That's so touching, I'm going to cry. The boy curled his lip. What's so touching about that? You clueless straight guy, no wonder you'll be single forever. Why can't you learn from His Majesty? The girl shot back. Speechless, the boy lowered his head in frustration, yet still stole a glance at Lu Qinzhou and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gently raised a hand. Her slender fingertip brushed Lu Qinzhou's cheek. Tears rolled down his face as he choked out, Xiaoyu. She slowly inclined her head and leaned toward his ear. Believing she was about to whisper, Lu Qinzhou moved closer. In the next instant, Xiaoyu's mouth tore open and everything above her chest twisted into a grotesque beast that swallowed half of Lu Qinzhou's body in one gulp. Ah, Xiaoyu! You, Lu Qinzhou screamed in terror. Not far away, Han Wei spoke calmly. Your Majesty, this is the final step if you want Miss Xiaoyu revived. Don't you want her back? Lu Qinzhou froze, muttering, revive, fine, Xiaoyu. With that, he stopped struggling. The monster devoured him completely in a few bites. Boom. A muffled roar erupted as the aura within Xiaoyu surged to a new height. Every face in the crowd went deathly pale. The once smooth girl clamped a hand over her mouth, too scared to make a sound. Hun Wei stared at Xiaoyu, eyes blazing with delight. My first soul general. She isn't fully formed yet, but the prototype is there. Once I sacrifice the rest of you and fill the final gap in her soul, shall be perfect. He then shot a provocative look at Luo Tian in the distance. Luo Tian, this is my sixth grand stratagem, let's see you break it. Luo Tian let out a soft sigh. Figurisa simp never dies well. While straightening his robes, he added coolly, Lu Qinzhou was a simp and a fool. A king who slaughters his own people deserves what he gets. But, finished adjusting his sleeves, Luo Tian lifted his head. A glacial light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Hun Wei. Hun Wei, you trash who treats stupidity as a game, you're even worse. Today I'm going to kill you, and no one can stop me. Luo Tian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Hun Wei instinctively backed away a few steps, almost panicking, but quickly steadied himself. Kill him. He barked at Xiaoyu. Boom. The soul-bound Xiaoyu shot forward like lightning, her speed beyond most eyes. Bang. Luo Tian caught her face in one hand, halting her midair. Back off. With a flick of his arm, he flung her away. Rumble. She smashed a massive crater in the ground, then rose again. Luo Tian frowned slightly and whipped a blade of sword energy behind him. Uft. The energy arc pierced Xiaoyu, nailing her to the earth. Yet an instant later, her body dissolved into black mist, slipped free, and reformed unharmed. Hun Wei sneered. Give up, Luo Tian. A soul general is the ultimate weapon, you can't kill her. Unmoved, Luo Tian arched a brow. Is that so? Then let this demon taste a technique it's never seen. With a casual wave, Luo Tian stirred the very air. Spiritual energy boiled, and an ancient bronze war drum taller than a man materialized before his palm, the soul-quelling drum. The killing move from his heavenly Tao visualization. Last time he had meant to subdue a fiend with it, but accidentally crushed the target outright. Now he had finally found a proper test subject. Whoosh. Xiaoyu turned into a streak of blood and shot at Luo Tian. Boom. The drumstick slammed down, releasing a deep shockwave that carried the power to suppress all souls. In an instant, the crimson markings on Xiaoyu's body shattered inch by inch. With a wet crack, the hidden souls inside her scattered, and her flesh lost support, wobbling in midair before plunging toward the ground. What? Hun Wei's heart went cold. A soul general he had groomed for hundreds of years was erased by a single beat? Refusing to accept it, he formed seals in a frenzy, trying to seize control of Xiaoyu again, but no matter how his spells flowed, nothing answered. Luo Tian. Hun Wei's eyes bulged with fury, the agony of failure driving him mad. Whoosh. Luo Tian blinked forward, appearing right in front of him, and lashed out with a kick. Bang. Hun Wei's head exploded into a mist of blood, yet, bizarrely, the fragments reformed at once. Luo Tian frowned lightly. As I thought, something caught between man and ghost. Hun Wei snarled, Luo Tian. Before he could finish, Luo Tian's second kick shattered his jaw. Each time Hun Wei regenerated, Luo Tian answered with another kick, over and over, as if venting his rage. After more than 1,000 cycles of crushing and rebirth, Hun Wei finally slipped away, dragging his mangled body to a safe distance. Curse you, Luo Tian, you brought this on yourself. Hun Wei roared. His sleeves snapped open, and a blinding white light shot skyward. Hum. The brilliance condensed into a colossal sigil miles across, slowly rotating and radiating a despair so thick it suffocated. In a heartbeat, everyone beneath the sigil went rigid, their very breath suppressed. Hun Wei let out a cold chuckle. Luo Tian, this is the final layer of my sevenfold stratagem, ultimate trump card of the Tianyang Empire, a fragmentary celestial array from Mount Samaru. I never wish to use it, because once the array rises, every life beneath it is obliterated, leaving no souls for me to perfect my generals. But since you destroyed them, none of you are worth keeping alive. His gaze was icy. Luo Tian, I'll admit you're exceptional. For centuries now, in all of human history no one has matched your monstrous talent. Yet a celestial array is beyond mortal strength, and you will die all the same. With a sweep of his arm, the array descended like divine wrath. Runic light blotted out the sky, the earth rumbled, and despair swallowed every heart. How had the Empire's sacred treasure fallen into such hands? In the end, were they still destined to die today? Maybe Luo Tian will save us. Give it a rest. He's strong, but even he can't break an immortal array. While despair and hope mingled in the crowd, the frigid array above descended inch by inch. Luo Tian merely watched it, a mocking curl lifting the corner of his mouth. An immortal array? That's nothing. You think you're the only one wielding immortal-grade power? His words were calm, his eyes sharp as blades. Oh, then show me what immortal tier treasure you've got that can stand against mine, Hun Wei retorted. Open your dog eyes and see for yourself, Luo Tian replied. He clapped his palms together. White spiritual light burst from his body, flowing like living armor and boiling the air around him. A chill crawled up Hun Wei's spine. Danger loomed, though he couldn't name it. Boom. The earth shook, dust geysered skyward, and the heavens of that small world seemed to tear apart under some colossal force. Space itself trembled. What's happening? People cried. Look, Mount Shumi, it's lifting into the sky. Gasps exploded. The mountain, vast as heaven and earth, tore free from its roots. Boulders rained from its sheared cliffs, ribbons of light trailing as it floated high above. Are you kidding? Am only at the aerial realm. Does he really have to drop Mount Shumi on me? A young cultivator blanched. If the array's fall had left even a sliver of hope, a mountain's descent meant utter annihilation. Hun Weiss' pupils shrank, his face locked in a rigid grimace. You've got to be. Crash. Mount Shumi slammed into a corner of the immortal array, its massive shadow blotting out the sky. The array's light shattered on impact, luminous runes scattered like petals in a storm, leaving nothing behind. Luo Tian raised a hand again. Guided by unseen threads, the mountain lifted, circled overhead, then rumbled back to its original place. Dust billowed, the sky cleared. Silence reigned. Every gaze fixed on Luo Tian, jaws slack. Summoning Mount Shumi with a wave, was he even human? Any last words? Luo Tian asked, eyes on Hunwei. Hunwei stared up, despair and calm mingling. Luo Tian, I never underestimated you. My sevenfold stratagem could kill any great lord of Central Province. But he glared at Luo Tian, then shrieked, where on earth did a monster like you come from? The curse cut off as his fingers stabbed through his own chest. He clenched. Bang. Blood mist erupted. Hunwei blew himself apart, granting Luo Tian no chance to strike. Luo Tian brushed his sleeve. He knew Han Weiss' cruelty. Forcing a soul search would end the same way. Shattered fragments. No intel. Better to let him perish. Dusting off his robe, Luo Tian glanced at Mount Shumi and mused, an immortal artifact indeed. One strike cost me nearly 1% of my spiritual energy. Terrifying. Suddenly, splurt. Beside him, Xiaoye's corpse convulsed, spitting out Lu Qinzhou. The emperor was long dead, empty eyes frozen in regret. A single misstep had ruined a lifetime. Kinga. Luo Xiaoxiao dashed over, eyes red, voice shaking. You scared me to death, I thought. Luo Tian ruffled her hair, voice gentle yet firm. Don't be afraid. Your Tiange is invincible. Damn that beast. It's all his fault. That son of a bitch has killed so many people, he nearly got me too. A frenzied roar rolled across the shattered battlefield. Cultivators' corpses lay strewn everywhere, blood still warm, the air thick with the stench of scorched earth. Furious survivors raised their weapons and pinned the barely breathing Lu Qinzhou to the ground, itching to hack him to pieces. Cut Lu Qinzhou apart. Someone shouted, and the woman Tudant let her off. The shouts turned into a murderous tide. Just as the blades were about to fall, Luo Tian stepped forward. A pale gold vortex swirled around his robes, and all rage froze on the spot. Brows knit, Luo Tian spoke in a calm voice that brooked no refusal. He's already dead. Leave it at that. At those words, every weapon halted in midair. Remembering the terrifying power Luo Tian had displayed, the crowd stiffened and bowed. Sir Luo Tian, well, do as you say. His gaze swept over them. With a flick of his sleeve, he said, Shumi Mountain stays open for a few more days. Go seek your fortunes, don't linger here. Relieved, they thanked him. Many thanks, sir, and bolted toward the mountain's depths, afraid that staying a moment longer would court disaster. When the uproar faded, only Qin Lin and the others who were too badly wounded to flee remained. They had fought at the heart of the melee. The shock waves of blade and sword key had shattered their bones, and now they leaned against jagged rocks, breaths as thin as spider silk. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold. Anyone who runs with a tiger is no better than the beast itself, so die. He flicked his hand. Dozens of sword lights as fine as cicada wings shot from his fingertips, piercing every brow in an instant. Qin Lin and the rest dropped before they could even scream, pupils glazing as they hit the ground. Before the blood could soak the earth, Luo Tian gathered his soul power and formed a seal. The fallen cultivator's seas of consciousness collapsed. Streams of memory were extracted, compressed, and forged into dusky soul pearls that floated into his palm. Tribulation realm memories worth quite a bit. He pocketed the pearls and, with a casual sweep of his sleeve, scattered the reek of blood on the wind. His gaze settled on Xiaoye's body. She had been blameless forced while alive, turned into a weapon after death, saddled with infamy she never earned. Luo Tian paused, then struck the ground. Earth and stone churned, opening a grave several feet deep. He gently laid Xiaoyu inside, straightened her battle-torn dress, and murmured, rest in peace. Next he kicked Lu Qinzhou in after her and said coolly, in your next life, be a dog with a brain. With a wave of his arm, soil cascaded down, sealing the double mound. Even the bloody wind seemed to quiet. Come on back to Shumi Mountain, Luo Tian said, turning away. Right. Luo Rong and the others hurried after him. After several hundred yards, Luo Tian suddenly sensed something and looked back. Through the lingering mist, he thought he saw a woman in white kneeling at Xiaoye's new grave, bowing to him. When he focused, the figure dissolved like morning fog. Brother Tian, what is it? Luo Rong asked. Nothing, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. He didn't pause again. Hours later, They returned to the valley of the Bodhi tree. The ancient trunk, shimmering jade gold, was bathed in Buddhalite like a living deity. Luo Tian raised his palm. Divine power surged, peeling away rock and soil. The Bodhi tree rose, roots and all, and vanished into a spatial fold of his sleeve. The group then headed back to the Destiny Tower. Its gates stood open, tower spirits lined up respectfully on the steps. After exchanging information, they agreed that the creature deep in the Yellow Springs Sea was still unresolved. The Destiny Tower and Shumi Mountain would remain where they were to avoid complications. Refining Shumi Mountain had yielded an unexpected bonus. Luo Tian no longer had to wait for the secret realm to open. He could enter it whenever he pleased. That meant every opportunity within the realm spirit herbs, formations, hidden troves was now in the palm of his hand. From this moment on, it all belonged to him. Several more days slipped by, and Shumi Mountain finally closed. A flash of teleportation light flared, and every challenger was sent back to the capital of the Tianyang Empire at the same time. Shumi Mountain boasts countless entrances, yet it has only one exit, so when everyone spilled out together the scene was as crowded as a marketplace. The moment they landed, Sun Xiu latched onto Luo Tian like a stubborn barnacle, insisting that he come to the Sun Estate to recuperate. Luo Tian had fought non-stop inside the mountain and was exhausted, so he did not refuse. Within a few short days, an earth-shaking secret from inside Shumi Mountain had already spread through the streets. The mastermind behind the years of city-wide massacres and blood sacrifices was none other than His Majesty, Lu Qinzhou. The news was like lamp oil splashed onto dry tinder. The Tianyang Empire trembled on the brink of chaos, and Lu Qinzhou's name became utterly reviled. Night settled over the capital, and the lanterns along the long avenue were sparse and dim. Luo Tian was out for a solitary stroll when he unexpectedly bumped into an old acquaintance Chen Kai. Luo Tian had met him when he first arrived in the Tianyang Empire. In that city which had nearly been offered up as a sacrifice, Chen Kai was one of the rare few who tried to help the common folk. Now that Chen Kai knew Luo Tian's true identity, he greeted him with deep respect. Luo Tian invited him into a small tavern, and the two sat facing each other, their cups lit by candlelight. They drank until deep into the night. Chen Kai's cheeks flushed red, and he suddenly clutched the wine jug and began to weep, cursing Lu Qinzhou between sobs. That dog of an emperor is slaughtering the innocent. I, Chen Kai, want to set the realm straight and give the people peace, but my strength is pitiful. I can do nothing. At last he slammed the table, the jug rolled away, and he collapsed, fast asleep. The morning mist still hung thick when Chen Kai groggily awoke. The seat opposite him was empty, yet on the tabletop lay a short length of lustrous, warm Bodhi branch. Luo Tian was already gone. By late morning in the rear courtyard of the Sun residence, Luo Rong dropped the training stone he was holding and asked excitedly, Brother Tian, we're all healed up. When are we going home? Yeah, we've been away so long. I miss Qinglan City, Luo Xiaoxiao added, blinking expectantly. Luo Tian shook his head with a smile. No rush. Let's wait a little longer. Wait for whom? Luo Rong scratched his head in confusion, and just then noise erupted at the gate. Lord Luo Tian, we're here. Outside the courtyard stood several thousand people, shouldering bulging burlap sacks, and wearing spatial rings on their fingers. Sun Xiu was dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Luo Tian waved his hand. Come on, we're heading to Wuyo Immortal Palace first. 3 days later, business was booming at a certain tavern in the capital. Drinkers traded rumors like minstrel songs between the wooden tables. Gentlemen, have you heard? The Leitang sect was leveled. Leveled? Someone at the table blinked, confused. Yep. 3 days ago a group barged in and took anything that wasn't nailed down. They even stole cultivation manuals? That was just the beginning. The storyteller waved his chopsticks through the air. The main hall, the mountain gate, the paving stones on the road up the peak, they dismantled everything. They even emptied the latrines. That's brutal. Didn't the Leitang sect have a Nirvana realm patriarch guarding it? All talk. In the end, only some ninth-layer tribulation crossing geezer, whose life was already at its end, showed up. He tried to stop them, got slapped around a few times, and wilted. You think that's bad? Another drinker snorted. There's an even worse tale. Who? Wuyo Immortal Palace. Not only was their sect torn apart, their treasures hauled away, and their latrines emptied, but something even more unbelievable happened to them. What could be so unbelievable? A curious shout rang out from the tavern's second floor, and a dozen cultivators at the nearby table immediately pricked up their ears. Word is, the first man lowered his voice. The disciples of carefree Immortal Palace were robbed of absolutely everything. Several listeners nodded, still fairly calm. Rough, but it's not. You're not getting it. The man cut the air with his hand. I mean, every last thing was taken. They exchanged blank looks, so he spelled it out. The female disciples were left with nothing but a bedsheet. The men had at worst just a single leaf. Whoa. The table burst into uproar. That's kind of wild. The storyteller glared. Don't get any ideas. Men robbed men, women robbed women. The commotion eased a little. Someone doubted. Sounds exaggerated. Is it even true? A light laugh drifted from another table. True as daylight. I was at Carefree Immortal Palace this morning. Everyone crowded around. Seriously? Did you see any of the women? He spat. They'd all run off already. Was it really that bad? Someone pressed. He nodded gravely. Bad. Not a single intact tile on the entire mountain. Every plant uprooted. The ground's been plowed 10 fathoms deep. I swear, you'd need decades of professional work to strip a place that clean. Gasps spread through the group. Then someone asked in a whisper, who did it? Who's that crazy? A companion clamped a hand over his mouth. Trying to get us killed? He shrank back, just as a cold voice answered from the corner. Who else? Bebe City. Bebe City? Luo Tian's faction? The questioner was stunned. Are they really that strong? A nearby cultivator snorted. Strong as they come. My cousin's third uncle's second aunt's nephew's senior brother went to Mount Sumeru on this trip. He swears Luo Tian's people are defying the heavens. Bebe City's now a holy land spiritual mist, so thick you can't see through it. Just a few months ago it was nothing special. No idea what fortune they stumbled upon. The crowd was transfixed, the buzz rising. Bang! A wine cup slammed down in the corner. A middle-aged Taoist got to his feet, eyes fixed on the speaker. Brother, did you say Bebe City's aura spiked only in the last few months? The man nodded. Exactly. Dense enough to scare you. Half the young geniuses of the Tianyang Empire are squeezing in. Yin Tianrui from the Hidden Dragon list has already set out to join them. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Much obliged. With that he turned and strode out. The drinkers watched him go and muttered, odd fellow. Forget him, someone urged. So, where did those Carefree Palace girls end up? A friend of mine wants. The hubbub faded. The Taoist reached a quiet alley, produced a sound transmission talisman, and spoke in a low, urgent tone. Master, I may have found the whereabouts of our falling moon sect's Earth Fane. Meanwhile, out on the wasteland beyond the capital, a black-robed figure crouched by the ground, burning paper offerings. A crow perched on his shoulder. Its black feathers quivered as it let out a rasping caw, while Hun Hai, face full of malicious glee, giggled at the spirit paper burning in the brazier. Hunwei, what a miserable way to die, hey yeah. I shouldn't be laughing, but I just can't help it. Whoosh. Sparks popped, ash swirled, and a jade-green flame rose above the brazier, solidifying into the shape of a burly man. Hun Hai's neck shrank as he hurriedly bowed. Ah, protector, sir? The fiery figure lowered its head, an icy gaze burning through the flames. Hun Hai, your last report said Hunwei was dead? Hun Hai bobbed his head. Yes, sir, killed so horribly. The cult's rules are clear: manipulate from the shadows, never act in person, the protector said coolly. So why is he dead? He broke the rules, fought someone, and lost, Hun Hai muttered. Idiot, no wonder he got himself killed. The protector snorted, then his tone hardened. Still, the cult's honor cannot be tarnished. Anyone who dares kill one of us must pay. Go, kill that man. Hun Hai's face turned ashen. Protector, the target is too strong. I can't do it. If you can't, who can? The protector asked, eyes narrowing. Hun Hai's mind raced. It would be best if the cult master handled it personally. If he's too busy, then at least the deputy master, preferably right away. The flames fell silent for several heartbeats before the protector spoke again. What is his name? Luo Tian, Hun Hai answered. The protector's brow furrowed. That will have to wait. Hun Hai gaped. Why? In the central region, people are watching our every move. The cult master is tied up with those old monsters, and nearly all our top fighters are lying low. No one can spare the time, the protector said gravely. Luo Tian is your responsibility entirely. A chill seeped into Hun Hai's bones. But I really can't. This isn't up for discussion. The protector's voice turned cold. At the next council meeting I expect to hear that Luo Tian is dead. Fail, and you'll pay the price. With that, the flames shattered and vanished, leaving only a half brazier of ash. Hun Hai stood blankly for a long moment, then sprang up and flung the remaining scraps of paper to the floor. Are you kidding me? You haven't seen how freakish Luo Tian is, and you want me to kill him? That's suicide. But if I refuse, the protector will kill me anyway. What do I do? He crouched, clutching his head in despair. Suddenly he slapped his thigh, eyes shining. I've got to send the disaster somewhere else. Huh, I'm brilliant. He bounced forward a few steps, his figure flickered, and he vanished into the night. Luo Tian had no idea how many people had their eyes on him. Right now, he was strolling down the busiest street in Bebe City. Across the way, outside a small shop, several young disciples were shouting at the top of their lungs. Don't miss out, folks. Training robes straight from Wuyo Immortal Palace, a top-tier power of the Tianyang Empire. Everything must go, rock-bottom prices. Inside, clothing racks clattered, a mix of fragrance and sweat drifting out. Luo Tian stood on the opposite side of the street, brow furrowed. What on earth are you selling? The young disciples spotted him and bowed at once. Young master, we're selling robes snatched from Wuyo Immortal Palace. Luo Tian's gaze swept the shelves. Men's and women's spell robes piled together, many still smeared with half-dried blood. He frowned. People actually buy this? The lead disciple nodded eagerly. Absolutely. The women's training robes sold out this morning. You should have seen it. Folks nearly started brawling over them. Curiously though, The men's robes aren't moving as fast. We've only sold 7 so far. Luo Tian pressed a hand to his forehead and muttered, there really are perverts everywhere. A teenager hurried over from not far away, lowered his voice, and offered, Brother Tian, I actually hid one for myself. Want it? Get lost. Luo Tian's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered and turned to leave. He knew that if he stayed any longer, these clowns would drag him down their crooked path. Just then, Luo Tian. A clear voice rang out ahead. He halted and looked up. Leaving already? The speaker was Bing Ling. Ever since her escape from Mount Shumi, she had followed Luo Tian back to Bianbei City. As a born spirit of nature, she resonated with the earth vein beneath the city, and even the ambient spiritual energy flowed more gently around her. Bing Ling shook her head, her face solemn. I spent too long inside Mount Shumi and burned through most of my essence. If I don't recover soon, it'll dissipate. She glanced at the base of the city wall. You have a sanctuary grade earth vein here. It would do wonders for my recovery, so I'd like to stay for a while. Is that all right? Of course, I want freeload. I can gather fortune for Bianbei City, though it's not as direct as an earth vein. It will still help. Fortune? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes, that. Bing Ling pressed her palms together. A soft glow appeared between her fingers, drifting like mist in her hands. The art of fortune is arcane. People have it, and so do sections. The stronger the fortune, the more opportunities and smoother the growth. Major powers and central state all cultivate fortune, and some holy grounds even manifest it externally to shield their domains and spawn rare treasures. Bing Ling met Luo Tian's gaze. Your Bianbei City is strong, but its fortune is thin. While I recover, I'll bolster it for you. How about it? Luo Tian laughed. Why so formal? Even if you did nothing, would I refuse you a place to stay? The city is yours to pick from. Bing Ling let out a quiet breath, bowed deeply, and said, thank you. I'll make my home here for now. If trouble comes, find me. With that, she turned into a streak of icy light and vanished. After seeing her off, Luo Tian returned to his manor. The place had just been expanded. Every beam and tile was crafted from premium materials borrowed from the carefree Immortal Palace and the Thunder Sect. Redesigned, it now looked grand and imposing. In the rear courtyard, the spirit of the Bodhi tree had been waiting. When Luo Tian arrived, the spirit materialized and bowed. Greetings, sage. Luo Tian noticed that the spirit's sparse hairline actually seemed to have gained a few strands, and he smiled. Settling in well. More than well, perfect. The spirit's leaves quivered with excitement. It had expected a life of hardship after leaving Mount Shumi, whose spiritual richness was famed across the land. Yet here in Bianbei City, thanks to the sanctuary-grade earth vein, the concentration of energy was every bit as high, perhaps even greater. The Bodhi tree now stood in Luo Tian's rear garden. The spirit needed to do nothing but quietly observe Luo Tian sleeping, and it had already experienced several moments of enlightenment, its cultivation advancing steadily. In the days ahead, I'll bring my clan members and some city disciples here to train, Luo Tian said. Could you give them a hand? The Bodhi tree's spirit trembled and bowed. Sage, please don't say that. It's my honor to assist you. Rest assured, they'll do everything in my power to guide their cultivation. Luo Tian gave a slight nod. With the Bodhi tree overseeing things, everyone's progress would double. Sudden enlightenment is a blessing that can't be forced. For nearly a month afterward, the strength of the Luo clan and in fact all of North Border City climbed at breakneck speed. The city was awash in resources. Sacred-grade spirit energy lingered year-round. Sky spirit, ore, and profound essence fluid were piled high. Bodhi fruits lay everywhere, and the tree's spirit offered personal instruction. The training environment was almost lavish beyond reason. Luo Tian even distributed his vast stock of soul seeds. Under such conditions, it was harder not to advance. In just a few weeks, the city had turned into a place where Insight Realm cultivators were as common as stray dogs, and return-to-void experts roamed every street. Meanwhile, the walls were expanded yet again. The mountains of materials salvaged from Wuyo Immortal Palace and Thundergate couldn't be used up fast enough, so an entirely new ring of fortifications went up. Behind the scenes, Bing Ling guided the city's fate. Minor and major opportunities surfaced one after another, and the shadow of a true sacred land began to take shape. First day of the month, early morning. 1,000 li above North Border City, a massive flying warship burst through the clouds. A rays etched across its hull glimmered, radiating the weight of a mountain. At the bow, the main cannon gathered a dim, chilling light, runes crawling over the barrel. Hands clasped behind his back, a white-haired elder stared across the distance, eyes locked on the faint golden dragon veins swirling above the city. So this is where it ended up, my falling moon sect's earth vein. His fists cracked as they tightened. A gray-clad elder bowed. Sect Master, we've found the vein, but it appears someone has claimed it. Negotiations may prove difficult. Claimed. The sect master's gaze turned icy. Let them see our strength. They'll step aside. You mean? Power up the main cannon. Fire one shot. The gray elder blanched. Sect master, are you going to massacre the city? He knew a single blast from the Azure Dragon battleship's main cannon equaled a full-force strike from a top-tier Annihilation Realm cultivator enough to wipe out a small city in an instant. The sect master's eyes swept over him. Did I say what level the city? Then, fire 30 li short of the walls. Once they understand the gap between us, they'll make way. The gray elder exhaled in relief and smiled. Sect master, your mercy is boundless. He turned and shouted, all hands, lock target, prepare to fire. Sir. The deck shook. Spirit stones slid into place, arrays blazed, and the cannon's light swelled. At that very moment, outside North Border City, Luo Tian lounged idly, watching a group of youngsters practice swordplay. Brother Tian, no matter how I try, I can't get the heavenly Dao sword technique right. Could you show us a real strike? A Luo clan girl was on the verge of tears after another failed attempt. Yeah, we've only heard stories about the full power of that technique, another youth chimed in. Just one demonstration. Pestered from all sides, Luo Tian finally nodded. Fine. One strike. Watch closely. He took a long sword from a boy nearby, his aura rising sharply as he called out. Heavenly Dao, sword, technique sever. 1,000 li away, aboard the warship. Main cannon, fire. Boom. A massive beam erupted from the warship's main cannon, roaring toward Bienbei City. The dazzling spiritual light looked as if it would tear the sky apart. Waves of heat rolled across the deck, making the whole vessel shudder and every heart tremble. Man, every time the main gun fires, it scares the life out of me. If that shot hit me, there wouldn't be a speck left. Forget you, even the sect master said he couldn't take that blast heat in. Voices rose in a flurry. Some gripped their weapons, others swallowed hard. The Azure Dragon battleship was called the king of 8th grade artifacts for good reason. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Falling Moon sect master allowed himself a satisfied smile. After this volley, the earth vein will once again belong to my Falling Moon sect. The smile vanished in an instant. He narrowed his eyes at the distant sky. What is that? A shard of icy light split the air as her sharp sword chi blazing toward the battleship at blinding speed. Sword chi? Whose? A gray-robed elder muttered. Who cares? Anyone crazy enough to pit sword chi against the main cannon must be either stupid or suicidally confident. Definitely stupid. No one sane tries to block the main gun with a sword. Laughter rippled through the crew, and even the sect master chuckled until every laugh died at once. The beam and the sword aura collided. Everyone expected the sword light to be devoured instantly. Yet the beam shattered into glimmering dust while the blade light remained untouched, cleaving straight for the battleship. The sect master's heart seized. Abandon ship. He barked, already leaping skyward. The crew hesitated for one stunned heartbeat before scrambling to flee. Almost simultaneously, boom. The sword aura skimmed the hull, and its aftershock shredded the enormous Azure Dragon battleship into burning debris that rained across the sky. You've got to be kidding! Horror rippled through the air. Hundreds of layered arrays shielded the Azure Dragon. Even a Nirvana-stage powerhouse would need hours of full-force assault to dent it. Yet one casual stroke only the aftershock had turned it to ash. How strong is the one who swung that sword? Every spine went cold. Outside Bienbei City, Luo Tian sheathed his blade and said calmly, that was roughly 1/10 of the heavenly Dao sword technique's power. The young disciple stared, eyes blazing. What a strike. When will I ever manage that? I want to learn it too, but it was so fast I couldn't see a thing. Luo Chu, your stargazing eyes can analyze sword chi. Did you catch anything? Starlight flickered in Luo Chu's pupils. He gazed toward the fading sword intent and breathed, a little. That sword chi was terrifying. It sliced a ship apart. Luo Tian had been perfectly composed, but the word ship made him start. Ship? What ship? His expression tightened. Soul power surged from him like a tide, sweeping toward the trajectory of his strike where something definitely lay in ruins. Jinping, take me there. Luo Tian called, unease sinking in. If that casual swing killed innocence, this is bad. Yes. With one powerful sweep of his wings, King Jinping rocketed forward with Luo Tian on his back. Newly advanced to the tribulation realm, the great bird's wings sliced through the sky, moving several times faster than before. A single golden blur carried them across 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, the Luo sect disciples were making a panicked retreat toward the distant remnants of a cloud bank. Their Azure Dragon warship had been cut in two by a single sword strike, and its wreckage was still raining from the sky. The sect master and the gray-robed elder exchanged a terrified glance. Sect master, what do we do? The elder asked, voice trembling. They had come intending to seize the earth-vein dragon pulse, but before they could even draw near, that world-shattering sword strike had stopped them cold. Its power was far beyond anything they understood. We run. The sect master barked. Only now did he realize he had fatally underestimated Northern City. If they kept coveting the dragon vein, they would simply be throwing their lives away. A thunderous rush of wind split the air. A golden shadow streaked overhead. King Jinping, with Luo Tian astride his back, came to a halt above the frightened group. The sect master whirled around, pupils contracting. A tribulation realm divine beast? No stronger. What chilled him even more was the fact that such a fearsome creature was merely a mount, while the young man riding it seemed to have an unremarkable aura that he couldn't fathom at all. Luo Tian glanced down at the wreckage, cupped his fists, and spoke apologetically. Sorry about that. I swung my sword a little carelessly just now. No one got hurt, did they? That casual remark made the sect master's back break out in a cold sweat. The sword strike had come from this seemingly low-level youth? The sword intent lingering around Luo Tian's body was identical to the scar carved in the skyproof. He could kill every person here in an instant. No one was hurt, the sect master stammered, doing his best not to anger him. Luo Tian let out a small sigh of relief. Good. I'd hate to shed blood if we have no grudge. If you were here to cause trouble for Northern City, then taking a little damage is fair. If not, well, that's awkward. So why exactly are you here? Hearts pounded throughout the Luoyua party. Trouble for Northern City? That was precisely their mission. The sect master forced himself forward, voice quavering. We of Luoyua sect came to Northern City to deliver gifts. Gifts? What kind of gifts? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Please give us a moment. The sect master turned and gathered his people, lowering his voice. Hand over all your spatial rings. Now. Everything, sect master? A reluctant elder asked as he produced his ring. Everything. Unless you want to die, empty your hands. With no choice, the 6 of them surrendered their rings. One glance told the sect master it wasn't enough. The gray-robed elder looked near tears. We fled too fast. Most of our valuables went down with the Azure Dragon worship. We don't have much left. Not enough. No sincerity. The sect master clenched his teeth. Everyone take off your robes. What? Sect master, the elders balked. Our sect robes are woven from heaven silk, worth a 6th-tier artifact. It's all we have left. Your life, or your clothes shoes. The group exchanged helpless looks, then began stripping off their ceremonial robes, folding each one neatly at the sect master's feet. A short distance away, Luo Tian watched, utterly baffled. Oh, what in the world are these guys doing? He could only stare in disbelief as the spectacle unfolded. In the blink of an eye, everyone stripped off their jackets, standing in nothing but their shirts. Sect master, is this enough? A disciple asked quietly, his face long with worry. The sect master of Luoyua sect turned, cast Luo Tian a fleeting glance, and felt his heart wobble again. After a moment, his brows lifted, his gaze slid to the crowd's feet, and suddenly brightened. Right, take off your Zongyun boots as well. What, the shoes too? The disciples looked at one another, embarrassed. Zongyun boots were 5th-rank artifacts, normally guarded more jealously than their own lives. But the sect master barked, brothers, look at the situation we're in. Forget your dignity, stay alive first. They thought of the crisis that had hung over Luoyua sect for 1,000 years. If the sect fell, pride meant nothing. Rustling filled the air as everyone kicked off their shoes. Shoes and coats piled into a small hill, yet the sect master still felt uneasy and swept them with another look. Elder Huai, now the stripped elder, whispered bitterly, Master, we can't take off anything else. There's really nothing left. The sect master sighed and nodded. Very well, this will have to do. He bent, gathered the mound of clothing and boots, and carried it to Luo Tian. My lord, the gifts we prepared went down with the flying boat. We have only these to show our sincerity, please don't refuse them. Then he bowed so deeply his waist was nearly level with the ground. Behind him, every disciple and elder of Luoyua sect copied the salute in unison. All of them knew the iron rule that had kept Luoyua sect alive for millennia. Bow to the strong, or be wiped out. In the North Domain alone, countless people could destroy them. The central continent teemed with even greater powerhouses. Only by discarding their pride could they survive. Yual Luo Tian's brow creased. The 2 words hit them like muffled thunder, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the burst of anger that might follow. Instead, Luo Tian sighed. You're being far too polite. Relief washed over the crowd, and they exhaled silently. Perhaps they had passed this trial. Luo Tian dropped the bundle onto the back of the Jinping king, waved, and said, come with me to Bianbei City. You've traveled far and brought such sincerity, I must at least give you a proper welcome. The sect master meant to refuse, but in the very next instant. Huh, a tribulation-stitched divine beast? What luck! I come to Bianbei City and stumble on a treasure like this. A wild laugh split the sky as a figure tore through the air. Boom! An overwhelming aura swept out like a tide, revealing the newcomer's realm at once, the boundless stage. The sect master's heart plunged. As a nirvana stage cultivator, he was top tier on Fonglin continent, yet a boundless expert was as distant as the heavens. Their luck today could not be worse. Meanwhile, hundreds of li away, Hun Hai crouched in a corner, using his divine sense to spy on everything unfolding here. Heh, with a little trick I lured in a boundless realm expert. Hun Hai crouched behind a boulder, snickering under his breath. High above, dusk winds swirled around the fading sun. The boundless realm expert stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sliding past the broad, feathered back of the Golden Rock King and settling on the young Luo Tian, eyes narrowing. So the beast already has a master? No matter. He sneered, his voice rolling like thunder. Brat, you have 10 breaths to hand over the mount and crawl out of my sight. I won't kill you. After I take this creature, I'm heading to Bienbei City for that Bodhi tree. The disciples of Falling Moon sect staggered under the oppressive force, retreating together as though a wave had driven them ashore. A gray-robed elder secretly asked the sect master through a voice transmission, Master, who will win? The sect master stared into the sky and said gravely, hard to say. A boundless realm cultivator can already ignore this world's lightning tribulations and is unimaginably strong. But that boy is just as unfathomable they're likely evenly matched. You mean the boy has boundless realm combat power? The elder turned pale. The sect master nodded. More or less. On the other side, Luo Tian looked up, his voice low. Did you just say you wanted to take my golden rock as a mount? Are you deaf? The boundless realm expert looked down at him with contempt. And you plan to uproot the Bodhi tree in Bienbei City? Luo Tian asked again. The Bodhi tree is divine. A place like Bienbei City doesn't deserve it. The expert snorted. 5 breaths left, leave or die. A chill spread through the air. Luo Tian's eyes turned icy. Die? Then die for me. Boom. Killing intent erupted as he raised his palm, cleaving down like a bolt of golden lightning. The boundless realm expert's eyes hardened, and he struck back. Ignorant whelp, courting death. Bang the moment their palms met. Heaven and earth boomed like a giant drum. The Falling Moon sect master cried, it's begun. A great battle is starting. The gray-robed elder trembled. Will it become a 1,000-day war? Unknown. But whatever the outcome, I fear no one will lose today. Before the sect master finished, the situation shifted abruptly. With a muffled crack, Luo Tian's palm force tore through the expert's strike, shattering his arm and chest in an instant. Blood mist exploded in midair, and the expert had no time to scream before he rained down his gore, splattering the Falling Moon disciples. They stared, stunned. A 1,000-day war? Evenly matched? The famed boundless realm expert of the northern region was killed in a single blow? As the dust settled, Luo Tian lowered his eyes to his palm and frowned. Damn, too heavy-handed. Not even a corpse left? He was pretty strong, there goes a soul pearl. Sigh, when will I fix this temper? Shaking his head, he turned to the Falling Moon crowd, voice calm. Never mind, let's continue. I invited you to Bienbei City a moment ago, that's your answer? The Falling Moon sect master swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. We'll go? All right, that's more like it. Everyone move out. As Luo Tian finished speaking, King Jinping flapped ahead to show the way, while Luo Tian strolled along with his hands clasped behind his back. The Luoyue sect disciples were half pushed, half coaxed into following. Shards of their destroyed flying boat were still raining from the sky, yet these captives could only keep their heads down and march. One disciple murmured, why does it feel like we're walking to our deaths? 100 li away, out on the desolate plain. Run. Hun Hai sprinted over the broken stones, terrified that if he slowed, even a little Luo Tian would notice him. Wind shrieked past his ears, but his heart still pounded. Damn it, a Wulian Grell master went down in one hit? Hun Wei, you really can't complain about dying. What kind of monster did we provoke if that didn't kill him? What am I supposed to do? My head's going to split. He kept cursing, feet never stopping, until he vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's party reached Bienbei City. Slate gray walls rose high above them. As soon as the gates opened, the Luo clan's first elder was waiting. Joy lit his face at Luo Tian's return until he saw the heap of crates on Jinping Wang's shoulder and the expensive robes on the Luoyue disciples. Then he froze. Young master, did you rob them? You even brought the people back? The old man still remembered Luo Tian's glorious haul of clothes from Wuyo Immortal Palace not long ago. No, this isn't robbery. They gave these to us as gifts, Luo Tian protested, waving his hands. Gifts? The first elder eyed the brand new boots and robes, then the Luoyue disciples' terrified faces. Stroking his beard, he scratched his head. Everything about this screamed robbery. Seeing the explanation going nowhere, Luo Tian turned and called, did I rob you or not? He thought the question perfectly reasonable, but to the Luoyue disciples he looked like a ferocious primordial beast. Instinctively they snapped to attention and chorused, no? The first elder's eyelid twitched. That makes it look even more like robbery, young master. It's fine if you did. This wouldn't be the first time. Black lines crawled up Luo Tian's forehead. Bracing himself, he said, honestly, it wasn't robbery. Outside the city I happened to swing once and cut their flying boat in half, and then they handed everything over. The first elder nodded in approval. That's robbery, isn't it? Luo Tian covered his face. He turned to the Luoyue sect master. You explain. The sect master stepped forward, face ashen, and cupped his fists. Senior, we truly offered these of our own accord. Oh, I get it. The first elder replied meaningfully. No, you misunderstand. The sect master waved his hands. We're from the Luoyue sect. We've long admired Bienbei City's reputation and came specifically to pay our respects. The elder's expression had been calm, but at the words Luoyue sect his eyes bulged. Luoyue sect? The famed Luoyue sect of Fenglinzhou. Famed is too much, but yes, there's only one Luoyue sect in Fenglinzhou, the sect master answered stiffly. The first elder drew a sharp breath, stepped back, and looked the visitors up and down. Then he hurried to Luo Tian's side and lowered his voice. Young master, the Luoyue sect is a top-tier powerhouse. We have to seize this chance to make friends. Oh, really? Luo Tian glanced thoughtfully at the still saluting guests. The first elder nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Since they're willing to befriend us, we can't waste the opportunity. With the Luoyue sect as an ally, life will get a lot easier for us. Luo Tian glanced at the members of Luoyue sect. When it comes to allies, the more the better. The great elder nodded. Understood. They'll see to it right away. Thanks for handling it, Luo Tian replied. The great elder acknowledged the order, then turned to greet the Luoyue sect's sect master, his wrinkled face splitting into a broad grin. Sect master, your distinguished visit makes humble Bianbei city shine with glory. The sect master waved his hands hastily. You flatter me. It's our honor to be here. Come now, there's no need for such courtesy. The great elder chuckled. Compared with Luoyue sect, Bianbei city is still far behind. Those words nearly made the sect master cry on the spot. Far behind. Your young lord killed an infinite realm expert with a single slap hose behind whom here? Still smiling, the great elder went on. Sect master, the journey must have been tiring. They'll have a banquet prepared, but for now, why don't we take a stroll through the city? Very well. Please lead the way, the sect master said helplessly. Shops lined the street on both sides, yet genuine peak-level cultivators were hard to spot. As they walked, the great elder explained, Sect master, our young lord is powerful, but Bianbei city's foundations are actually thin. We're terribly short of top-tier fighters. The sect master looked around with suspicion. Could Luo Tian really be the only one here who could fight? While he pondered, a shout rang out from a mansion ahead. Lord Qinglian, fight me again with that power. Just one more match, I beg you. Niu Tietue stood at the gate, wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, looking inside with eager eyes. A lazy voice floated back. All right, you win. But just one round, okay? The next instant the gate exploded, and a gigantic skeletal beast burst out. With a casual slap, it swatted Niu Tietue into the sky like a cannonball. What the? The Luoyue sect entourage sucked in a collective breath and stepped back. The sect master stared at Fu Qinglian. Though she was only at the tribulation crossing stage, that strike was no weaker than his own, perhaps stronger. And they called this a lack of top-tier power? Bang! Niu Tietue crashed to the ground with a bruised face, but still grinned. You're still stronger, Lord Qinglian. He'll go train, break through, and challenge you again. With that, he vanished. The sight made the sect master's heart pound. Was that man a divine beast too? He could walk away after that blow. Monster. The great elder laughed awkwardly and stepped ahead of them. Just a friendly spar, sect master. This way, please. Rounding a corner, they arrived at the training arena. Sect master, this is Bianbei city's drill ground where the youngsters practice. Since you're here, why not give them a few pointers? In the center, Jianni roared. How many times do I have to say it? Strike with ferocity. A sword cultivator without unstoppable momentum is worthless. Before his voice faded, his sword came down. Boom. A terrifying sword aura shot skyward, slicing off half the arena. The Luoyue sect members felt their hair stand on end, and the sect master shivered inwardly. If we really fought, I might not win. Suddenly, a ripping sound erupted at the far end. They turned to see Yi Tongling, wreathed in demonic energy, withdrawing his fist. The 8th-tier defensive formation before him had been ground to dust. A barrier like that won't protect a city. Still needs work, he sighed, shaking his head as he strolled off with the array diagram in hand. The sect master was completely stunned. Another monster? Bianbei City is practically a city of monsters. That's all for today, just 2 chapters. Oof, this place is a mess too. Sect master, shall we move on? De Zhonglao said with a smile. All right, the Luoyue sect master nodded. Sharing a room with those 2 monsters had felt suffocating. He was desperate to leave. They turned at once and followed the flagstone path toward the busiest market district of Bianbei City. The afternoon sun bathed the streets. Carts rumbled, voices boomed, and vendors' shouts rose and fell, weaving a vivid tapestry of noise and color. The sect master scanned the throng and finally relaxed, murmuring, "At last no monsters here." Before he finished, a diminutive woman flashed past. She held a skewer of candied hawthorn in each hand, the bright red fruit glistening in the light. Catching sight of the Luoyue group, de Zhanglaosh raised a hand in greeting. "Hello, De Zhonglao." De Zhonglao bowed back at once. "Ah, good day, Miss Bingling." Bingling nodded, humming a tune as she strolled away, biting into her candy. Even after her small figure vanished around the corner, the sect master stood frozen. He secretly focused his spiritual sight, yet still could not read her aura. Lowering his voice, he asked, "That woman, what's her story? I couldn't see through her at all." De Zhonglao smiled. "That was Lord Bingling, an innate spirit. Our young master paid dearly to bring her here to gather fortune for Bianbei City." An innate spirit? The sect master's knees nearly buckled. "She's awakened?" and even taken human form? Precisely, De Lao said lightly, as though describing an ordinary guest. The sect master went pale, his thoughts churning. Innate spirits were unimaginably rare. Over generations, Luoyue sect had spent its entire treasury to invite a single, still dormant spirit and shrine it in the back mountain. After years of feeding it priceless treasures, it had only just shown the faintest sign of awareness. True transformation was still a distant dream. Throughout the entire northern region, only a handful of top sects possessed a fully formed humanoid spirit, and whenever one appeared, their leaders would prostrate themselves and worship it like an ancestor, whether or not the spirit acknowledged them. Yet here in Bianbei City, Lord Bingling was wandering the market with candied fruit, greeting passers-by. What kind of approachable innate spirit was that? He looked up again. A pale gold cloud of fortune chi hovered over the city walls, vast and still thickening. At this pace, Bianbei City might truly take off. A chill crawled down his spine. Bianbei City terrifying. Just then a disciple sprinted toward them and cupped his fists. De Lao, the banquet is prepared. The family head invites the honored guests of Luoyue sect to attend. De Lao nodded and turned to the sect master. Sect master, shall we? Of course, let's go, the sect master replied at once. Moments later they reached Luo Tian's residence. Carved eaves and soaring roofs gleamed above jade-paved paths, every detail exuding artistry and wealth. The Luoyue delegation entered the courtyard, their eyes wide with wonder. A white-haired elder stroked his beard and surveyed the scene. Bianbei City truly overflows with riches. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass here is priceless. Why does the architecture here feel so haphazard, as if someone tore pavilions from every corner of the land and forced them together? A young disciple whispered to the gray-robed elder beside him. Elder, you just don't get it. This look is all the rage in the central province, they call it mix and match. The elder nodded in sudden understanding. Ah, so this is central province style. As they spoke, the Luoyue sect master cast a casual glance toward the rear court. In the next instant his pupils constricted, and he sucked in a sharp breath. What? Is that a Bodhi tree? A Bodhi tree? Where? The disciples turned to look. In the very center of the inner courtyard, radiant light swirled around a towering ancient tree. They exclaimed in unison, it really is a Bodhi tree. An elderly Luoyue sect elder muttered, am I seeing things? Everyone agrees there are only 3 Bodhi trees in the world. One at Jade Lake in the central province, guarded beyond approach. One in the southern domain, long since claimed by a powerhouse, and one on Mount Shumi. How can there be a fourth? The great elder and honored guest of the Luoyue sect shook his head. No, this is the very tree from Mount Shumi. Our young master personally brought it here. What? The crowd reeled. He took the Bodhi tree from Mount Shumi? Another elder peered closely, then frowned. That can't be right. The one on Mount Shumi wasn't this tall, nor did it have such a powerful aura. The great elder scratched his head with a wry smile. I'm not entirely sure myself. I only heard that our young master achieved enlightenment beneath it, and the tree caught on its power surged the moment it awakened. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. A Bodhi tree could awaken? Before the question faded, a clear female voice drifted from the tree's shade. Great elder. They turned to see a woman with a strikingly high hairline and refined features stepping out of the void, the same emerald glow running across her body as the light around the tree. The great elder bowed deeply. Lady Tree Spirit, what do you require? She smiled. I feel another insight coming. New branches will sprout soon, and I may even bear Tao fruit. Prepare some spirit water, and when the fruit ripens, select a few outstanding disciples. It will help them cultivate. At once, the great elder accepted the order. Thank you. With that, she vanished, as though she had never been there at all. The Luoyue sect master pointed a trembling finger toward the spot where she disappeared. His voice was dry. That woman was Lady Tree Spirit of the Bodhi Tree. The great elder answered respectfully. The sect master felt as though a hammer had struck his chest. In his youth, he had traveled to Mount Shumi and managed to bring back a single twig from the Bodhi tree, bragging about it countless times. Even as sect master, he still used the story to inspire his disciples. Yet now the entire tree stood safely in North City, and its spirit had just promised Tao fruit to the younger generation, treasures he had never even seen. Even more astonishing, the Bodhi tree, long reputed to be haughtily aloof, now had a spirit who was polite and gracious. Stunned and helpless, he murmured, there is something terribly strange about this North City. Patriarch, please take your seat, the Grand Elder said with a cheerful smile. Ah, very well. The Falling Moon sect's patriarch led his followers into the great hall, legs unsteady and minds still dazed. The spectacle they had just witnessed was far too shocking for them to recover so quickly. Luo Feng, slightly tipsy, strode over to meet them. Patriarch, elders, you have traveled a long way. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner. The Falling Moon patriarch began to return the courtesy when someone whispered, that is Luo Tian's father. At once he pictured Luo Tian killing a boundless realm expert with one palm, and a chill shot down his spine. The more humble Luo Feng appeared, the more cautious he became, forcing a careful smile. Yet when he probed Luo Feng's cultivation and found it only at the 9th level of the Void Return realm, he could not help thinking, if the son is a monster, how can the father be so ordinary? The banquet had barely begun, and their cups had scarcely touched when, boom, thunder exploded overhead, and an overwhelming pressure blanketed the entire estate. Huh! Everyone cried in unison. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists. Patriarch, everyone, excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already outside. Beyond the front hall, lightning churned and crackled. After a few breaths, the storm dispersed, and Luo Feng returned, robes unruffled and spirits high. My apologies for the interruption, he said, raising his cup. The falling moon patriarch lowered his voice. Lord Luo, just now were you? Nothing serious, I was taking care of a tribulation, Luo Feng replied lightly. Only then did they sense the rise in his aura. He was now at the early tribulation realm. Days of absorbing the earth veins chi, the draconic essence in the dragon bone, the memories within the soul pearl, heavenly, or the Bodhi tree, and countless other resources had left him poised at the threshold. Tonight the final spark arrived. You just faced a heavenly tribulation? A falling moon elder blurted, eyes wide. Luo Feng looked perfectly composed, his clothes spotless, while that elder's own tribulation years ago had left him battered and half dead. The contrast was crushing. The falling moon patriarch's heart pounded. As expected, how could Luo Tian's father be ordinary? He handled a tribulation as though it were nothing. This entire family is terrifying. Boom. A second peal of thunder split the sky. The crowd was stunned again, but the Grand Elder's face lit up. Everyone, please wait, I'll be right back. He drifted out of the hall, and lightning erupted overhead like firecrackers. Moments later the light faded, and the Grand Elder returned, all smiles, hands clasped. Pardon the delay. Staring at him, an elder ventured, you also underwent a tribulation? The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Indeed. I've been stuck at the 9th level of the Void Return realm for years with no hope of breaking through. When the clan head faced his tribulation, inspiration struck me, so I took the chance and followed suit. Everyone fell silent. This thing, could someone really face a tribulation on the way? Before the doubt settled, boom. Thunder rumbled overhead again. The Luo sect master swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Don't tell me. Before he finished, the Luo clan's second elder rose and cupped his fists. Ladies and gentlemen, they'll be right back. They traded looks. Is this guy going to undergo a tribulation too? The Luo executives had no answer. The sect master drew a long breath, suppressed his shock, and ventured, Senior Elder, might we observe your tribulation? He was eager to see how the Luo clan's monsters battled the heavens. Of course. The second elder agreed without hesitation. Everyone filed out, following him beyond the hall. The night sky was inky. Tribulation clouds rolled like a vast curtain, lightning racing within, ready to rend the heavens. The second elder rose into the air and took his stance beneath the clouds. With a crack, the first bolt descended without warning. Luo cultivators exchanged glances, each making silent plans. Under heavenly tribulation, one must reveal every trump card perfect for uncovering Bianbei City's secrets. Yet, swallowed by lightning, the elder didn't budge. He's going to take it heathen? The thought had barely formed when boom. The first wave slammed onto his shoulder. No formation, no artifact. He hadn't even shifted his stance. The second wave, the third, until all 7 tiers had fallen, and at last the thunder ceased. The clouds dispersed, moonlight spilling down. The second elder drifted to the ground. His robe was scorched and curling, but a fine golden light clung to his body, and his skin was completely unscathed. Still not good enough, he sighed. I can't leave as cleanly as the clan head or my elder brother. Luo Feng immediately consoled him. Second elder, you're a body cultivator. If we tried to tank a tribulation like that, the great elder and I would be far worse off. The Luo officers turned pale, then flushed. If this counted as not good enough, these 3 were outright monsters. The sect master stared at the trio, an uneasy chill in his chest. Suddenly a roar. From Bianbei City came a resounding dragon cry. A golden dragon as thick as a house burst from the earth vein and coiled above the city. Its scales dazzled, and spiritual power erupted in torrents. The earth vein. A Luo cultivator held his breath. They had searched years for that very vein, yet now it hovered over Bianbei City. A bitter mix of emotions rose in his heart. The golden dragon dipped and spewed a waterfall of pure energy, like the Milky Way inverted. This, it's a vein tide. The sect master shouted. He spun toward Luo Feng. Patriarch Luo, have everyone in the city retreat and cultivate. An opportunity like this comes once in a millennium. But Luo Feng, the 2 elders, and every Luo clansman merely watched him with mild interest, making no move at all. The sect master nearly exploded. Patriarch Luo, I'm serious, this is a great chance. Luo Feng looked up at the dragon, baffled. You mean that's the onsen 1,000 years event? The sect master nodded solemnly. Yes. Luo Feng scratched his head. In Bianbei City, that happens every 3 days. Only 2 chapters today. I'll get some rest, and aim for 3 tomorrow. 3 every 3 days? The disciples of Luoyue's sect had just raised their cups when they froze in unison. That's right. Luo Feng nodded casually, as though discussing something trivial. Above them, a golden dragon formed of pure spiritual energy still coiled in midair, its scales scattering blinding light. Staring at it, the sect master of Luoyue felt a chill run through him. He looked back at Luo Feng. You're certain it happens every 3 days? And on this scale? Luo Feng rubbed his chin, thinking it over. Not necessarily. Just as the sect master relaxed a little, Luo Feng added, the previous surges varied in size. This one's on the smaller side. The words had barely landed when the sect master almost staggered. Glancing around, he saw the Luo clan members perfectly composed, clearly not lying, and his shock deepened. For years, Luoyue sect had been shackled by an inert earth spirit vein. They had scoured the land to find even a few weak veins and knew better than anyone how aloof a fully awakened vein could be. Even if you begged for 1,000 years, it might never trigger a single spirit vein, tied yet in Bianbei City, it happened every 3 days. Sectmaster, shall we return to our seats? Luo Feng asked with a smile. The sectmaster raised an awkward hand. Behind him, his disciples stared eagerly. After a brief hesitation, he cupped his fists. Lord Luo Feng, if you don't mind, could we cultivate here for a while? None of us has ever witnessed a spirit vein tied up close. Luo Feng blinked, then agreed readily. Of course. Thank you, my lord. The sect master bowed deeply, then called out, everyone, commence closed-door cultivation. Yes, sir. In an instant, more than 100 disciples sat cross-legged among the tables. Spiritual energy surged toward them like a tide. Robes billowed, hair lifted. Faced with their first spirit vein tied, how could they waste a single breath? The guests from Bianbei City watched in stunned silence. The Luo clan's first elder inched over to Luo Feng and lowered his voice. Patriarch, what do you think? Gazing at the meditating figures, Luo Feng sighed in admiration. No wonder Luoyue sect stands among the elite. They never stop cultivating, even during a banquet. The first elder nodded vigorously. Greatness is never an accident. Our young people have grown far too lax. Luo Feng's expression hardened. Agreed. If they don't change, they'll become a burden to Tian'er. Starting today, everyone in the clan will double their training intensity. How's that? The first elder frowned in thought. Doubling won't cut it, triple at least. Done, Luo Feng decided. You'll oversee it personally. At once. The elder bowed and withdrew. Roughly half an hour later, the golden dragon dispersed and the ambient energy ebbed away. Only then did the Luoyue disciples finish their cultivation and rise to their feet, faces alight with joy and disbelief. Each of them was radiant with newfound excitement. So this is the spirit vein tide? A vast rush of chi swept out like a tsunami. Members of Luoyue sect felt their meridians stretched to the point of pain, only to be soothed an instant later by the gentle influx of energy. In barely an hour, their cultivation had advanced almost as much as a month of arduous training. Even realms that had stayed motionless for half a year now showed signs of loosening, and a long-forgotten euphoria burst in their chests. Suppressed cheers broke out across the hall. Even the usually impassive elders were beaming. When the surge finally ebbed, Luo Feng called everyone back to their seats. Flamelit lamps revealed platters of spirit fruit and fine wine, their warmth and fragrance mingling in the air. Raising his cup, Luo Feng glanced at the man in azure robes at the head of the table, the sect master of Luoyue. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his voice. Sect master, have you reached the realm of silence? The sect master set down his cup and nodded with a faint smile. I have. Silence fell. Luo Feng straightened and clasped his fists. Then, sect master, might we trouble you to explain the mysteries of this realm? The 3 Luo clan elders beside him leaned forward as well. All had stepped into the lightning crossing realm and yearned for the next stage. The sect master gestured for them to relax, his tone measured and clear. You know the early stages: body tempering, chi gathering, spirit shaping, flight are all about projection, an ever-growing display of power. Yet once that power exceeds mortal limits, heaven itself reacts with jealousy, bringing down tribulation lightning. Hence the lightning crossing realm. His gaze swept the hall. The tribulation is terrifying, but it hides opportunity. Each bolt tempers the body, making it more attuned to chi. However, as the flesh approaches perfection, heaven's hostility intensifies, forcing cultivators to the brink of death. Most perish here. The elders exchanged looks and nodded gravely. The grand elder spoke first. How does one overcome that final hurdle? By restraint, the sect master said, separating the syllables. Restraint? What do you mean? Voices asked in unison. With a soft laugh, he gathered a glimmer of light at his fingertip, then let it vanish, demonstrating a quick contraction. Before the tribulation, you flaunted your aura, suppressing everything around you to prove your strength. To enter the realm of silence, you must do the opposite: draw every trace of chi and pressure back inside. Leak nothing, and let heaven mistake you for an ordinary mortal. In theory, the perfect cultivator of this realm should look no different from a crippled old man, as if life itself were about to flicker out. That absolute inward contraction gives the realm its name, silence. Understanding dawned across the room. Luo Feng knew that in remote Binbei City they lacked high-level teachings. Their soul pearls held only lightning-crossing memories. The sect master's explanation was a timely blessing. The third elder seized the moment. And after the realm of silence? The sect master lifted his eyes, expression solemn. Beyond silence lies the boundless realm. If silence is the ultimate implosion, boundless is the explosion that follows a butterfly breaking from its cocoon. In that instant, the power you compressed can no longer be contained. It floods outward, vast and unfathomable, hence the name boundless. He flicked a finger. A curl of chi rose like a wave, then vanished without a trace. Once you step into the boundless realm, the laws of this world can no longer erase you. In other words, everyone held their breath. Only the faint crackle of candles could be heard. Once you reach boundless, the laws of heaven and earth can never destroy you again. I see then what realm lies beyond the boundless realm. The Grand Elder asked, utterly absorbed. The Luoyue sect master raised his hand to quiet the murmurs. His gaze swept the hall, and his voice grew solemn. If a cultivator at the boundless realm can stand on equal footing with the laws of heaven and earth, the next step is to transcend those laws, the Heaven Gate realm. Heaven Gate realm? Above the very laws themselves? The disciples whispered, eyes shining with curiosity. The sect master continued. Once a cultivator reaches the Heaven Gate realm, he can ignore this world's rules, tear open its barrier by sheer force, and pry the Heaven Gate wide to enter a higher plane that is ascension. For most, the Heaven Gate realm is the limit this world can contain. A brief silence fell before exclamations burst forth. Images of ripping open the sky and soaring away blazed in everyone's mind, their blood surging. Only Luo Feng noticed the faint pause in the sect master's words. He cupped his fists. Honored sect master, you said for most. Does that mean there are exceptions? All eyes returned to the Luoyue sect master. He pondered, then spoke softly. I've only heard rumors. Since ancient times, one should ascend after reaching the Heaven Gate realm, yet anomalies exist. Some break through but choose to stay, remaining at that level and eventually becoming earthly immortals. The strongest man I've ever seen had just stepped into the Heaven Gate realm, and I only glimpsed him from afar. As for an earthly immortal, I have never seen one with my own eyes. Earthly immortals, the crowd seemed to glimpse silhouettes in the clouds, their longing unmistakable. The atmosphere grew fervent, cups were raised again and again, and only when the moon stood high did the banquet disperse. Over the next few days, the Luo family lavished hospitality on their guests. After the next surge of the spirit vein passed, the Luoyue sect finally took its leave. To show their sincerity, they presented a top-tier cultivation art to the Luo family free of charge, sealing their alliance. A flash of light erupted from the transport array. The world spun, and when the party opened their eyes, they stood before Luoyue sect's mountain gate. Sectmaster, you're back so soon. Did you retrieve the earth vein? An elder hurried forward, excitement barely contained. The sect master's gaze was icy, and his tone hardened. Pass my order. From this day on, no one is to mention the earth vein. If any of you meet someone from Bianbei City, treat them with the utmost courtesy. Do not offend them under any circumstances. Why, sect master? What did you see in Bianbei City? The elder asked, stunned. The sect master drew a long breath, as though recalling a night of shock. We saw monsters, an entire pack of monsters. Meanwhile, at the Luo family's drill ground. Grand Elder, I can't hold out any longer. Let us rest for a moment, a young man begged, sweat pouring down. Yeah, our training load just tripled overnight. ITLL kill us. Another youth panted. The Grand Elder's face darkened. He flicked his sleeve and barked, silence. Can't you stomach even this? Look at those youngsters from Luoyue sect, they dropped their chopsticks midway through dinner, just to train. And you lot? You call that hardship? And you expect to become powerhouses one day? Pathetic. You're the sorriest batch of Luo clan disciples I've ever trained. Under the blazing sun, dust whirled across the Luo clan drill ground. A dozen disciples, drenched in sweat, dared not respond. They clenched their teeth and kept channeling their techniques in time with the instructor's cadence. Meanwhile, outside Bianbei City, Luo Tian stood alone beyond the towering ash-gray wall, eyes drifting past the moat to the rolling wasteland beyond. His expression was heavy, as though he were weighing possibilities. Sir, you sent for me? Footsteps approached. Yi Tongling brushed the dust from his robe and stopped respectfully behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced back, voice low. Old Yi, I'm worried. Oh. Yi Tongling followed his gaze. The land outside the city lay quiet and still. With Bianbei City fortified the way it is, what's there to fear? Luo Tian pointed at the faint blue barrier above the city. Our defensive grand array tops out at 8th grade, correct? Correct, Yi Tongling confirmed. If a Boundless Realm expert shows up while I'm away, do you think this city can hold? Yi Tongling hesitated, then shook his head. No, but a Boundless Realm cultivator wouldn't bother with a backwater like ours, would they? They already did several days ago, Luo Tian replied, his tone calm, yet laced with killing intent. What? When? Where is he now? Yi Tongling blurted. Outside the city. I slapped him to death. Luo Tian pressed his palm lightly into the air, as if reenacting the casual strike. Yi Tongling's mouth opened, but no words came out. I can kill a boundless realm cultivator, Luo Tian continued, but the city can't. I want the grand array strengthened enough to last until I return. Yi Tongling nodded gravely. An 8th grade formation is already my limit. To resist a boundless realm expert would need a 9th grade array, and those are rare, only sacred land forces have them. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. So you do have 8th grade formations? I do. Then may I have the array diagram? Lord Luo, my life is yours. What's a mere diagram? Yi Tongling forced a smile, but cautioned. Formations aren't like martial techniques. They can't be mastered overnight. I know, Luo Tian said. I picked up some formation theory while I was away and realized I might be fairly gifted. Fairly gifted? Yi Tongling wondered if Luo Tian might also be a prodigy in array arts. He produced a thick, black-bound tome from his robe and offered it with both hands. This is one of my 8th grade formations, the 8-direction annihilation array. It's a killing array, not the most powerful of its grade, yet far from weak. Luo Tian accepted the tome, fingers brushing the cover before he opened it. Dense lines and runic sigils sprawled across the pages like constellations, deep and unfathomable. Watching Luo Tian dive straight into an 8th grade diagram, Yi Tongling felt a surge of alarm. Formation art support haste. Every master began by tracing basic sigils, spending years, even decades, before laying a 1st grade array. Jumping to 8th grade was heresy. Indebted to Luo Tian, Yi Tongling could not stand by and watch him go astray. Young Master Luo, if you truly wish to study formations, we should start with the fundamental sigils, he began. Before the words were out, Luo Tian snapped the tome shut with a crisp smack. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tongling looked both gratified and relieved. Despite Luo Tian's formidable strength, he remained humble. After a casual word of advice, he had willingly abandoned an 8th tier formation. Very few people in the world could walk away from such a treasure without hesitation. But then, I finished studying it. Let's set up the array, Luo Tian said casually. What? Yi Tongling froze. That was an 8th tier array. Had he really finished reading it in mere moments? Was this a joke? He recalled the unfathomable depth of Luo Tian's soul power and decided even the impossible might be true. Yi held his tongue and waited. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian flickered out of the city and landed in a barren clearing. Yi dared not lag behind and hurried after him. Elder Yi, I need a favor, Luo Tian instructed. You'd like me to help you lay the formation, my lord? Yi asked, clasping his fists. No, I don't need your hands, only your eyes. Guard the perimeter and keep everyone away. If anyone comes, tell them there's nothing here for them. A hint of wariness colored Luo Tian's tone. The last time spectators had stolen his opportunity was still fresh in his mind. Understood. Though confused, Yi spread his divine sense and sealed off several miles around them. Luo Tian slipped into a working trance. With a flick of his sleeve, piles of spirit stones scattered across the ground and slotted perfectly into place. Beams of light wove together, sketching the rudimentary base of the array. Watching from the side, Yi silently counted, increasingly astonished. The foundation is flawless. Did he really memorize the entire diagram? Is his soul power truly this monstrous? Once the base was set, Luo Tian raised his hand, blue soul light flickering at his fingertips, and began inscribing runes. At the very first stroke, Yi's pupils contracted. This no way. That fast. He himself needed at least an hour to complete a single 8th tier rune, yet Luo Tian finished one in a few breaths. Even knowing how terrifying Luo Tian's soul was, Yi still felt his scalp tingle. Luo Tian never slowed. His rune brush flew like the wind. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 360 intricate runes were complete, forming the standard configuration of an 8th tier array. Yes, I swam. He muttered. An 8th tier array crafted this quickly? This speed is. He was about to step forward and offer congratulations when Luo Tian said calmly, good. Step 1 is done. What? Yi halted mid-stride. Step 1? Wasn't this already a finished array? Why call it only the first step? The answer came at once. Luo Tian moved his brush again, runes pouring down like a waterfall. Under Yi's nearly petrified gaze, he forced in another 3,600 runes. At first they looked chaotic, but as the layers accumulated, heaven and earth essence surged like a tide. The runes flashed, echoed, and amplified one another, faintly resonating with the very Tao. The arrays might soar to an unfathomable height. He isn't just messing around. Yi's heart pounded, and his breathing turned ragged. With the final rune in place, Luo Tian's sleeves billowed. He gave a low shout. Array activate. Whoosh. In an instant, a powerful, chilling, killing intent swept through the air. Outside the array, Yi Tongling felt his scalp prickle and his back run cold as sweat trickled down his spine. The aftershocks inside had yet to fade when Luo Tian lifted his head, stared at the glowing barrier, and remarked in an even, appreciative tone, "Oh? So this is an 8th grade array? Not bad at all." Yi Tongling froze, turned stiffly, and stammered, Master Luo Tian, this isn't an 8th grade array anymore. Huh, why not? Luo Tian raised a brow, genuinely puzzled. Yi Tongling was on the verge of tears. Why? Ask yourself. What matters most in an array? The runes. You rewrote every rune in there. So of course its power jumped a tier. Master Luo Tian, why did you add so many extra runes? He simply couldn't comprehend it. Since taking up formations, he had followed the classics to the letter, never daring to alter a single stroke. Luo Tian's actions overturned everything he knew. Luo Tian replied calmly, hey Race, what happened? A book I read said that after setting up an array, you should run soul power through it to be sure there are no weak points. I followed the design, probed it, found a few weaknesses, and patched them up while I was at it. Yi Tongling felt as though lightning had struck him. That's a revelation. Master Luo Tian, which book was it? May I borrow it? For such a simple statement to humble a master of arrays, the man had to possess unfathomable depth. No wonder Luo Tian's command of formations was so astonishing. He clearly had access to a rare tome. Luo Tian spread his hands. I don't have it with me, but any shop in the city should carry it. Go find a copy. They do? What's it called? Yi Tongling's eyes lit up. It's a mouthful. An introduction to formations, a single book that teaches you what an array is. Luo Tian answered offhandedly. Yi Tongling froze. That was the most basic beginner's manual. He recalled it did say, run soul force through the array after inscription to avoid incorrect runes. But the line was meant only to warn novices against sloppy writing. Who would have thought Luo Tian would turn it into a principle of eliminate every weakness? There was no miraculous book, only the miraculous man named Luo Tian. A sudden, fierce desire to learn welled up in Yi Tongling, and he hurried to ask, Master Luo Tian, would you mind examining the rest of the city's arrays? If you find any flaws, could you fix them as well? He knew that watching Luo Tian work might push his own mastery another step forward. Luo Tian nodded. Sure. Strengthening Beibei City's defenses will let me sleep easier anyway. With that, he strode to the city gate and stopped before a 6th grade defensive array. Its runes, dim in the setting sun, were visibly faded. This formation has plenty of weaknesses, Luo Tian murmured. He raised a hand, and soul power spilled forth as runes like streams of light embedded themselves into the array's foundation. His movements were crisp and fluid, adding runes, adjusting lines, and reorganizing the pattern in one seamless motion. In no time, the final rune clicked into place. Boom. The defensive array erupted with light. The once dull lines blazed like flowing fire, its aura utterly transformed. Good grief, it got that strong in an instant? Yi Tongling blurted, his heart pounding. Come on, next one. Luo Tian was already striding toward the next formation. Here are 3 chapters. They'll deliver another 3 tomorrow. Before moving on to the next array, Luo Tian did as he had before, first probing it with his soul power, then filling it with runes. The formation had originally been laid by Yi Tongling himself and was already formidable, yet when Luo Tian inserted several key runes at its nodes, its aura instantly doubled in strength. Watching nearby, Yi Tongling felt as though a shackle that had bound him for years had been smashed apart with a single blow. Luo Tian's pace never slowed. He stepped to the next array, investigated, and wrote again. Every rune landed with flawless precision. Yi Tongling trailed behind, eyes fixed and breath unconsciously held, like a traveler who had wandered a desert for days and suddenly discovered an oasis, terrified of losing a single drop of water. In this manner they walked the length of the city walls and main streets. All day long, Luo Tian repaired every array protecting Beibei City, inscribing runes by the billions. The arrays themselves hadn't moved, yet the power they now released felt entirely reborn. Yi Tongling was dazed. He knew better than anyone how much soul power such writing consumed. If it had been him, he would have collapsed long before reaching even a tenth as many runes. Luo Tian, however, seemed to draw from an inexhaustible well, his bearing calm throughout, leaving Yi Tongling both awed and ashamed. Finally done. Luo Tian looked up at the city. These formations should be able to hold off a boundless realm expert for the time being, right? Startled from his thoughts, Yi Tongling glanced at the newly renewed Beibei City and answered cautiously, I believe so. Good. After a day like this, I'm going to rest. I respectfully see Lord Luo Tian off. Yi Tongling bowed and watched him disappear. Once Luo Tian's figure was gone, Yi Tongling remained, descending to the wall to study the freshly reforged network of lines. Suddenly a strange force surged from deep within his dantian, flooding his limbs like a rising tide. Clouds churned overhead. Thunder rumbled as though a bolt might descend at any moment. Yet after only a few breaths, the surge drew back. The fluctuations sank into his body, and the thunder dispersed without a trace. As the wind stilled and the sky cleared, he threw back his head and laughed. So that's how it is. His laughter had barely faded when 2 sharp sonic booms approached. Jian Yi and Fu Qinglian landed on the wall. Brother, what just happened? Fu Qinglian asked, her voice full of concern. Jian Yi's eyes narrowed. In an instant he sensed the change, and his pupils contracted. Brother, your realm. Yi Tongling nodded. Yes, I've broken through. What? The two cried in unison. 1,000 years ago, all three had been stuck at the peak of the tribulation realm. Every method had failed them, leading them to risk the immortal's tomb, where they were corrupted into fiends. And now Yi Tongling had taken the step they could not. Brother, how did you do it? Jianyi asked, unable to hide his shock. Yi Tongling drew a deep breath to steady his racing heart. I entered the Tao through formations. That's how I reached the extinction realm. Fu Qinglian stared in disbelief. Through formations? But brother, you mastered 8th tier arrays ages ago. Yi Tongling shook his head. No. In the past, I wasn't truly an 8th rank formation master. I merely copied the diagrams left by my predecessors and pieced together an 8th rank array by rote. I knew the outcome but didn't grasp the process. The true mysteries of the formation were a fog to me. Now everything is different. I finally understand the principles behind an 8th rank array and can even design new ones myself. I've also begun to glimpse the threshold of a 9th rank array. Only when you can create formations on your own do you deserve the title of 8th rank formation master. Congratulations, brother. Fu Qinglian clasped his hands, his eyes full of admiration. Brother, how did you manage it? Jianyi leaned forward, curiosity written all over his face. Yi Tongling smiled. It's all thanks to Lord Luotian. Lord Luotian? Jianyi was taken aback. Yi Tongling briefly recounted what had happened on the city wall. Luotian had set up a formation with a casual wave, runic patterns rising and falling at will. Watching from beside him, Yi Tongling felt his bottleneck shatter. When he finished, Jianyi and Fu Qinglian exchanged shocked looks. Lord Luotian is a formation master as well. Fu Qinglian murmured. Jianyi stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. If just watching him set up a formation can trigger a breakthrough, what would happen if I practiced swordplay with him? Fu Qinglian rolled his eyes. If you don't get killed first, you might break through sooner or later. Jianyi fell silent. Fu Qinglian's smile faded. Whatever the case, Bianbei City now has one more Nirvana realm powerhouse. Our foundation just grew stronger. Exactly, Yi Tongling said solemnly. If we want Bianbei City to become a true sanctuary, we all have to work harder. Agreed. The other two answered in unison. A cold night wind fluttered the banners atop the wall. The three soon parted ways and returned to their residences. At the same moment, out on the barren plain beyond Bianbei City, two streaks of light cut through the night and came to a halt on a hillside. Master, was it really worth crossing more than 100,000 li to reach Fenglin continent over nothing but a rumor? Asked the young man, Lu Xiao, his brow furrowed. Beside him, a long-bearded Taoist stroked his horsetail whisk, radiating an air of otherworldly calm. Lu Xiao, you're still young. You don't understand what a Bodhi tree signifies, the Taoist said gravely. A single leaf or a small branch might not stir up much trouble, but an entire Bodhi tree is an entirely different matter. If someone has taken one from Shumi Mountain, forces from the northern territories, central continent, and beyond will come to seize it before long. He glanced at the distant lights of Bianbei City and lowered his voice. Nurture a Bodhi tree within a sect, and it can produce talents without end. Within a few generations, that sect could rise to the level of a holy land. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, then met his master's gaze. If that's true, wouldn't Qixing sect become everyone's target the moment we took the tree? The Taoist nodded in satisfaction. You're perceptive. The Bodhi tree is priceless, yet it's a burning coal to hold. Without the foundation of a Holy Land level power, possessing it is courting death. Am not as foolish as the master of Bianbei City. Well, just cut off a few branches and leaves, maybe take a handful of Bodhi fruits, that will be more than enough. On Zumishin, countless wards protect the Bodhi tree, making it untouchable to outsiders. But once it leaves the mountain, the Bodhi tree becomes fair game. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao burst out laughing and bowed in praise. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. The old Taoist stroked his gray beard, his eyes deep and calm. Shower, your talent is already outstanding. If you obtain the Bodhi Dao fruit, your strength will soar again. Half a year from now, the Beiyu Divine City will choose its 10 divine sons. You could take one of those seats. Divine son? Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. He bowed formally. Thank you for the guidance, master. The old Taoist nodded slightly. Let's go. Well, smash through Bianbei City quickly and return as soon as possible. With that, master and disciple turned into streaks of light and shot toward Bianbei City. Deep within Bianbei City, Luo Tian sat cross-legged in a stone chamber. His eyes snapped open. This aura before the words were finished, his figure blurred and vanished. Outside the city, the walls towered over a desolate plain. Faint array patterns coiled around them like invisible chains. The old Taoist and Lu Xiao stood at the base, looking up. Master, there's a formation up there. Should we blast the gate open? Lu Xiao asked in a low voice. The wind whistled past, but no answer came. Wondering why, Lu Xiao turned and saw his master's face had gone pale as he stared at the city in shock. Master? The old Taoist swallowed hard. Shower, are we sure this is the right place? Of course. We're here for the Bodhi Dao fruit, aren't we? We need to hurry. At the word seize the Bodhi Dao fruit, the old Taoist's lips twitched. This was no ordinary border city. Array nodes densely dotted the walls. Though only half activated, they radiated a chilling menace. The old Taoist felt as if countless primordial beasts lurked in the shadows, ready to tear him apart the moment he took another step. Leave. With a low command, he grabbed his disciple and pulled him back. Master. Lu Xiao couldn't believe it. The Tao fruit was within reach. How could they retreat now? But the old Taoist offered no explanation, dragging him skyward. Just then, an icy voice sounded beside them. Since you've come, why rush off so quickly? Their scalps tingled. They turned to see Luo Tian standing barely 3 paces away. Sir, you misunderstand. My disciple and I were merely passing through. Well, take our leave at once, the old Taoist said, forcing composure as he bowed. Passing through? Luo Tian's face was expressionless, his voice low. Didn't your disciple just say he intended to seize the Bodhi Dao fruit? He had heard every word of their earlier conversation. The old Taoist's expression darkened. Their excuse was dead on arrival. What now? His first thought was to kill Luo Tian and flee, but he had no idea what hidden power this city held. From the half-lit formations alone, he already knew whoever guarded this place was someone he could not afford to provoke. To Luo Tian, he looked like an ordinary youth. Silencing him should have been easy. 3 times he lifted his hand, and 3 times he forced the impulse down. Young friend, the old Taoist said, cupping his fists, we were indeed reckless when we coveted the Bodhi tree. I apologize. Might you let us leave? Lu Xiao stiffened in shock. His fiery-tempered master bowing to a stranger? He had never witnessed such a scene in the sect. Luo Tian studied the Taoist with a smile. You're clever. The Taoist froze. You tried to strike 3 times. Had you acted, you'd be dead. A shiver ran through the Taoist's heart. He had hidden every trace of killing intent, yet the youth saw everything. Good heavens, this kid, he thought, scrutinizing Luo Tian anew. After a moment, Luo Tian asked, you're at the boundless realm? Correct. Second stage, the Taoist replied. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. Perfect. The Taoist blinked. Perfect? What did that mean? Luo Tian's tone hardened. You never attacked, but you still targeted my Bianbei city. That's a fact. I'll give you one chance. Test my formation's power. When we're done, you may leave. The Taoist arched a brow. I've already stepped back, young man. Must you push this far? I can't breach Bianbei city, but if I wish to leave, can you stop me? Try, Luo Tian said with interest. Snorting, the Taoist seized Lu Xiao. We're going. Boom. Essence erupted as master and disciple rocketed skyward. Keep me here. Dream on, the Taoist sneered inwardly. Bang. A colossal golden palm ripped through the air, slamming them back to the ground. Impossible. What is that? Terror swept the Taoist's face. I told you. There's no other choice, Luo Tian said coldly. Agree or die? Before the words faded, the golden palm tightened. The pressure bored into their bones. The Taoist felt he might be crushed at any second. To agree. He finally yelled. Whoosh. Luo Tian waved, and the golden palm vanished. Coughs racked the pair. Lacking the strength to resist, Lu Xiao had suffered several fractures. Blood poured from his lips. The Taoist stared in dread. Who was this youth to wield such power? Luo Tian pointed at the base of a nearby defensive array. All right, help me test this formation. Blast it with everything you have. Break through, and there's a reward. Hold back, and he'll kill you, he said coldly. Fine, fine, Lao Dao sighed, shaking a long sword from his spatial ring. Staggering to the edge of the defensive array, he muttered under his breath, it's just a barrier. Nothing serious. Yao Wang's sword arc cleave. A streak of jade light split the air. Boom. The recoil flung Lao Dao backward. He tumbled several times before regaining balance, and the array remained unscathed. Luo Tian lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled. You think this is a joke? I said full power. Didn't you hear me? Lao Dao's face went ashen. All right, I understand. He'll use everything I've got. Satisfied, Luo Tian tossed him aside. Lu Xiao watched, dumbstruck. His master was a peak lord of the 7-star secta, regional overlord in the Northern Territory, yet in front of Luo Tian, he looked like a hatchling. Just how powerful was this man? Gate of Heaven realm? Or an immortal? The thought shook him to the core. Regaining his feet, Lao Dao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tightened his grip on the broken sword. Fury and dread churned in his chest. That barrier is far stronger than I guessed. I wasn't holding back, yet it didn't even scratch. He drew a deep breath. No choice. All or nothing. A blast of wild spiritual power erupted around him, twisting his features. He raised the sword to his brow and roared, Beidou Mystic God 7-star Divine Blade. A metallic clang rang out. 7 spectral stars aligned behind him, and sword intent surged like a breached dam, making Lu Xiao's scalp prickle. His master was actually using that strike? Cut! Lao Dao shouted. Boom. A 7-colored blade of light crashed against the array, carrying the fearsome reputation of one/topples a city. But the next shockwave drove him into the ground. His back hit with a sickening thud, blood spraying from his mouth and nose. The barrier rippled once, then stilled, flawless. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He yanked Lao Dao upright again. Didn't I tell you to go all out? I did, sir. That was everything. My lifeblade is snapped in half. Luo Tian blinked and looked down. The longsword was indeed broken at the midpoint, jagged and useless. Lao Dao's palm was split, his arm peppered with ruptured vessels. Well, I suppose you did give it your all. Luo Tian released him and nodded to himself. Second tier of the boundless realm still can't breach it. 300 arrays of the same level packed into a single wall, not bad. Not bad. Lao Dao shuddered where he sat. He stole a glance at the rampart. Layers upon layers of identical formations stretched beyond sight. If this was merely not bad, what did that make the grand arrays guarding a sacred Lenpa pyramid? Blood dripped from his fingertips. Swallowing the coppery taste, he ventured, "Sir, may I leave now?" The old Taoist asked in a shaky voice. Luo Tian glanced up, his eyes cold. "Why so anxious? We're just getting started. We've tested the defensive array. Now let's see how the offensive one works." "Wait, my lord." The Taoist protest died in his throat as Luo Tian seized him by the collar and tossed him onto a crimson array platform like a sack of grain. "Fight your way out, and he'll consider it a success," Luo Tian said flatly. "Master." Lu Xiao gasped and reached out, but caught only empty air. The array flared to life. Thunder, flame, and razor winds intertwined, and a blinding pillar of light shot skyward. Within a few seconds the Taoist staggered free, robe in tatters, face ghost pale, spraying blood onto the ground. "Master." Lu Xiao rushed forward, equal parts terrified and relieved. Luo Tian frowned. "Out already? Looks like the array isn't strong enough. Should I add another layer and let you try again?" The Taoist almost burst into tears. "Please, no. I burned through 3 life-saving talismans just to crawl out. One more round, and I'm dead for sure." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. "I swear every word is true," the Taoist cried, raising his hand. Only then did Luo Tian nod. "Very well. I'll stop here." Panting, the Taoist ventured, "My lord, may we leave now?" "Before you go, answer a few questions," Luo Tian said, composure restored. "First, who told you there's a Bodhi tree in Bianbei City?" He had brought that tree out of Shumi Mountain himself. Only a handful knew, yet the rumor had swept across Fenglin continent. Something was off. The Taoist coughed twice. "We're not sure of the exact source. I heard it in Tianbao Tower. Word was that some obscure place Bianbei City came into possession of a Bodhi tree." "Tianbao Tower?" Luo Tian repeated, brows knitting. Dropping that rumor now was clearly a trap. Why would Tianbao Tower stick its neck in? The Taoist hurried to elaborate. "Tianbao Tower deals in rare treasures. Their backing is deep and more troubling. They're connected to a group no one dares offend." "And that is?" Luo Tian lifted a brow. "The Hunter Guild," the Taoist replied solemnly. He went on, "Exactly. The Hunter Guild gathers soul arts masters. Their techniques are strange, and their combat strength rivals martial cultivators. Alchemists, artificers, and formation experts all need powerful soul force, and the guild is full of them. You know how it is. These 3 types of experts are valued everywhere. One word from the Hunter Guild, and countless fighters will line up to serve. No one wants to cross them." Luo Tian's gaze darkened. "So that's how it is." He fell silent. He had no dealings with the Hunter Guild. Why were they targeting him? Could it be because of that man named Hun Wei? At the thought, a chill flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. "I don't know what game you're playing, but if you move against me from the shadows, don't blame me for hitting back." "Sir, may I leave now?" The old Taoist looked at Luo Tian with a pained expression. Luo Tian nodded slightly. "Go. If you want revenge, come back anytime. Next time you won't be this lucky, and my temper won't be so mild." "Thank you, sir." As if granted amnesty, the old Taoist grabbed Lu Xiao. Light flared, and the 2 of them streaked away like a rainbow. Luo Tian watched them disappear, stroked his chin, and muttered, "It must be nice to fly." With a blur, he blinked back to his own courtyard. The old Taoist flew 3,000 li in one breath before landing above a barren mountain range. He glanced back to confirm Luo Tian was not pursuing, then exhaled. The moment his nerves relaxed, a mouthful of black blood splattered onto the rocks. "Master, are you all right?" Lu Xiao hurriedly supported him. The old Taoist waved a hand to show he was fine, swallowed a handful of pills, and suppressed his injuries with a surge of spiritual power. "Bianbei City is truly terrifying," he murmured, shock still flickering in his eyes. Boom. The distant sky suddenly exploded as several powerful auras rushed toward them. Lu Xiao tensed. "Master." The old Taoist raised a hand, signaling him to stay silent. A few breaths later, several figures tore through the air. At their head was a slightly stout middle-aged man with a chilling gaze. Before his voice arrived, a cold snort rolled across the sky. I caught a familiar stench from miles away and wondered who it was. Turns out it's that mangy old crow from 7 Stars Gate. The old Taoist looked up, his tone just as cold. "And I was wondering who it was. So it's the mighty sect master of the Shiming sect. What brings you all the way to Fenglinsu instead of guarding your own sect?" The 2 factions had always been at each other's throats, so sparks flew as soon as they met. The Shiming sect master raised an eyebrow. "Still pretending at a time like this?" I'm here for the Bodhi tree, same as you. His gaze swept over them, sensing something off. His eyes narrowed. You already got it? The old Taoist met his stare calmly. Naturally. We only took a few Bodhi Dao fruits. Uprooting the entire tree is beyond me. The sect master sized him up and nodded slightly. Oh, then what sort of place is Bianbei City to dig up the Bodhi tree by the roots? There's a formation grandmaster in the city whose arrays are terrifying. Beyond that, nothing special, the old Taoist replied, though Luo Tian's methods flashed through his mind. He cupped his fists in farewell. I must hurry back so my disciple can refine the Dao fruits. Farewell. Grabbing Lu Xiao, he vanished in a beam of light. Sect master? A Xianming disciple asked quietly. The sect master said coldly, we move as well. If the Seven Stars Gate is here, the other factions won't be far behind. If they strip the Bodhi tree before we arrive, we'll be the ones to suffer. Yes, sir. The disciples answered, their escape lights howling as they sped toward Bianbei City. After flying 1,000 li, the sect master suddenly raised his hand. Stop. The disciples halted, confused. Sect master, what is it? The sect master stared ahead. Outside Bianbei City, misty lights surged and layers of talisman patterns intertwined like a sea. His face turned grave. What kind of array is this? It's terrifying. He gazed at distant Bianbei City, his expression solemn. A young disciple beside him spoke up. Sect master, didn't that old geezer say Northern Border City only has a formation master and nothing else? If we can break through the array, won't we be fine? A sharp slap sliced through the air. The sect master of the Xianming sect struck the disciple across the face, sending him flying several yards like a severed kite before he slammed into a tree and fell to the ground. Sect master, the disciple covered half his face, looking hurt and frightened. Have you lost your mind? The sect master glared at him. You believe everything that old scoundrel says? What if he's already set a trap and is waiting for us to walk right in? The disciple opened his mouth but had no answer. The sect master lifted his gaze beyond the crowd to Northern Border City in the distance. The array here is vast and powerful. Forcing our way through would almost certainly end in disaster. One sentence was enough to stun the remaining disciples and elders. They had known the Grand Array was unusual, but they never imagined even a boundless realm powerhouse like their sect master would hesitate. Then what should we do, sect master? An elder with silver-streaked beard asked quietly. Frowning, the sect master weighed their options. They had come too far to leave empty-handed, yet barging in was sheer folly. After a moment he spoke. We wait. When the gates open tomorrow, we'll slip inside and gather information. I reckon the Seven-Star Gate is already on the way, and the other factions won't be far behind. Let them test the waters first. We'll strike when the time is right. Wise as ever, sect master. Everyone echoed. They set up camp in a hidden grove outside the city, suppressing every trace of their aura as they waited for dawn. At first light, as the fog thinned, the group changed into plain gray robes, masked their cultivation, and merged with the merchant caravans entering the gate. The moment they crossed the threshold, however, an indifferent gaze from somewhere inside the city fell upon them. Oh, one boundless realm and two nirvana realm cultivators slipped in. From the top of a high tower, Luo Tian sensed their breathing even through the thick walls. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, let's see what they do first. If they cause trouble, I can kill them later. He turned away and continued his patrol. Over the next 2 days, just as the Xianming sect master had predicted, more outsiders arrived. For at the boundless realm, more than 60 at nirvana, and so many tribulation realm cultivators that no one could keep count. After seeing the defensive array, every one of them chose to slip into the city and lie low. Not a soul dared storm the walls. The city's atmosphere was tense yet eerily quiet until dusk on the 3rd day, when the ground suddenly boomed, and a colossal dragon of golden spiritual light burst from the earth, soaring into the sky. A spiritual vein surge. A sacred grade vein. Cries of alarm rose everywhere. In the middle of the main street, the Xianming sect master stared up at the sky-blotting golden dragon, shock coursing through him. A Bodhi tree and a sacred grade spiritual vein? What kind of treasure trove is this Northern Border City? He muttered, greed and wariness flickering in his eyes. As he pondered, an old man behind him spoke in a low, excited voice laced with mockery. Whatever it is, one thing's certain, Northern Border City is doomed. The sect master of the Xianming sect turned and, spotting the elder behind him, stiffened. Elder Hu Feng of Piaoxua Peak? The old man's snow-white hair was bound with a jade crown, and faint silver snowflakes were embroidered at his cuffs. A subtle pressure hung about him like an invisible mountain. He, too, had reached the boundless realm, and Piaoxua Peak's overall strength surpassed that of the Xianming sect. The sect master felt a chill. A figure of this caliber had appeared in Beibei City? Master Hu, what do you mean by that? The sect master asked in a low voice. Hu Feng stroked his beard and smiled. Why ask when you already know? A single Bodhi tree is enough to drive every faction mad. If it were just the tree, someone would snatch it and flee. But this is a sacred grade earth vein. Whether someone tries to move it or simply seizes Beibei City outright, the city will end up a graveyard. The sect master narrowed his eyes. Does Piaoxue Peak intend to claim the vein as well? Hu Feng waved his hand lightly. Hardly. I'm not as foolish as the city's owner. We don't have the nerve to touch a Bodhi tree or a sacred grade vein. Still, if chaos breaks out and there's a chance to pick off a few cultivators and steal some resources, I'm happy to oblige. The sect master blinked. You mean later? Hu Feng nodded, his smile undimmed. Exactly. There's a madman who's about to make his move. Before the words had even faded, boom, a dull explosion rippled out from the city center. A sacred grade vein and a Bodhi tree? Perfect. They're mine now. A manic laugh echoed, and a colossal hand descended, blotting out the sky. Rumble. The entire city shook, tiles flew, and streets cracked open. The sect master's scalp prickled. You the madman? A lone wanderer dares fight for the vein? Hu Feng's eyes narrowed, still smiling. Who can guess a lunatic's mind? But he's 8th stage boundless realm. Once he lets loose, Bei City will likely be wiped out today. Yi the madman's aura surged like a tidal wave. Many cultivators fainted on the spot, and the city's defensive array flickered wildly. Atop the walls, the 3 demons turned ashen. Even united, they could not stop that punch. Yet, hiss. The raging fist force was halted by an unseen power, shattering into harmless currents that dispersed into the air. Who dares block me? Yi the madman snarled, his eyes flashing. Then he spotted someone atop a high pavilion. Luo Tian, robes fluttering, hands clasped behind his back. You? Yes, brow rose. Impossible. Your cultivation is too low. How did you stop me? Luo Tian looked down at him, voice flat. Any last words? Yi the madman froze. Hu Feng and the sect master were equally stunned. Last words? Luo Tian was asking Yi the madman for his last words? At a glance, the fight looked completely in Yi Quangren's favor. The air rippled with his swelling aura, visible waves spreading in every direction. With a thunderous shout, he stomped the ground, broken stones spraying outward while a tide of murderous intent surged toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian merely frowned, his voice as calm as if discussing the weather. Those are your last words? In that case, farewell. Before the sentence faded, he lifted both arms. A dull boom rolled across the sky as 2 golden palms the size of small mountains materialized overhead, runes flowing across their surface, their pressure suffocating. Luo Tian brought his own hands together, and the void screamed in protest. Smack! A deafening crash rang out. The 2 colossal palms clapped shut, crushing Yi Quangren into a spray of blood and bone like a fly under a swatter, leaving him no time to scream. Soul art. At Luo Tian's thought, soul power turned into invisible threads that wrapped the twisted remains. A moment later, light flashed at his fingertip, and he drew out a fist-sized soul orb glowing with a dim blue light. Perfect, it didn't shatter this time. A boundless stage soul orb. Luo Tian tucked it away, satisfaction written across his face. High on the city wall, the spectators stood dazed. A dignified boundless stage expert had just been swatted to death like a mosquito. The scene felt unreal. With Yi Quangren gone, Luo Tian casually tilted his head, his deep gaze landing on the Xianming sect master. That single glance made the sect master's scalp prickle and a chill race down his spine. Run. He whirled to flee, but after one step, Luo Tian's figure tore through space to block his path. What? The sect master paled, freezing as though he had seen a ghost. Luo Tian had crossed several li in an instant. My lord, I didn't attack a moment ago. He forced a smile and bowed, voice trembling. Speak your last words, Luo Tian said flatly. It really didn't strike, I was only. Luo Tian's face darkened. You stayed your hand, but your killing intent was clear. Once you harbor murder, you forfeit your life. He spread his fingers, and the air held again. Knowing resistance was futile, the sect master's eyes flashed with cruelty. He gathered every drop of true essence and detonated his chi. Damn it, he'll take Bei City with me. He roared, his body blazing as destructive power surged inside him. Hu Feng stood nearby, feeling that world-ending force, his face drained of color. A boundless stage self-detonation could level the entire city. He turned to flee, but only managed to see. Boom. Luo Tian waved, and a golden palm descended, covering the sect master completely. Almost at the same instant. Poof. The detonation erupted within the palm, yet the golden hand did not budge. Only wisps of black smoke seeped between the fingers. The shockwave was utterly smothered. Hu Feng's eyes bulged, his throat dry. Even a self-detonation can't break his palm? Are you an immortal? Luo Tian merely frowned, concerned with something else. Another self-detonation, another wasted soul orb. His gaze shifted to Hu Feng. The moment their eyes met, Hu Feng's hair stood on end. Splat! A sweep of Luo Tian's palm shredded half of Hu Feng's body and flung the remains aside. Soul power spread out, and in a breath he drew a pristine soul orb from the corpse. Clearly, talking too much courts disaster, Luo Tian murmured to himself. As Luo Tian finished speaking, his gaze shifted to the remaining disciples of the Xianming sect. Before they could even react, 3 dull thuds sliced through the air. Brilliant blades of swordlight punched straight through their chests. Blood mist burst skyward, soul power scattering like smoke. With a casual lift of his hand, Luo Tian swept several dark soul pearls into his pocket, as effortlessly as snuffing out a campfire ember. In the next instant, he flickered to another corner of the city. A Nirvana stage cultivator had just reached for a rare treasure when a cold flash severed his head, leaving the body lifeless before it hit the ground. Luo Tian did not pause. Each time he shifted, only a faint afterimage lingered in the air, while another Nirvana stage corpse appeared below. Scattered outsiders finally sensed something was wrong and sprinted toward the city gates. They had taken only a few steps when Yi Tongling unleashed his full strength into Bianbei City's grand array, and a curtain of light dropped from the heavens, sealing everyone inside. Break the barrier. Someone roared. Feral bursts of Yuan power smashed into the screen, only to rebound. The attackers were blown back several yards, teeth shattering on impact. The next moment, Luo Tian materialized behind them like a phantom. Yuan Nirvana stage expert managed only a single word before a sword pierced his heart, obliterating his nascent soul. Don't come to Bianbei City. There's no fortune, Hiranli death. Another yelled, activating a message talisman. The words had barely left his lips when Luo Tian's blade flashed, ending him as well. Less than a minute passed from Luo Tian's first strike to the city's silence. The outsiders were nearly wiped out. Only in a dim alley of the northern quarter did an elderly man and his granddaughter cower against a wall, trembling. Grandfather, I'm scared. The gaunt girl clung to the old man, shaking uncontrollably. Face ashen, lips pale, the boundless stage elder forced out, don't be afraid. I'm here. But even he heard the tremor in his voice. Though he had believed he could roam the northern domain unchallenged, he had never witnessed such terrifying slaughter. Whoosh. Luo Tian suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, his black robe billowing in the gloom. Wah, the girl burst into tears, her cry shattering the silence. The old man drew a deep breath and bowed. Senior, it was reckless of me to enter Bianbei City. If you must kill me, I have no complaint, but please spare my granddaughter. Luo Tian's brow furrowed. Who said I was going to kill you? The old man froze, clearly stunned. He had just watched Luo Tian butcher a crowd. I killed them because they deserved to die, Luo Tian replied calmly, his tone brooking no argument. They showed killing intent toward Bianbei City. You never did, so right now you pose no threat. Why would I kill you? I'm not some blood-crazed fiend. The old man blinked in disbelief, then finally relaxed. He cupped his hands once more. May I ask what brings you here, senior? A boundless stage cultivator suddenly appears in my city. I need to know who you are and what you want, Luo Tian said, still detached. The old man hurriedly answered, my name is Tai Nanhua, a wandering cultivator of the northern domain. I came to Bianbei City seeking a cure for my granddaughter's illness. Luo Tian paused and looked at the girl. Even a quick glance told him her face was bloodless, her lips a bluish white. She's clearly in bad shape. Look at how pale she is, he remarked. Tai Nanhai rubbed the bridge of his nose and mumbled an awkward correction. She's that pale because she was frightened. Luo Tian cleared his throat, studied the girl again, and pressed. So what exactly are you trying to cure? Tai Nanhai let out a long sigh, the lines on his face deepening with worry. The child's been poisoned by something rare. No ordinary remedy can save her. All these years I've only kept her alive by feeding her a thread of spiritual energy. His eyes grew moist. I visited every healer I could find. In the end, I learned that only a primordial spirit could prolong her life. But those spirits either live in seclusion or guard the great powers of the world. No outsider ever meets them. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I've searched for years and come up empty. Not long ago, I heard a Bodhi tree spirit had appeared in Bianbei City. Tree spirits count as primordial spirits, so I rushed here full of hope, only to run into today's mess. Luo Tian listened quietly and nodded. I understand. In that case, they'll find you a primordial spirit so she can take a look. What? Tai Nanhai froze, stunned. Head thought staying alive was the best he could hope for, never imagining Luo Tian would help him seek a spirit. This lord is that accommodating? Luo Tian waved a hand, his tone flat. I'm not helping for free. I have one condition. Please name it. If the girl recovers, I want you to serve Bianbei City for 100 years. Deal? He said bluntly. Luo Tian knew Bianbei was short on top-tier fighters, and the upright old man in front of him was worth recruiting. Tai Nanhai agreed without hesitation. Deal. If my granddaughter is saved, I serve Bianbei for 300 years. For an unbound realm cultivator who could live for centuries, 300 years was bearable. He then added with a worried frown, but convincing a primordial spirit won't be easy. They're incredibly proud. Even the lords of the sacred lands can't command them. Everything depends on their mood. Luo Tian simply smiled. No rush. Wait here. He turned and called out. Bing Ling, over here. Before Tai Nanhai could react, a petite young woman appeared at the alley's entrance, holding a golden, glistening roast chicken, grease still on her lips. She was the Bing Ling had heard mentioned earlier. What is it? Do you have to shout while I'm eating? Bing Ling frowned, clearly annoyed. Tai Nanhai's hair stood on end. This was a primordial spirit. He bowed low, hardly daring to breathe. Luo Tian pointed at the deathly pale girl. The kid's poisoned. You spirits know how to handle that. Can you take a look? Bing Ling bit off a mouthful of chicken, the bone cracking crisply, and raised an eyebrow. Sure, I can cure her, but on my terms. Tai Nanhai's heart skipped a beat. The rumors were true. Spirits always set a steep price. Thinking of his granddaughter, he clenched his teeth. No matter the cost, he wouldn't back down. Bing Ling lifted a finger and began counting. I want 5 pork knuckles, 3 pounds of braised beef, for whole roast chickens, and 20 pigs' feet, front feet only. Tai Nanhua stood to the side, utterly stunned. The girl calling herself an innate spirit had agreed to heal the patient, yet offered nothing but an everyday grocery list, hardly the stuff of legend. Was she really some mystical being, or just the neighborhood aunt who wrestled for bargain drumsticks? When Tai Nanhua failed to respond, Bing Ling arched an impatient brow and turned to leave. What's wrong? Don't want to pay up? Fine, I'm gone. She raised a foot as if she would walk off without a second thought. Wait, they'll get everything right now, just stay here. Tai Nanhua jolted back to life. Channeling his true essence, he streaked toward nearby Bianbei City in a flash of azure light. Moments later he staggered back, arms loaded with bulging packages. Still gasping, he offered up the food. My lady, I bought twice as much of everything in case it wasn't enough. Will this do? His voice trembled with anxiety and flattery. Bing Ling tore off a steaming drumstick, took a bite, and muttered, good, that's plenty. Grease trickled down her fingers, but she paid it no mind. Drumstick clenched between her teeth. She paced around the sickly girl like a jeweler inspecting a rare gem. Little one, what's your name? The girl answered timidly, Tai Linger. Bing Ling nodded, snapped another drumstick in half, and crunched down. The sound made Tai Nanhua's heart tighten. He asked softly, my lady, have you found the cause? I have. Bing Ling gave a terse nod. Then what poison is it? Tai Nanhua held his breath. She's afflicted by a malevolent spirit's toxin. Bing Ling's eyes turned frosty. A malevolent spirit's toxin? Tai Nanhua froze. Bing Ling sighed. She bears a 9-yin constitution, second only to the supreme yin body. With the right technique, she could achieve greatness. Unfortunately, another bite cut off the word. A vein pulsed on Tai Nanhua's forehead, yet he pressed on. Unfortunately what? Dropping the bone. Bing Ling spoke slowly, each word heavy. The 9-yin body attracts evil. Certain spirits target girls like her, branding them with a mark, the toxin. It eats away at the flesh, turning the victim into something neither living nor dead. Once the body is fully corrupted, the spirit follows the mark, devours the host, and grows stronger. Frankly, she's been poisoned for years. Had you not shielded her with your essence, she'd be dead. Tai Nanhua went pale. Is there a cure? Bing Ling beckoned. Come here, little one. Yais. Tai Linger shuffled forward, trembling. Bing Ling pointed a finger. Whoosh. A stream of innate energy, clear as spring water, entered Tai Linger's brow. She shuddered and cried out, ah. Linger, are you all right? Tai Nanhua's heart leapt to his throat. Grandfather, I'm fine, I feel so much better. She checked her meridians, astonished to find the icy pain receding. Tai Nanhua took her pulse. The sinister force was indeed collapsing. Relieved, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Lady Innate Spirit. Bing Ling waved him off. Don't celebrate yet. I only suppress the toxin, it can't spread, but I can erase the mark. The spirit that branded her is too strong. Then you mean, Tai Nanhua faltered. If the mark remains, the spirit will find her sooner or later. She's still in danger. Bing Ling's words were clipped, but unmistakable. Then what do we do? Tai Nanhua finally panicked. As a cultivator, he knew all too well how stubborn a malevolent spirit could be. Bing Ling said, relax. If an evil spirit shows up, just ask him to strangle it for you. With that, she lifted a finger and pointed at Luo Tian. Huh. Tai Nanhua froze and instinctively looked at Luo Tian. As a cultivator, he already knew how formidable Luo Tian was, but he hadn't expected the man to handle evil spirits as well. That meant his soul power had to be equally terrifying. A warrior strong in both body and soul. Could such a person really exist? Doubt aside, the words had come from an innate spirit. He didn't dare question them. Sir, I beg you please save my granddaughter. Tai Nanhua bowed low, completely respectful. Luo Tian blinked and said mildly, add another 100 years of service and it'll help you. Tai Nanhua hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. Agreed. A mere century of service is worth my granddaughter's life. Luo Tian smiled in satisfaction. Good. Seek out Fu Qingli and shall arrange lodging for you and the girl. Yes, sir. Tai Nanhua bowed again and hurried off. Watching him disappear, Bing Ling gnawed on a drumstick and mumbled, Luo Tian. That little girl's constitution is outstanding. With proper training she'll reach the Tianmen realm at least, and with the right techniques, she'll be a genuine powerhouse. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. That speech just now wasn't just a recruiting trick, was it? Bing Ling rolled her eyes. Do I look like that kind of person? Beibei City's fate has risen, naturally a genius would show up. Anyway, I'm heading back to eat. She scooped up the big bundle of food Tai Nanhua had left behind and vanished down the dark alley. Luo Tian let out a helpless laugh, flashed away, and reappeared inside his own residence. Time to tally the spoils. He pulled several spatial rings from his robe, wiped away the seals, and with a clatter dumped everything onto the floor. Mountains of rare herbs and precious ores glittered in the lamplight, spiritual energy swirling around them. No wonder those boundless and nirvana experts were so arrogant they were loaded, Luo Tian muttered. What interested him most, though, was the pile of soul beads. This battle had netted him 2 boundless realm soul beads and 63 nirvana realm soul beads. After a moment's thought, he sent the 2 boundless beads to his father Luo Feng and to Nyotai Xui. Luo Feng was both his father and current patriarch of the Luo clan. The stronger the patriarch, the stronger the clan. Nyotai Xui, one of Beibei City's 3 divine beasts, possessed the purest bloodline and the greatest combat talent. She would gain the most from a boundless bead. He then distributed the 63 nirvana beads. Aside from Yi Tongling, who had already stepped into the nirvana realm, the other 2 members of the 3 demons received 1 each. Niu Wufang and the Golden Rock King also got 1 apiece. The Luo clan elders and core elites took a little over 30, and the remaining 20-plus beads went to Fu Qinglian, with instructions to hand them out according to merit, talent, and loyalty. Once everyone had refined their new power, Luo Tian issued an important command. Outside the teleportation array of Bianbei City. At dawn, Luo Tian gave a single order. In an instant, the city's finest, chiefly the direct line of the Luo clan, gathered in dense ranks. Blades and swirling spiritual light gleamed with a wintry chill beneath the first rays of sunlight. Bianbei City has always kept a low profile and never gone looking for trouble, Luo Tian declared, his eyes sharp as lightning and his voice rumbling like thunder. Yet today someone dares violate our home. Tell me, will you tolerate this? We will not. Hundreds roared in unison, their cry shaking the sky. Good. Prepare yourselves. We strike back at once. Yes, sir. The crowd dispersed in every direction, leaving only Tai Nanhua standing there, baffled. Huh, what on earth is going on? Tai Nanhua scratched the back of his head, at a loss. A short distance away, Luo Tian watched the warriors depart, then turned to Bing Ling and spoke in a low voice. If I had enough Boundless Realm soul orbs, could I forge every one of them into Boundless Realm experts? Bing Ling shot him a sidelong glance. Several thousand cultivators at the Boundless Realm at that point, Bianbei City would be the greatest sanctuary in the world. Luo Tian smiled faintly. That day may not be far off. Just then, the whoosh of air rang out from every direction. The warriors who had just left raced back, each hefting a bulging burlap sack. Inside, spatial rings clinked together. Tai Nanhua stared, dumbfounded. What are you all doing? A young man from the Luo clan noticed his empty hands and tossed him a sack. Hey, you didn't grab anything? Here, take one. Oh, what's it for? You'll find out soon enough. The youth winked. Luo Tian issued his next command. Bing Ling, the city is yours. Until we return, keep the defense array active. Anyone who forces their way in, kill them with the formation. Understood. With a sweep of her sleeve, Bing Ling readied the array. A pillar of light flared, and Luo Tian led the group into the teleportation circle. In the blink of an eye, they emerged before a towering, snow-covered mountain, the wind slicing like blades. This is Piaoxua Peak, Tai Nanhua muttered, recognizing the thick blanket of snow. His heart tightened. Luo Tian strode forward through the drifts, heading straight for the gate. Clang. A razor-sharp sword aura slammed into the ground at his feet, scattering shards of ice. Stop. This is restricted ground of Piaoxua Peak, a middle-aged guard barked, face frosty. Advance another step and you die. Luo Tian pointed a finger. Boom. It was as if a giant hammer struck the man. He flew backward, gate and stone alike shattering to dust. By the time he hit the ground, he was dead. Threaten me? Fool, Luo Tian said coolly. Young master, this is still our own property, Luo Rong fretted, rushing over to the broken stones and patting them with pained concern. Luo Tian paused, then nodded. You're right. Illy's up next time. Before their words had faded, a chorus of rushing wind rose from the mountaintop. Who dares cause trouble on my Piaoxua Peak? A voice thundered, and in an instant the falling snow thickened, the temperature plunging even lower. Everyone looked up to see an elderly man with white hair and white robes drifting down from the sky. A moment later, several more gray-haired elders descended side by side behind him. Their toes had yet to touch the ground, yet their fierce auras were already sweeping across the mountaintop. For cultivators of the Wuliang realm, Luo Tian's eyes lit up like stars, and he nearly rushed forward to gauge their exact cultivation levels. The white-haired elder's gaze merely skimmed past Luo Tian before fixing on Tai Nanhuai like a drawn sword. Tai Nanhuai, was this your doing? His voice was icy, rolling with suppressed fury. You've got some nerve to provoke my Piaoxua Peak. Tired of living? Tai Nanhuai let out a long sigh and raised a hand, signaling everyone around him to stay calm. Peak Lord Qi, we at least know each other. Hey, race my advice, kneel now. Admit your fault, and you might keep your life. Peak Lord Qi froze for a heartbeat, then threw back his head and laughed, the sound dripping with ridicule. Tai Nanhuai, have you lost your mind? Kneel? Beg for mercy? Who could possibly kill me? Before Tai Nanhuai could reply, Luo Tian spoke calmly. People of Piao Shui Peak, swear within 10 breaths that you'll leave this mountain forever, and I'll spare you. Only then did Peak Lord Qi turn his eyes on Luo Tian, narrowing them in appraisal. Such bold words, boy. Who are you? You have 7 breaths left. Luo Tian counted down, voice flat. What did you say? 5. Yu veins bulged on Qi's forehead, his anger turning the air around him frigid. 3. Very well. Peak Lord Qi sneered and stepped forward. Looks like Piao Shui Peak hasn't shed blood in too long, and the world has forgotten our power. A stray mud dares bark here? Boy, they'll personally send you on your way. Boom. The instant his foot landed, the summit's temperature plunged, waves of frost surging outward. Time's up. Luo Tian lifted his eyes and drew his sword. Before the blade fully cleared the scabbard, a razor-thin arc of sword energy slashed through the night like moonlight. Freeze Qi raised his hand, cold air condensing, but the word was barely spoken before the sword light pierced his chest. Blood sprayed. He stared down in disbelief, only to find Luo Tian already at close range, one palm clamped over his head. Die. Luo Tian's voice was indifferent, brooking no argument. In the next instant, Qi's life force vanished, and a soul pearl glimmering with eerie light appeared in Luo Tian's hand. Know the 2 remaining Wuliang realm elders behind. Qi cried out in terror and tried to retreat, but Luo Tian was upon them in a flash. Swish, swish. 2 bursts of sword light erupted, their chests exploded, and their soul pearls were likewise seized. The last Wuliang realm cultivator blanched, every hair standing on end. He had no idea who Luo Tian was, but he knew he was no match. Hastily clasping his fists, he shouted, Wait, sir. I am not from Piao Shui Peak. Luo Tian paused, sword tip hovering, eyes probing. The man swore at once. It's true, sir. If I utter a single lie, may heaven strike me down. Luo Tian gave a slight nod. I'm here only to settle accounts with Piao Shui Peak. If you're unrelated, you may leave. The man exhaled in relief and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. I am Chun Huzing, vice sect master of the Shimming sect. If you ever need anything, I'll repay this favor with my life. With that, he turned to flee. Luo Tian suddenly called out. Hold on, where are you from? I can manage only 2 chapters today, gritting my teeth. I'll deliver for tomorrow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.